WILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it.
Sharply hit. Game winner. Zach Cole wins it for the three. Astros snapped their 4-game losing streak and also snapped the 9 straight games the Mariners have beaten them. What a big night for Zach Cole and the Astros.
Todd Callis on the call, Space City Home Network, winning baseball last night over at Dyken Park. Zach Cole walking it off in extra innings, and the Astros snapped their 4-game losing streak. Good morning, everybody. Welcome in. Happy Thursday morning to all of you. It is really nice to be with you. Today is schedule release day. We'll talk plenty about that a little later on this hour as well. I'm Sean Pendergast. He is Seth C. Payne, a.k.a. Pope Zaza. Hello. How are you?
That was stressful last night, and it ended up being stressful in a good way.
Yeah.
It was a big gap between whether I was going to be super grumpy or super happy this morning, because both teams they had showed no interest in driving any of their runners home. It was between the two of them, they were like 3 for 30 or something absurd like that, with runners left on base, runners in scoring position, whichever way you want to slice it up. And you end up relying on the heroics of Zach Cole, Braden Shoemake, the guys that you would hope you never have to rely on.
Yeah.
Listen, for those of you who didn't see it, Braden Shoemake had the clutch play of the year where he foul tipped the ball off the umpire's face mask. And
got rid of the guy.
Yeah, left Bryce Miller out there to have to sit around and get cold and warm up.
Yeah.
And then we walked our way to glory.
Damn right, man. Damn right. So, that was good. It's funny you bring that up. When the lineup dropped last night, Cam Smith got the night off because he's just been in a horrible, horrible slump lately. So I think it was just a day off to help get his body and his mind right. So the lineup gets dropped yesterday afternoon, and I'm like, oh, my God. Zach DeZenzo in the 5-hole. This is what we're doing tonight, huh? And they won. They got a win. And I think probably the biggest thing coming out of this game, Seth, again, if you're an Astros fan that's still holding out hope, if you're on the Espada train that it's a long season and we're only at the quarter pole and there's still a lot of baseball to be played, if you're on that train, and it's okay if you are, I mean, there's nothing else to do in May and June, although we have the World Cup coming up. Lance McCullers' performance last night was very encouraging against a pretty good baseball team. Lance, he gave up 2 solo home runs. And that was it. 5 1/3, 7 hits. He struck out 6 guys. He was Lance. If that's what you get out of Lance every time, I'll sign up for that outing yesterday every time Lance is out there.
And you know that we are very careful not to become like one of these analytics nerds that wants to chalk up every bad play to bad luck, or every poor performance to bad luck or anything. But the fielding was not pristine behind Lance McCullers last night either. So some of the stress that you had with runners on base and runners in scoring position was a little bit of either just because of bad luck, bad plays. Bryce Matthews went for that ball in the outfield, and it would have been a brilliant. I'm glad he went for it.
Yeah.
I'm like he for a guy just like Cam Smith last year who's adjusting to playing
just
out there.
Learning, man.
Yeah, like he's aggressive. I'd rather have him be overly aggressive than overly timid.
Yeah, no doubt. So 4-3 extra innings, first walk-off of the year for the Astros. Here was Joe Espada, the manager of the Astros, on ending the losing streak last night.
Yeah, it's a big win. It's a big win. We're down. We had opportunities early in the game to take the lead and we could capitalize. But then we got the RBI when we needed them. Altuve 900 RBIs, couldn't come up with a better time. But again, I just like the contributions for the guys in the bottom, those young players. We need those kids to step up and help us. Get guys in scoring position for the top of our order, and they did that.
Yeah. Altuve 0 for 3, but he drove in 2 huge runs. A bases-loaded walk. Altuve hadn't been walking as much lately as he was in the beginning of the season. He's been chasing a little bit more, too. He had another strikeout last night where he swung at a ball. He swung at a ball, 15 inches outside the strike zone.
Watching the highlights this morning, on YouTube, where they show both broadcasts.
Yeah.
The Mariners broadcast, the color commentator, right before that strikeout, said, Altuve will chase, and he struck out.
Good call.
And the play-by-play guy acted like the color commentator was just a genius.
Oh, soothsayer.
Yeah. Like, all right, okay, come on.
Yeah.
Any
Karnak.
12-year-old Astros fan could have called that one out.
He had a turban on, like, what are...
A 12-year-old who knows hardly anything about baseball.
Right.
Could be like, wait a second, isn't this the guy that always reaches for stuff way away from him?
Yeah. For the first time, I'm looking at the standings, Seth. The A's won last night, so the Astros didn't pick up any ground in the division, but the Angels lost. So for the first time in as long as I can remember, the Astros don't have the worst record in the American League. The Angels do.
Nice.
Yeah, they're in second to last in the American League.
Sean, that's what it's step by step.
It is, man.
Every day in every way.
He said
we are getting a little less worse.
One game at a time, man.
Uh-huh.
So they get a win last night.
I said Braden Shoemake, didn't I?
You did. Yeah.
Why?
Yeah.
Why can I not get that poor young man's name right?
Braden Shoemake.
And he looks like, doesn't he? He just looks like he looks like a singer-songwriter type.
Oh, yeah.
Like he could have just. I feel like he needs to. He needs to get a hit, then go into the dugout, grab an acoustic guitar, and just singing about his childhood in Tennessee.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. He's got that. He's got that look. He's got that look. Jeremy Pena missed his rehab game last night with a sore neck. I'm going to say what I said yesterday, and I stand on business. If you're well enough to play in a minor league rehab game, you're well enough to play at the major leagues. Enough of these rehab games. I don't need Jeremy Pena getting thrown in front of a bus. All right.
I don't look at Sean. I'm all in on defying convention and everything. But sometimes things are done that way for decades upon decades upon decades for a reason.
I don't remember as a kid guys going down to the minors for rehab, but maybe I just wasn't paying attention to it.
Yeah,
as
you
much.
weren't paying attention.
Yeah.
Rehab assignments have been a thing forever.
Yeah. I don't like it. I don't like Jeremy Pena with a sore neck.
We'll do the research and see how much more often they use rehab assignments
than they did back in the day.
Past. Because you're probably onto something there. They're probably the frequency of rehab assignments as opposed to just taking a couple days off is probably.
Well, some of it may be proximity because the minor league teams, at least for the Astros now, are way closer geographically than they used to be.
Yeah.
Pittsburgh's AAA team back when I was a kid was in Portland, Oregon.
Yeah.
If you got called up from AAA, you were flying cross country to go play for the Pirates.
Now that's something that was so weird for so long in all of baseball was the far-flung. Back in the days when you would have had to take a train to go out to your minor league affiliates, that was always weird.
The Yankees AAA affiliate was in Columbus, Ohio.
Yeah,
it was.
As a kid. There were two things that bothered me about baseball. One was they used to not care at all about on-base percentage, and that used to annoy me.
Yeah.
And I'd be proven correct on that.
Yep.
It would become an integral part of OPS, the only thing anybody cares about anymore. And then also I would wonder why are we going to these Rochester Red Wings games and to watch future Orioles play?
Right.
Like, I don't get it.
Right.
I don't understand this.
Right. I would say too, Seth, that I think the players back in the day also weren't as into physical conditioning as players may be nowadays.
Yeah.
It would seem strange that we got to take really good care of this guy in a league where guys are drinking like 6 packs of beer at their locker after the game. It was so. I don't know. I got to look that up.
They use them far more often and for more substantial periods now.
Yeah.
Roughly half of injured players have always done this. Rising pitcher injuries and a focus on building high-intensity velocity means more superstars frequently use rehab to regain in-game endurance.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, I know they use them now. I just don't remember them back in the day. Okay, so Dana Brown said something yesterday. We're hitting Astros heavy here in the Open. We're going to hit the schedule release. There's another schedule nugget that dropped last night that we'll get to in a little bit. Dana Brown got people worked up, and it was just one sentence that got pulled from it that got people very worked up. I went and listened to the entire quote. This was over on the flagship on 790. Dana Brown does a weekly hit with the guys over there in the morning, and they asked him about Imai, and the quote that was making the rounds on social media was, he's not worried, Dana Brown is not, quote, not worried one bit about Tatsuya Imai, who has had, out of 6 outings, including 2 minor league outings, has had 1 good appearance this year against the A's. He threw 6 innings of good ball against the A's. Other than that, every other appearance has been disaster, and that's not an exaggeration. 2 minor league starts, disaster. and then 2 starts here in the big leagues that were less than 2 innings or maybe 2 1/3, and they were disastrous. That was before his arm fatigue, and then obviously the one for 4 innings the other night where he gave up the grand slam and gave up 6 runs. So people were getting worked up about that. I went and listened to the entire quote because it wasn't – sometimes when you parse out a sentence like that, you put it on social media, people think that's the entire answer to something, and it was not. So I transcribed the answer here, and this is what he said about Imai. It was a one sentence in a broader answer, and you tell me if this is something people should be worked up about, because I think people think Dana Brown is a little delusional.
Right, yeah, because of the soundbite element of it.
Yeah. We can't play the audio, obviously. It's from a competitor. He's still here learning here in the U.S. First time, no minor league. Got to give the guy a little bit of runway. He's very talented. Make no mistake. I'm still really confident that Imai will have a really good season this year. I'm not worried one bit. In the major leagues, we're talking about the best in the world. Major League Baseball is the best baseball in the world. Guys are going to go through a learning curve. I really think he's going to turn the corner. I'm not worried about it. Like I said, it's a long season. We played 43 games. We've got to give these guys an opportunity to make adjustments, and I really feel that Imai will make those adjustments. Do you? The talent is just too great. So stay positive. Good things are going to come. I'm not worried one bit. So he reiterated twice.
Right.
He's not worried one bit.
Yeah. Okay. So I know that you're railing against the people who would say, "What's he supposed to say in a situation like this?" I don't know. Is there a better way to handle it other than
That's
showing
my
support?
question. Yeah, and I'm not. I'm not railing against those people. Like I think it's a valid point. Like, he's not going to trash the guy. I get it.
Right.
I also think it's okay to acknowledge just how poorly he's pitched. And express a little. I mean, maybe Dana Brown legitimately is not worried at all, and he's seeing something the rest of us don't see.
Yeah,
I
mean, that's the hardest thing about being a general manager in any sport, but especially baseball, is giving things time for it to play out.
How can you not be worried one bit about this?
Right. Well, I mean, but again, I'm just scared to say. What's he supposed to say?
Yeah.
I feel like you're going to tongue lash me if I do that.
No. Why do you think that? What? No.
You said, okay, this is what you wrote down.
Yeah.
You said lots of, what's he supposed to say on social media?
Okay.
Can those people acknowledge that there is a better way to answer this?
I'm not,
so
but but you're applying tone to what I'm saying here. I'm just asking, I'm gently asking a question. That's all. You're doing the thing that you hate. You're doing the thing. You're applying your tone to my question.
Because I guess I'm trying to think of a better way to answer it.
That's all I'm putting it in there for.
I mean, he's acknowledging that there's an issue and that he's not pitching well. And that there's a learning curve.
Yep.
I think that maybe what rubs people the wrong way is almost the over-the-top confidence.
Yes.
Or over-the-top nonchalance about it.
He's flippant about it. I mean, I listened to the cut.
Yeah.
He's very, the adjective I saw a lot of people say was that he's, almost like an ego thing with Dana. He's just sounding like the smartest guy when he's talking about this sort of thing. I don't know. Yeah.
Almost like when your wife asks you if you took care of that thing you said you were going to take care of.
Yeah.
I'll take care of it.
Yeah.
Yes. Will you stop badgering me?
They don't.
Yes.
Yeah. They don't. People don't like the tone. People don't like the whistling past the graveyard aspect of it. That's all. I mean, this is and we got to acknowledge this is a player right now who has there's nobody that's on his side right now in the fan base. It's not only that he's pitching poorly. It's that he's used 8 excuses for why he's pitching poorly.
Yeah, and I think that's the trouble with whenever you have a bad situation like this, there is no correct answer. I think honestly, he could have gotten up and said the exact opposite almost, and listed all of the things that Imai needs to get better at and how they're going to go about it and whatever, and people would not be left satisfied because until there's results, nobody really has an appetite for hearing any kind of explanation for it.
Yeah.
Were we happy when they sent Jose Abreu down to rookie league? No, we thought it was dumb.
Yep.
But keeping him in the majors wasn't the right answer either.
No.
Couldn't do anything in AAA.
Yep.
It was a really bad situation.
Yeah, there's no great answers right now. I will acknowledge that. Now, Ocho is pointing out on the text line, Sean, you called them a-holes last night on social media. I can understand where Seth is coming from.
Yeah, thank you, Ocho.
Did you see my tweet where I said it was when it was when Brian King allowed the Mariners to tie it up in the 9th inning?
Yeah.
I said, I can't believe I stay up and watch these a-holes. It's like 10 o'clock, and I'm sitting there, I'm going, It's 3-3, so it's not like it's been this high-scoring game. And yet it's like 10-15 in the ninth inning, which is long for a Major League game in 2026 now. I'm like, why is it so long? I'm like, oh, yeah, that's right. Shoemake, as you pointed out earlier, fouled the ball off that umpire's face, and it took a half an hour to get that whole thing resolved.
That was the clutch play of the game.
It was
man.
a big play by Shoemake.
Shoemake taking one out.
That's it.
You can't do that to a computer.
That's
you know?
it.
Replace those guys with the ABS.
That's it,
You
man.
won't have to worry about these delays. Sorry about it, Mariners.
God, yeah,
You still had to succumb to human frailty.
That was crazy, yeah. It worked out. Worked out for the Astros. So they get a win.
Credit to the umpire who got injured. I was admiring his haircut. Right, I got to get to the barber. I haven't. I'm getting a little sloppy here. So,
Look, all right. What are you talking about?
I don't know. I keep thinking I'm going to grow my hair out, and then it gets hot. This is dumb. Yeah.
Oh yeah, you'd be miserable if it was covering up the back of your neck during training camp in a few months.
It's not going to last through training camp unless I do one of those man bun things.
Okay, now I'm definitely here for that. That would be amazing.
I'm going to do one of those. I'll do a man bun. I'm bringing it back.
The ball.
I'm bringing something back that was never actually widely accepted or liked. It was usually there's never been an era in this country, at least, where people were like, oh, that bun on the top of your head looks fantastic.
Oh, on the
it's
top.
usually just a few guys that work at coffee shops or something, or or thought that they were artists or something that had them, but reviled by everybody else.
So is there a distinction from the one you're talking about and the one like Lance McCullers puts his hair in when he goes to do post game and stuff like that? You like where he, like
a bun?
Yeah, he'll like tie. Yeah, he'll let it.
But it's not on top of his.
It's
head,
not on
right?
top. That's why I'm asking. I have no hair, so I'm just. This may be a stupid question. I have no idea.
I've never noticed the back of his head when he's doing.
Well, you notice that his hair's not like down near his shoulders or whatever, so he ties it up back there. But you're talking about one like bloop, plunked right on the top of the head.
My dad had a ponytail back when he was in his movie producing
Your
days.
dad, I never got a chance to meet him, but from every story you've ever told about him, he sounds like somebody who would have had a ponytail at some
and you
point.
never will. He's pretty dead. So, but other than he had a ponytail. I feel like he extended the ponytail longer than he should have. Like he was the guy, classic '90s or '80s, wearing a suit with a ponytail. Mm-hmm. And that was a thing for a while.
Okay.
But then he kept it up for far too long. And then he had the skull, like the kind of the ponytail in the back, but the bald up top.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Which is only looks good if you're a woodworker of some sort.
Yeah.
If you're a carpenter or you do woodwork.
What vocation was he doing at the time he was in his ponytail phase?
Well,
because I know he had a lot of different jobs back in the day.
Movie producer at the start of it.
Yep.
Living in a hut in the Canadian Rockies by the end of it.
That fits.
Yeah.
That fits.
I think he got rid of it by the time he came back to America because some warrants had been cleared up.
Didn't have to wear a disguise anymore.
This is not an exaggeration or me trying to make it more colorful or anything.
Yeah.
My half-sister was born in a hut in the Canadian Rockies on an Indian reservation up there. Yeah, it was a thing, man.
Your dad needed to produce a movie about his life, about himself. That
I've told you the story about the time I, the son of my father, had to go bail my dad out of jail for delinquent child support.
Yeah,
that was right before he took off for the Canadian Rockies. And ended up living up there for like 3 years until he could get everything cleared.
Oh my God!
And my half sister, who had basically grown up like a wild child, all of a sudden to come back to America, had to, for the first time in her life, get a bunch of vaccines at like the age of 3. Hey, we're going to America. Meet this doctor.
Oh my God! Yeah,
poor girl.
He's got 10 needles for you. Here we go.
Yeah.
Oh my God, that's amazing. All right, we're off and running on a Thursday. Schedule release is tonight. We've got another nugget for the Texans from an account that is highly accurate with this stuff, and it's
right.
It's a primetime game. So we'll hit that. Some other questions we've got about tonight for the Texans in the NFL. So we'll hit some NFL schedule talk. We'll do that coming up next. Before we get to that, I want to get you guys in a new luxury vehicle. I would like to do that right this very minute.
Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents, live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
I don't know why, but for some reason this year, I've just been way more dialed in or way more seeking of schedule nuggets than I have in previous years. I'm one typically, Seth, who doesn't like the nuggets getting dropped. I like getting I like opening it like Christmas presents on the night of the schedule release.
When you watch the draft, you like to just watch the broadcast.
Yes, yeah.
And get it. You don't like. Do you get disoriented if you start getting things 2 minutes in advance?
Yeah, I don't like Schefter tweeting the picks like 2 picks ahead of where they're at on TV. I don't like that at all. I like episodic television. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But for whatever reason, I've shoved that aside this year, and this nerding on NFL, who has historically been extremely accurate with their with the nuggets that they drop throughout the week.
Yeah.
They were the first ones to post about the Texans traveling to London to face the Jags, and that was 3 days ago.
And that's where you and I both realized, because people we respect were saying, well, this guy's really accurate.
Yeah.
I think you and I independently found this grid that he has where he posts up.
Yeah.
Because we both have been clicking on this a lot.
I've been hitting refresh.
I don't think I even talked to you about it.
No.
We just discovered it, where it shows everything that he knows already, he or she knows already, about which games are going to be played.
Yeah, it's in a grid. Every team's got a column.
Yeah.
And so I'm hitting refresh yesterday throughout the day. Like every 15 minutes while I'm at my computer, I'm hitting refresh. And the only thing there is that Jacksonville game that was actually made official yesterday by the NFL and the Houston Texans. Texans confirmed yesterday they are going to London to face the Jags in Week 6. That was the only thing we had. And then last night, Seth, on the umpteenth refresh that I hit on this grid, all of a sudden a blue dot pops up in Week 13 for the Texans. And I look, and if it's dark blue, it means it's Sunday Night Football. Mm-hmm. And it's a road game. And it's somewhere where the Texans had played a road primetime game before. In fact, the last time they played in primetime on the road was in the postseason at this very stadium at the Pittsburgh Steelers in Week 13. Sunday Night Football.
Which I don't know if I've ever seen more universal reaction from both fan bases as, Steelers fans.
See, I haven't seen any. Well, tell me what you're seeing. I haven't seen anything.
Okay, I saw a lot of Texans fans saying, "Oh, come on! All right, great." Like the Steelers, at best, they're going to be what they typically are, which is a mediocre football team.
Yeah.
And who knows? This might be the year. People keep talking about the Steelers as if Mike Tomlin were still the head coach. You know, they did this in New Orleans after Sean Payton was gone.
They did,
People kept talking about the Saints as if Sean Payton was still the same coach.
And
they'd be like, well, you know, the Saints always figure out a way to look better than what their roster is. I'm like, what are you talking about?
Right.
Sean Payton is gone.
Yeah.
So the Steelers, I think the NFL looks at it and says, well, it's the Steelers, so they'll probably be in a playoff race or hunt of some sort by the time we get there, even though they don't currently have a quarterback.
No, they don't.
And it's either going to be Drew Aller, Will Howard, or Mason Rudolph of now, more likely than Aaron Rodgers, that the Texans get a Sunday night game against the Steelers.
Did you see Texan fans that were upset with this?
I saw it. Cody Stutes had basically just said this feels. I want to say he said something along the lines of like, well, the Steelers are going to get their primetime games. Wish this could have been something a little bit more potentially juicy.
Oh, okay.
You know,
okay.
If the Texans are doing well at that point, that there's other teams that you could, be a little bit more. Let's see, what did Cody say? Cody said this. Cody Stutes said, "This is such an underwhelming Sunday night football matchup. It is in no way the fault of the Texans either. There were so many better games on Houston's schedule that were worthy of Sunday night football. The Steelers don't need to be on primetime in December."
I would agree. If I had to predict, I would say this is probably not going to be a great Steelers team this year. I think I said this to you before the show, which is this is a lot of confidence in the Steelers that the league is showing to put them on primetime in Week 13.
Right. I know. And I think part of it is just simply the Steelers, like the Cowboys or the Packers or anybody else, whether they're good or bad. And I don't think the Steelers are going to be bad.
No.
But they draw a bigger audience.
Yeah.
They're going to get their primetime games.
Yeah. And the first check mark for me is winning the football game. And the fact that, as you know, Seth, one of my wishes for the Texans' schedule this year was that those cold weather games, or the 6 games, road games they have outdoors in cities that are cold weather, like once November gets here, I want as few of those as possible in November, December, and January. Okay, so here now we have Pittsburgh, which is the week after Thanksgiving. So the first, we'll call it the first weekend in December is probably when it is, thereabouts. It's going to be cold. Okay. They played Pittsburgh in January on Monday Night Football in the playoffs last year, and things went just fine. So that, of all the games, the one game I am praying to God is not in December is at Green Bay. I just want no part of the Texans traveling up to Green Bay in December in a blizzard to face what's going to be a pretty good Packers team. They're always pretty good. It's a raucous environment. I can deal with Pittsburgh Sunday Night Football in early December, because they won a playoff game last year pretty convincingly. With they won a playoff game by 3 touchdowns, and their quarterback played mediocre at best in that game. He put the ball on the ground 5 times in that game. So I'm fine with it. I just want them. I want them to win as many games as possible. This is a very winnable primetime game in Week 13.
Honestly, I am of the maybe I'm a glutton for punishment too. Look. The Texans are a domed football team or a roofed football team. What do we call it anymore? Enclosed stadium, whatever it might be.
Yeah.
C.J. Stroud hasn't had great games either in the cold or in inclement weather. Just wherever you are on the spectrum of whether or not C.J. struggles with that stuff, it's still kind of a debate. Mostly because he hasn't played that many games in cold weather. I do think that I want the Texans and I want C.J. Stroud to get as much experience as possible playing in those elements to the point where if you have to do it in the playoffs, it's not a big deal. So I look at it as, man, I hope the Steelers actually aren't that good. And it's a little bit of a potential, face some adversity through the weather and get your feet wet, literally and figuratively.
Yep. The other thing I would say, too, your observation about the Saints is a good one. I remember us saying that, Peyton's not the coach anymore. Mike McCarthy actually has done some things, in the league. I have a little more respect for Mike McCarthy.
Well, he's done some things with Aaron Rodgers and with Dak Prescott.
Yeah.
He hasn't done anything with Mason Rudolph that I've seen.
Or this version of Aaron Rodgers, which is way different than the one he coached.
I don't know what's going to happen with Aaron Rodgers, right? Yeah, that's weird. I guess in my mind I'm thinking he's just not going to play football. But
really? Because I just think he's going to sign in June like he did last year. Yeah,
you're right. That's probably more likely.
He's just going to drag it out. He always does. What do you make of the Texans traveling the 3rd most miles this year of any team in football? The only 2 teams ahead of them in miles traveled this year to play football are the 2 teams that travel to Melbourne in the first week of the season.
That's right, everybody. We know that it's actually pronounced Melbourne.
They told us that at the Super Bowl, the Melbourne people.
I talked to a representative from the nation of Australia.
Seth confirmed it.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it was funny. I'll tell the story about it later. Okay, so the Texans are traveling, the 3rd most miles?
3rd most behind the Niners and the Rams.
Niners and the Rams, they're a West Coast team to begin with, so they travel a lot, but then they're also going to Australia.
Yeah.
I'm not all that concerned about it. If you do the math on it, the trip to London for the Texans is going to be 9,300 miles round trip, I believe.
Round trip.
Yeah, so if you just say, okay, that replaces an away game in Jacksonville, which I'm guessing is about 2,000 miles round trip.
That sounds
air
about
miles.
Right. Yeah.
And so if you subtract 7,000 miles, it puts them right in the middle chunk of the bell curve.
They're never going to be in the bottom third because their division is so spread out.
Yeah.
They're always, every year they got to fly to Indy, Nashville, and Jacksonville to play games. You got the Eagles and the Giants and you got all those teams concentrated up in the Northeast.
Yeah, I mean, because Houston is pretty centrally located, at least from east to west, if in any given year they have to travel more miles than other teams, I just figure on the sum total of things is that the Texans have it pretty easy schedule-wise. So I'm not overly concerned about that.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. So, if you're just tuning in, you're just getting in your car, the London game in Week 6 against the Jags has been confirmed. Since then, nerding on NFL. Highly accurate, nugget dropper has the Texans rumored to be playing Week 13 Sunday Night Football at Pittsburgh. We will continue to hit refresh on this grid throughout the show so we don't let any nuggets slip past this here with the Texans schedule. But schedule drops tonight, 7 o'clock. Keep it tuned to Sports Radio 610. I'm sure the guys tonight on Area 45 will be talking about it as soon as it drops, and obviously Texans All Access tonight as well. And we've got you covered all day tomorrow with reaction to the schedule release. Headlines coming up next. Astros get a win. We do have a few other games that dropped yesterday in the NFL, so we have some things to touch on. We actually got a spread, too, on the Texans' first game that dropped, that Jacksonville game. We'll get to all that in headlines coming up next. But we also know that coming this summer is, and I say this summer,
Hotline.com. Sponsored by the Texas Department of Family and Protective Services.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
Sharply hit, game winner. Zeko wins it for the free. Astros snapped their 4-game losing streak and also snapped the 9 straight games the Mariners have beaten them. What a big night for Zach Cole and the Astros.
That was Todd Callis on the call. Space City Home Network. Astros snapped their 4-game losing streak last night at Dyken Park. 4-3. They walk it off. Zach Cole, the hero, with the base hit that you just heard right there. They close out the series. They'll try to get the split in the 4-game series this afternoon at 1:10. I would say one of the biggest stories last night, Seth, Lance McCullers' performance. 5 1/3 innings, gave up a couple solo home runs. That was it. 2 runs in 5 1/3. Had a little traffic on the bases, but didn't give up a ton of bad contact other than the home runs. Here was Joe Espada on Lance McCullers' outing last night.
Yeah, pitch out of trouble in the 3rd and 5th, I think it was. Threw some strikes. Again, he punching people out. Big outing from him. We really needed him to take us deep in the game, and our bullpen did a nice job there getting this win. But, everything started with Lance. I thought he had command of his stuff, good presence on the mound. He was working fast. His sweeper, just execution was really, really good. Really good by Lance.
Yeah, he's a back end of the rotation guy. If this is what you're getting out of Lance McCullers, I'm totally fine with this. It was, that was.
It's as you kind of start to now that they're on a 1-game win streak and you try to figure out, all right, exactly what do they have with their pitchers here? You can talk yourself into Hunter Brown, obviously.
Yeah, of course.
You can talk yourself into Spencer Arrighetti. He's rocking a 1.88 ERA.
Been doing that, yep.
Yeah, and we've seen a really good version of Spencer Arrighetti before.
Yep.
Peter Lambert, you start getting out over your skis a little bit.
Yeah.
But he's currently got a 2.76 ERA.
He's got the numbers right now, yeah.
And then it's a whole lot of, all right, can Lance stay healthy? Can we see this version of him that can fight his way through some innings? Mike Burrows, what exactly is he?
Yeah.
Imai's still way down the list on the conversation.
He's going to start though. Like he's
right.
For the foreseeable future. He's in this rotation. Yeah.
I'm thinking about guys that I could potentially feel good about as starting pitchers.
He's not on that list right now.
At the very least, I think there's a light at the end of the tunnel. The AL just sucks this year. You're still within reach of the wild card and the division because the division sucks.
The AL sucks and the division really sucks.
Yeah. Then I think I might talk. I think by 10 a.m., Sean, I might be buying $1,000 worth of Astros gear.
Playoffs.
I might get myself an Imai jersey.
I like it, man. I like it. Yeah. Look, it'd be nice if they started winning games. I mean, summer is boring when you've got a bad baseball team. So
I'm a stickler for details, and that's one of my things that I'm unyielding on. I prefer my team to win more games than they lose.
You are, you are. You
call me an analytics nerd if you want, but these are the details I care about.
No, I get it, man. You're all about that. So the Astros win last night again. The 1:10 first pitch today to close out the series. We talked a little bit in the previous segment about the schedule release tonight. If you missed it, the Texans confirmed yesterday they will be going to London in Week 6 to face the Jags. There's rumor of a Sunday Night Football game against the Pittsburgh Steelers in Week 13 with the account on X at Nerding on NFL. And if you're like, why are you bringing up a random Twitter account? Because this guy gets it right a lot of the time. And he's got a chart that it seems like, Seth, you and I were talking about this yesterday, that Nerding on NFL, it seemed as though he'd gotten a lot of the international stuff fed to him. Yeah. He went 9 for 9 on he or she went 9 for 9 on the international game rumors. It seems like someone leaked a bunch of Sunday night stuff to them yesterday because a bunch of Sunday night games got dropped on that account, including the Texans and the Steelers in Week 13. So we'll see if that gets confirmed.
This is somebody deep inside the NFL or somehow the media or something.
Big time. Yeah.
It's Rupert Murdoch.
Big time.
He's sitting. This is what he does in his
sitting there in his
time.
iPad.
He's like,
the Texans are a 1.5-point favorite over the Jags in London. Does that surprise you that the Texans are favored in what I will call a road game for them, kind of a soft road game for them.
I think I think the odds makers, just like it seems Jaguars fans are treating this, it's a neutral site. It's a genuine neutral site game.
Yep.
Even though there will be more Jags fans than any other fans, there's still usually only about 25% Jags fans in that stadium. So I don't think it gives you a notable home field advantage, because the crowd noise is what really matters more than anything else. And if you look at, well, the odds makers have treated the Texans like the better team than the Jaguars in terms of Super Bowl odds and everything.
Yes, they're favored to win the division. Texans are. The other games that got announced yesterday, Packers-Rams will be playing on Thanksgiving Eve, so we're getting a Wednesday game the week of Thanksgiving.
Yay, Wednesday football.
That game is in L.A. You not excited about that?
I always try to act like I'm not, and then I see, oh, cool. Yeah, I got nothing going on tomorrow.
It's
Hell yeah.
Thanksgiving Eve, yeah.
I just don't like the sloppiness. They try to put out so much propaganda to tell you these Thursday night games and Wednesday games aren't any sloppier than the normal NFL game.
I get it.
And I feel like I never buy into it. My viewing experience tells me different.
Yeah, see, I'm a gambler, so I'm not worried about the aesthetics. Yeah. I'm just worried about having some action on the games. The other thing, too, for you and I, Seth, is that I'm all for any sporting event at night, the night before you and I don't have to get up to do a show.
Yeah.
So that I'll be able to stay up and watch this whole game without having to worry about waking up at 4 a.m. is something that I relish and savor.
Yeah.
The other thing that got announced was the Patriots and the Seahawks will be. Kurt Minihane, turns out, was right. The former colleague of ours up in Boston.
He's on Barstool now.
He's on Barstool, yeah. Used to be on our Odyssey affiliate up there. Patriots-Seahawks, rematch of the Super Bowl to open the season in Seattle, also on a Wednesday night.
That's good stuff right there. I'm excited about that.
That's good, clean fun right there. Yes.
The Seahawks' new offensive coordinator, which I feel has been under-discussed outside of Seattle as Clint Kubiak takes his head coaching job. But also, the Patriots, we got to remember, Vrabel has been a part of Patriots teams before that have been scrutinized or scandalized, and they used it to dial in and focus back in the Spygate.
So,
days.
do you think that Sedona Gate is gonna that Rossini Gate is gonna bond the Patriots?
I think Vrabel's players really love him. I've seen enough clips of guys telling him that, Coach, you changed my life. I love you. That they rally around him, and if anything, it ends up on the football field being a strength for the Patriots more so than a detriment.
I just wonder if it's still a storyline when September rolls around. You know, how much is it? Is it a topic of conversation? Do the announcers, if it is a topic of conversation, are the announcers dancing around it, or does it get brought up at all? Because it's a major storyline in the NFL.
I don't know. I think it fizzles out. I think people are trying like hell to make it a major storyline right now. It's just that it's
Dude,
I don't feel like it's the same.
TMZ is sitting on something that they've got earmarked for the first week of September to drop the week of the game.
I don't know. The last picture they released was a picture of Rossini and Vrabel hugging out in the open at a party. It looked like it could have just been any random interaction between two people that know each other.
You underestimate the power of TMZ, my friend.
Yeah.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday. Rod Wright, defensive line coach for the Texans. This is some fun audio. You want to hear what it sounds like for one of the best young assistant coaches in football to be coaching young players and his diabolical mind games that go with it. We've got that audio for you coming up next.
Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, into the 7 o'clock hour we go here on a Thursday on Payne and Pendergast. Schedule release tonight. Keep it tuned to Sports Radio 610 all day long. I would imagine we'll hear little dribs and drabs coming out throughout the day. Maybe even another Texans nugget coming out for the upcoming 2026 schedule. Rod Wright, defensive line coach for the Texans, I think widely viewed as one of the bright young position coaches around football. His players seem to love him. You have said just from watching Rod Wright, you would love to play for Rod Wright.
I think he just flat out knows what he's doing, and he really coaches the finer details and aspects of the game better than a lot of defensive line coaches. The Texans put out a mic'd up video. They do a great job putting a lot of that stuff out, and it was Rod Wright along with Frank Oakham, former teammates at UT, but also now D-line coaches for the Texans. Oakham doesn't talk nearly as much as Rod Wright. They're
good yin and yang.
Yeah, there's a yin and a yang going on there between Oakham and Rod Wright. And I like picturing the two of them as young guys in college, like going out to a party and kind of Rod Wright being the guy who talks to all the ladies and everything, and Frank Oakham just kind of sitting in the side. So anyway. I like this. This is a little bit of a longer clip, and if you guys can just visualize, they're going through a drill where they're just doing get-offs. So Caden McDonald is just firing off the line of scrimmage, and he's supposed to throw his hands as if he's hitting an offensive lineman.
Okay.
And Rod Wright's coaching him up throughout it.
All right, I'm Flinch Key. Can you see me? Here. Let's go again. Back up. Because what's going on is like you got a lot of power, you're big, and what's happening, you're coming out like this. All right? So I need to be more here. Like imagine as I'm striking, man, I'm here and not here, because while you doing that, Cole is teaching them to come here with it.
Yes, sir.
All right, so when I'm striking, man, I want to be there. You with me on that? All right, let's do that one more time. You in your stance? Ready to go? Here. If we can shorten the time down, because you came like this. Man, you knock, I know Coach not as big as he used to be, but you knocked his ass back 5 yards. I like that. Hey, the truth be told, we're going to be cheering like a mug if you do that.
Yeah, so I should have explained, he was coaching his hands.
Yeah.
Because Caden McDonald kept looping his hands out instead of just firing them straight into.
That's bad. You don't want to loop the
that's
hands.
bad. That's where, as he referenced, like Cole, talking about Cole Popovich, is coaching those guys to have their hands inside and get on your chest.
Okay. You just mentioned, there were two things I wrote down that I really liked about that audio. Just the audio.
I'm going to guess what one of them was.
Okay.
Caden McDonald's receptiveness.
Yes,
Yes, sir.
I wrote.
Yes, sir.
I wrote.
Yes, sir.
I
Yes,
wrote,
sir.
I wrote yes, sir, times 3.
Yeah.
Said it boom, 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 back to back to back. I like that. I like
Yeah.
that a lot. Accepting coaching is a bit, and being polite to your elders. Very. I also like the mention of Cole Popovich by Rod Wright. There was something about that to me. The acknowledgement of what's going on across the practice field with the offensive line. I don't know what it is. There was just something about like that feeling like there's a connective tissue with what's going on the overall teaching on the team.
Yeah.
That he's referencing, Cole is teaching them how to do this. It's almost like they're preparing for when eventually they're going against that offensive line come training camp. There's probably this healthy competition between Rod Wright and Cole Popovich about the units that they coach.
Yeah,
right?
And that's 100%. And I think that this team does a good job of kind of trading notes with the other side of the ball. You see the O lineman and the D lineman talking to each other a lot, and it's not always. It seems like that's a simple, obvious thing. It's not always that way. That's what D'Amico was like as a young player. D'Amico would always be talking to Matt Schaub and asking him questions about what he was seeing, how was he able to complete a pass, all of those things. And that's a good part of the culture with the Texans. So the Caden McDonald going against those two young draft picks in Rutledge and Weewoo, that's going to be really interesting.
Yeah.
But then also Caden McDonald going against the veteran offensive lineman and the lessons he's going to learn from there. This is the first time in a while we haven't gone into training camp thinking, oh, crap, the offensive line is they're just gonna get destroyed.
They're going to get waylaid, yeah.
And we're not even going to be able to see the offense do any work because the O-line is just letting up sacks left and right. Regardless of how good the Texans O-line ends up being or not being, they flat out got more veteran players or more encouraging young prospects in there to actually battle some of these guys on the interior than it's been in the last couple of years. So I don't think it's going to look like it did last year in those first few weeks of camp. When remember how angry people would get with us for basically reporting on what we were seeing?
Yeah,
we're like
getting dominated.
We'd be saying like I don't know, the CJ couldn't get a pass off,
right?
And be like, you guys are being too mean. All right, yeah. I'm sorry. This is what I'm seeing with my eyeballs.
Sorry, we're stating facts. Okay, so let me ask you this then. Center is the one position that feels like it's kind of, still got the earth moving underneath it a little bit with this offensive line, right? So whoever it is at center, whether it's Keelan Rutledge or whether it's Jake Andrews or Evan Brown, whatever, if Caden McDonald is crushing it at training camp on the interior against whoever the center is, are you going to be more worried about center or excited about Caden McDonald?
I guess I'd be more worried about center.
I need to probably see exactly what it looks like, but me too.
Yeah,
me too.
And it's tough in camp because I think I'm more worried about Jake Andrews in his run blocking, and that's it's a lot harder to get a gauge for that during training camp.
No doubt.
Because the offensive line is at a disadvantage in a lot of ways in the run blocking.
Yeah.
And nobody's getting tackled, so it's hard to see out at camp exactly. Sometimes there's like a really nice run, but it actually wasn't blocked all that well. Mm-hmm. It's just like a guy broke a fictitious tackle at the line of scrimmage. So I mean, like Andrews, let's say they started the season with Jake Andrews at center because either Rutledge, just doesn't adapt to it well or whatever it might be. I'm not overly concerned about that because Jake Andrews is a good enough center that if he has solid veterans on either side of him, I think he's
be fine.
You can get by with that.
Yeah.
You go to that Steelers game, and those guys were just mowing people down in the second half with the offensive line. That was before Trent Brown got injured.
Yeah.
And Jake Andrews had a solid guard on either side of him. It gets a lot dicier. If you've got a Kenyon Green or somebody like that next to you.
Yeah, and I remember I can't remember I think it was Caserio said after the season that Jake Andrews was playing banged up last year. I know everybody's banged up to some degree. It's football, but banged up enough to where it gets brought up by somebody after the season is over.
So the thing with Caden McDonald is I was glad I got to watch that little video on the Texans YouTube channel because it's a reminder, like I always say, there's lots, like no rookie when he comes into the league, very, very few rookies, no matter how good they end up being, are all that good their first couple of weeks because they have to clean a lot of things up that they got away with in college.
Yeah.
So, like, Caden McDonald, as big and as strong and as powerful as he was able to get away with not having pristine hands. And you learn real quick. And some guys adapt to it super quick. When you start putting the pads on, you realize, okay, I can't be sloppy with my hands or I'm not going to win. And that's why I love him being paired with Caden McDonald. It's kind of like a quarterback getting drafted and going to play for Andy Reid. If Pat Mahomes goes and plays for somebody other than Andy Reid, does he have that same experience or same trajectory?
Probably not.
Yeah, with Caden McDonald, there's a lot of places he could have gone where he's not going to have as good a defensive line coach as Rod Wright.
Yeah, not getting drafted in the first round might end up being the best thing that ever happened to Caden McDonald. That he landed with the Houston Texans. This is a really, really good situation for him, both in terms of winning and the defense he's on and the coaching he's getting. All right, so I have not heard these other two clips that you've got of Rod Wright here, but if they're as good as the first one, I'm very excited to listen to them.
This one is just this is Rod Wright and his diabolical mind games.
Okay.
This is him talking to Frank Oakham about how he handles these rookies, where it's very much they're in a teaching environment. It's not a full tempo practice or anything. He's out there teaching them, but it's not quite so simple.
And then as you see, like sometimes I turn up the heat on them. Like. They think we the best friends, and then I'd be like, what's the aiming point to Harsh? And he's like, got a smile, and I said, what's the aiming point? No, do it again. Like just trying to, hey, bro, it's 4th and inches. What you gonna do? I'm trying to create that adversity on that field. So it's like, what can we do to create some type of that dog? You're the good cop and the bad cop at the same time. Just when you think we about to cut a deal, you did it.
I kind of don't like that being out there. That's his secret
Oh, you don't want
sauce.
the kids to know what he's into?
Yeah. I feel like you just gave the answers to the test, man. It's great audio. Don't get me wrong.
No, I like it. It's good coaches are kind of like gaslighting, emotionally abusive relationship partners. You know, you get them feeling good, but then you remind them who's boss.
Do you have a coach like that when you were in the NFL? There was.
Todd Grantham.
I knew you were going to say Grantham.
Grantham, by the time I got Grantham, I was already a true veteran player. Yeah. So I watched him employ it with the younger players on the team.
Yep.
Yeah, he was kind of psychotic. Yeah. And in some respects. But I got to observe it.
That's how I want my D-line coaches. I need them to be a little twisted.
My defensive line coach from college, Pete DiStefano, he was my D-line coach my whole 4 years in college. Mm-hmm. And honestly, I don't know if I would have made it in the NFL if I didn't have him as a defensive line coach. He was awesome. Yeah. But I'm still terrified of him, And he loves me. He loves me like a father.
Do you keep in touch with him still?
Yeah, not as much as I should. Yeah. Okay, I'll put that on my list of things to do.
Do it, man. I'm glad this came up.
Yeah.
Reach out to DiStefano. Do it. All right, what's this last rod right here?
Oh, this is just attention to detail here. Caden McDonald, really, honestly, really bad breakdown of the huddle here at the end of practice.
Oh, so the end where they all kind of bring their fists in?
He does. Yeah, he does 1, 2, 3 consistency. So, and Rod Wright can't let that stand.
Consistent on me and consistent on 3. 1, 2, 3. Consistent. Yeah, do that again. Yeah. Hey, how about D-line? Let's go D-line. D-line on me, D-line on 3. 1, 2, 3. Yeah.
It was really sloppy. You got to pay attention to these details, Caden McDonald.
Oh, my God.
Not everybody was all in yet or anything.
Yeah.
Consistency does not roll off the tongue when you're trying to say something, with energy and being emphatic about it.
1, 2, hands in the middle of the chest on 3. 1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3. Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious.
Hippopotamus on 3. That's good, man. So those are all from a video that the Texans put out?
Yeah. You can see it on their YouTube. There were another couple things that weren't great audio that, when I talk about attention to detail, the weirdest thing I got excited about in watching that was for the first time in my life, I saw him coaching a guy up on how to hold the shield, the
chest
blocking
plate?
dummies that you hold to your chest. Yeah. Because it's one of these annoying things that when guys don't hold it right, it screws up the whole drill. And I don't ever remember anybody actually. Usually, it ends up being a veteran player telling a rookie, like, "What are you doing? Hold that tighter to your chest." It was Rod Wright paying attention to detail on the finer things.
I like that.
I love watching him work.
Yeah.
You watch some coaches at football practices. And I would say not just football, anything. When I'm a keen observer of position coaches when I watch them. And some you wonder, what exactly is their job? There's guys that just kind of run drills and don't correct anything and don't actually teach any technique or anything. And Rod Wright is the opposite. He's just always refining some little thing. So I love watching coaches who work like that.
Derwin, on the text page, Derwin is saying that he actually sounds like D'Amico. Byron, we'll only play a couple seconds. Play the first one again where he's coaching up Caden McDonald.
Can you see me? Just go again, back up. Because what's going on is you got a lot of power in your being.
That's good. Yeah, Derwin, I think you're onto something there. They might connect on a sounds like each other level, the two of them. I think Rod Wright.
I think some people, speaking of D'Amico Ryans, who started off as a position coach, obviously, and now as a head coach, a lot of people concerned that Rod Wright's going to become a defensive coordinator somewhere, and you're going to lose him. Frank Oakham's been there for a couple of years now, so I would imagine you'd have a successor at least. There is also, what I would hope is that Rod Wright just wants to be a defensive line coach. I don't know if he has an appetite for being – a lot of all-time great position coaches just love coaching their position, and it might just be that you don't have to worry about him being yanked away as a coordinator. You just got to be sure that the Texans are paying him handsomely enough that he stays with the Texans as a defensive line coach.
That would be good. I mean, that's kind of how we feel about Cole Popovich, right?
Yeah.
If Cole Popovich is a good offensive line coach, you obviously want him to stay here for a while. I think Cole Popovich's personality pops a little bit more from the standpoint of that's what this guy's going to do for the rest of his life. You know, like
he wants to be a Dante Scarnecchia or something.
He acts
just
like an
loved
offensive
yeah.
Rob Wright's got a little charisma to him.
Yeah, not every mad scientist wants to own his own company
That's
someday.
Right. That's
some of them just like being in the lab doing their work.
Amen. That was good stuff. So you can go find that on the Texans YouTube page in full. Boy, they're putting a lot of good content out there, man. Good job. Shout out to the Texans creative team putting that stuff out there. And I can't wait to see what the video looks like for tonight's schedule release. If they've got something good cooked up for that.
I think they're generally not as snarky as, say, the Chargers account. The Chargers is ridiculously brutal. What was the famous one they did that, they had one that I think they almost had to take down.
Well, the Colts, the Colts had to take down one because they made fun of Tyreek Hill getting arrested.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
The Chargers are just the Chargers are really good, so everybody looks for the Chargers. The Texans get creative, but not necessarily snarky.
Yeah. So the Chargers. Do you think the Chargers do anything with Vrabel in theirs? I believe they play the Patriots this year.
Somebody somewhere. There might be. All we need is one social media manager who hates his job.
Yeah.
And
doesn't care about getting fired.
They're just gonna they've got it loaded up. It's already been they've been told not to do it, and they're gonna do it anyway.
Yes, yeah.
The old gun to the horse's head guy for the Rockets.
For the Rockets.
Yes.
Yeah, that guy got fired, right?
He got fired, yeah.
They beat the Mavericks in a playoff series, and that's right.
It was a gun to a horse's head, and he said, "Don't worry, it'll all be over soon."
It'll all be over.
Like that.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. I forgot about that. Oh my God, that was I wonder if it would be more or less likely that that person would get fired these days. Like, are we more like that was back when social media videos and things like that were kind of closer to their infancy stage. I wonder if we're a little bit more, or if the gun thing is just something that just doesn't hit. I don't know. Anyways,
that was the way it was told to me was that was not the first time that they had. They had to have a talking to. Yeah. It wasn't an isolated incident.
It was not. We did the Dan Graziano article yesterday with the 10 questions about the offseason. I don't often go recommending ESPN articles. I thought this was a really good one because it highlighted some things that are still talking points now here as we're kind of in a little bit of a dead period, especially once the schedule comes out. We'll have OTAs and mini camps and things like that, but we're heading into the dark abyss of June when it comes to football. So we hit a few topics yesterday, Texans related. Why didn't they extend C.J. Stroud? Why didn't the Browns cut Deshaun Watson, et cetera? There were a couple more of these I thought that were worth touching on, Seth, and especially now because there was news yesterday. And the Dolphins continue to do things that just make me scratch my head. But one of the questions Graziano had was, why didn't the Dolphins trade Devon Achane when they traded Jalen Waddle, they cut Bradley Chubb, they cut Tyreek Hill. They cut Tua Tagovailoa. They were doing all these things that a rebuilding team does.
Yeah.
And then they signed Malik Willis to a fairly substantial deal, like $20 million a year. And they hold on to a running back as you're about to head into what's probably a 3 or 4 win season here. So not only did they not trade Devon Achane, yesterday they signed him to a new deal, 4 years, $68 million, $17 million a year for a guy who's been super productive for 3 years, but is now going to be on a running back, or is now going to be a running back on one of the worst teams in football.
Yeah, and it invites speculation in my own brain of, man, I wonder how long they wait to just all of a sudden come up with a mysterious ankle injury or something for Devon Achane. That, boy, look, I don't want to fall into that trap of saying, obviously the Dolphins are going to be the worst team in the league like so many people did with the Texans a couple of years ago when they traded up for Will Anderson.
Yeah.
But there's a really good chance that they are one of the worst teams in the league. They've got one of the toughest schedules in the league.
Yeah.
And that for a running back especially that you really like and you want to have around, man, boy, that's a whole lot of abuse he might take in what's probably going to be a wasted season.
Yep. New head coach. You know who the OC is in Miami, right?
It's one Bobby Slowick.
Old slow man. Yeah. He's the OC there. So he's got his running back in Devon Achane. 4 years, $68 million for him. And I would say the answer to Graziano's question, why didn't they trade Devon Achane? Well, I think now we know they were true to what they were saying. Like, we're not trading him because we feel he's, we need some foundational pieces here moving forward.
They weren't playing hard to get. Yeah.
Right.
And I appreciate the strategy of just keeping a couple of guys around that you really like, so that the pivot, it's never a 5-year-long rebuild anymore. You don't have to think about the NFL that way, but it's a running back. And it's just like every year is like a precious diamond with a running back. You've only got so many of those years in most of them, other than the rare Derrick Henry type exception. Yeah,
and this is the second running back now in the last week for a bad team, same division, to get a big deal. Breece Hall got a 3-year, like $45 million deal, something like that.
I think if there's one thing that the trend that you're starting to see is, okay, how strong is the draft class for a running back, for running backs in any given year? And you'll see running backs rewarded in years where it's not a strong year for running backs.
Mm-hmm.
There's, I think teams look at running backs now as, all right, it's worth taking in the first round or second round if they're really good. And we'd rather have one of those guys than to pay a veteran.
Yeah.
But if there had been a bunch of really good running backs this year, then the Dolphins probably that might have been a much better chance. They're like, all right, well, we got to take a flyer on that. We don't want to pay this running back as much as we love Achane. We'll draft the guy early.
Well, here's the issue with drafting a guy early. The Cardinals learned this, is that the slotting for the rookie contracts has nothing to do with position.
Yeah.
So Jeremiah Love, it got the biggest guarantee for a running back in the history of the sport by like $10 million.
Yeah.
Because he's getting paid the same amount that a quarterback would have gotten paid, drafted third. So you got to be a little careful about where you do it, but I totally get what you're saying. The other running back we're talking about is Breece Hall, and Breece Hall actually met with he said some interesting things. He met with the media earlier this week. This was Breece Hall talking about signing his new deal and the situation he's in now.
For you personally, what haven't you shown that you would like to show?
I think it's a lot. Like, I feel like for me, I was having this conversation a few days. Like, I feel like I'm the only running back that's consistently a top 10 back in the league that's not in the, that hasn't in the past been in always in the most ideal situation. So I feel like now, AG and Mooj, like, I feel like they really put me in position with all the guys we brought in and the team we're building around us to really flourish and for me to really be myself. So, God willing, we stay healthy and everything goes as planned. I feel like this could be my best season for sure.
So
does he know he's still on a bad team?
I think I would, if I were a Jets fan, I would look at that as an endorsement of Aaron Glenn. That is beleaguered and battered down as Aaron Glenn has been, which is what happens when you're the coach of the Jets. Whether you're Robert Saleh or anybody else, there's only so much you can do to improve the situation there. I think that it's a vote of confidence for Aaron Glenn.
Yeah,
and then Frank Reich.
Frank Reich, that's what I was going to say.
Frank Reich being the kind of offensive coordinator that veteran players, when they talk to him and get to know him, they feel really good about him without looking at his recent record of success these last few years.
Yeah. Carolina was a bad look for Frank Reich.
That was just such a mess. Remember, he had to have weekly meetings with the owner? Where it sounded like the owner would just berate him.
Yeah. Well, and they anointed Bryce Young the starter like the second he stepped off the plane from the draft. Like he was the starting quarterback, and that was just that was in stark contrast to the way the Texans were handling C.J. Stroud, the guy who got picked right after Bryce Young, who they kind of, at least outwardly, were making C.J. earn the position as opposed to having it handed to him. That was
now he's in a situation where instead of having to meet with the owner, now as the offensive coordinator, he'll have to meet with the owner's teenage kids.
His sons.
His sons, who apparently have no issue criticizing players to their faces.
Madden scores with them and stuff like that. Yeah.
That's a real story, people. Look it up.
Yep. Hey, did you see that we found out yesterday who the 4 quarterbacks are going to be on the award-winning series
Quarterback
from Netflix?
It's scintillating. It's a scintillating lineup, Sean.
This is going to be – so for those who have not seen the series yet, I believe this is the 3rd or 4th season of it. It's pretty good stuff. It's on Netflix, and it goes through the journey of the previous season with – at any given time, it's been 3 or 4 quarterbacks, and – And usually there's different, there's a backup. There's a guy like Mahomes. One year it was Mahomes, Kirk Cousins, and Marcus Mariota.
That was a good one because you saw a lot of insight to different journeys that guys were having.
Yes, yeah, it was really cool. It was pretty diverse. This one is just going to be flat out depressing. Jaden Daniels, who was hurt for most of the season, only played 7 games and wasn't good in those 7 games. Joe Flacco, who actually played for 2 teams last year, Cleveland and Cincinnati, won 2 games combined for both of those teams. He was like 2-8. Baker Mayfield.
He'll be interesting.
Well, and we'll probably get a little Texans footage in that one, too, because the Bucs,
they'll definitely show his scramble.
On 4th and 11.
His scramble where he salvaged that game for him.
Poor Toa Toa. Yeah, Toa
They
Toa.
won't be talking about Toa Toa at all.
No, but you're going to see it. You're going to see him miss the tackle there.
Yeah.
But Baker Mayfield went 2-7 down the stretch and lost the division to the aforementioned Bryce Young.
Yeah.
He went 8-9.
So you're going to see. What do you want to see when you turn on Netflix? You want to see suffering.
Yeah.
You don't want to see drama. So I think we'll see some good things out of Baker Mayfield.
Okay. Well, and then Cam Ward.
Cam Ward will be interesting because I'm interested for one. I think he's a really interesting guy in terms of just taking his job very seriously.
Yeah.
Like all the reports about him is that he's just super mature, but he was in a really bad situation. But there were some moments there. Remember after one of their few victories, that he kind of got up at the podium and
he's chippy.
And basically just, said, what are we celebrating here? Which I feel like if you're a fan, you love that.
Yep.
But people figured out a way to try to make a controversy out of that.
Yeah. The combined record of these 4 guys last season was 15-36. I'll be honest with you, Seth, and I know I'm kind of joking around saying, man, this is going to be the most depressing season of the show ever. To me, this has the makings to be the most interesting season because I'm way more intrigued by what it looks like behind the scenes for losing teams than I do for winning teams because we see what it looks like behind. Every team that wins loves to put out videos on their YouTubes, including the Texans, the speeches, the series on there. And I love that content too, don't get me wrong. But I think this has a chance to be super compelling to see how guys deal with injuries, to see how guys deal with failure, to see how the people around them deal with failure, including their families and how they deal with it.
If C.J. Stroud had been one of these quarterbacks, I would be sitting down waiting for this thing to drop.
Yes.
And then I would binge watch it immediately. I get that part of it. I think last year, who would you have wanted? You would have wanted to see C.J. Stroud.
Ooh, yeah, C.J. for sure.
I would have wanted to see. Nine. Oh, J.J. McCarthy?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, getting benched and things like that.
Well,
Absolutely.
in the report from, who did we play the other day? Oh, the offensive lineman from the Vikings. You said that J.J. McCarthy has the locker room support.
Brian O'Neill, right?
A way that, a way that he's never seen before.
Yeah.
In his life.
I would have liked to have seen that.
I would like to see you get won over by J.J. McCarthy. I'd like to see you say, you know what, I was wrong about you, J.J. McCarthy.
Okay, and I don't see that happening just because of his face, but there are quarterbacks who I've not been super fond of before that have won me over on that show. I was never a big Joe Burrow guy. I liked Joe Burrow on quarterback. The big one for me was Kirk Cousins.
Yeah.
I came away from both seasons. He was on 2 seasons of it. He did a season with the Vikings, and then I think he did a season with the Falcons and I thought he came off great on the Falcons one because that was the one where they drafted Michael Penix. You know
what I liked about the Kirk Cousins one was that sometimes when people say a quarterback's having trouble with the verbiage, people try to make that into more of a loaded term than what is meant by it.
Yeah.
And they showed Kirk Cousins basically having to rehearse making the play calls every week because it's just a lot to spit out.
It was really insightful.
So, Kirk Cousins is sitting there just drilling, just saying the play calls over and over again when he's sitting there on the training table or in his free time because it's really, even for a veteran quarterback, sometimes one of the biggest obstacles is the verbiage. It's just there's a lot that you got to get out while you're out of breath, and it changes from week to week. And you really got some insight into just how much preparation goes into being a quarterback.
Yeah, that part was really, really good. I think Mike or J.J. McCarthy would probably fall into the Marcus Mariota category for me.
Yeah,
where I've never been a big Marcus Mariota fan at all, and I came away from quarterback liking him even less.
We came out of
quit on his team.
We came out of quarterback not liking Pat Mahomes either. because he was just so all about himself.
I'm him.
That's what I do.
It's what I do.
Remember he was talking to his friends after a game, and he was like, I don't know what I was doing. I'm too good to be making plays like that.
Yeah.
Like, settle down, bro.
Yeah.
Like, everybody agrees you're a good quarterback.
Well, that's the thing I didn't like about that season is they go through, it's like 5 or 6 episodes, and they go through the season in chronological order. So on that season, by the time you get to like the 5th or like there were 6 episodes, I think. By the time you get to 5 or 6, the last couple, whatever they were, the last couple episodes, the only guy that's left is Mahomes. Yeah. Because the other two guys, their season, Mariota quit in the middle of the season on his team, and then Cousins was on a team that either didn't make the playoffs or got ousted in the first game of the playoffs. And then you're left with Mahomes, so the whole series turns into basically just a Kansas City Chiefs celebratory video. Yeah. It's just like the only people enjoying it are Chiefs fans.
Yeah, we've had too much of the Chiefs already, and then you're watching it right before the season begins.
So I know I'm going to like this because I'm going to watch a lot of people suffering in this.
Yeah, that you don't have to, there's no jealousy creeping in there. It's just pure schadenfreude the whole time.
Yeah, and then you know what else was like that? They tried to do one season of receiver instead of quarterback. And it was 4 receivers and George Kittle. So it really should have been pass catcher. Yeah. But Kittle was the first one they did. And the whole thing was like, this is how awesome George Kittle's life is. And I'm like, I don't care.
Like Lifestyles of the Rich and Famous.
Yeah, like he gets along with his wife. They have fun together. He catches passes. And he goes home and he's playing for a team that goes to the Super Bowl. The end. Like, yippee. That's a whole lot of fun.
Yeah, you can't go into a Netflix producer's office and sell that.
No, I need death. I need blood. I need things, man. Yeah. All right, so I think I'm going to get that in this season of quarterback. We're a big fan of that show.
Flacco's an interesting one because there were a few articles written about just him kind of living on his own without his family.
Oh, yeah.
And how he had, it's kind of a lonely existence when it's like he was a merchant marine or something.
How great would it be if turns out he had a girlfriend in these cities?
That's how he gets.
That's how we find out about it.
His wife's sitting on the couch watching him. And he's like, "Oh, I didn't tell you about her. No. She's just an assistant I had hired.
I told them to delete.
I told you about that, didn't I?
Yeah,
that's my personal assistant.
Oh, that's a good go-to. I told you about that, didn't I?
Yeah. You remember?
Yes. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you here on a Thursday. All right, college football story we didn't get to. SEC spring meetings are going to be spicy as hell. We've got to talk about this story about Lane Kiffin and Ole Miss. Oh, my God, from earlier this week. We've not touched on it yet. SEC media days and spring meetings are going to be amazing, and here's why. We'll tell you about it coming up next.
And it can be
Sugarland Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, college football is great soap opera. It is tremendous soap opera with realignment and all the schools hating each other and coaches not afraid to say. College basketball is like this too. Coaches at the collegiate level, I think, are much more chippy and petty than maybe coaches are at the professional level. At least outwardly they are.
Oh, 100%. Yeah. No, it was a huge deal when Sean Payton talked about a previously coached football team. Yeah. When Sean Payton said that the Broncos had been horribly coached the year before, which was really a direct shot at Nathaniel Hackett.
Yep.
That was a rarity for a coach to say anything like that. Meanwhile, in the SEC, you got guys just saying anything and everything all the time.
Yeah. Here are the school that's taking it right now is Ole Miss, who is now coached by Pete Golding after Lane Kiffin left to go to LSU. And so two things here. Lane Kiffin and Steve Sarkisian both just pointing their bazookas right at Ole Miss and just firing away at them this week.
Yeah.
Kiffin's comments were more interesting, I thought, than Sark. Sark was just taking, and I'll read both of them, but Sark was just taking shots at the academics at Ole Miss. You know, they made the basket weaving comment, things like that. Kiffin's were much more intriguing, maybe hypocritical. I have no idea. In a 4-hour interview with Vanity Fair that was published on Monday, Kiffin, who of course was at Ole Miss for several years before taking the same job at LSU, said that some top recruits would tell him that they weren't interested in coming to Oxford, Mississippi.
Right.
Specifically, Oxford, Mississippi. Kiffin told the magazine, quote, they would say, hey, coach, we really like you, but my grandparents aren't letting me move to Oxford, Mississippi. That doesn't come up when you say Baton Rouge, Louisiana, Kiffin said. Parents were sitting here this weekend at LSU saying the campus's diversity feels so great. It feels like there's no segregation, and we want that for our kid because that's the rest of the world, end quote. According to the article, Kiffin clarified his remark one day later and said, I just hope my comment comes across as respectful to Ole Miss. There are some things that I'm saying that are factual. They're not shots, end quote.
Well, and because the whole thing is, I think that, he says that and he's saying about what recruits might be saying. And I saw a whole lot of people taking up for Ole Miss and the state of Mississippi, where I feel like they were acting like Lane Kiffin was taking a direct shot and calling them a bunch of racist bastards or whatever. I don't think he was as direct as that. And unless they're like, are you going to tell me that there aren't people that have a certain perception of Mississippi?
Yeah.
And even without talking about whether it's better now than it used to be, or it's better here than it is elsewhere, it's the same here as it elsewhere. There's 100% a perception by a lot of people that that's what it's like in Oxford, Mississippi.
Yeah.
And Lane Kiffin didn't go anything above beyond just saying that.
I believe Lane Kiffin when he says he lost recruits because of that. That's not out of that. That doesn't seem like something that's some fabrication where you're like, that just doesn't sound true.
Especially if you're talking about recruits' grandparents.
Right.
Who grew up.
in Oxford, Mississippi, which is in the deep south, is like 2/3 white.
Yeah.
It's, and so where it loses me a little bit is, Lane Kiffin is also a salesman, and he's in charge of selling LSU right now.
Yeah.
I think I've spent a lot of time in Louisiana, Seth, and I love Louisiana. I think I have a lot of fun in Louisiana. The quotes seem to paint Louisiana as if it's on some other hemisphere.
Like this is.
That's also the deep south. Like it's in. Yeah, but it's in Baton Rouge, and I could see where recruits that are minorities would be, where Baton Rouge feels like more of a fit than maybe Oxford, Mississippi does. I could see that. It's just, it feels like there was a very big distinction being drawn, like polar end of the spectrum kind of thing.
Yeah.
And I don't know that that's necessarily the case in Baton Rouge. That's all. That's all I would say about that. The other one was Steve Sarkisian. He took a shot at Ole Miss, and he said this. He told USA Today. He did an interview with USA Today. At Texas, we will only take 50% of a player's academic credit hours. You may be a semester from graduating, but you're going all the way back to 50% if you play here and you want to get a degree. But at Ole Miss, they can take you. All you have to do is take basket weaving, and you can get an Ole Miss degree. Now, that's old school shots right there.
That's old school. Yeah. That's and I would say, too, it's a valid – it's not an excuse or anything, but it does make it that much tougher, to get those guys that might just want to transfer and play 1 year at UT, but they realize, oh wait, no, I got to actually stay in school and everything if I want to get a degree. That's a big obstacle.
It is.
I'll stick up for Sarkisian there, and I support his shot. I support his old school shot at another institution.
Yeah, I do too. I mean, the thing is, you get a UT degree, which is a damn good degree too. It might be worth it to go back and have to stay an extra year or whatever it is if you're into that sort of thing. But yeah, I could see. No, it's definitely a disadvantage if it's a kid who just wants to play football and stay academically eligible, do the minimum you've got to do to stay on the field.
The value of, especially for the big-time state schools, I always look at the value of the degree. I throw academics out the window and just wonder, okay, what kind of backslapping network are you get? So if you're gonna end up living somewhere around Mississippi, then the vaunted academics of UT don't do nearly as much for you in Mississippi as they do in Texas.
Nope. So weeks 1 through 3 of the college football season on ABC, ABC put out their schedule of some of their games, the start times of several games on the college football slate this year. Their first 3 primetime games on ABC for the season, week 1, 2, and 3, September 5th, 12th, and 19th. This is some good theater, man. Clemson at LSU in week 1. In Baton Rouge. So this isn't one of those neutral site playing in the Georgia Dome games. Mm-hmm. This is on the college campus, and I think game day is going to be there for this one. This is Dabo Swinney, who is a staunch protector of the old guard of no NIL, even though they've got the 9th highest collective, and he hates the transfer portal.
Yeah.
Versus Lane Kiffin, who I think specifically, one of the reasons he went to LSU is they've got more money to spend, and it's they're way into the NIL and the transfer portal. There is
no part of Lane Kiffin where, as LSU right now is favored from anywhere from 10.5 to 11.5 points against Clemson, is going to take it easy on old Dabo.
No chance.
If he's got an opportunity to run the score up by 4 or 5 touchdowns.
That is fun theater right there for week 1. Week 2, we talked about this game yesterday. Number 1 Ohio State at number 5 Texas in primetime on ABC.
That's a big one.
That's a big one, man. Sark versus Ryan Day, Julian Sayin and Jeremiah Smith going on the road to Austin.
Well,
they played last year up there.
Yeah. No, and realistically, last year Arch Manning, it was the first part of the season that a lot of people just kind of put the stamp of like, oh, that's who Arch Manning is, overrated, et cetera, et cetera.
He was bad in that game.
And a lot of people don't realize that Arch Manning would go on to be a much different quarterback in the second half of the season.
Yep.
I think a lot of people, if you're a casual fan or observer or something, are probably looking at this as, oh, they're going to go in and they're going to beat up that guy again.
Yep.
And it might end up being a little bit of a national, more of a public coming out party for him, for Arch Manning.
Might be the top 2 quarterbacks in the draft next spring playing in this game. That game is going to pop a huge number.
Caden McDonald versus his position coach, Rod Wright.
Oh, yeah. They get a little bet going.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that a lot. And then you get LSU again in week 3 at Ole Miss. So all the things Lane Kiffin was just saying are going to come back to roost, possibly, in Oxford. Lane Kiffin's trip back to Oxford, Mississippi is week 3. Man, those are three games that you don't even have to be a big college football fan. There is some theater. There's theater reasons to watch those games.
Yeah.
That'll be good.
That'll be good. Yeah.
That'll be fun. All right, let's circle back to the Astros. They get a win last night over the Mariners, the big story from that game. Also, I want to put something to bed that a lot of Astro fans are, not a lot, but I've seen some requesting it. Why aren't the Astros kicking tires on this guy? We'll tell you, okay? We'll tell you coming up next. But first, I want to tell you about West Point Lincoln. That would be Chris Poulos and his family who own the deal.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Sharply hit, game winner. Zeko wins it for the three. Astros snapped their 4-game losing streak and also snapped the 9 straight games the Mariners have beaten them. What a big night for Zach Cole and the Astros.
All right, they walk it off last night over at Dyken Park. We'll get back to the Astros in just a second. Todd Callis on the call, Space City Home Network. But I think the policy is going to be today, Seth, that if any nuggets get dropped by @nerding on NFL about the Texans schedule, we'll treat that like breaking news, because that account has been very, very accurate. And boy, it's interesting because that @nerding on NFL has a grid that Seth and I have been hitting refresh on constantly, like every 15 minutes. And there are some teams where like over half their schedule is out there now. The Texans are only 3 games deep into games that have been revealed by this particular Twitter account. One of them's been confirmed. It's the London game in Week 6. So the first one to have that I saw was @nerding on NFL. So it's a pretty good source. I don't know who the sources that they're getting it from are, but it's pretty accurate. The other one that's rumored as of this morning is Sunday Night Football in Pittsburgh in Week 13, which is early December. It's December 6th, I believe.
Yes, December 6th.
December 6th. The latest nugget to drop by @nerding on NFL is the very next week, Week 14, at the Washington Commanders.
And it doesn't have any kind of color coding, right?
So it's a noon kick.
Okay, so that's just the run-of-the-mill noon kick.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, so immediately, I guess the title for the thumbnail for this would be something like Bundle Up, Texans fans. Because
oh, okay. That feels like a little preview for your YouTube channel later.
Yeah, because on December 6th, guess the average high temperature in Pittsburgh on December 6th.
Okay.
And this will be a nighttime game.
It's going to be a night game, yeah. So the high in Pittsburgh, so this is like at noon.
Yeah.
Would be, I would guess, I'm going to say 35 degrees.
44 to 46 degrees.
Okay. Yeah. That's not
so
too bad.
So with a low of 29 to 31. So by the time, you get to halftime or so, it's a real good chance you're going to have freezing temperatures.
Yes.
December 13th in Washington, D.C.
Okay.
A little bit warmer. Average low, let's just go with the average low because that's more scintillating. Average low of 34 to 35 degrees.
Okay, and that game's in the middle of the day.
Yeah, so average high 49.
Yeah.
So it's probably going to actually, there's a good chance it's just going to be comfortable weather in Washington, D.C.
Yeah, precipitation, you brought this up multiple times since we started talking schedule this week, and it's not as much the temperature as it is the elements, right? Like the potential for snow, or even worse, like that mix, the wintry mix they call it, of like snow or sleet.
Wintry mix is by far the worst.
The worst.
Like freezing rain, anything like that. I don't like extremely cold weather. That affects everybody, but the precipitation is what worries me. So, I would say a better chance of bad weather in general in those games. So the Texans are going to be tested. If they don't get us off to a slow start like they did last year, and they're one of the better teams in the AFC, they're going to be facing a gauntlet where, regardless of how good the teams are, you're going to face some of the potential weather conditions that even the tables. So even if they're a much better team than the Commanders, that it's when you throw bad weather into the mix, and that can really even things out.
Were the schedule makers even listening yesterday when I was giving my wish list? Did they even bother to hear what I was saying, where I wanted these outdoor cold city games to not be in December and January?
Yeah.
And they give us two right out of the chute. Well, either they weren't listening, or they were listening and they hate me.
Yeah.
And both of those things are bad.
The Jaguars, as far as bad weather games, they're not any better off than the Texans. I mean, they face the Giants for the games we know about so far. The Jaguars face the Giants in Week 11, November 22nd.
Up there?
Up there.
Yeah.
And they face Chicago in Chicago on December 6th.
Oh, that's miserable.
Yeah.
That is okay. So that's their Green Bay game. The Texans, that's the crossover NFC North game. The Texans are playing Green Bay, and the Jags are playing at Chicago. So that's, because they both won their division last year. That's brutal. I'd rather play in Green Bay than Chicago outside. That win?
Chicago is that might have been the coldest I've ever felt on a football field. We played,
and it's right there on the lake, man. Yeah. Like that is awful.
When they move where are they on Chicago's stadium plans? Are they definitely moving to Indiana?
No, I think everything's still up in the air. I think the state of Illinois has kind of gotten back into the mix on this thing, and they're probably just in the end, they're probably using Indiana for, leverage, the Bears are.
Well, the site that they've got proposed in Indiana is right on the lake, too, or real close to the lake. So it's I don't know if unless they enclose it, it's probably still going to be pretty brutal when you play up there.
Yeah. I think that all reports are they're going to, whatever it is going to have a roof on it, I think. So, but the one this season doesn't have a roof. Take that, Jags. So there you go. That's right. Someone's reminding us the old Laramie Tunsil revenge game up in Washington. You can see our old friend Laramie up there.
That would be it's in Washington though. That would be awesome if you got a bunch of false starts. But he's not. They're not going to have the noise disadvantage. That's one of my sneaky, sly, petty wish list items. Is that Laramie Tunsil would have like 7? It doesn't even have to be 7 false starts. It just has to be in critical situations.
Yeah.
What people outside of Houston didn't understand when they would try to act like us Houstonians we just don't know ball if we're worried about offensive line penalties. They didn't understand the critical situations in which Laramie Tunsil would have false starts. That was or how many times a false start erased an incredible play in a critical situation.
Dude.
It either knocked you out of field goal range, or it erased a long reception by Tank Dell. It was just it was in these big moments that he would have false starts.
Or it would just turn to something as simple as turning 3rd and 4 into 3rd and 9.
Right.
That's a huge difference.
Which doesn't affect his PFF pass protection grades whatsoever.
No.
But when you've got 4 other guys who are struggling as offensive linemen, it makes it a lot tougher for those guys.
Oh, my God. All right. Here's the thing, too. People are now texting in like, hey, I just saw we're playing so-and-so this week on Monday night. I'm not even going to read it because I don't want to put it out there. Until Nerding on NFL has it on their grid, I'm not announcing it on this show.
There's too many false reports. This is the only guy that's bona fide. He's almost always correct over 99% of the time.
Correct. Yes.
So we got to go with this guy.
This is the guy. So I'm not doing. Yeah, the person texting it in used the word supposedly after. Yeah, no, supposedly. It's Nerding on NFL or nothing. All right. Let's circle back over to the Astros. They win last night, 4-3 over the Mariners. They snapped their 4-game losing streak, Seth. They snapped their 6-game losing streak this season against the Mariners and their 9-game losing streak overall against the Mariners. They had a 9-game losing streak going back to last season against the Seattle Mariners when the Astros blew that big lead at the end of the year to lose the division and miss the postseason.
It was a stressful game last night. There was a lot. There were so many runners left on base by both teams. At any given point, it felt like everything might come toppling down, or that somebody might come up huge in a clutch moment.
Yep.
And Altuve, of all people, ends up coming up with a clutch walk.
And a clutch sacrifice fly.
Yeah, the sac fly, I expect that out of him.
Yeah.
I get excited about a sacrifice or a clutch walk by Altuve.
Bases loaded walk with Altuve. Yeah, that was good. He was 0 for 3, but he had 2 RBIs in a 4-3 game. So those were big plate appearances for him. The big story from this game last night, I would say, Zach Cole with the walk-off, which you heard earlier in the segment. Base hit, first walk-off of the year for the Astros. Lance McCullers, the other big story. Not bad for Lance McCullers last night. 5 1/3, little trafficky. But didn't give up a ton of hard contact other than the 2 solo home runs he gave up. I think that's probably the biggest thing, Seth, is, he gave up a couple home runs, but he kind of Verlandered it, where he mitigated the damage by making sure there's nobody on base. You know how you can make sure that the home run you're giving up is a solo home run? By giving up a home run to the first batter of the game.
Right.
Which he did to J.P. Crawford.
That's
didn't look good right out of the chute.
Look, when I try to act like I'm an intelligent baseball fan or something, I like to think, solo home runs are no big deal. If you're pitching aggressively when the risk of damage isn't too great. It's just tough when you're as embattled as you are as a pitching staff, and and you give up a home run immediately.
Yeah.
I had to keep calming myself down.
Yeah, man. Yep.
That's just how Braden Shoemake at some point. It's just like I feel like he's been putting in a hell of a performance, both at the plate and defensively. And yet, I think because the Astros have been losing so much, I don't feel like we've given proper credit to a guy that's got an over 1,000 OPS.
He does. He's got it is exactly 1,000 right now.
Yeah.
His OPS on the nose. 364 batting average, 364 on base percentage as well, which means he has not walked one time yet. Yeah. his OBP is the same as his batting average. No, he's been valuable because with no Jeremy Pena and no Carlos Correa, these would be Nick Allen at bats right now.
Yeah.
And Nick Allen stinks at the plate. So Shoemake is giving you something at shortstop right now. And look.
That's what I want Dana Brown to say in the next time anybody asks him about Imai. I want him to give him the old, hey, nobody wants to talk about Shoemake?
Right.
I made that deal too.
Yeah.
Okay?
Oh, yeah, Dana Brown. Yeah. Nobody's talking about the Shoemake trade.
Didn't spend $54 million on Shoemake.
Yeah. Zach DeCenzo batted fifth last night. That's the kind of lineup that you were working with if you're the Astros. But McCullers was very solid. Here was Joe Espada last night after the game on Lance McCullers' performance.
Yeah, pitch out of trouble in the third and fifth, I think it was. Threw some strikes. Again, he punching people out. Big outing from him. We really needed him to take us deep in the game, and our bullpen did a nice job there. Getting into this win. But, everything started with Lance. I thought he had command of his stuff, good presence on the mound. He was working fast. His sweeper, just execution was really, really good. Really good by Lance.
And Brian Abreu pitched the 10th inning. We should point that out, too. We haven't mentioned that yet today. Brian Abreu had a clean inning. He walked a guy, but didn't give up any runs. Walked a guy, struck out a guy. Brian Abreu, knock on wood, seems to be shaping back into some semblance of what they expected Brian Abreu to be. ZRA is under 9 now. It's 8.56. It was 20 like 2 weeks ago, and they wouldn't even touch him. They wouldn't put him in lopsided games.
Yeah. This is, I guess, the other trend other than the injuries in general with the Astros over the last few years is just the incredibly slow start the pitching staff has been getting out to. Mm-hmm. If they stabilize this thing, and in a year where the AL is just so miserable, the Astros, if they go on a little bit of any kind of a consistent run here, they can be right back in the conversation. But why do they have to continue to just dig themselves into these incredibly deep holes with pitchers that just don't start off slow? They start off like the worst pitchers in the history of baseball. Yeah. That's an oddity above and beyond the injuries. The injuries, like, okay, yes, we can revamp the medical staff or the way you operate, who knows? But just the bad performances that they get off to as a staff are just really weird.
That's the thing. They've actually, as a staff, pitched pretty well over the last couple of weeks.
Right.
And they're still like a run worse than the next closer, like 0.6 of a run worse than the 29th place team in ERA, right? Like they've been
above average over the last 2 weeks.
Yeah, and they're going to need to do it for several more weeks just to not be in last anymore.
Yeah,
in ERA, like that's how bad it was. I'm backing up your point on that. And Lance is one of them that needs to pitch well. Like somebody tweeted this out yesterday. I guess you tweeted this out. This was Clay. Clay. Oh, that was Clayton Anderson, HTX Sports. Okay, there we go. Yeah. Good Houston follow. He tweeted this out, and this is crazy, Seth. So the Astros' total payroll, I looked this up, is $242 million.
Yeah.
One of the bigger payrolls in baseball. It's easily top 10, borders on top 5. Like, Jim Crane spends money. The reason why it feels like he doesn't spend money is because so much money is being spent on guys right now that are either underperforming or doing literally nothing for the major league team.
Yeah.
Carlos Correa, $22 million. So the Astros are paying him. The Twins are picking up part of that, the tab. Lance McCullers, $18 million. Christian Javier, $21 million. Tatsuya Imai, nearly $17 million. Josh Hader, $19 million. Jose Altuve, $33 million. And I know Altuve's playing, but the point is he's not been himself, and he's their highest paid player right now.
Yeah, that's
that's $129 million.
Right. I know. No. People accuse Jim Crane of being cheap, and it's kind of like we've been through the stages with the Texans at times where people will accuse the Texans of being cheap, and you have to make the awkward defense of the organization where you say, listen, they're not cheap. They're just really bad at spending their money.
Yeah.
That they, like the offensive line, people would say, why don't they spend money on the offensive line? And you'd have to awkwardly point out, actually, A few years ago, they had one of the highest paid offensive lines in football.
Yeah.
And they had spent multiple first-round picks on it. They were just awful. So right now, the Astros feel like you're in a wealthy family, but your dad can't afford to send you to college because he put all his money into commemorative coins.
Yeah,
from
magic
QFC.
beans.
QVC. Yeah.
And if you look at those names, because that's 6 names. Of those contracts, like I don't want to be hypocritical when I'm sitting here going, oh, these are horrible deals, and it's 100. That's over half their payroll. I like them bringing back Carlos for $22 million, with Minnesota picking up the other 10. The McCullers deal we talked about yesterday, his injury history is kind of baked into that deal, but it came back to bite them way worse than anybody would have thought. His injury bug.
No, it's one of those deals that's a classic. Okay, in isolation on its own, it makes sense, but you have to look at the sum total of, all right, how many times do you do deals like this?
Yeah.
That in isolation it makes sense, but you make too many of those deals and it blows up in your face.
The Javier deal, I liked it at the time. It was after 2022 when he was amazing. 5 years for $12 million a year or whatever it was.
The only my reservation about Javier at the time was that he still hadn't really he hadn't been a full-time starting pitcher.
Sure.
That it was they eased him into that role that year.
Yep. Imai, okay. I mean, I didn't know what to think of the Imai deal. We had no track record with him. That deal's, a month and a half in or 2 months in is terrible right now. The Hader deal, I felt like, okay, he's a great closer, a 5-year deal. Okay, yeah, I was skittish about that. And the Altuve extension, I was skittish about just looking purely at age and the salary numbers, but it's Jose Altuve, so I was excited he's going to, potentially end his career as an Astro. So, none of these deals I was standing on the table saying, this is silly, this is stupid, but it's all dead money right now for
the
them.
whole thing about the Altuve deal was that we liked that it was front-loaded. It's just that the portion that was front-loaded, you needed him to really keep his end up at the bargain. So he's making $33 million this year. He's making $33 million next year. In 2028, it goes down to $13 million, which is a lot more appetizing. But it feels like he's entered that stage of his career right now where you kind of wish the light back end of the contract would have already kicked in.
It's a weird thing. It's almost like they were planning for his regression with this contract.
No, they 100% were. I don't think it was weird at all. That was obviously the plan. That we're going to keep him around, but he's going to be making a lot less money when he's 37.
You just never see. I've never seen a contract like that before.
Yeah.
Where teams go, okay, now your salary is going to go down by $20 million for these last couple of years. It's good deal. It makes sense. I've just never seen it before. All right, how many games will the Texans be favored in this year? I know we haven't seen the when on at least 13 of the games or 14 of them, but just in a vacuum, how many games are the Texans going to be favored in this coming season? I went through this exercise yesterday using my gambling eye. We'll do that coming up next. Men's Tea Clinic, if you are slogging your way through life, energy levels,
Sports Radio 610 presents, live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, how many games will the Texans be favored in this year on this schedule? We'll get to that in a second. Before we do that, just a quick PSA on schedule release day, okay? Because we had somebody text in earlier during the last segment. We've seen at Nerding on NFL, who is the only accredited source that we use on Payne and Pendergast for schedule leaks, has leaked the Jacksonville game, which ended up being confirmed, the London game earlier this week. And then
I think he keeps track of other leaks too.
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
So he's got a grid where he fills in the blanks of all the reputed leakers, including him or herself. And the other two Texans games that have popped up on this particular count are at Pittsburgh, Week 13, on Sunday Night Football, at Washington the following week, Week 14. So 2 trips east or northeast for the Texans in 2 weeks in December. Reportedly, this is my PSA. We had a texter, I'm not going to out you, sir, and say who you are, but said, hey, I'm hearing that the Texans are going to be playing the Bills on Monday Night Football in Week 5.
Yeah, not a chance in hell.
Yeah, this is my PSA here. Is that if you see a nugget out there, look at what you've seen so far and ask yourself, does this make sense? Because that nugget that you put out there on this text page would mean that the Texans are playing Monday Night Football the week they're set to travel to London.
Yeah, there's just zero chance that they would do that.
Chance.
If they did, it would be one of the biggest mistakes in schedule making.
Be a
history.
Travesty.
That would be. I would give full endorsement to any and all conspiracy theories about the league trying to screw the Texans if they did that. But generally, they've tried to. The NFL's tried to go out of their way to a certain extent. When they send teams internationally, they give them the option of taking the bye week the week after. Like they're not gonna double screw them by saying, "Hey, take one for the team and go play and spread the game internationally, and also do it on a short week of rest."
Do you think the Texans take the bye week the week after the London game?
I think so, partly just because it makes so much sense. I know that I can't remember what the exact, some teams choose not to.
Yeah.
And that if you go by win-loss record after and everything, there's no real clear evidence what the right way to handle it is. It feels like with the timing of it, Week 7 is a nice week to have the bye week.
Yeah.
It just gives you time to kind of reassess and self-scout everything that happened in the first 6 weeks. If you've got like some minor injuries that guys are trying to play through that could become major injuries, if they keep going on it, you nip that in the bud. So I like having a Week 7 bye week. So I think I would advise them retroactively to take that.
When
They've
they
already made that decision.
when they text you this week and say, Seth, what should we do here?
What should we do about the schedule that's already out?
What do you want us to do, Pope Zaza? Yeah. Okay, so the Texans, like every team, they have 17 games this year. 8 at home, 9 away. The AFC is on the wrong side of the home-away ledger this year. So 8 home games, 9 away games. How many games are the Texans going to be favored in this season? Seth, I put these games into 4 buckets, okay? And I want to see if you agree with me or disagree on these. Surefire games where I think they will be favored. Likely games I think they will be favored. Coin flip games where it's 50-50. And then I think there's 3 games on the schedule that I think for sure they're going to be underdogs in this year, which is compared to the David Culley era where we were counting up, well, they're going to be underdogs in every game. How many will they be double-digit underdogs in? Yeah. They're in a better place now. Stop me if I get to a game where you think that they are not a sure favorite in, okay?
Okay.
I've got 9 games that I think they are going to be.
And we're just saying, like, what the odds are going to be initially. Like, they're surely going to be favorite when it comes out on Friday or whatever.
We don't know. Okay. Like, if C.J. Stroud gets hurt and the game's in Week 8, then, No, I'm just talking when the spreads come out on Friday.
Okay.
I think they'll be favored for home games against the Dallas Cowboys, the New York Giants, Cincinnati Bengals, Jacksonville Jaguars, Indianapolis Colts.
Oh, yeah.
Tennessee Titans.
You know it.
All those home games. I think they'll be favored at Cleveland.
Please.
They are already favored by 1.5 in the road Jacksonville game. So that's
take that.
Minus
You've already
1.5.
commissioned a championship belt.
I think they'll be favored at Tennessee as well.
Yeah, you're really going on a limb on that one.
Yeah.
I guess.
I think those are surefire games they're favored in.
I mean, of all of those, the only two where I could see somebody trying to make an argument is either the Bengals or the Cowboys. Maybe, possibly. But the Cowboys, those
are both non-playoff teams from last year.
Yeah, no. And I think, honestly, there's something about the Cowboys where I'm a little annoyed that they seem to have operated like an efficient NFL franchise over the course of the last month. Like George Pickens is going to play on the franchise tag.
That's
without
wild.
Apparently any drama or anything.
That's crazy.
I'll credit George Pickens also, I think, for being self-aware enough to know that, all right, I've made my own bed.
I've got some priors.
I've got, for whatever reason, people look at me as a difficult personality. So I'm just going to play it out and not make too much drama about that. We'll see if that sticks. But, but just still on paper and by what the odds makers are already saying about the Cowboys, that, the Texans are going to be favored in that game.
So, I think they are. I think they will come Friday morning when the spreads come out on all 272 games or whatever it is. I think I would bet every dollar I have they'll be favored in all 9 of those games. So that's 9 of them. I think they are likely to be favored at Washington, maybe a small favorite. Unless Washington, unless Washington kind of gets their groove back from 2 years ago. Like if Jaden Daniels is
we're
healthy,
talking about what it's going to be like.
What it's going to be on Friday, yeah. So I think they are likely favored at Washington, at Pittsburgh.
Mm-hmm.
We know that both of those games are cold weather games now, too. We should point that out. At Indianapolis, I think they'd be a small favorite come Friday as well. Likely favorites in those games.
That'll be interesting with Indianapolis, just based on if it's early in so the first time they play Indianapolis, is it going to be early in the year or is it going to be later in the year?
Do we know if Daniel Jones is all the way back?
Right.
Yeah.
If it's week 1, I think the Texans will be favored.
Yes.
If it comes out and the first time they play Indianapolis is week 8 or something, then it's not as slam dunk of a favorite.
Yeah, that's why I don't have them in that. That's why I don't have that game in the surefire favorites. So that's 3 games right there. I think they're likely favorites. The 2 coin flip games that I have are actually both home games. The home game against the Baltimore Ravens and the home game against the Buffalo Bills. I think those are 2 teams that are viewed on power rankings, like gambling power rankings, where you apply X amount of points to each team and that kind of thing. I think Baltimore and Buffalo are both viewed as superior teams, generally speaking, than the Texans right now.
Yeah.
With healthy quarterbacks.
Listen, and I know immediately everybody says, well, yeah, but the Bills at at Reliance Stadium, it's a whole different scenario. I think it's just not enough of a factor to outweigh the way the odds makers do it with their power rankings. The Bills are just too substantially ahead of the Texans.
Well, again, I'm saying these are coin flips. The Texans could be a 2-point favorite against either of these teams.
I think they come out. I think the Bills come out as favorites initially, and I'm going to pound that one.
Pound the Texans.
Yes. I'll pound the Texans
Money line.
If the Texans are 1-point favorites or something.
Yes.
I just until Josh Allen has a good game in the city of Houston, I'm gonna look at the Texans as favorites.
The Pope Zaza 5-star lock of the year.
Yes.
Texans home dog. Take them outright.
Give me some sound effects and all that stuff.
Yeah, but I think those 2 are coin flips for me. I think the 3 games on the schedule that I think for sure they're going to be underdogs in come Friday: at Philadelphia, at Green Bay, at the Chargers.
Yeah.
Even though they beat the Chargers in LA last year, I think they're going to be, because I think the Texans are viewed as like around the same tier as those 3 teams. Maybe Philly's viewed a slight uptick above just based on pedigree. But I think Green Bay and the Chargers are right around that same area the Texans are, but it's home games for those teams.
And I think the Chargers and the Texans, the last couple of power rankings I looked at had basically the same dynamic we had last year, where the Chargers and the Texans were straddling, like one above, one below. They were right next to each other for a good chunk of time.
Yeah.
And that's largely the way people are looking at the Chargers right now, is that they're in that same tier almost exactly as the Texans.
Yeah. If I had to take all the sum total of this, the 9 games that I think they're for sure favored in, and likely 3, coin flip 2, sure underdog games 3. I would guess in the end they're going to be favored in. I'll say 12 games they'll be favored in. Just to, I think 12 games they'll be favorites in, which is it's a great place to be living. When 3 years ago you were living in a world where you were literally underdogs in every single game.
Yeah, and if you look at this, okay, so tell me, Sean, they'll be favored in 12 games.
Yeah.
The over-under on the season is 9.5 wins now.
Yep.
So where's the difference lie there in exactly like that disparity necessarily?
Okay, that's a really good question. That's a great question, actually, because I'm somebody who will pound the over for the Texans. We don't know that they're favored in 12 games.
Yeah, that's where I'm wondering. Okay, are we being a little too homerish or biased?
Maybe
in saying that they're going to be favorites.
This is a great point by you, because I am somebody who has already said I am definitely taking the over on 9.5 wins.
Yeah.
Because DeMeco's exceeded the win total for the Texans every year he's been the head coach, and I think he's got a better team now than he had a year ago, and they won 12 games a year ago. So yeah, but maybe you're right. I'm saying they'll be favored in 12 games. The guy who's taking them over 9.5 wins.
Yeah.
Yes. I'm glad we had this conversation. It's a really good point.
The divisional, the Indianapolis one is a huge, try to figure out the Colts right now and try to figure out whether Daniel Jones is actually, even when healthy, a good quarterback or not. And they had that incredible splash at the beginning of last season, but most of those really impressive wins were also against really bad football teams.
Yeah.
And then by midway through the year, everything was starting to come down a little bit, even before Daniel Jones went out, but he was also playing through an injury.
Mm-hmm.
So I remember Kalen Bullock before that Colts game said something he probably shouldn't have said, but I'm glad that he said it, which was, we don't worry about Daniel. I'm paraphrasing. He said, we need to worry about stopping Jonathan Taylor. After him, they don't have much.
Yeah.
Basically saying they're not worried about Daniel Jones.
That's right.
So, and the Colts, I don't think they gave Daniel Jones that contract feeling like, oh, yeah, we're 100% in love with Daniel Jones. It was, what else are we going to do?
That's a lot of money.
We got to hope that the good stuff was going to happen again this year.
Yeah, it's a lot of money to give to somebody you don't have a ton of confidence in.
A guy that's shown that when he loses his mobility, he's not nearly as effective, and he's going to be coming off of an Achilles tendon tear.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, we played audio earlier this week in the Pettycast, something that Nick Wright was petty about that I'm petty about. A Hall of Famer goes after Nick over this. Says he hates him. Hates him, yeah. And we've got some Mad Dog audio, too. Mad Dog hates somebody who's got Houston ties as well. We'll have that for you coming up next. But you know what we don't hate, Seth? And
Radio 610 presents, live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
Hi, good to be with you. Payne and Pendergast here on a Thursday. Schedule release drops tonight. Seth and I are keeping an eye on things, though, to make sure we don't miss anything. So far, just 3 games, 1 confirmed and 2 rumored for the Texans. Week 6, London confirmed against the Jags. There's been 2 road games up in the Northeast, Week 13 and 14 at Pittsburgh, at Washington, that are rumored to be in place. So I would expect we'll see at least a few more. Somebody also pointed out, I guess there's a big concert at NRG or at Reliance Stadium in Week 3 on that Sunday night.
So on the tracker that we follow, it had previously said Week 3 as a potential away game because of a conflict.
Yeah.
And that's not there any longer.
Oh,
so
really?
I don't know I don't know how much to read into that.
Okay, yeah.
I didn't know at the time when I first saw it. I thought it might have been a World Cup something or other. I didn't know.
It's a concert.
Yeah.
People were texting. I've lost the text. I forget who the artist is, but somebody's supposedly coming to Reliant in Week 3. So we'll see.
When's the World Cup over?
July 19th.
Oh, okay. That's not a World Cup.
It's definitely not a World Cup.
I got to start paying attention.
Well,
I know.
They
know that it's coming up.
They play international soccer games there throughout the year. So
but it obviously wouldn't be a World Cup.
Definitely would not be a World Cup game. Yep. So we'll keep an eye on all that for you guys, and keep it tuned here all day long, all night long. I'm sure the Area 45 guys, I'm guessing, are going to have all kinds of breakdowns of the schedule because it'll be coming out while they're on the air. And Texans All Access to tonight. John and Mark always do a great job previewing that. Here was Nick Wright, former colleague, used to sit in this very chair right here on Sports Radio 610 as co-host of the morning show back when it was called In the Loop. And this is what Nick said he's not a fan of, and I agree with him on this, not a fan of players bringing kids to press conferences, their kids, to press conferences after losses.
Bringing children to press conferences after losses should not be allowed. And when we first saw it with, I think it was Steph's daughter, Riley,
right.
It was, not only was it adorable, here's the other thing, it was in the midst of them always winning, and all the press conference stuff was just celebratory. And so it was cute, and there was never oh man, I kind of need to ask him an awkward question, but he has this adorable child with him. Whether intentional or not, the ultimate effect is your kid is shielding you from what could be tough or uncomfortable questions. That is the point of those press conferences. I don't think after season-ending losses, when you're talking about your future with a team, that you should have your kid on your lap. Okay. I know I'll just get ripped for it, but I know I'm right. I disagree.
I
didn't think he was going to get ripped for it all that hard.
No,
I think for the most part, I think people agree with that. There's something about it where that's an easy one to put yourself in into a real world situation where if you got to go answer for something negative in your life, I'm not going to bring my kid up there with me for that.
Right.
I will not rip you for that, Nick.
No. You know who will? Paul Pierce.
Oh.
Paul Pierce, former Celtic great, former Net, played for the Clippers for a cup of coffee, whatever. Here was Paul Pierce on his podcast, on his YouTube, saying he hates Nick Wright and he disagrees with Nick Wright.
First off, Nick Wright says the most ridiculous things, period.
Sure.
I mean, I'm not a fan. He knows
I like Nick Wright.
I know he knows it. But
he's a nice guy in real life.
Whatever. He says some of the most ridiculous things because he's pissed off. Suddenly, this is something that the players have been doing this for decades. Like decades. Now it's a problem. When somebody loses and have their kids up there, it's okay when you win now.
Yeah.
A few weeks ago, he called a kid a clown. like, come on, though. Is this sports reporting? What is this? Like, what really is he talking about? Seriously, bro, I can't stand this dude.
Did he say? So he never said he hated him.
Yeah.
You just can't stand him, right?
Can't stand him, and I forget what he said at the very beginning. He said he doesn't like him, so something like that. Here's a couple things. One, I would submit also it's not okay to bring your kid after a win either, but whatever. the part there, the kid, air quotes, that Nick called a clown was LaMelo Ball.
Yeah.
He made it sound like he called Steph Curry's daughter a clown or something like that.
That's what I visualized.
Yeah.
I thought he was talking about some child at a game or something.
I'm certain he was talking about LaMelo Ball.
One of those little 11-year-old kids that's crying after a loss or something. He called one of those guys a clown? No.
No.
It was legal adult LaMelo Ball.
LaMelo Ball, yeah. So that part was misleading at best. And then he's talking about, what are we doing, with your reporting here? It's like, okay, Nick's not a reporter. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Like with your reporting. That's Take-A-Mania contestant worthy for me.
Look, I'm not going to go back and do fact checking or anything, but my knee-jerk reaction that got to him saying that guys have been doing it for decades, I don't know if that's necessarily true, other than like in the previous decade was when Steph Curry was bringing his daughter to the president. So I would say
so
in the
two
last
decades, technically, yeah.
In the last 2 decades, technically, people have been doing it. I think more overall, why is it that there seems to be more animosity between commentators and athletes in basketball than there is in football?
I don't know. It's the pettiest of the sports for sure.
I think it's because it's a smaller group of players, and it feels more personal, I think, when some of the commentators, they've got fewer guys to focus in on, so they really zero in on a few guys.
Yeah, there's just fewer guys.
It becomes very contentious.
Yeah, and it seems like to me with basketball, there's the biggest. Now Nick is a commentator. He's not a former player. I'm just talking about what I'm about to say is about the general chippiness of basketball online. Yeah. Is that it does feel like of the major sports, there's definitely this divide between the old guard and the new guard, more in basketball than in football. I do feel like there's a little more of a solidarity in football of the old guard and the new guard. In baseball, I just don't think I don't feel like there's any sort of, veer one way or the other.
Yeah, baseball, you don't really get it much at all.
At all, either way.
Yeah, and football, a little bit of it, I suppose, but still not nearly as much.
Yeah, I almost feel like
basketball, it just feels personal.
Yeah, no, football feels like it. To me, just in my gut, it feels like it's the other way almost, where I feel like the generations are get along well in football.
Yeah. I want. My knee jerk on that is I want to blame the basketball commentators more than anything.
Yeah.
It does feel almost like guys almost, stake their careers on tearing down certain players.
Yeah.
And that Skip would just go on these all-out assaults against LeBron James to where it felt personal almost. And you don't
still doing it. He did it last Friday. He had a 9th on his all-time list. I'm like,
that was kind of sad and depressing to me when Skip came back on First Take, and it was just from the clips I saw, it looked like they were right back to the year 2012 or something.
Could have been 9 years
all
ago.
The old, is Tim Tebow worth a first-round pick? All of this stuff,
It popped a big number, apparently, from what I saw yesterday.
I would imagine.
The ratings were up. Yeah, just curiosity. Speaking of that, speaking of debate TV, here was Mad Dog Russo. He visits First Take every Wednesday. You know who he thinks is really overrated?
Yeah, here you go.
Daryl Morey.
Daryl Morey is the most overrated general manager, basketball aficionado in the history of the National Basketball Association.
I agree 1,000%.
Excuse my French. His ass from his elbow. He gave a fortune to freaking Harden, which is a disaster. He is disastrous. Daryl Morey, give me a freaking break. And everybody knows that Harden forever. He put his money in him. That was ridiculous.
Okay. The worst part of that was, I think it was Perk that was there.
Yeah.
I think it was Perk. The people that were laughing like they'd never heard ass from their elbow before, like that insult. Like they were dapping Mad Dog up like he just made that up on the spot.
I think I don't know. Were they dapping him up for the originality or for the ferocity? I think it was more for the ferocity.
Fair question. Fair question. It looked to me like they were dapping him up because they were laughing, and then he says that, and they're like, oh, no, he didn't. Yeah.
The latent Daryl Morey animosity.
Yeah.
Speak of the devil, it comes right up. I think it's unfair. I guess there's two stages to Daryl Morey and James Harden, I suppose, because I give him a boatload of money in Houston made a boatload of sense until Daryl Morey left, and then all of a sudden James Harden became the de facto GM.
Yeah,
and it was
it didn't last.
Yeah, that didn't last. It was a mess. But I mean, everything. Daryl Morey and James Harden's careers are so permanently intertwined.
No doubt.
That I feel like James Harden and his playoff track record almost ends up coming back on Daryl Morey.
Well,
that he doesn't get credit for being the guy that actually had was there to make the trade with James Harden and just elevate the franchise way up and above and beyond what they'd been before. In the immediate history. That I don't think it's fair to just lambaste him because because James Harden didn't end up being as incredible as perhaps we thought he could be.
I think Daryl was a good GM. He did I thought he did a really good job here. He happened to build the nuclear weapon of all nuclear Houston Rocket weapons, non-title winning, in the same era that Kevin Durant was a Golden State Warrior, and so that part's unfortunate, but that's just sports. The other thing, too, to remember about Harden and Morey is how ugly their breakup was.
Yeah.
I remember that. I mean, James Harden was at a basketball camp in China or something like that, called Daryl Morey a liar at the basketball camp because supposedly Morey promised he would extend him and then he didn't, and then that ended ugly. So, yeah. We've got one more Mad Dog. We'll get to it in the 9 o'clock hour. I want to make sure we stay on the clock here, but this other one from Mad Dog is vintage. So there's the schedule coming out. At least one stadium opening up, and that's Buffalo. How are we going to feel when the schedule's coming out when the Texans might be in a new stadium or a renovated stadium or whatever that may be? What are the arguments for either side in this thing? Because we know it's going to be one or the other. These are going to be a souped-up Reliant Stadium or a new stadium. Arguments one way or the other, and if you want to text in yours, 713-572-4610. We'll do that coming up next.
Area 45 with Bijani and West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Hey, real quick before we get to the Texans and the stadium, to renovate or to build, that is the question. One more Mad Dog Russo. People love Mad Dog. Look at the text page. Like, Mad Dog's hilarious. On First Take yesterday, on the very same show where he just said that Daryl Morey is the most overrated GM, apparently Alfonso Ribeiro was one of the celebrity guests on there. I don't know if he was on there arguing sports topics or not. Alfonso Ribeiro, who I think is best known as Carlton on Fresh Prince of Bel-Air.
Yeah.
I think it's probably his most famous role, but when he was a little kid, he was pretty famous for breakdancing and things like that. I know he's been on other things. Mad Dog Russo had no clue who he was at all.
even given a picture of him? Like, so he was there on there, and he just had no clue who he was.
No clue who he was.
Really?
Yeah. So this is towards the end of the show, where they're all kind of standing around that big movie screen, and Mad Dog's doing that thing where he's just giving takes on random things, just shooting from the hip. And at the very end here, he walks over, and not only does he butcher his name, he walks over, he's like, you know what, I kind of like you. You know, he's like, he had no idea who he was throughout the whole show, and he ends up like, at the end, he's like, hey, I kind of like this guy. Here's what it sounded like.
There's nothing to say. That's nothing to add. He is tremendous. Yes, he is. Where'd you get this guy from? I've never seen him before.
Wait, there's a resume.
Yes. I've never met him. I don't know who he is. They said you want to talk to Alfonso. What, Alfonso Soriano, the old baseball player? Who's Alonso?
No, that's Alonso.
Alfonso Soriano. You were great. Then Alfonso Ribeiro. You go.
Okay.
Yeah.
So apparently Mad Dog. I'm just trying to piece together what was happening here. He obviously didn't know who he was. He's you got to understand. Alfonso Ribeiro is standing right there with Mad Dog, and this is at the end of the show where he's like, "Boy, this guy was tremendous. You know, he's great." And apparently it sounds like Mad Dog got handed the format for the show and saw Alfonso Ribeiro's name on there. He's like, I saw Alfonso on there, and I'm like, I didn't know who we were talking about here.
I just say, well, the fact of when saying you've never seen him before, I can understand if somebody said Alfonso Ribeiro, like a lot lot of people would, you'd have to say Carlton.
Yeah,
Carlton.
Yeah. Or show him a picture like that guy.
Okay. Yeah. To have never seen him, I feel like even people that are completely clued out and don't know anything about like any sitcoms or anything probably would have seen him at some point and understood. I don't know.
They were saying, I mean, In the Loop yesterday. In the Loop was talking about this, I think during the mixtape, during Figgy's mixtape, they were talking about, I came in the middle of it, so I think they were talking about Alfonso Ribeiro being on ESPN, being on First Take yesterday, and they made it sound like that they were almost ignoring, like on the graphics and in introducing him, they were almost ignoring the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air thing. And you see that with a lot of celebrities. Like the thing
they don't want to be known as, they
don't want to be typecast. They're like the thing they're best known for. They don't want that to be brought up.
No, well, the thing about him is he's so, for an entire generation, people think of him as Carlton.
Yes.
Not the actor or anything. So sometimes what you'll see is, the videos of him dancing will pop up, not doing the Carlton dance, but doing actual dancing.
He's
like
a
when
good
he was
dancer.
On Silver Spoons or something.
Yeah.
And people will talk about like him. In defense of Alfonso Ribeiro, they'll talk about him like he's Carlton. It's like it's weird. Like they'll talk about the actor almost like as if the actual person was Carlton's character.
Yeah.
Even as they're trying to defend him, they don't realize that wasn't his personality at all. That wasn't like however you want to frame Carlton on that show. That's not like that was Alfonso Ribeiro's personality.
No. And you know who ran into that? Completely different personality type and completely different type of TV show. But James Gandolfini ran into that all the time playing Tony Soprano. When he'd be out and about in New York and New Jersey, they expected him to be some kind of like, not a thug, but like, be sort of like gruff, mean mob boss guy. And James Gandolfini was like, he was like a super nice dude.
No, I'll tell you the most extreme example is Henry Winkler and the Fonz.
The Fonz.
Because remember the first time as a kid, you ever saw Henry Winkler in an interview?
Well, his hair wasn't slicked back.
His hair's not slicked back at all, and his whole personality is like super gentle, like 9th grade English teacher or something. He is not one bit like the Fonz.
No.
Yeah, and that's when I realized, wait a second.
Yeah,
these people on TV are just lying lying
They're
to
just
me.
This
guy isn't like the Fonzie at all. Worst actor ever.
Or best. Yeah. It was funny. Just one other quick thing about the whole, like, avoiding. If John Harris is listening, he'll remember this. When Johnny and I first started doing radio together, literally our very first couple months on the air, we did a thing on Friday where we would try to book 80s celebrities, like B and C listers on there and do interviews with them. And we had some pretty fun ones. And we had the one that plays into this was Mia Sara played Sloane Peterson on Ferris Bueller's Day Off, played Ferris's girlfriend. And we reached out to her people to try to get her on the show. And they got back to us and they said, yeah, she would love to come on your show. She just doesn't want to talk about Ferris Bueller's Day Off.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, well, this is like having Michael Jordan on and saying, don't talk about the Bulls.
Yeah.
Okay? So we politely declined the interview with Mia Sara. We're like, what are you talking about? Why else would we be calling her up to get her on the show other than to talk about Ferris Bueller's Day Off?
Yeah, because she's never really done anything since Ferris Bueller's Day Off that's anywhere near. I'm looking through her filmography.
Yeah.
And that's a tough one, man. Especially, it'd be one thing if she was going on some kind of show where, I don't know, people are a little bit smarter or something. Or the audience or whatever. She could get some name. She could get her name out there more effectively, specifically by leaning into the Ferris Bueller's Day Off
One would
stuff.
think, one would think. Maybe the polite answer would have been, what would she like to talk about?
Yeah.
I would have been curious as to what the answer would have been if we had asked that. But
she's still a very, I feel like she's a very pretty woman who doesn't look like she's had a whole bunch of work done.
Yeah.
She's, which is almost, that helps you stand apart now these days.
Got to be in her 60s, right?
Yeah, she's well into her 60s, I think. But she's a very pretty woman, as she was back in the day.
Yep. So but she did not want to talk about Ferris Bueller's Day Off with me and John
clean
Harris.
out my internet history. Don't want Brandy seeing me looking at
You're
70-year-old Mia Sara.
Creeping Mia Sara right now. So Reliant Stadium, to renovate or to build. This was Mike Tillman. This was at the Texans golf tournament about a week and a half ago at River Oaks Country Club, talking about the area, the Reliant Park area, and how transformative it can be for the city of Houston.
I mean, the focus, I'll even get a little more micro. The focus is Reliant Park. Like, that is our focus. And so the reason we feel that way is if you take a step back and you look at Reliant Park, just the attributes of it, you have 350 contiguous acres on major arteries with the 610, and soon to be the third largest city in the United States. Like, that is pretty special. And so when we think about our partnership with the rodeo, we're both aligned on we'll do everything we can to make it work on that specific site, because we really think that can be transformative.
Okay. So I whatever it is, Seth, it sounds like from that cut, it seems like it's going to be in that part of town.
Yeah.
Whether it's something new or it's a fixer-upper of Reliant Stadium, they, and by they I mean everybody, the Texans, the rodeo, the county, everybody involved in this thing seems to be motivated to, at the very least, the geography.
Yeah.
They seem to be aligned on that. Now, what the solution ends up being, that's where you start to involve taxpayers and votes and things like that. Which side of this do you think has the better argument in this?
I started off in this really leaning more towards renovating, just partly because that's my knee-jerk, hey, I'm a grumpy old man now, and they don't need to be spending any more money than they used to. The more I dug into it, I came out on the side of building a new stadium. For really one of the biggest things that swung me. Again, I asked ChatGPT about this. I read articles and everything. One of the biggest things is that renovations just always go over budget, and you end up spending way more money. So it's a much easier political sell initially, because of people like me. They're like, yeah, no, you don't need something brand new. Just renovate what you have.
Are new stadiums less likely to go over budget? Is that the deal?
I don't know. Everything always goes over budget.
That's
but
what
renovations tend to go way over budget
Gotcha.
for the kinds of things that they want to do to modernize it.
Yeah.
And then the other part of it is just simply, at the end of the day, if what you're hoping to do ultimately in any business venture is increase revenue, it's way more feasible and achievable with a new stadium.
It's a blank slate.
For everything that they want to do, either because of broadcasting or the structure of the stadium and the seating and everything. And that ultimately, if you're arguing for economic stimulus, and then that means more sales tax, that means more activity, more things you can do, outside of the actual football games.
Yeah.
And then when it comes to the disruption of the actual park itself and all the rodeo events, because the rodeo is a huge chunk of, that's night after night after night for a month or whatever.
Oh, and that's,
you've got people coming into the stadium. You're gonna lose out on a lot of revenue. If you have all the disruptions that would go into renovating the stadium, you're losing out on revenue during that time, as opposed to whether you're building a new stadium, but you're still getting all the revenue from the rodeo.
The big one, the biggest one for me, point for a new stadium, like the biggest green check mark for new stadium to me is I don't want, presumably a new stadium would go either on some land that's empty right now. Maybe it has something to do with knocking down the practice facility over on the other side of Kirby. Maybe it has something to do with wiping out the Astrodome finally. I don't know. But with a new stadium, they would theoretically still be able to play games in Reliant Stadium. What the Jacksonville Jaguars are going to have to do, this is where I'm going with this, what the Jacksonville Jaguars are going to have to do next season, I want no part of for the Houston Texans. They've got to go play their games in Orlando next year. I want no part of the Texans having to essentially play road games as home games. And I know that it'll be Jacksonville crowd, it'll be, Florida crowd. The fans there, by and large, will be rooting for the Jacksonville Jaguars. But I don't want the inconvenience of it. I don't want whatever detraction there is in the home field advantage. Because say what you will about the late arriving crowd at Reliant Stadium is a thing. I get that. And that's just a Houston thing, I think, more than anything else. But once that place is full, that place is loud. When the team, and especially this team, because the fans are so into this defense, that is when that stadium is full, it is a home field advantage. I think there's no question about that. So I don't want any part of that. I'm guessing wherever they would go play games would probably be outdoors also, which would really suck in September and October, right? We go Kyle Field or something.
Yeah.
So that's the biggest point for a new stadium for me is the disruption part of just having to play your games for a season. Look, you're in a, by the time we're doing this, it's 5 or 6 years from now. Who knows what the team's going to look like then? But let's pretend it was the one, like in the next 2 years, you just pretend. If you have a good team, like you're all of a sudden taking a team that's really good. Like Jacksonville's got a good team. They're going to have to go play kind of semi-road games next season.
Well, and plus this season they're playing in a drastically reduced stadium. I think it's 40,000 or 42,000 capacity, which I know in previous years people would have said, well, that's what they do anyway. But they're a good team now, and that it's at least a couple of years where it really screws up the entire way you operate.
Yeah.
The Bills did it where they built a new stadium right next to their old one, and it seems like it's been, just watching from afar, it seems like it's been relatively seamless with the Bills.
Yeah, it has. And they set to open week 2 in prime time on Thursday Night Football.
I'm looking at a map of Astro World right now, what used to be Astro World across from 610. It looks like there's only enough room there to... It would be, you'd have to build the actual stadium right there. People always bring up Astro World, and I don't know, other than for parking, I don't think it's necessarily, that's not where you would want the stadium, because it would mean that everybody would be parked way away from the stadium.
And you got to go over the highway.
Because they already have, there's businesses all around it and everything, so it's not like you can have parking right up next to it.
Yep. So we'll see what happens. I don't know if you saw this, Seth. Just real quick at the back end of the segment here. There's a minor league baseball team, the Louisville Bats, and their logo is an actual like bat with wings and whatnot. They're a minor league baseball team. They're going to have a game, and I'm curious if you think this sounds like sheer bliss or if this sounds like something that would induce anxiety. They're doing a nothing night.
Yeah.
And no ads, no music, no videos, no on-field promotions, just, 12,000 people sitting there watching baseball. Would you like that?
I think I'd like it. I think the real test though would be is if they cut off Wi-Fi also.
Yes.
And put up block any kind of turn down the cell phone towers
or
in the area
make you
too.
give up your cell phones on the way into the stadium.
Like they do at a comedy club. Yeah, sticking in one of those locked bags.
Yeah, it's a lot. Yeah, they don't take. Yeah, it's not. They're just going to put it in a bin somewhere. They give you a locker, you put it in there. Or locked bag.
Sean, I'm watching this HBO series, Bored to Death, which I think it was in the early 2000s, but it was before anybody had smartphones.
Mm-hmm.
And it's funny because there's so many parts of this show where somebody is stuck having to wait for an hour or two or longer. And you remember what it was like with no phone and how boring it was.
Yeah.
That you're just bored to death.
You are.
But it's become such a standard thing that you don't ever expect to have to sit somewhere for an hour with nothing to look at.
No, now
it
induces legit anxiety for me. Like I find myself touching my pocket or I say legit anxiety.
It was never fun.
No disrespect to the people with actual anxiety. I'm just saying, I get twitchy when my phone.
I think sometimes though, people in our generation try to act like kids these days don't understand. We used to have, we didn't have phones, and we would create our own fun. I think you're underselling how miserable it is to be that bored, though, too.
Yeah.
You'd have to remember, how incredibly bored you would get.
Yes.
Just having to be stuck somewhere with absolutely. It's not like we're all sitting there meditating and, just becoming one with the universe or something.
No, you're right. You're right. The things I would miss at a nothing game that the Louisville Bats are doing, I like Kiss Cam. I like when Kiss Cam goes wrong. Or when somebody jokes, like when a guy kisses his beer instead of his wife. I enjoy that. I like that. The one that's very underrated to me, and I'm guessing AI is what does it for them, but when they find people in the crowd and they're able to find the exact doppelganger celebrity they look like, the celebrity look-alike cam. Have you seen this thing?
Yeah.
Where they do that? That fascinates me.
Yeah.
You look very nonplussed by what I'm saying right now.
No. It is. I was just whenever we do, I was just thinking about the logistics of it, like how they do that when they start screening people.
Yeah.
These days, probably just with facial recognition and AI and everything.
AI is probably a big help. And then I enjoy Orbit's shenanigans too. I think Orbit's a good mascot. I like when he kind of, does the balance beam walk on the railing there and he messes with people and stuff like that. I would miss that on a nothing night.
Yeah.
Other than that, I'm willing to hang out and just watch ball.
I like minor league because they try all these things like this.
Yeah.
This is the exact opposite of what the Oakland A's started. Why did they have those drums and everything? Because they had to create like a minor league type environment to try to draw interest in all of that. Yeah. And they did, but it was in the exact opposite direction. Now we've come full circle where the quirky thing that the minor league team is going to do is to do none of the minor league stuff at all.
Yep.
And make it super. People always claim that when when there's audio issues when they're watching a game and all of a sudden you can't hear the play-by-play or the color commentator, people love to claim that they really like that and they enjoy that part of it. I wish it was like this all the time. And I think they just need to stop lying to themselves.
No.
That's the most ridiculously unself-aware thing I've ever heard anybody say.
Look this up. The NFL did this back in 1981 or something like that.
Yeah.
They did a game between the Dolphins and the Jets with no commentators, just the raw game, and it sucked.
Yeah,
it sucked.
Well, now if it's a color commentator you hate, then you do appreciate it when that guy's not jabbering. But the lack of a I do not need a lack of a play-by-play guy.
No, I need me some
just somebody setting the table for you and everything. No,
I need me some callus to drive that ship for me, man. Yeah, Astros. I've seen this suggestion from a few people. Do not do this. And we will have that for you. We'll tell you what it is coming up next.
Do this if you've been in an accident that wasn't.
you
612-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents, live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
The last time we teased this same topic that I just teased, another schedule nugget dropped with the Texans, and we had to kick the can down the road. We will get to what I teased earlier, telling the Astros, do not do this thing. But we also promised the audience, Seth, that if Nerding on NFL had any more rumored Texan games that they were dropping on their spreadsheet here, that we would inform the audience. So thus far, we know confirmed by the league is the Jacksonville-London game in Week 6. Yep. Since then, last night, Nerding on NFL on Twitter has the Texans going to play Sunday Night Football in Week 13, December 6th in Pittsburgh, and then coming back to the East Coast and playing at Washington for a noon Central kickoff the following week. The nugget that just dropped is the biggest kick in the junk to my wish that we don't get cold weather games in December.
Yeah.
Christmas Eve, Thursday Night Football in Philly.
3 away games in northern climates.
In December.
What the hell? All right. I'm ready for the conspiracies at this point.
Yeah.
You got them. Sling them up.
Yep.
People don't want the Texans to be this good this fast. People don't want C.J. Stroud to throw out. Whatever it is. This is bogus, man. Okay. Aside from all of that, too, it's now shaping up. We know that of their final 5 games, at least 3 of them are away games.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing that 2 of those will be home games. I'm sorry. Of the final 6 games.
Yeah.
So of the final 6 weeks, they've got at least 3 away games. That's not as bad as I thought.
Yeah.
But 3 of them on the road are in potentially cold weather.
Yes. Yeah. They're all in December, these 3 games. And Philly on a Thursday night on Christmas Eve, that place is going to be hyped, man. That place is going to be amped up. And also another, because I did my 4 wishes yesterday, Seth, for the schedule. They've already completely just pooped on one of them, which is really, can you kind of minimize the cold weather games in December and January? They're like, God, no. Here's 3 of them. Take that, Sean. One of the other things I wish for is I don't want a holiday gauntlet again. They just plunked them down on a Thursday on Christmas Eve.
Yeah.
They're going to play 3 games in like 12 days, with the last one being a road game on Christmas Eve. We know how they do on Christmas and Christmas-related holidays. 31-2.
With okay. So what you have to worry about then, because of this Christmas Eve game, is what day? That's Thursday Night Football.
Thursday Night Football,
It's a short week. We'll see exactly which other games are sandwiched around all of this. Because what the Texans did, what the league did a couple years ago, is they did a masterful job of making that gauntlet where all the playoff teams were playing each other between Kansas City, Baltimore, the Steelers, and the Texans within a 2 or 3 week period.
Yep.
Yeah, like what are the games immediately before and after?
You
this
know
Eagles
one of
game?
them's going to be a division game. You just know it. you
I don't mind now the Thursday night at Philadelphia, night before Christmas. That's cool if the game after that is one of your tough games, because then you got a nice 10-day break.
10 days, yeah.
You know, so you got 10 days of rest before your next tough game.
Yep.
Good point. I'll take that. We'll see who that is, or if it's a patsy, maybe it's somebody that you should slaughter by that point in the season.
Yeah, maybe.
Then at least you get rewarded for having played in Philadelphia.
Yowza. All right.
It's more than I said this at the beginning of the show, and I'm going to stick to it. If we've got nervousness about the Texans and how they perform on the road in the playoffs and cold weather, et cetera, you're going to get a heavy dose of it in December.
Yeah,
you're gonna get accustomed to playing in miserable weather, and the passing game, hopefully, whatever maybe advantage they can gain from having been exposed to it a little bit more in the regular season, it won't be an issue in the playoffs.
I feel like I think there were some people yesterday that heard me giving that as a wish, and they're like, Sean, you're overthinking it. You're worrying too much. Okay, now that it's here, was I worrying too much?
Yeah.
Pittsburgh, Washington, and Philly in a 3.5-week span on the road in December. That's bananas.
Yeah. I guess
if it's true,
Pittsburgh's the earliest one.
Yeah.
And between Pittsburgh, Pittsburgh weather tends to be a little bit more erratic earlier on than the coastal cities because the Gulf Stream just moderates things. So that one might end up being that's got the most capacity for just nastiness. I'm gonna Washington. I hesitate. Like Washington, D.C., it's not north, it's not south. It's just right there in the mid-Atlantic. It's not going to be that bad.
Okay.
It'll probably be a nice. It's a noon kickoff. The average high is 49 degrees on that day.
No, that's the other two are night games.
Yeah.
Oh
yeah. Trying to talk my way around this.
Yes.
I don't want to be one of these people that's scared of the weather conditions. But here I am. Okay.
Yeah. Well, just don't act scared. That's all. You can be scared inside. I don't mind. I don't mind showing my fear. I'm terrified of this.
Oh, I'll tell you what though. Man, the tush push is yet again not being banned, and you're going to face the original tush push team in the Philadelphia Eagles. If ever there was a year to have drafted Caden McDonald, they picked the right year to do it.
Oh, he'll be in there for that for sure. Okay. Well, that makes me feel better about the cold weather.
They've got Caden McDonald.
They've got Caden McDonald. Okay, thanks.
And then Reed Blankenship too.
All better.
Reed Blankenship can tell all the fellas exactly how to play in Philadelphia in December.
December, he's got all the secrets. Yeah. Did you happen to see Trevor Bauer, noted a-hole, pitching in the Independent League right now, former Cy Young winner?
I've seen him at various times pitching at various places around the globe.
Well,
and making cases for why he should be on a major league team.
That's what I was going to say. He was on Twitter this week doing the hypothetical, hey, what if I offered to take $0 in salary? What do you got to lose? And it's 6 paragraphs. I'm not going to read the whole thing. But he's kind of laying out a case for like, hey, Major League Baseball teams, why not just sign me for nothing? And then if it's not working out, you don't lose anything.
Yeah.
And it's funny because people point out like, hey, man, I saw a person at the Chicago Pope texted a friend who supposedly works in a high-level position in MLB, and I don't know who this guy is, and I've seen people who are reliable say these same things about Trevor Bauer. It's like he's a PR nightmare. Players don't want to be around him. He's a diva. He wants special treatment. He's desperate right now, and he's not even that good a pitcher anymore. Trevor Bauer. But the big thing is the behind-the-scenes cultural stuff.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. Like, he's probably definitely better than a lot of major league pitchers, though. There are guys that are on rosters. I think the safest thing that I could feel – the safest thing, I think, or at least the thing I'm most comfortable knowing about Trevor Bauer is that he seems to be – a very unlikable person. And I know a lot of people will make the case that he got railroaded with those sexual assault accusations and all of that. I think there's a lot more to it than just that. And I think it's a classic, the guy who found himself in that situation where he was in that legal situation, there are a lot of things that lead to just the way he behaves in general. That they're... he's a world-class annoying person to be around, to the extent that not one of 30 major league teams has any interest at all in him in being in their organization.
Many of whom are desperate for pitching. I mean, desperate for pitching. There's teams that are going to give up 3 or 4 really good prospects to get a pitcher for a couple of months, and he's sitting right there playing for Long Island, the Long Island Ducks. This was funny the other day. There was actually video that surfaced of him. He's pitching, and there's a play at second base that the runner is obviously out, and the umpire calls him safe. And keep in mind, this is the Independent League, so I don't know if they have challenges in that league or not, if you're allowed to challenge the play. Trevor Bauer lost his mind.
The 1-0. Broken back, grounder towards the middle, backhanded by Kaler, flips a short one, no play at first. They say he's safe at second. Oh, my goodness.
Are you kidding me? Hey, what the are you doing out here? You missed that one, and you missed that one. Are you kidding me?
And now Trevor Bauer is heated, and Luke Ford has been ejected from this game.
What the is that? I got. This guy's missed 2 already. He's doing it on purpose. What's going on? That was obvious. That was even more obvious. You need to talk to your guy and tell him to get his on the game. Get his eyes on the game, because that's terrible. That's awful. I hear it. You should be ejected from the game.
He's standing on the base and turning double play.
Why don't you open your eyes and take the sunglasses off? I'll you. Figure it out. That's terrible.
Okay, I'm assuming somewhere in there he got ejected. That feels like a lot of F-bombs to drop on an umpire, even in an independent league game.
Yeah, I know, but I don't know, man. It's drawing interest, though, too. You got to take one for the team if you're the umpire.
Yeah, maybe. It was a bad call for sure. I like how he wanted the umpire ejected from the game.
Yeah.
You should be ejected from the game. That's some good audio right there. Don't sign him based on that audio, Astros. But I do see the occasional Astros fan. Why aren't you guys bringing up Trevor Bauer? Because nobody likes him. That's why.
Yeah, it's the classic case of just whenever you say, hey, how come the Astros aren't signing this player? How come the Texans aren't signing this player? If you look around and none of the other teams in the sport are signing him, I just have to assume, okay, there's reasons that teams don't want him.
Absolutely. All right, final segment coming up. Just due to some as a result of some sleuthing that Aaron Raybald, one of our engineers up here, did, he's narrowed it down to, if the Texans have a home game in Week 1, he's narrowed it down to 4 possible opponents based on all the other schedule leaks. Who would you pick out of these if the Texans were to open at home in Week 1? And once the schedule comes out tonight, what are the Texan-related things we're most looking forward to now that we're out past the schedule release? We've got a short list of them here that we'll get to. We'll do that coming up next.
For the first 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, final segment. Couple things here that we'll get to, and then we'll talk to the guys on In the Loop, find out what they got going on, find out the question of the day. So Seth, Aaron Raybald, who is one of our engineers up here at Odyssey, big football fan, obviously. He travels with the Texans. He's the engineer for Texans games on the radio. He went and kind of pieced the puzzle together of Texan opponents, who's already spoken for on week one, that kind of thing, because we've had a lot of week one games that have leaked. Which of the Texans, which teams are still available to the Texans to play in the opening game of the season.
Yeah.
There are 7 potential opponents, 4 at home, 3 on the road. So the Texans potentially, obviously they could open at home. There's 4 potential opponents for a home game, 3 potential for a road game. If they were to open at home, which of these 4 opponents would you choose to open the season? Colts, Ravens, Bengals, Bills.
Colts. No. Colts make me nervous because if Daniel Jones isn't playing at the beginning of the season, there's a good chance that they've got just the ultimate Anthony Richardson package ready to go, where they're planning on him, running him 20 times and just doing everything without any real regard for whether he can stay healthy for the whole season or not.
You have a healthy fear of Anthony Richardson's ceiling.
Yes.
On a given week,
Yeah, that in any given week he can just, even though I don't think he's a good quarterback, he's just in any given week he can whip out a couple of incredible plays and destroy you and make everything really, really random.
They opened against him 2 years ago in Indianapolis.
Right. Yeah.
Remember that? They needed
he had a couple of really nice rushing touchdowns.
Dude, and that was his rookie year. That was week 2. That was here.
In Indianapolis 2 years ago. No, that was
when he was dropping
he had a
bombs.
couple incredible throws, but he also overthrew wide open receivers.
Yeah, not Mitchell.
Yeah, he gaveth and tooketh away that same game. So between the Colts, the Ravens, the Bengals, and who was the other? Oh, the Bills.
Bills. Yeah.
So 3 of those. So the Colts, I'm a little bit nervous about an Anthony Richardson dynamic for one night and one night only.
Yep.
Ravens are the Ravens, and as long as Lamar Jackson is healthy, then I don't want to see them right off the bat.
No.
The Bengals, so the Bengals are the Bills.
Bengals is a sexy matchup, man. That's a good offense against that defense.
Yeah.
Right?
I
think they'd be favored.
You're talking about the Bengals offense versus the Texans defense.
Bengals offense versus Texans defense, right.
Because you also would have is it a little bit of a soft open against that Bengals defense? If you've got new parts, you've got new parts on this offense. There's going to be some hiccups and growing pains along the way. That it might come down to I want to face the worst defense in that bunch of teams.
You would also though be facing Dexter Lawrence.
Yeah.
Against your newfangled interior of the offensive line. So that's something to note right there. But it's still not a good defense, I don't think.
Yeah, I think I'll go with the old standby of this defense versus Josh Allen in week 1 at Reliance Stadium.
Okay.
That doesn't look good that never turns out well for Josh Allen. So I'm going to go with the Bills. That's what I want to open up with. And plus, that's got some sizzle.
Yeah, it's got sizzle.
I don't think it's going to be that one because it feels like that would have been a primetime game.
Well,
and we already know the primetime games.
We know the primetime games, but sometimes, what if it's a 325 game? Sometimes CBS treats those 325 games like the other networks treat their primetime games.
Yeah.
That's got the potential to be that late afternoon. The Texans and Bills, I think, could be that late afternoon window game there.
Yeah. I'll go, you know what? Okay. I'm going to, yes, Dexter Lawrence, very valid to bring up, and yet the Texans have just thrown number after number after number at their interior offensive line.
Yeah.
And Dexter Lawrence is one man. Dexter Lawrence was on the Giants defense last year. And how good was the Giants run defense? Not so hot.
Not so hot.
Yeah, so the Bengals, one of the worst defenses in the league. Yes, they add Dexter Lawrence and a few other changes, but I like the Bengals. I like that. I like
Bengals.
That matchup.
I circle Bengals on my sheet. That's mine because I think the Texans will be favored. I think it'll be an exciting game. I think the Bengals offense, T. Higgins and Jamar Chase going against Derek Stingley Jr. and Kamari Lassiter. Tell me that's not fun.
Yeah.
So I would say Bengals also winnable game, potential to be a very watchable game. And also the potential for the Texans offense to get off to a nice start this year. That's not a good, even with Dexter Lawrence, not a good defense. By the way, if they were to play a road game, the only possibilities for the Texans would be at Indianapolis, at Green Bay, at Chargers. Would not mind getting Green Bay out of the way in September, especially since the schedule maker, a-hole that he is, has given the Texans reportedly 3 cold weather games in December with Pittsburgh, Washington, and Philly. All right, so the schedule is going to drop tonight, and that's a big checkoff date on the NFL calendar. What are the things, Seth, Texans-related, once we know the schedule, that you're most looking forward to over the next several weeks here?
Tank Dell in OTAs. That's by far, I think, the biggest thing that I want to see and I would get excited about, both for his personal journey and battle and him taking another step in overcoming that, but then also just because it potentially adds to the mix at wide receiver. I'm not going to make the same mistake I did a couple years ago where we all got super excited about, oh, look at all these receivers. It's going to be obviously 3,000-yard receivers. It's a guarantee.
Yeah, remember that?
I cautioned against that, by the way. I was the annoying guy pointing out like how hard it is actually, how rare it is to have 3,000-yard receivers.
You were right.
I didn't expect to be that right about it.
You were very right about it, yes.
And then the other thing, so Tank Dell, and hopefully him being involved in team drills. Keelan Rutledge and just how much center he plays.
Yeah.
That I'd like to see just how they're going to treat and handle him. And if he's the guy that maybe earlier than you expect in OTAs, kind of like they did with Kamari Lassiter a couple years ago, you could see in OTAs that they're treating him like they're expecting him to play a bunch. And there's not really a clear-cut spot for him to play at guard right now, immediately right off the bat. They have that. There is the potential for him to do that at center.
Yeah, I would say that's a good one. Keelan Rutledge usage is on my list. I would say, are there any more free agents they're going to go pick up? You know, they picked up Nick Chubb in June last year. And if they do pick him up, what does it mean? Like, I don't think we had any inkling last year when they picked up Nick Chubb that, oh, my God, we should have read into this that maybe this Joe Mixon injury that we're hearing about is a whole lot worse than we thought it was.
We tried to, but every time you brought up the fact that Joe Mixon wasn't practicing or anything, people would shout us down, saying, you guys are just trying to be muckrakers. He never practices during the first few weeks of camp. Where's that energy now?
Mm-hmm.
Damn it. But with or without an imminent injury, I do wish they had a little bit more running back depth right now.
Yeah.
And like if you go back the last couple of years, they added Cam Akers right before camp, guy coming off of his second Achilles tendon tear. Last year they had Nick Chubb. I don't think that there's a Najee Harris in the Texans' future.
What about
I think that it's more likely they'd be more likely to sign a banged up and recovering Joe Mixon as a guy that might work out.
What about can I interest you? I'm doing this thing like I'm rubbing a watch across my arm. Can I interest you in an Austin Eckler?
That might be.
He's out there still, Austin Eckler. No, I think he's coming off an Achilles or something like that. He had some bad injuries coming.
They still look at the running back position as kind of a commodity in a lot of ways, and they're willing to spend more. They're willing to spend more for a guy like Joe Mixon. They're willing to bring David Montgomery in. But when it comes to just adding on top of that, I think that Nick really just views it as, all right, if we have to find the guy, we can find the guy.
Yeah.
But we don't want to spend a boatload of money on somebody that might not get used all that much.
Even Mixon and Montgomery weren't like major splurges.
Right. No, they weren't spending at the top of the market.
Yeah, they were like $8 and $9 million a year, and then the top of the market's double that. So that's on my list. Like, what free agent pickups? I would say defensive end I would add in there too. Like, is Derek Barnett walking through that door? To me, the defensive end position is the one that has the most interesting names out there, because you and I have gone through that, and I know you've expressed multiple times your concern about the depth at that position behind Will Anderson Jr. and Daniil Hunter. Like Joey Bosa's out there, Hassan Reddick is out there, Cam Jordan is out there,
AJ Epinesa. There's a few guys that are viable players that maybe we're just waiting to see what happened after the draft.
Yeah.
Or waiting to see who gets injured during training camp.
Yep.
Those guys, At defensive end, I think there's a lot of guys like Derek Barnett is still out there. Danico Autry is technically, I don't know if he's planning on playing again or not. And I think that that position might not be addressed until there's a trade that comes available during camp, or there's some roster day, there's some cut downs or something, and they get a guy. If you think about Derek Barnett, for instance, Derek Barnett was kind of a cast-off. Like, people looked at him like, his best years are gone and beyond.
They picked him up on waivers. The Eagles,
in the middle
cut
of the
him.
season. Yeah. So I think that it's going to be that kind of a signing.
Yeah.
I don't think Joey Bosa would be. I don't think he would want to come here and be definitely a backup where he still feels like, and even as a backup, sometimes you can go and you're a backup, but you're still going to get 30 snaps a game or so. And I don't know if that's what his opportunity would be here.
The last thing for me, and we're doing things we're looking forward to for the Texans once the schedule is released, C.J. Stroud's first press conference. I want to hear his answer to contract questions. And because we're all just speculating right now as to, we're just looking at his behavior and the reports that we've had of the lack of contact between the two sides and saying, this is what we think is going to happen here. And CJ has not spoken on any of this yet.
I think the vast favorite, if you're betting on what type of thing is he going to say, is going to be something like, I leave that up to my agent, or I don't worry about that, I'm just focusing on work. I think there is a chance that he might just try to squash any of the potential hubbub or controversy or anything just by saying, if he said something like, look, I think I've got better football in me, and that's what I plan on going out and doing this year, and I'm genuinely not worried about signing an extension. We'll see what happens.
So you're saying if he proactively said that without being asked the question, like an opening statement kind of thing?
No, or if he was asked the question.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
And that's what his answer was.
Gotcha.
That would be notable.
Yeah.
I think the most likely thing is that he doesn't say anything outside of the cliche things that people usually say, where you don't give a real answer, which I would support him in that. That's the right thing to do typically. There's zero chance that he's going to get up there and say, I'm pissed off and I'm not going to take it anymore, 0%. And then walk off the podium. So the other alternative would be if he just flat out said something that was almost slamming the door shut on any of the discussion. If he said, no, I'm going to play this year out and we're all cool with that.
Yeah.
That would be, it wouldn't be as big of a headline, but it would be notable.
You've raised a lot of possibilities, which is why I have it on my list of things that I am looking forward to once the schedule is dropped tonight at 7 o'clock. John Lopez and Reggie Atatula are here. Are you guys doing the same thing that we've been doing, which is hitting refresh on Nerding on NFL's chart every 15 minutes?
Look who you're talking to. I love schedule release.
Are you treating it, when you see something new, are you treating it like breaking news?
No.
Because of how reliable that source is?
No, but he's extremely reliable.
Okay, so let's say he drops a game while you guys are on the air. Are you going to talk about it?
Yes.
Okay.
100%.
That's what I'm saying.
100%.
You're not treating it like gospel.
I meant like we're not doing the breaking news.
Right. It's not gospel. It's just a really reliable source.
Yeah, he's really good.
Yeah.
He's really
How do you guys feel about the fact that the NFL decided to give the Texans 3 cold weather games in December?
Oh, we're getting into that right out of the chute. I mean, literally yesterday, I said the one thing maybe it was the day before, the one thing I don't want to see is go East Coast, come home, go East Coast again. And they're doing that on the first 2.
Basically doing it like twice almost.
Yeah. They might pull the old stay up north thing between Pittsburgh and Washington.
Maybe. They might, but I don't know. I mean, how do you feel about that, Seth?
I would think I would enjoy that.
Mm-hmm.
Like just staying up in a place for a week and just kind of having a training camp type environment.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know.
I wonder if it being a night game at Pittsburgh, like a Sunday night game, increases the chances of them staying up there.
Yeah.
Do you stay up there and just get your week going, or do you come back, get home at 5 a.m. or whatever, and now you're dragging and you're tired? That's a really, like, if we had Nick Caserio on tomorrow, that would be a really good question to ask him, I think, is how to, from a football ops standpoint, how do you plan on handling that? Yeah, that was one of my wishes yesterday. There's a promo running on the station with my wishes for the schedule.
We did yesterday. We did an entire segment on things you hope happen, things you don't hope happen, and I literally said, I don't want to go East Coast, back home, East Coast.
I just said
and much less in December.
Right. Well, that's the whole thing. Yeah, there wasn't the travel as much for me as the weather and the locale. That was for me. I said, look, they've got 6 games being played in cities where the weather gets colder than it does here. And the math is going to just dictate that you're going to get at least one of those. Yeah. 3?
Yeah, so far.
All up like east, like northeast in December.
Yeah.
Hi.
Yeah.
So, anyways, but look, the schedule, and the last one's on Christmas Eve.
Mm-hmm.
Christmas Eve. I'm going to be doing post game. I'm going to be doing post game till 1 in the morning. You're going
to say Merry Christmas.
I'm going to see Santa flying over my head when I go out to the parking lot.
You should do a Santa watch during the post game.
That's fun. Yeah, for the kids. Yeah.
I just imagined like sleigh bells being played during the broadcast, during the post game.
100%.
Also, you need to win for that to be the case. I can only imagine the ire that would be driven.
That's true.
If you're just like Texans fall and then just clink,
well,
clink,
we went we went through the schedule today trying to figure out how many games the Texans would be favored in, and we had 3 games that I think they'll definitely be underdogs in.
Oh yeah,
and that's one of them. That Philly game. I think at Philly. What do we have, Seth? We had at Philly, at the Chargers, and at Green Bay.
And now on a short week.
On a holiday.
Oh, man.
Christmas Eve. I told Seth earlier, the Texans do not play well on Christmas or Christmas-related holidays.
Yeah.
They lost 31-2 a couple of years ago.
Yes, they did.
Yep.
I somehow forgot.
It's a pretty impressive graph.
Yeah.
That you got on there. Yeah.
Yep.
Just one little dot.
One dot. Yeah. Small sample size. What is the you're listening to KLTAM, KLTFM HD2, Houston and Odyssey Sports Station. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. What is the question of the day?
Inspired by Kingston Fleming's at the NFL Draft Combine. I didn't realize the NFL Draft Combine operated
NBA,
or NBA rather, yes.
Yeah.
That, in my brain, I'm thinking, I didn't realize that how much they were similar because apparently he got one of these weird questions that we're used to NFL players getting.
Yeah.
He was asked, if you could punch anyone in the world with no repercussions, who would it be?
Did he give his answer?
He did not. He is such a good boy.
He's a nice dude.
I would prefer not to say.
Yeah, but he did give an answer.
No, I don't believe that he did.
Oh, really? He that was his answer to the team.
He said that he refused an answer in this instance, which
I guess, I don't know what kind of answer they're looking for there. I guess this is a classic. This is why I hate these questions. Like, if you're a prospect, you're thinking like, all right, how are they going to judge me on this? And you're thinking, all right, the right answer in a normal environment would be, well, look, I don't want to punch anybody. It's not the repercussions that keep me from,
that's a good
harming
answer.
somebody. It's
really good
morally
answer.
the correct thing to do is to not punch somebody. But then you think, but this is a sports team and they want that dog in me.
Yeah.
So now who do I? Nope. Okay, cross those politicians off the list because who knows what they're.
Yeah. See, I beg to differ. I think the correct answer is Skip Bayless. That's just, that's the correct answer.
That's right. At the NBA draft combine, Nick Wright would probably be a good one. Like, hell yeah, get this kid in here.
Yeah, you just go Draymond Green.
Draymond Green. Yes.
Answer.
Oh yeah.
That's a good answer.
Pick the biggest a-holes in the league.
Yeah.
I would say practically any bad-faced quarterback for me. I mean, if I could just get one blammo in on J.J. McCarthy on 9, I'd hit him with 9 fingers. That's what I would do. I'd punch him. I'd hold my thumb back like this, and bam, here's your 9.
I'm glad you brought this
9
up.
across your lips.
I'm glad you brought this up because yesterday I brought up the fact that like Eli Manning has a dumb face, and everybody like laid out on me, and I was like, am I alone in this? Do you understand where I'm coming from?
I do.
Okay,
that was the whole Giants fans. That was a meme forever.
He's got a dopey face.
It was the first meme, I think.
Yeah.
The very first one. Yes,
it's got a dopey face. No question about it. Who was coming at you about that?
They were coming at me. I said
I like him. I've always liked Eli Manning.
Doesn't change his dopey face though. You can like him if you want to.
He's the guy that proves the point that how much winning matters. Is that before they started winning, he was dopey-faced Eli, and then after they started winning and after they won their Super Bowls, it was like, wow, the guy's he's just so cool under pressure.
Yeah.
He just nothing affects him. Before it was like nothing, he's not thinking a damn thought in his head. Then they win a Super Bowl and it's like, oh, he's just so calm, cool, and collected.
Yeah, the results shape the narrative on the guy. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. I guess my answer, the first I was having a hard time just thinking about it, so I just closed my eyes, and the person whose face came up is an in-law, so I can't say who it is.
I bet I know. I thought
Sean's heard me talk about this guy a lot. Yeah.
I know the answers to the test.
If I ever have a hot mic during the break, Sean will know exactly who I'm talking about.
What happens during the break stays during the break. That's right. Who's yours?
Well, I feel bad because one of them is very obvious. It's Doug from the Liberty Mutual commercials. The guy with the glasses.
The guy with the glasses?
Yeah, I hate him.
Who's got the pet emu?
That's right. That is correct.
Yeah. And then the other one was a woman, and I don't want to say it.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, is it a
Probably
famous
a
woman?
smart move.
Relatively famous one.
I know mine. No, I'm not guessing it. David Schwimmer. I would love to punch David Schwimmer. Blammo. Oh, just cave his
gratifying
face
right there. Just thinking about
cave
that.
his face
He
in.
does have a very punchable face.
Oh, Rachel.
Punch. I'm talking tire iron. On
Yeah,
that one.
dude, I'm telling you, you're absolutely right. Yeah, absolutely right. All right, now I'm in a mood. Yeah, let's go. All right, boys, have a great show.
Thanks, buddy.
And Seth, antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies and just spend some time thinking about the tire iron. Really hitting the sweet spot.
Yeah,
there
man,
on
yeah.
old Schwimmer's head. Yeah.
Oh, I love that. Be the first time. That would be the first time I've ever used a tire iron in my life, in any context. But I think it's for a good cause. All right, we're done. We're out of time. You're listening to Crosstalk, brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Reggie Attitula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They're in the loop, and they start now.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610 on this Thursday. And as I am wont to do, I will start with something that is entirely just ad hoc, just completely away from where I should be going. Is it a problem that when people say tire iron, I think of the four-way tool instead of like a more...
Yes, that is a problem.
Why does my brain do that?
That's a star wrench. Obviously, Sean knows that. He knows everything there is to know about tools.
Even I know that.
There's a star wrench, and then there's a tire iron. Yeah. Come on, don't do that.
That's not a star wrench, is it? All right.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I know what a tire iron is, but
Yes.
my brain goes
It's the
to
one that has the pointy edge and the little curve at the top.
Right, so that you can... for sure. Yeah.
But the star wrench is the one you go like this with. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
For some
you
reason,
learn things.
Because I was
knew
like,
that.
those are unwieldy to try and hit people with, are they not? But yes, that's why you would not.
You can
be
use it
using
like a star.
But it's too big to be like trying to throw it. All right, I'm just going to go ahead and move away from this. Yes, you are indeed in the loop here on this Thursday.
Because I know what Reginald was talking about, the four-way tire iron.
Yeah.
But then there's just the L-shaped tire iron
yes,
too,
that's
Reginald.
what we're talking
you just
about.
thinking of that. I'm with you on that, Reginald. That I do, like, I have to make the distinction in my brain when I'm thinking about hitting somebody with a tire iron. Like, not the unwieldy 4-bar one, just the L shape.
It would be more cartoonishly pleasing, though, right, to see someone just absolutely battered with the really wild thing. And while I got you, Seth, I do want to appreciate the breakdown that you had of Rod Wright on the to Iron Shopper's Iron video that the Texans had.
Yeah.
I really enjoyed it, and I appreciated your insight added to it.
Oh, good. I'm glad. Because I was afraid I was nerding out too much on little defensive lineman stuff. It's rare to be able to use the term nerding out on D-line stuff.
It is.
So it was fun to be able to do it. It's the one rare time.
Is D-line the most caveman of the positions in the NFL?
That's generally how we're regarded. Yeah. I think, that's about it. It's the one where you can get away with you can find a place for a guy who doesn't think much. Thinking helps a lot if you can do it, but you don't. It's not a requirement for the position if you're physically skilled enough.
Yeah.
It's like, this is just cream on top. If you can think, if you can't, it's fine. We'll figure out a role for you. See ball, get ball. All right, Seth, appreciate you, brother.
Yeah.
Yep, thanks, guys.
There he is, Seth Payne of Payne and Pendergast. Sean Pendergast out of here as well. Appreciate them and D&M Auto Leasing for the opportunity to cross-talk with them. Let's get going. Here on a Thursday, a schedule release.
Happy
Thursday.
Leak Day.
Oh, you're not going to go with the full schedule release day. You're just like happy leak day. The leaks are the more important part.
Schedule release day also. It's both things, isn't it? Because tonight at 6:30 p.m.?
Yes.
Is the actual schedule release. But until then, they are popping. It's leak day.
I wonder, are you the dude who enjoys the leaks more than the full schedule releases?
Yes, it's juiciness. You rub your hands together.
You're the I like seeing the bra strap more than
No.
That's what
sometimes.
This is. Okay, yeah, see, like, let's be honest.
But if you ain't seeing the whole thing and you see a bra strap, you like, oh,
yes,
okay.
Yes. It's very much like a schedule leak. You're like, all right, there's a reason that she's showing that. Anyway.
We are starting off the show terrible, and I have to raise my hand. It's my fault.
I see her working.
Okay.
I see her working.
Like, oh.
Remember right now
Can't wait
talking,
to 6:30.
Remember right now you're talking about
the full
Roger
thing.
Goodell and various other NFL executives.
Right now it's bra strap. At 6:30 we get down to business.
All right, very good. Brass tacks. Very
Yes.
All right, but yeah, we do have indeed leaks as we get towards seeing the fullness of the NFL's schedule. We know for certain one Texans game. It is Week 6, October 18th in London versus Jacksonville. There's a couple more that have leaked to this point. And so, I guess first and foremost, what do you have, Mr. Leakmaster? We turn to our leak correspondent, John P. Lopez. And what do you have as far as leaks as of right now?
It ain't great. The theme of the morning until we get more, and we probably will, is it ain't great. You're going, well, let me just go through what has been reported. Nerding on NFL is very, very, he's one of these guys that doesn't put it on his spreadsheet until he has multiple people or can confirm that this was from a reputable source.
Yeah, pretty
reporter,
journalistic integrity.
Or something like that. So this is what we have from the Texans thus far. At Pittsburgh in December at night. That's going to be a Sunday night football game. Then the following week at Washington in December. Then,
so we get the Commandos this year.
Yes, in December as well. And then you have, what was the latest? At Philadelphia on Christmas Eve, short week in December, obviously, at night. So you 2 night games, 3 December games, 2 of them at night, 1 of them on a short week. It ain't great.
All on the East Coast.
All on the East Coast.
Yeah.
And then the cherry on top of this, so what are you doing to us, story so far, is you go to Pittsburgh, and unless you decide to stay the whole week and practice there, come home.
Is the Greenbrier still available?
Yeah, maybe.
That might not be the worst thing in the world. Pittsburgh, West Virginia.
And then fly back. So you go Pittsburgh, home, Washington, home. We don't know what the next week is. It's probably going to be a home game, I'm guessing. And then a short week to Philadelphia. Dude, it's tough.
It is tough. Am I being too much of a, maybe even a hardo in this case, to be like, this is kind of one of the things that you would need as this team, and maybe need is harsh, but this might actually be more of a blessing in disguise, because in a similar way that we've talked about with the Rockets, that step between a good team to a great team is a pretty big jump, and it feels like that's kind of where the Texans are. Does it not feel like, hey, December is a time where you ramp up to show that you're capable of doing this, and unless it's a team that does really, really well in the way that we were hoping for this season, you're probably going to need to go on the road a little bit and do some of this. And if that's the case, get yourself prepared for these types of battles, these types of environments in December, headed into January and hopefully February.
But that's going to be the company line, and I think that's what they're going to say when they officially react to the official schedule. That's fair, and that's going to be the company line. But you'd rather not.
Oh, yeah.
You'd rather not.
I'm the person who, because, there's always the inevitable conversation of, do you want the most difficult path or do you want the easiest path, right? And there's people, I think, with reasonable arguments on either side. You can call me a coward or whatever. I'm like, hey, man, give me the easiest path. I think we're more talking about the results here than anything else.
It's like the bracket in March Madness. You're going to end up having to play some really tough games, but you want the easiest path so you can advance, right? I'm with you on that. But here's where my mind went, and this is what I want to ask you and our listeners, you and Figgy and our listeners. Those are going to be cold weather games, potentially bad weather games.
Possibly.
So let me ask you this. Would you rather have this defense playing in the cold, potentially bad weather, or C.J. Stroud playing in the cold, potentially bad weather? It's not even really a would you rather. What maybe it's more of a,
what you feel more confident in?
What would give you, what makes you think about that? What do you think about that? Because on the one hand, defense travels, running team with the defense potentially in bad weather, causing turnovers, wreaking havoc, making life miserable. On the other hand, we've seen what C.J. Stroud has done in cold, potentially bad weather games. His 2 most recent games. It's a little bit, I don't know quite where to fall with it, because both games you could have lost, and neither game was exactly great, in terms of the Texans.
Yeah, I would love to go with the defense part of it. And actually, you know what? I'm going to circle back around to it. I'm going to have my cake and eat it too. But I'm going to acknowledge the reality of the situation. It's going to be real hard to not think about what you just saw in the last 2 games. Hell, there are some people that are making that almost the entirety of their evaluation on C.J. Stroud at present, right, is seeing A lackluster game at Pittsburgh that the team was able to overcome, and then a even worse performance in New England that ultimately helped sink this team. Right now, we could talk about the injuries and other circumstances that impacted it, and of course, I would love to because nuance is something I try and bring to this.
Yeah.
But the fact of the matter is, the weather and the circumstances did play a part in all of that. So the idea that you're going to have these on the backside of it absolutely is going to be front of mind. But I do think that is part of the way that this team has tried to organize itself headed into the season. It is trying to be more of a tough physical team to where you can ground out games, you can run the football, you can work the clock, you can have more advantageous circumstances. Hell, you can even hopefully pass block better than you did last year to give him more of that security to be able to play better. And I do think this defense travels. I do think this defense plays in those circumstances, and these things are not mutually exclusive. Like, these things do, one helps the other in that way. And so, yeah, man, I'd be lying to you if I told you that would not be a concern. That would not be something that's on my mind. The idea of playing in potential inclement weather and potential adverse circumstances with C.J. Stroud after what we saw.
Right.
But ultimately, I do think because you have a defense, you have something that I think you feel that you could count on, you could bank on, even in those circumstances. And hopefully the run game takes up to a place where it's serviceable enough that also helps you in those circumstances.
Figgy, how does it make you feel that, yes, what Reggie said is true? You are going to have this defense out there with all the things he just mentioned, but you're also going to have C.J. Stroud out there. And if it's, potentially drizzly or snowy, all of a sudden, those haunting memories are going to come back.
Yeah, I feel a little confident in the defense enough where, C.J. Stroud, of course I want C.J. Stroud to play better in the cold. I want him to play better, period. But we saw the last two games where that defense really could have won the game, or probably did win one of the games. And then I go back to that game in Kansas City.
Somebody texted that.
Yeah, that game. That's what I think about when the defense is really taking over the game, and especially in the cold, because I don't think CJ had the greatest game.
Week 14, you're thinking?
Yeah.
CJ, 15 to 31, 203 yards and a touchdown. And then he had 5 yards on the ground.
But that defense pretty much shook up the Kansas City Chiefs, man.
Correct.
And
3 interceptions in that game.
Yeah. So I think if CJ could give us a game like that, then I'm totally confident. But I think it really got to be on the defense, though.
And yeah, this is where I come to, because Kansas City is a great thing to bring up, right? That, again, cold weather circumstance, not crazy inclement weather, but it's just cold. Woody Marks ran for 68 yards in that game. Like, as a team, you ran for, 70-something, maybe 80 yards, thereabouts. I don't know that that's going to be the same way that they go about things. Like, if this is anywhere near where our optimistic thoughts of this running game will be, which I will stop and acknowledge, there's the possibility that it's not, right? I think that it is worthwhile to acknowledge that just because they've made attempts does not mean that is absolutely going to be improved. I believe that that's the case. I think it's likely, but that's there. But assuming that this running game looks anything like what we imagine it, this game looks even more different, right? Against a Kansas City team. But also, we're talking about a Pittsburgh Steelers team where I don't know how much you trust their quarterback, and honestly, some of the other circumstances that are around them.
Yeah.
A Washington Commanders team that was really banged and bruised last year, and also I think that there's real questions as to how they bounce back from that. A Philadelphia Eagles team that, yes, is always uber talented, but the way that they are coached sometimes leaves things up for question, right? There's sometimes the cohesion. These are not infallible squads that we're talking about. Now it'll be later in the season where either we see whatever fissures that I'm talking about expand or be repaired. But yeah, man, these are going to be these aren't infallible teams either. Still the NFL, and this is still a more than capable, in fact, defense and hopefully a capable run game.
Well, to me,
help CJ Stroud as well.
To me, because we don't even know how the season's going to play out. I mean, one of those teams could just fall on its face. One of them could step up and be really, really good.
And it could just be one of those times where it's a warm winter. Right?
Yeah, it could be.
Because as much as we're talking, hey, DC is still it's north from here, but that don't mean that it can't be like 50-something. On game day, and you go, all right, well, this actually is a little bit more manageable than we had previously thought.
I think obviously that's a possibility, but December is when things start to get real in terms of your normal weather patterns and all that. So it's going to be cold. But what I was going to say is I'm not even really worried about the other teams. I'm worried about what this team can do and bring in those games, because we don't even know how the season's going to play out. Eagles could fall on their face. The Commanders could be 10-2 or whatever. I don't even know what week it is. By the time they get there. What I'm saying is, and a texter brought this up. Hey, CJ, you want to earn that contract? Go play better in these games.
Yeah, and I mean, It's later on in the season. I think that this, honestly, is kind of another good data point if you are of the belief that they are still doing some level of evaluating on you, right? There's going to be, obviously, a lot of opportunity in the lead up to this circumstance because we're talking about this starting at what, like around week 10 or something, right? Like, or actually even later, right? You would have had a lot of time, and then here's an opportunity to, in adverse circumstance, see how C.J. Stroud stacks up in the way that you want. So can he even deliver in a way that's better than that week 14 Kansas City game last year, right? That these are the things that are available to you before you even get to the landscape of the postseason. So I think that obviously with any of these things, there's an opportunity for you to view them as positive or negative. I think there's an overwhelming opportunity of positive perspectives within these.
Yeah.
So there you go. That's even just off of the leaks that we have gotten. The one thing that we know for sure, week 6 in London versus Jacksonville, but there's 3 games in the later portion of the season with leaks. Games in December versus Pittsburgh, Washington, and then a Philadelphia Christmas Eve game that at least will be very interesting narrative-wise.
I know what I'm doing Christmas Eve.
What's up, Gerard?
Yeah.
That's a great point.
Yeah.
That's a great point. So excited to see what other leaks we get. As we get those, we will share those with you. And obviously this big-time schedule release at 6:30 tonight when we get the fullness of everything that's happening there. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. By the way, I appreciate all the people who are very car savvy letting us know that that is not a star tool, that is a torque wrench or a lug wrench. Thank you all for your input.
So it's not a star wrench?
I've always called it a star wrench.
Okay. So I mean, Lopez was wrong on this one.
It's commonly known
I was also wrong, so I'm not going to be out here piling on them.
A lot of people call it a star wrench. Technically, it's a
Hey, Lopez, it's not a star wrench.
Those people who texted that know that it's called a star wrench. They're just being actually guy.
Fine with me. Yeah. All right, coming up next, if you want to get a little actually with it, the Astros did in fact win. They fought hard for a victory, in fact, versus the Seattle Mariners. They're at first of the season. Did it lift your spirits any? I'm interested. 713-572-4610. Text in. We'll talk about it next.
Ooh, well, actually, guy.
Area 4.
Sports Radio 610.
In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Faggy has hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
Coming up next, what happened?
Nothing, man.
Continue.
Hey, man. AB conversation.
That's right.
The COA out of
Okay, all right. You know what? I'm ready to be done with the show, and that means that coming up next.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
A four-way lug wrench is what we're going with here, John.
I think that's
we still talking about this?
That's right. That's right. Me and my mechanic friends on the text line are having a good time making sure that we get the terminology correct on this four-way lug wrench. That is for some reason is the thing I think of every time.
It's not a tire iron. That much we know.
No, that is correct. That is absolutely correct. And I acknowledge that I knew I was wrong right from the jump. I just wanted to share with the people. See, this is why I don't share nothing with y'all. See, I share with y'all. I was like, this is what happens in my brain. And y'all like, oh, look at this idiot.
We need to bring more topics like this. Apparently, everybody tuned in on this one.
What an idiot.
Hey, forget the schedule release.
In fact, just know that here at Odyssey Houston and Sports Radio 610, we have the finest minds working minute by minute to try and reverse engineer what the schedule will be that we will all know here in a matter of like 7 hours, I think. But they're working hard, including John Lopez himself. Weren't you trying to suss out who would be like week 3? What would happen to week 3 just a second ago?
Week 5.
Oh, my bad.
Week 5 is what we're talking about.
What are you working on? It was there's potential conflicts at NRG State or at Reliant Stadium.
There are.
Yeah, hers a big concert or something.
It's Usher and Chris Brown.
Oh yeah.
Carol G is
the R&B tour.
Yeah, Carol G is the other one.
That might be a bigger concert.
Yeah. So that's one that there's going to be a conflict. I think it's week 3. And then
Carol G is week 3.
Right.
That's actually a Sunday night game.
And then week 5.
A Sunday night concert, I should say.
Yeah. And then week 5 is a Friday, Saturday. So it might be hard to get the stadium going. And that's Usher and Chris Brown.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. All right. So, like I said, working hard to figure out what the schedule looks like here, and any other confirmed or maybe not confirmed, but any other like solid leaks or rumors that we see out there, we will share with you.
Are you guys confident that it will be a bye week after the London game?
Has to be very confident.
100% confident.
Not 100%. I mean, they can do anything. They could throw a wrench into things if they want.
Four-way lug wrench.
Yep. But. Yeah, I mean, just general. I would say 90% confident.
Okay.
Yeah, that's just not right when you have to come back and play. Yeah.
I don't know. I don't have.
Yeah. And if they don't have a bye week at that time, somebody then pissed somebody off.
Yes.
Can I be honest though that I actually have come around a little bit on the early bye week to some degree, especially for this team. I was listening to Sumer Sports, which is a nerd podcast. I'll just say it like that, deep into the statistics of it. And what they were talking about is like the models that they use show that like the idea of a later bye doesn't actually have much bearing on like the health situation, like that the rest supposedly that is supposed to happen. As the NFL tries to push that, like the idea of that bye does not really do a ton for that portion of it. So for me, then I go, what is the additional use of a bye is self-scouting. And I do think that especially with this offense that is relatively young with Nick Caley doing this, I kind of like the idea of them self-scouting a little bit earlier and course correcting.
I mean, there are pros and cons always, but I generally go by what the players have said and are saying for decades. I don't like the late bye week. They don't like it. Now, maybe that's a mental effect. But they know how their bodies feel. So you're right. There are definitely some positives, to the early, self-scouting or whatever it is that might help you at that point. But I know they generally speaking, they don't like the late ones. D'Amico has said that as recently as about a month ago.
Fair enough. Yeah. We'll see what it ultimately looks like. Like you said, it feels like it's a high probability that after the week 6 international game that they get a week off. All right. You're in the loop. Last night, the Astros actually got a victory. Feels like that didn't happen all the damn time. Now, doesn't it? Astros get a extra innings victory, walk-off fashion versus the Mariners, and it took everything.
It was all they could do.
It took everything. 4-3 victory. Lance McCullers goes 5 1/3 with some pretty good stuff in what he's doing here. I mean, he capital P pitching for him. 6 strikeouts in this. And all of this, mind you, 2 earned runs, but one of those is a 3-pitch in first, leadoff homer by J.P. Crawford, and that was the first foray into this game, and then he locks in, does really well. Your pen comes in and handles things fairly well. Brian King giving up a run after issuing a few walks, which tell me if you've heard that before.
Right.
But the guys on offense, I mean, first and foremost, their pitching kept it close enough to where your offense could manage to scrape out some stuff, including 2 runs that are scored by Jose Altuve. One is by, really a great plate discipline in order to get a bases-loaded walk. And then a sac fly that ultimately scores the go-ahead run later in the game that is tied before you go to extras. But with all of that being said, the way that this team scrapped every iteration or every portion of the team scrapped and fought to get a victory, you would think that it would lift spirits, right?
Right.
How do you feel?
Well, you asked that question, and I was thinking it was like watching somebody give birth. I mean, it was
magical and life-changing, huh?
It was grueling to watch.
Oh, okay.
Like you just felt for.
Show me the baby, not the labor?
That's right. Well, I don't know about that.
That was your saying, man.
No, I've never said that.
Keep gaslighting me, man. One of these days, I'm just going to scour the
One of these
archives.
days, I'm actually going to say it, and you're like, see? No, it was. They were scratching and clawing for everything. And to the point where, I'm watching the game, and I think it was the bottom of the 4th inning, and we were damn near 2 hours into the game, hour and a half into the game. I'm like, this thing is just brutal. And it wasn't even a high-scoring game.
No, we had an umpire get hit.
That was part of it.
And they changed umpires in the midst of this game.
Did you see it when he got hit in the head, in the face?
Woo. Buddy, he looked like a cartoon. I almost could see the stars flying around his head as he was trying to fight to keep calling balls and strikes. I appreciate that the crew chief was like, nah, but
no, you ain't gonna do that today. You ain't gonna do that today.
Go ahead and sit down real quick.
Literally took the balls from his little satchel thing. Like, nope, I took the balls away from him. But no, it was tough. Look, this was one of those when if you asked the question, did it give you any hope? Did it give you any to make you feel good? I mean, I'm sorry, no, man. It was tough. It was tough to watch, and it was tough for them to pull it out. But they did.
They did pull it out. I would like to highlight some things. One, what up with the bottom of the order, right? Braden Shoemake, who, mind you, has an OPS of a nice round 1,000.
Best shortstop in the organization.
You don't believe that. You don't believe that. But here's the thing. The number looks real good. Like Braden Shoemake.
He's an Aggie. Of course he is.
He's been really good for you, right? He ends up getting a couple of hits in this game. Bryce Matthews, who in a funny feeling, like as he's getting a couple of hits and scoring a couple runs in this game, I'm like, damn, he's been kind of nice. And I went back and looked at the game log, and I was like, oh, apparently I memory hold about 4 games.
Wasn't he batting like 180 something?
Yes. I memory hold like 4 games from the last time that he did something like this, where it was like, oh, look at
He's
Bryce
one of
Matthews.
those guys. Every time he has a good game, you're like, aha. And then you look at the numbers like, well, okay,
That's right. But then Zach Cole. Zach Cole playing in, I guess in left.
A little walk-off action.
I mean, I think he was started in right, and then he ends up moving left. He ends up with the walk-off hit. Because at first he was like showing bunt. But yeah, eventually there's a pass ball that allows Bryce Matthews to get further into scoring position, get to third base, and then a nice good swing from Zach Cole scores the walk-off run. But he has 3 hits in this game, and all of that, like having the bottom of the order actually show up when it feels like it's been really just your heavy hitters that have mostly been doing it. Having Lance McCullers give you some level of length in this and be pretty solid in the way that he did it. All of those are individually supposed to be encouraging. And yet I look up and I go, gosh, why is this so much of a drag just to get a 1-run victory in extras?
Yeah, I think part of it is because the bottom of the order, not really names and faces that we're familiar with, although a texter says you should start calling him Braden Shoemake, as in raking.
I think you want to put the emphasis on rake. Shoe-rake.
Shoe-rake.
Yeah.
I think that's part of it. This is not something that well, I can count on that all the time. So it made it a little tough. They pulled out the win. Good for them. They're just 10 games under 500 now.
Just 10.
Kudos to them.
Just clawing closer to all of this. All right, so you actually talked about like the idea of not being able to depend on. Which of the things that happened last night feel more dependable? Is it the bottom of the order? Is it Lance McCullers Jr. coming in and giving you a pretty solid out? And it wasn't like an incredible outing. He still went 5 1/3, had to be kind of helicoptered out of sorts. Or is it kind of your pen coming through, including Brian Abreu looking pretty damn decent in the 10th, handling stuff with a strikeout. Didn't really get into too much trouble there either. Which of those feels like more of we are closer to being able to depend on that as a team?
I think my heart is probably going to be biased here. I've just always liked Lance McCullers Jr. Even though I know I've said he's probably a little overrated in terms of what he's done, but I've always liked him, and he does have the few pelts on the wall that. That would say maybe he can start to get it together again. I did like did you see what he did with his 900th strikeout?
Yes. That
was badass. That's what's another reason to like him. He's like, no, it should be more than that by now. Basically, that's what he was saying.
Yeah,
and for those who don't know, they wanted to save the ball. He just asked for it back so he could just pitch pitching.
And shout out to Christian Vasquez in that moment. That's something I find fascinating.
They always know.
Yeah, the great, especially like the dudes who are really locked in. As soon as that strikeout happens, he's giving you the sign like, "Hey, get that baseball." That means something. He knew immediately. I wonder had they been talking about it in the dugout? Is that something like he in his prep for the game that he had taken note of? Hey, we're this close.
But McCullers was like, "Nah, man. I mean, it was kind of empty. It should be 1,400 or so, 1,300.
And it's not a small feat, right? No. Obviously, the number 900s, but he's the 15th pitcher in Astros history to get 900 strikeouts, and he's the fastest of all 15 of those.
Despite the injuries,
despite all of that,
the bad records and all that. So I did appreciate that. That was cool.
Yeah, that was cool. So salute to him. Honestly, I do think that's the thing that you could depend on most, and maybe it's also because relative to the rest of the circumstance where you're starting pitching, you're like, all right. Anything that looks a little bit like a duck when it comes to a pitcher that can give me some level of solid consistency is good there, which it feels like if you have to squint and look at it, you got Arrighetti, you got Burrows, you got if you want to include Lance McCullers here, and you're going, hey, maybe you have a rotation of guys that allows you to actually go and play baseball.
Yeah.
But it's a victory. They claw one back from the Mariners. They look to see if they can split this particular series with the Mariners, which I wouldn't.
That would be big.
Hate.
Now that
would be huge.
That would be better. Yeah.
It would be huge if they could do that tonight when they're on the when they're at Dyke Park. We'll talk a little bit more about that later on in the program. But you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get to the question of the day. University of Houston Cougar Kingston Flemings at the NBA Draft Lottery was asked a particular question that we're going to now make the question of the day. If you could punch anyone in the world with no repercussions, who would it be? 713-572-4610. You are allowed to say John Lopez, and we'll do that next.
Sean's got a wish list for the...
2222.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. We're where we are enjoying what is going to be a scheduled release day with all of the leaks that go with it ahead of it. I think you are actively watching some of that, trying to substantiate what you can. I want to clear something up. I think I said tonight versus the Mariners. It is a day game that the Astros are playing at 1:10 at Dyken Park. But Mike Burrows will be on the bump for the Astros versus Luis Castillo, who, oddly enough, has a higher ERA than the Astros pitcher.
Oh, wow. I didn't even notice that.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, that Mariners pitching is no joke, man.
Buddy.
God almighty.
It has been really fun. Like, obviously, it's not fun when they are actively your direct opponent, but if it just in the vacuum of a sense, watching the pitch, like, I enjoyed so much, so much that I texted you guys about it. Brian Wu, not last night, but the night prior, I was enjoying the hell of watching him pitch. Now, it was very frustrating again because it was at the expense of the Astros and their offense, but I was like, oof, he's throwing some fun stuff out
Good
here.
things happen when you pound the zone, man.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Mike Burrows, that's the name of his game anyway, so hopefully that should help him out in the day game today. We'll let you know what the lineup is once we get it. But let's get to our question of the day. I'll save some of the leaks that we're starting to see, but that are still being kind of debated about for around the NFL when we get to that at the top of the hour. But right now, question of the day, inspired by Kingston Flemings, who is going through the draft process in the NBA. The NBA scouting combine is happening in Chicago right now, and so I think he actually had like a really good vertical that showed up. Like
41, wasn't
he killed the 3-cone or the 3-cone drill, the 4-cone drill, whatever. He looked really good in that, and so looking like he's gonna do well for himself as we imagine. He looks like just an incredible floor general. We saw him.
Now
play
his size was something of a question. He measured a little smaller, shorter, I should say, but I don't think it's that big a deal.
No, and especially with what he has demonstrated in the way that he's played at a high level, I think
I love his game. I've told you, I just think the world of that kid.
I love his game more.
Yeah.
You're not going to beat me here. I like him more. What now, John Lopez? No, but Kingston Flemings, great player, great kid, as evidenced by the fact that I don't know who he shared this with. I actually missed it. But he did share that some team asked him one of these questions that you get at a combine, and I don't even know what they were trying to get at here, but they asked him, if you could punch anyone in the world with in the face with no repercussions, who would it be? And he, being the good kid that he is, was like, nah, I ain't punching nobody.
I'm a lover, not a fighter.
That's right. That's right. I hoop. I don't fight. Which, good answer, kid. Good answer. But that did make us think. What would your answer be? 713-572-4610.
Just on that particular question, I thought Seth brought up a really good point today. In terms of like, it's not like some of those stupid questions that there's not really anything you can get out of it. It maybe they were just testing, what kind of player is he going to be, what the answer tells them about what kind of player he's going to be. I mean, it's a stretch, no question about it, but something along the lines of, if he says nobody, what does that tell a particular general manager? But if he says, I wouldn't punch someone, but this is one of those things that I think you need to have an edge and all. Just how you answer it.
Yeah, but it feels like a trick question.
No, it is a trick question. No,
Will it be better if this was asked in the football setting though?
Yeah, I think
because
so.
I don't really see this in basketball. I would kind of understand it if it was the NFL combine or something like that, where they just leading up to it and they ask them that.
Yeah,
I mean, even in the NFL
ask
sense,
an offensive lineman or something.
Even in the NFL sense, it feels like you're trying to. It's a gotcha.
It is a gotcha
in a way that I don't really like. Like I feel like that should not be what we're doing here per se. Of course, I'm not in the evaluation process. I guess I can't speak specifically to what the value would be. I just don't see it.
It's the best answer is to not answer it though, or say I have nobody.
That's where they maybe,
because I feel like that's still not a good answer.
Right? They maybe judge you. They're like, okay, well he's he's
like, at least have a good answer,
right?
And you don't have to name anybody, but still have a good reason why.
Oh, I got people I want to punch.
All right, let's get into it. 713-572-4610.
Nancy Grace.
Okay.
Which I know you shouldn't punch a woman, but if you could.
No repercussions. That is in there. Which I
punch her with a boxing glove.
Shame is
boxing glove. It's not as violent.
Shame is a repercussion. Shame is a repercussion. So I think we're going to try and leave shame at the door here, which I'm afraid of what the answers are now going to be.
Nancy Grace, Justin Bieber,
What did Justin Bieber do to you?
He just his face. It's like I just want to punch you.
Fair enough. I actually did take into account a lot of just how punchable is their face. Maybe not how much they deserve the punch.
One of them is on the screen right now.
Oh, you want to punch? Nah, you're not punching Pert.
No repercussions?
I guess.
What's the matter, Kendrick? I thought you were from our neighborhood here, man. Kendrick Perkins.
You know what? That is fair.
Yeah.
Like, why are you so?
And he so waffles so much.
He has
take a stand.
But what's funny is that hasn't been his MO. It feels like that's happened a lot recently, where he's just flowing with the wind on some of these opinions.
I mean, but it seems like it's going on a year or more. It's like every time something happens, he goes, "Yeah, man, they have no shot." Now he's like, Wemby's the best player in the history of the game.
Yeah, he got a bunch of gotcha moments.
Yes. The dude from the Liberty Mutual commercials, Doug.
One of these things doesn't like the others.
He's just punchable. He's irritating. Get that toothpick out of your mouth. Take those sunglasses off.
Get a respectable haircut.
And get a haircut. Pull up your pants. That's 4 right off the top of my head. What about you guys?
A great answer that I had not thought of until I saw it on the text line, so appreciate y'all. The 346 said, Karl Malone after he kicked Robert Horry in the junk. And, buddy, you have a lot more words than is necessary. Just Karl Malone.
Just in general.
Right, there's the Utah Jazz of it all. There's the impregnating a child of it all. There's all of that, man. Like, just also the dorky way that he exists, man. Like, bump him. I'd punch him if I could.
Yeah, no repercussions.
100%.
Yeah.
Without question.
Klay Thompson.
Oh!
Klay Thompson.
Oh!
Look, excuse my language, but he just acted a little too light-skinned, man. He had too light-skinned.
How does one act light-skinned?
Very sensitive and try to be
this
fake
is a new
tough.
thing for me.
Really? Yeah, just fake tough guy. Try to be tough one moment, but then just real sensitive. Like, his trash talking is awful, man. He just, I don't know. He's very punchable.
None of that is for Meg?
Nah.
He's like, nah.
Way before Meg.
Some I guess understandable ones that I'd expect coming in from the 281. Bill O'Brien.
Oh, Bill O'Brien, and it's not just what he did; it's both. He does have that face. You just want to go.
You want to tag him right there on that
punch
dimple.
face too, man.
Right on that chin dimple. You want to catch him right there. It just looks like a hit.
No, he got to get one of those punches where you standing side by him and then just hook, just little boom. He one of those type of punches.
We have several Nick Wrights popping in.
He has a little bit of a punchable face as well. And also, I think he would acknowledge himself that he does it to people, right? Like he is an antagonist.
Yeah, of course.
He understands what the game is.
Of course.
That is ultimately the emotion that he's trying to rile up to some degree, right? Obviously, he does so with a decent amount of logic in the way he goes about it. But he's trying to rile up that emotion where somebody feels something when he says something, and whether that emotion is I really rock with this guy or I hate this guy.
Yeah.
Those are two sides of the same coin.
For me, Jason Whitlock.
Oh yeah,
Jason Whitlock, man. Yeah, punchable face.
Lane Kiffin.
Yeah, Lane Kiffin is one I will never begrudge you because that is who he is. What's funny is right now, it's in a weird place where there's a lot of people trying to make Lane Kiffin's comments about Ole Miss about Lane Kiffin, and I think they're wrong in this instance, but I understand why you get wrong here, right? It's like the person who is always annoying to you says something right for one time, you're like, damn, you're right, but also I hate you. And that's Lane Kiffin in this moment, talking about the recruits not wanting to go to Ole Miss, supposedly. The interesting thing about that, if you'll allow me to get distracted for a moment, nobody's really questioning, all right, so how does that impact the LSU of this all?
Yeah.
Right? Like, there are, because he was like, the idea of like segregation and whatever and all those things, and Ole Miss and Mississippi, be honest with yourself. You know that we talk about y'all that way, right? You know
They
this.
know it.
Y'all know it. We were like talking about how LSU or Louisiana has that history. He is not contending with does that at all show up in Louisiana of this all? He's not talking about that at all. I appreciate the 346 bringing this around. Steph Curry. Because see, that's the thing that I hate. That honestly makes me want to punch him more.
Sometimes for me, yeah. Because he got some moments where he be like, man, this is a good dude.
Yeah.
But then other moments, especially when he playing and being all fancy.
The mouth guard.
Chewing on the mouth guard, doing dances before the ball goes down. Like you're being a
punchable.
I think 90% of the time he's not punchable. But the mouth guard thing makes
some of that stuff make it punchable though.
All right, somebody said Tyler Milner.
What?
Somebody said Tyler Milner.
Who's the most punchable on Sports Radio?
That's where I was going.
713-562.
I was going to ask who was the most punchable person you used to work with.
Used to work with?
Yeah.
Past or present?
Past.
No, I'm saying let's go past or present. Sports Radio 610, most punchable.
Oh, okay.
Josh Ennis.
Yeah, I was like, Ennis he's taking the title here. What are we doing?
Here's the thing. Josh would say Josh. I'm not throwing him under a bus or anything.
He would agree with you.
He would agree with me. How about you, Figgy? Come on. You're putting me on the spot.
I'm going to say John Williams.
John Williams?
No, I don't know. I just made up a name.
Yeah, I was like, buddy, I don't know. A lot of names coming in. Jack Easterby, of course. Cortland Finnegan, already been handled. Don't even worry about that one. Somebody said Dr. Phil? What? LeBron James has come in a few times. I get that. Somebody said the dude who plays Mayhem from the insurance commercials. I used to remember his name, but he always plays.
I'm just tired of him.
Who pop up in the car accidents?
Yeah, with the little Band-Aid.
Yeah, he used to play on Law and Order.
Yeah,
back in the day.
He did.
I don't think he has a punchable
His name
face.
was Cassidy in Law and Order.
Yeah, people are just tired of him. Those commercials have been going on for 15 years, at least.
Now you got a punch.
Enough already.
Somebody I used to work with back in Cleveland got a punchable face for sure. Anthony Lima.
Anthony Lima.
Yeah, he will tick you off in a way where you'd be like, man, who is this dude? I just want to see this dude in the street one time.
Yeah.
Aaron Judge is a great answer because you're really leaning into the no repercussions of this all. That's a big dude. You're like, hey, man, no comeback? All right, I got you. Aaron Judge, you catching one. Mike Fires is a great answer.
I'm surprised that didn't come up earlier.
Oh, it did. It did. Okay. I just forgot to get
That's
to
the
it.
first one I thought about.
Really? The very first one you were like,
just
that
a punchable.
guy.
Yeah.
Amy Adams. I got 2 women on my list.
I thought that was one of them. I thought that was going to be one of them.
Yeah, Amy
Someone
Adams.
said Amy Adams because Bud Adams is dead. So like she's just catching a little bit of the flack for her daddy.
How about Shiloh Sanders?
I think I'm good on Shiloh. I don't think I'm punching Shiloh.
I'm just tired of him.
He ain't even popped up that much. But yeah, Danny Ainge is a great answer for both iterations of his career.
He's on the Mount Rushmore. Yes, he's absolutely up there.
What about y'all guy that used to coach at Auburn and Tennessee?
Oh, Bruce Pearl? Yeah, he can catch it. Yeah, 100%. But you knew that was the answer.
Ron the Show Hughley.
Somebody said I don't hit women but Amy Adams. Okay, very good. All right, keep those coming in, I guess. 713-572-4610. All right, coming up next, let's go around the NFL, including more leaks that are coming out. How would you feel if this happens to be true about the Texans' schedule? 713-572-4610. We discuss it next.
For the first time in FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Y'all got a lot of punches in y'all on the text line. 713-572-4610. Joe Buck. Joe Kelly, great answer.
Yeah, that's great. I forgot
great
about
answer. Somebody said Jeff Bagwell for the Abreu deal. Okay.
That's not the Astro, though. Somebody said the Astro that actually, or former Astro.
Which one?
Kyle Tucker.
Oh yeah, somebody said Kyle Tucker, which I think is because
I think he had a punchable face when he was here.
Yes.
I think it's because he ain't got no chin. I feel like when you don't got no chin, it makes your face punchable, which I kind of hate because they didn't do nothing to deserve that.
Yeah, but they're wearing it.
What?
I mean, it's just like Eli Manning. He ain't do nothing to deserve it.
I ain't say I was going to punch him. I just said
face.
his face is stupid. That's just an acknowledgement of the facts. Eugene T.Y. Hilton pops up here. I appreciate that a couple of people said Kermit Washington is a little bit of payback for old Rudy T. Which, at what point, you and myself, John, were like, is he still with us?
Yeah.
Septuagenarian, 74 years of age.
Kermit Washington.
Kermit Washington still. So that septuagenarian would catch it. And speaking of septuagenarians catching it, somebody said Tony La Russa. And they went further to say, you know what? Screw the no repercussions. Let's go find that old man today.
We're going to throw.
I was like, all right, guys.
We're going to throw.
Let's slow down here.
Somebody's going in your Wayback Machine to Brian Straw.
Oh, there's a lot of. How does no one name Sam Darnold yet? Diego Pavia. Yeah. Y'all are on it, man. The NBA commissioner.
Adam Silver.
Deshaun Watson, which, get it. Keep those coming out, I guess. I'll just
Brian Straw.
Brian Straw.
Man.
And I missed one of the funnier ones. Laramie Tunsil for every time he got a penalty. I don't think you could just combo that. I don't think you could just hit him all them times.
Yeah, I agree.
Lopez got distracted because the PGA Championship is getting going.
All right, I'll say it now. I was going to save it for what's popping. Aren't you proud of me, though?
For what? For not talking about it till yet?
All week long, I haven't mentioned the PGA Championship, another major. I'm very proud of myself.
Should we be proud of you for it?
Yeah, because you guys always give me a hard time.
I thought y'all enjoyed it.
I love it. I'm all in. I've got my pool bracket.
I'm okay with mentioning the tournament. We're not talking about your pool bracket. Let's go around the NFL now, where I will turn back to you because you are our schedule leak correspondent. And it seems like there's some movings and shakings possibly with some potential Texans matchups.
Well, for everyone texting, hey, did you see the entire Giants schedule has been released? Let's tap the brakes on that just a little bit. There are some that are being cross-referenced with other reports, et cetera. So I won't mention that one, but one that has come through, and that is the Indianapolis Colts at the Houston Texans, November 22nd, and that would be just
week 11,
Thursday Night Football.
Oh, really?
Well, not the week of November 22nd. Thursday Night Football versus the Indianapolis Colts. So that makes 3 primetime games. 2 Thursdays
close to hitting the over,
and a Monday, not counting the standalone game in London.
Yeah, close to hitting the over here. Fun times. But okay, so you were talking about one of the wishes that you were hoping was maybe get the Colts earlier on in the season before the prospect or the possibility of Daniel Jones getting back.
Right.
This feels like it's anti that. It feels like a lot of the rumors and leaks that we're getting are kind of anti some of the hopes
we're getting
that we're
screwed,
throwing out
man.
there.
Is anything going our way?
We're getting
at
screwed,
this point?
man. Okay, so here's what we have so far for those who are just tuning in or not plugged in. The officially official, is at Wembley Stadium in London. That would be October 18th, Week 6 against the Jacksonville Jaguars. These are the ones that are credibly reported. Doesn't mean they're ironclad, but they're credibly reported versus the Indianapolis Colts, Thursday Night Football. That would be Week 11. Week 13 and this is where we were talking about kind of getting the short end of the stick so far. At Pittsburgh, that would be Sunday Night Football. So at Pittsburgh in December at night. The following week at Washington, December 13th, another East Coast December game. And then 2 weeks later, another December game outdoors at Philadelphia on Christmas Eve. So that'll be a short week. So if you're if you're keeping track at home, it ain't stacking up great in terms of the ideal schedule for you.
No, I mean, whose Cheerios got urinated in?
Yeah,
So
man.
This is not the most advantageous, at least early on. Obviously, there's still a lot of ways that this could fall,
Mm-hmm.
but we'll see what it looks like. But I appreciate you keeping us up to date on that. I will say, though, and you said the Giants leak does not seem like the most credibly sourced.
Mm-hmm.
I did want to ask, assuming that would be the case, and of course, again, big disclaimer, I don't know that this is the case. It's not very credibly sourced at this point. The idea would be that the Texans would have the Giants at home on week 7, which would mean you go to Wembley, you play in London. Week 6, you come back home and face a Giants team that seems really interesting at the very least at home, week 7.
Mm-hmm.
Do you like that as a possibility?
No. No, not at all. You're coming back from Wembley. Jet lag is real, and that's one of those things. You're going to get back Monday relatively late on Monday.
Yeah, and that time change is going to throw everybody off.
And then you're back to work on Wednesday.
Yeah.
For the Giants at home. And the Giants, as you mentioned, pretty interesting. We'll know a lot more by if that is true, it's October 25th. But pretty interesting team. So yeah, that would be not ideal to not have the bye week after the trip to London.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
But we'll see. That one is still kind of up in the air.
If that was true, would y'all rather have the bye week before that or after?
After.
Okay.
Just grin and bear it. Get through that week, and maybe it's the following week. I don't know. But I would rather have the bye week after.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Some other things as we go around the NFL. There was more guaranteed official things that were put out there, including the Thanksgiving slate. And I'm interested. Do you like this? Because I think just off of the way that you look at it, just plainly off the jump, this seems really good. I will start with Thanksgiving Eve, the night before. We talked about that. That is Packers-Rams on Netflix. But then Thanksgiving Day, the teams that have to play on Thanksgiving is the Lions and the Cowboys. So we start in the morning, or I guess what is noon here locally. It is Lions-Bears, divisional game. Couple of really good teams. There is the Ben Johnson of this all played both teams or coached both teams. Then you go to another division game, Eagles at Cowboys. Again, division game, two teams that should be pretty good. And then we finish out with a pretty solid AFC rivalry now of Chiefs-Bills. How you like them apples?
Well, let's go to Black Friday, too. Black Friday is Broncos versus the Steelers. So Thanksgiving Eve, Packers, Rams, then Bears, Lions, then Eagles, Cowboys, then Chiefs, Bills. Those all three are on Thanksgiving Day. And then Black Friday is Broncos, Steelers. That, in my memory, is the best Thanksgiving slate I can remember.
Yep. And I'm sorry for being ungrateful. I don't like it.
Really?
I don't like it.
It's too much football.
Buddy, I got to lock in on these games.
So what? You can. They're all
with my
standalone.
family. We going to be eating during the time.
You ain't got to do bleep. You ain't
How am I supposed to focus on these good-ass football games when my auntie is talking in my ear?
Ain't nobody making you watch these games. It's your choice.
All the turkey going to be in my stomach. I'm going to be falling asleep not watching the game.
Hey, watch a Christmas movie then. Put on the Christmas movie.
Dude.
But that's what I want to watch the football games. My point is it's going to be harder because when you're at Thanksgiving, you're doing a whole bunch of
You're
stuff.
You're thinking about this too hard.
I'm thinking about this the right
amount.
amount.
This too hard.
I'm thinking about this the exact right amount.
On the same level as turkey on Thanksgiving, the same exact level is football. In every household.
Not all households. Not all households.
In most every household, it's Thanksgiving. They're synonymous. You're going to be able to watch all you want. Thanksgiving and football are synonymous.
I maintain.
Hey, just go in the back room with the fellas that's watching the game. Yeah. That's all you got to do, man.
Yeah.
Your auntie will understand.
Everybody would understand.
Your auntie might come in the back room with y'all and watch a little bit.
You know my auntie. You don't know my auntie. I will say, I think that the optimal game is one that is kind of interesting, but one that if you tune out, you're not gonna be upset. Mm-hmm. If I miss a couple of drives of these games, I will be upset. These are actually really good games.
So watch them.
Yeah, quit complaining, man.
Buddy, I know I'm not going to be able to.
When you think Thanksgiving, you think football.
You were living in the vacuum of like the utopia
America?
of it. You're living in the utopia of it where I'm just going to be able to sit down and everything else.
It's not a utopia.
But they're going to get me up. They're going to have me doing something or other.
It's not a utopia. It's America.
I understand people complaining about the slate being bad. Like some bad games don't nobody want to watch.
Mm-hmm.
But they gave you some good slates right here.
The best I can remember.
And Reggie's in here mad.
I am mad.
I'm not.
Y'all are making me mad because y'all are pretending like y'all don't understand with all the people in the house that there's not going to be inevitable distractions that take away from the football.
So you'll feel bad if it was. You'll feel better if it was some bad games.
If it was just like a mid. Yeah, I think that Thanksgiving is better when you just have some mid games on.
If it was
games
Minnesota,
that are fine, but that are not.
Minnesota and Carolina.
Yeah, actually that's perfect.
Like, that's good slate.
That's perfect. That's perfect for Thanksgiving.
It's so funny to me.
Tampa Bay and Atlanta.
They're so great serious. Games. I hate it.
What? Correct.
It's the one day when you have an absolute free pass to eat, unbuckle your pants, and plant yourself in front of the TV. The one day
you got 3 straight days.
And these are 3 of the greatest rivalries
Wednesday,
today.
Thursday, and Friday.
The greatest football rivalries in the NFL today. These are 3 of them. Bears, Lions. Are you kidding?
Oh, I love it. I understand that portion of it. It's the reason why I'm upset. Maybe my family just different. I thought that we were all in the same place where all these families get together. And now there's all sorts of stuff happening in the house.
We all get together, but the fellas, they get to a TV.
Honestly, I'm
if
happy
it's going
for y'all.
to a basement, if it's going to the attic.
Yes.
I know here some people got the little man cave in the garage. Hey, we gonna be out here in the garage watching the game.
They got me working on Thanksgiving. I'm sorry.
Dude, I work. I could.
Hey,
you don't work on Thanksgiving.
I fry the turkeys.
Just put the laptops up.
Yeah.
Put the notepads down and just watch the game like a regular American.
I'm not even going to be able to do that.
Like a regular American.
I'm not even going to be able to do that.
You ain't got to sit here with a notepad, man. Writing down stats.
Oh, my goodness.
A really good slate, though.
That's one of the funniest things you've said.
I mean this.
What a great slate. I hate it.
I mean this with all of my heart and most of my kidney, really and truly. I'm going to be very upset when it's like, hey, can you come clean the dishes? The game is on. And then I can't yell at my mom because then I'm in trouble, right? Like, this is not how this works. Y'all should understand what I'm talking about. All right, we continue around the NFL where there's still deals getting done and reached. In this instance, the Miami Dolphins come to a long-term deal with Devon Achane, the running back, previously from Texas A&M.
Mm-hmm.
4-year, $64 million extension for him, making him the 3rd highest paid running back in the National Football League. And I believe he's $32 million guaranteed, which, if I remember correctly, is below what
slightly, yeah,
it's below what rookie running back Jeremiah Love is making. How did that hit you when you saw that?
I actually love the kid. Everything I've ever heard about him and seen of him, and obviously, you know, he did such an incredible job at A&M. I thought it was a little bit of an overpay
for Achane.
Yeah, I thought it was a little bit of like if I'm just stepping back and looking at the type of running back he is. He's really good between the tackles, even though he's not the biggest guy, but he is smallish. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, ooh, good for him. But I think it's a little bit of an that's what 54, right? 54 million, 64 million. Yeah. That's a lot, man. That's a lot for that type of running back. But hey, applaud it.
Yeah, I don't know if he was on one of them guys that was being talked about as being traded. And remember all the rumors going around? Could the Texans trade for somebody like that and all that? I understand why they didn't, if that was the case.
Yeah. It felt like they should, though, because you look over at that Miami team and you just look at the timeline. It does not feel like they're going to be competitive relatively soon. Now, there's a possibility.
Well, there's that, too.
There is the possibility of it. They went and got Malik Willis and hoping that, they can kind of build a system that works under Bobby Slowick there. It just feels like, hey, you are going to be the face of what we do, which I understand, right? Outside of just the spreadsheets of it all, while you are undertaking some level of rebuild, you still need something that puts people in seats that people can get behind. I think Devon Achane exists as that, and I feel like this payment is in part because of his talent, but also is in part because of that portion of this. You need somebody who's the face of what you're doing here. I think I kind of agree with you to some degree. I don't want to make it seem as though he is a benefactor completely, or that he was made by Mike McDaniel, but I do think that we might see the difference.
I don't agree with that.
I think we might see the distinction.
There might be a distinction, but I think he's legit. I mean, he's legit. He's done it in different offenses.
No, for sure.
Yeah.
But I did find it interesting, like from that portion of it to the other side of This is the reason why people talk so much about the Jeremiah Love and drafting a running back so highly because of the slot.
Yeah.
You have a dude who we can reasonably talk about maybe being overpaid in Devon Achane, and he is still not making contractually the same as a dude who was coming in as a rookie. Like that, I don't want to say that puts a ton of pressure on Jeremiah Love, but contractually, it does make you look at the Arizona Cardinals and go, all right, what you got?
Yeah, no doubt.
Absolutely need to find a way to make that land, but we'll see what that looks like. We continue around the NFL, and real quick before we go, did you see this? Because someone asked earlier on the text line, how does the NFL actually put together this schedule? And it's funny to realize how close to the actual release they're still making moves and changes.
The 2 days before.
Correct.
Yeah.
And it's a group of NFL executives, so it's not just one person. But apparently, according to The Athletic, the committee that puts this together is now integrating AI into their process. But I think for good reason. And I imagine, and I know that you guys are looking at me, here comes the AI hater. I imagine that this is one of the better uses of AI, right? Like being able to take complex data sets or what have you, and maybe simplify them for the people that are using it. Apparently, they are taking into account a lot more impacts than just, obviously stadium availability and those types of things. They're considering Airbnb prices, weather, obviously you mentioned local sporting events, and even economic factors in various different places. And so apparently Recentive Analytics is the company that they are using to help them. They really try and focus their efforts on everything that has nothing to do with the NFL to help them better make the schedule.
No, when I saw this, I was right there. Same place as you are. This is where AI can excel. And I'm I don't mind it like you mind it. But I get that there's some potholes along the way as it develops. But so I'm more of an advocate of AI, but I also recognize there are some potholes. This is what good AI does. This is the kind of thing that it can do that the human element just doesn't take into account.
Yeah, I would imagine so. Although,
or very little.
As we're seeing some of the schedules come out, I feel like, are y'all getting on my side about AI? Because the way that's hitting the Texans, assuming that these other things are coming together, is really making me mad.
Yeah.
Come on, guys. Help us out.
Yeah.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610 as we continue on a leak day, as you called it, NFL schedule leak day.
Happy leak day.
We're continuing to see what happens in those spaces. We'll let you know if we see anything else, especially as it pertains to the Houston Texans. But coming up next, there's actually the NFL's making their outreach to various different places. And one of those things has been Netflix's quarterback series. We have the new crop of people on quarterback, and we want to talk about that. However, would you want C.J. Stroud on quarterback for this season? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about it next.
All right, let's talk about that new vehicle that you are getting and you're dreaming about and you want. D&M Auto Leasing. D&M Auto Leasing is going to get it for you at a price you like, the way you like, with everything you want on it. The average appreciation. For 50 years, D&M has helped Texans drive nicer vehicles, and they can get you the vehicle you want with a simple 10-minute phone call. If your payment feels too high,
by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Thursday to you. Happy schedule release Thursday to you. 6:30 p.m. is when the official schedule happens, but we've got our crack scientist of schedule executive, I don't know what other title I can give you, John Lopez, working on it to see and corral all the various leaks into...
we'll keep you updated.
Yeah, into whatever we can see. I think there's 5 games that we have a little bit of a heads up on for the Texans. Obviously, the official one being Week 6 at versus Jacksonville in London, and then later on in the season, I think Week 11 has been fairly credibly sourced as a Thursday night game versus the Colts at home, and then you got 3 road games down the stretch in December. One at Pittsburgh, Week 13. One at Washington in the nation's capital, Week 14. And then one at Philadelphia on Christmas Eve in Week 16. That's what we've got as of right now. Did I miss anything? Is there anything else that's coming down?
No, that's the latest. There's some other rumored things, but we'll let you know when it gets a little bit more.
Okay, very good, very good. Someone just texted in, can I please punch Jack Easterby? I mean,
no one would care.
Do what you got to do.
Hey, if you see him out in these streets.
Yeah.
Actually, we shouldn't do that. We do not advocate.
It's up to you.
Such violence, but
on site.
It's your choice. Hey, that is your choice.
Yes. Odyssey Houston and Sports Radio 610 accept no liability in such a circumstance.
Actually, Reggie told you to do that.
What?
So, yeah, make sure you tell Reggie to do it.
No!
Reggie
That's
said.
Reggie voice.
Yeah.
I'm going to be in trouble. I'm going to have to go talk to Parker here in a second. Yesterday, we got a little bit of news that I was ready to, that I wanted to say for today, which is that the Netflix documentary, which it is, I guess, a documentary. I guess I don't have to quibble on that. But this is their 3rd season of it, and it's called Quarterback, where they follow around a group of quarterbacks through the entirety of a season. You kind of get an idea in the lay of the land. It's been a really fun experiment to just kind of see what the season was like for these quarterbacks. And we've got a new crop of them for this season. Now, it's worth noting that when the show comes out, which, again, it's coming out here, I forget the actual date when it's supposed to be coming out, but it should be coming out here soon. It details these quarterbacks' times in the previous season, the 2025 season. The quarterbacks featured Baker Mayfield of the Bucs, Jaden Daniels of the Commanders, Joe Flacco of a few teams apparently, and Cam Ward of the Tennessee Titans. Which of those are you more fascinated to see, first and foremost?
Joe Flacco.
You think it's Joe Flacco, really?
Absolutely. Joe Flacco. Just the knowledge, his approach, his age, the way people have talked about him, the way – because where did he came in late? When
remember he started with the Browns.
He started with the Browns.
With the Bengals now.
And then with the Bengals and started, right?
Yeah, he started. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah,
he did. So
that's going to be really cool to watch.
It will be fun to see what the process was there, what the kind of communication was, if they're able to give us that deep of a.
Now, this was from last year, right?
Yes, from this past season.
Okay.
Right. So you'll see the moving
all
on,
that.
being traded to Cincinnati, like all of that portion of it. I'm very intrigued to see what the first year of Cam Ward was from that side of things, like what the mentality was for him, how that happened, and then
Baker Mayfield's going to be fun.
Baker Mayfield is entertaining.
No, that for sure, but for me, not as high as someone like a Jaden Daniels, who also is going through the injury and the second year. Like how I'm interested in comparing how much that. How much it's alike to C.J. Stroud's year 2, because remember, year 1 for him as a rookie was one that was compared very much to C.J. Stroud's rookie year. So that insight would be interesting, and that brought me to: would you be interested in a C.J. Stroud appearance in season 4 rather of quarterback, which would mean that he would have done it this year? Now, of course, I don't know that we have an idea of who has accepted for this year. And first, I guess I should start by asking: is there any chance you could see C.J. Stroud accepting the role of being one of the guys that's followed in quarterback for this season?
I don't think it's a very high chance. Probably 15%. Yeah, somewhere in there. I think the Texans would have an influence on that, so he would answer no just because of the importance of the year. But in terms of would I be interested, I would, but I would be interested if it's truly not like a Hard Knocks kind of version where
have you watched Quarterback?
I've watched Quarterback. Yeah. The first one was Who's on
First
the
one was Kirk Cousins.
Kirk Cousins was in
Yeah,
it.
he
Marcus
was great.
Mariota was in
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
Patrick Mahomes was in it, which I kind of loved.
I don't want
felt
it
like there was
filtered,
tears.
is what I'm saying.
It doesn't feel like they're filtered. Now, of course, Omaha Productions, I believe, has a big hand in it, which is Peyton Manning's thing. I think that he has a lot more. He has a lot more cachet than NFL Films, where we know that they give the teams, and I imagine some of the players, a decent amount of editorial control, and it almost feels like it's just a Bravo, Bravo television reality show.
Yeah.
This feels like a little bit closer to an actual documentary, something that gives us a little bit more insight. I think I would be fascinated.
Oh, I definitely want to see it if it's unfiltered, because if it is, then you're going to get a real feel for some of these things that we've speculated on, maybe some people have reported on. What is he really like in those meetings? How engaged is he with the offense, with the coordinators, with the game plan? I mean, with life, because, the life in general for him, just that little window to that world would be fascinating. But I don't think it's going to happen.
No, I don't think so either. But in thinking about this, I was like, man, I don't know if there's a quarterback that I'd want to do this more. And obviously, like, there's the local aspect of it, but just in general, we've talked about this. CJ Stroud might be the biggest story in NFL, just in general. Like seeing this dude who came in and looked like immediately like he was going to be among the class of elite quarterbacks is in this place where people are questioning what that is now.
Yeah.
And is he capable of recapturing that? That's a pretty easy story to sell in a league that likes selling their quarterbacks. And I would absolutely love. I'm calling on you, Peyton Manning. Write the check. Whatever is necessary to get him on this. Because I think from the question, the reason why I asked the question also is, do you think that this impacts the team at all if they do something like this?
Impact the team? I don't think so. Because this is almost separate. It's separate, but also involving the team, if that makes any sense whatsoever. Because I think a lot of it is just about him and their lives and what they're doing, and because they go into everything, and that's what I want to see. I do slightly disagree, because I think obviously C.J. Stroud would be very, very high on the list, but he's behind Deshaun Watson. He's behind Deshaun Watson.
Yeah.
Just in terms of the travel. I mean, the journey that he's taken, and now he's being talked about with the starting quarterback and all the controversies and everything else. Yeah.
Do you think they put Deshaun Watson on this?
Because why not?
Well, the why not is all the names that they have a certain level of appeal.
Mm-hmm.
All the guys that they put in there, that would be the first one that you could put in there that almost feels like straight up like a villain.
That's appeal. That is appeal.
And then also to mention the whole like him trying to get back into it type of deal. And, I mean, I know he ain't played last season.
Yeah.
But just the whole journey of trying to get back to what he was.
Right. No, I think he would. Again,
people will
I don't
still
think
look
that's
at
going to happen either.
No, that ain't going to happen.
I don't think that's going to happen either. But Deshaun Watson would be fascinating to watch right there with. You're right. I think C.J. Stroud's way up there.
I think the other thing is too. I guess as a watcher or a fan, not really a fan of him, but just a watcher, I want him to open up more about what happened.
Yeah.
Like, I want to know, because he still never really addressed it. Like, what happened in Houston?
Right.
Like, why did you want to leave? Like, he never addressed all of that.
Even before all the controversy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But I'm sure he's probably not going to do it unless it's on his own personal.
But if we had our druthers, I think both those guys would be up there.
Okay, so now we're just building a season 4 that we would like to see of guy. And in essence, it's who would you like to get a little bit better of an insight in going into the 2026 season. So if we're building the lineup, and maybe we'll say that you can have 4 because they do have 4 quarterbacks in this year's edition of quarterback. C.J. Stroud is one that I'd very much put in there, even though I am very concerned, maybe not very concerned, but I'm kind of interested in what that would do for him and the team and the dynamic there. But C.J. Stroud, Deshaun Watson, who are the other 2 quarterbacks that you'd be like, I would like to see them involved in this hypothetical season of quarterback?
Now, are we just throwing quarterbacks out there, or are we trying to make it make sense? Like maybe one fighting for a job, maybe if you want over the hill quarterback.
If you want to, we could do that. But I'm just being nakedly self-interested in the dudes that I would just like to get a little.
I'm looking. I actually called up the
Jalen Hurts got to be in here, right?
Jalen Hurts would be a great one. Jalen Hurts would be a great. Justin Herbert would be a good one.
Ooh, yeah.
Yeah, Justin Herbert would be a good one.
That might be the lineup there, right?
Yeah. What about Caleb Williams?
Ooh, yeah, Caleb Williams would be a good one for this year. But I think that you'd have to choose between Caleb Williams and Justin Herbert. They feel like they sit in the same place if you were putting those guys together here in a quarterback.
I'm looking at all the starting quarterbacks right now because I didn't want to miss anybody. Yeah, it's going to be hard to top those 4 right there. Lamar Jackson?
Funny enough, I don't know that I would really want to see that one. If it was still John Harbaugh there, like to see the dynamic, the entire newness of this almost takes me away from it, but I'd watch it, right? Like obviously Lamar is of that caliber where he's just going to be interesting. Plus he's kind of a charismatic dude who kind of draws attention inherently. I'd be interested in that.
I have no interest in Joe Burrow. I think it could be
he already did one.
Yeah, I know.
I think he was in year 2, right?
Yeah.
What about just to throw like an old fart in the whole thing? Aaron Rodgers.
Keep him away from television screens. I think we've seen enough of
like
Aaron
just
Rodgers.
throw the old over the hill type of person that's close to retirement.
Yeah.
Just throw him in there.
Yeah.
We've seen plenty enough.
Geno Smith, baby.
There we go.
Geno Smith.
There we go. Somebody said Matt Stafford for potential final year is a great answer.
Oh yeah,
that's a great. I do wonder though how and I hate to say it this way, like how interesting it would be, but I guess that's why you have an ensemble, right? Is if there's not a lot happening there, then you kind of lean towards a little bit more of the other ones. Matt Stafford in his final year, just to get an idea of, hey, what are the thought process? How is he battling through this? Because you remember week 1 of last year, we were talking about like how bad is this back going to be? He played all year long, and I don't think that just stopped being an issue. I think that it was not so much of an issue as we thought it was, but I do think that he had to traverse some issues as he went through that. So, that would be interesting. But, I would desperately want to see C.J. Stroud on this quarterback thing.
I agree.
And unfortunately, I just think that there is
we're keep hoping.
There is no chance that this happens. But gosh, I would love to see it because the dynamic we're being told that he gets along pretty well with Jerry and all those. I want to see that dynamic. I want to see what the Nick Caley actual dynamic is, like how it goes along. And one of the things I love about quarterback is that you get it not just into what, it's not just Hard Knocks where you see interactions. These dudes have so much of these confessional circumstances where they really talk about what's going on. I remember there was a huge change in how a lot of people felt about Kirk Cousins that first year because he got so much into his
I thought he was
psyche.
really interesting. Yeah, he was really good.
And I'm like, I'm just picturing if we get C.J. Stroud and maybe if we can get him out of the cliches that we could typically get from him at the podium and we really get into that, I would love to get some of that in this season. One can only hope that this time next year we're like, C.J. Stroud on quarterback. Let's see what went.
That would be pretty sweet.
Yeah, it would be. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping, including the Texans have already rickrolled the fan base. We'll talk about that and more next.
Sean's got a wish list for the From Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222. The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into what's popping here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610 on this schedule release Thursday. Leaks already coming through. I take you to the Texans schedule leak desk with John Lopez. Where are we at? What are we looking at this moment?
All right, so we've got the most recent one, if you didn't hear, was Texans on Christmas Eve at Philadelphia, which makes 3 out of the first 4 weeks of December on the East Coast, on the road, outdoors, and 2 of them on short weeks. At Pittsburgh, Sunday Night Football on December 6th, at Washington, and then at Philadelphia on Christmas Eve, Thursday night on Christmas Eve. So that not exactly great. We'll keep you up to date because they are coming in hot and heavy. If not even just the Texans, there's a lot of leaks that are coming reputable, more reputable than others, I should say.
Yeah, and if you can't keep all of that in your head, maybe you're at work doing something. Don't forget 6:30 is when this thing really pops off in full with the schedule release going on. I'm certain that the Texans social media team will be all in. Seeing as Toro already and the Texans in general have already rickrolled the masses, they sent out one of these, schedule release day. Here's a link. Click it. And, of course, if you've been on the internet for more than, 10, 15 years, you are familiar with the concept of here comes Rick Astley. He's never going to give you up, rickrolling you. An incredible song, mind you.
Great song.
Hey, just a banger of a song. But, yes, that was a reminder that, nope, not in the morning. It'll come in the evening.
Did they have it on loop?
I don't think
because I know the internet version is the
one. Nobody
that
sticks around that long.
Yeah, everybody's like, "Damn it, you got me!"
Because it's the one, the one on the internet stay on loop.
Yeah.
It got that perfect cut of the loop where it just keep going. You don't realize you've been watching this for like 3 minutes.
Yeah,
the same thing.
And by the way, the most recent one was Colts at Texans.
Yes,
on
week
Thursday
11.
Night Football, week 11. Yeah,
which means 2 Thursday night games as of right now.
2 Thursday night games and a Monday night game. So I said it at 4.5 primetime games. The over is looking pretty strong. And that's not counting the standalone game in England.
Well, you said 2 Thursday night games
and a Monday night
and
a Sunday night.
Yeah, it was a Sunday night. I was about to say, I was like, I think the Steelers is a Sunday night. Yeah. But that's what you're working with as of right now. You got to be excited for what the Texans actually pull out for the schedule release, right?
Yeah. What do you think, Figgy? The schedule release video theme. I was Zapruder filming some of these things because
no, you weren't.
Actually Toro got me thinking about it. So he did the Rick Astley thing. You know, the Rick roll. Is that little tease
I don't know.
I think it's just a bit.
like an 80s bit.
Yeah, I think it's just a little bit.
Because here's the thing, you can never predict what a team is going to lean into. Now LA Chargers kind of do the what's it called?
They did the anime.
Yeah.
I think they did that like
2 years in a row.
2 years in a row, and
Yeah.
then they switched it up. But the Houston Texans, I feel like they just been totally random with theirs because even last year was kind of random. And it was a little bit of an eye roll because it was a sponsorship tagged along in it. The Waza.
Oh yeah, that's right. That was bad.
Yeah. It was cool, but it was, I don't know, it was a little.
They got to do better. They're a good social media team. But on the schedule release,
they're great.
No, they are. They're great. But on the schedule release, they've always kind of been like, okay, the Texans did this, So I'm wondering if they put it out there. We got to kick some butt this year. The other thing I was thinking, I mentioned to Reggie during the break. Have you noticed how much of this H-Town blue has been in every one of? Even when they teased that the schedule was upcoming. They had the blue bricks across the top, kind of outlining it.
Oh, yeah, reminiscent of what? It's like the
street signs, the curb signs, and the street signs of well, in my where I live is one of them. But
where's
really,
that again?
Over there,
8507 Queens Boulevard.
In the wards always have the blue tiles, and all that stuff. So
you see those everywhere too, man.
I think that might be a factor. I think that might be part of
the release.
Yeah, they just at least the color and the tiles, right?
I think that's possible.
Yeah,
that sounds like it could be very right. Somebody said they're definitely going anime. They definitely like it. Their social media managers definitely have an affinity for the anime. I guess space or what have you. So yeah, it does feel like that could very much be the case. The Houston Astros got a victory last night. Only took 10 innings for them to get it done, but shout out to a number of people. Shout out to Zach Cole for getting the walk-off hit. Shout out to Bryce Matthews for being able to steal third and then ultimately bring in a run and honestly just be pretty good on the night in general. Bryce Matthews. Shout out to Jose Altuve. At the plate, bringing a couple of runs in. One with a sac fly, another with just a little bit of plate discipline and a walk. And then shout out to Lance McCullers Jr. Actually, before I move on from Jose Altuve, 900 is a number that showed up a couple of times in this game with Jose Altuve. He had, 900. Oh, I didn't write it down. Of course I didn't. What was it? Was it hits for him? No, there's not. Wait, I'm trying to remember what the 900 was from him. The 900 for Lance McCullers Jr. was 900 strikeouts. In fact, he got to 901, I believe. 15th Astro to do that, and the fastest of them to do that, get to 900. So shout out to him. 5 1/3, pretty damn good. I think he gave up a leadoff home run, and then after that, pretty solid work for him. All those things came together for a 1-run win in extras to get their first win versus the Mariners. It's
kind of like pulling teeth watching this game. It was tough to watch. They scratched and they clawed, but they got it done. And you didn't mention Braden Shoemake,
that's who I was forgetting.
Who's been really, really good for the Astros as well. But hey, I'm not going to sit here and say it's a sign of things to come or a good sign even, but better than a loss. Better than a loss by a long stretch.
Definitely better than a loss. Christian Walker had a home run in this game, and you mentioned Shoemake, and it was 900 RBI for Jose Altuve that he crossed last night. All those things coming together for a victory. Can they have that magic come back together today to help them split this series versus the Mariners? We'll see. 110 first pitch. It is Mike Burrows on the bump for your Astros, so you know he's going to pound the zone. At least cross your fingers and hope that's the case. And hope that the offense can do a little something here now. The offense just doing just enough. Still felt out of character.
4 games in a row, they're sort of just not scuffling. Well, maybe scuffling a little bit.
Yeah. So we'll see what that looks like. Mind you, 28 days to the World Cup. 4 weeks until we get international footy stateside on the grandest stage. Did you see this? I found this to be a funny note when it comes to World Cup stuff. New York, New Jersey, who is hosting the World Cup final specifically, but obviously they'll have some of this. Their committee in trying to figure out the transit situation that was getting real dicey with the New Jersey Transit offering to have rides for $150 and being like, yeah, that's not going to be
not going to happen.
The host committee has now hired out yellow school buses to help match day costs.
I love it. Oh, okay. We'll help you. Here you go.
And they're like, hey, we will have a shuttle bus.
Stay behind the line.
Heavy on the bus for $80 to $20 during the tournament. So maybe you could get to the stadium on the wheels on the bus for $20.
When the last time y'all been on a school bus?
Oh, buddy,
is it
it's
still
been-
the same?
It has been probably at one of these events because a long time ago.
I wonder if it's still the same because them seats used to be uncomfortable.
Very. It's like that was the feature of it was that you were going to be uncomfortable in this on this bus.
I thought you were going to mention the halftime show for the final.
Yes, we actually have a halftime show as well, which the first time that you've had a halftime show for the World Cup final, I believe it is BTS, it is Shakira, and there's one other act that I'm forgetting in this
Madonna.
How could I forget?
How could you forget Madonna?
You should have said that first, man.
Should I have? I feel like I did it in the right order.
Yeah.
I'm going to be honest. Even with all due respect to Madonna and the legend that she is, if we're talking about international acclaim, it's going
Don't
to be
sound like no respect to me.
Shakira, BTS, then Madonna. Argue with your auntie.
BTS, I've never really seen or heard anything about it. That doesn't make me. I mean, I'm not. That's not crazy, is it? They're K-pop, aren't they?
Yeah, K-pop.
Yeah.
And I just would not put that in your range. I know you get some stuff outside of the space that people would
I do,
imagine
but
that
that's
you are.
one that's one that I'm not into. So I've never seen BTS. I want to see Madonna because she's a legend. I think she's clearly, she and Shakira are the kind of the big time headliners, and then Shakira, of course. I just want to see her walk off the stage.
I bet you do.
Yeah.
Can I once again be a person who offers a take that probably people disagree with and think is nonsense? I don't want a halftime show for the World Cup.
Oh, you have to. You have to.
No, you don't. For the final? No, you don't.
Yes, you do.
Do your typical 15 minutes between.
Well, they are complaining about that. Who was it? I was reading something this morning. I believe it was some legendary soccer player was saying, we need the 15 minutes. It's a routine and all that. So does the NFL. I mean, you do it in the NFL at the biggest sporting event, single sporting event on the planet.
Sure.
You have a 20, 30-minute halftime. So you're saying soccer's too good for that?
That's right. That's right. Because also, we are now used to this, right? Over
What's
a
the
number of
reason why you
decades.
don't want it, though? You just want to hurry up. Let's get to.
I want to get through this.
You
man.
want to sim to the second half?
Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get back to the footy, man.
I am enjoying Reggie's takes today, man.
Yeah, the full curmudgeon came out. The games are too good on Thanksgiving.
Why we gotta have a halftime show?
I don't want to hear all this damn music.
Hey, let's get back to the game.
It was Thierry Henry.
Oh yes,
Thierry Henry.
You want to disagree with TT?
Yeah,
Thierry Henry.
Yes, I do. But this is what he said. I'm saying they are complaining about it, but you got to. You have to. It's the World Cup. But he said
they've literally never done it before.
And they're welcome on board.
Hey, money talks.
Welcome on board.
Money talks.
How much of the stuff have we been talking about this World Cup that feels like it's the money that's ruining it?
Yeah, it's true. But the halftime, you have to have.
They trying to get all eyes on it.
Yeah.
Someone on the text line quoted us saying, "Are they still uncomfy about the bus?" They said, "Buddy, they still use the same buses from 1990."
I believe it. I never looked at the bus and said, "Ooh, that look comfortable."
Yeah,
or they upgraded. Right, like the Metro buses, they upgraded it over the years. You can kind of see them now, but those yellow school buses look exactly the same.
And I just thought about this. They were like $80 to $20, and I was like, "What is the differentiating factor?" Buddy, I forgot that. When I was still riding some of these buses, they were just barely putting AC in some of these.
Oh yeah,
they're gonna have them riding in these buses
There's
without
still
AC,
some
aren't
that
they?
don't have AC at all.
I never rode in a yellow bus with no with AC in it.
Right.
They gonna have these.
You had that little ass fan that's pointed towards the driver. Only the driver getting that little fan.
Yeah.
They gonna have these people coming to America trying to watch a soccer match, riding around in the heat.
We used to be wrestling trying to let the windows down, man.
And New Jersey is
and you don't feel
hot in the summertime.
Yeah.
It's like almost like Houston. Real humid, real hot. It's brutal up there.
Shout out to Minwoo Lee at the top of the leaderboard on day one of the PGA championships. Jordan Spieth up there as well. Xander Schauffele doing a little, but of course, I mean, it's day one. It's not going to be the end all be all. Who you liking in this one, John?
Look, I was I did my pool that I always do for the major championships, and there's always someone that you think, okay, he's hot, he's this. Maybe he's won 2 or 3 of the last 5 weeks or whatever. This is very much a chalk tournament to me. Yeah, this is a chalk tournament. I think you're going to have a heavy dose. I picked on my bracket. Real creative, Scotty Scheffler. So don't overthink this one. The layout. It's in Pennsylvania. It's a classic PGA course. Kind of station to station. Like my top three are Scotty Scheffler, Victor Hovland, and Shane Lowry. Nothing crazy there. Those are all top 25 players in the world. So I think that's the way it's gonna play out. Now the one guy that I have on, and you can see it right here, my tier 6 guy is actually in third place. Actually, yeah, third place, tied for third.
Okay, interesting.
Shahid Igala.
And shout out to the second most famous Cameron Smith in all the world, who had a hole-in-one.
Cam Smith had a hole-in-one, Figgy.
Now talk about his last 2 years of golf.
Cam Smith, been all right.
No, it hasn't. No, it hasn't. It really hasn't. That's why I wanted to shout him out for a good thing, because there hasn't been a lot of opportunities to do that recently. All right, that's what's popping.
The Cam Smith.
The second one. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, Max Crosby. He has his podcast, The Rush with Max Crosby. Some Texans situations have come up there. I kind of want to dig into that, including the presumed right tackle for your Houston Texans. I feel like you'll love to hear this, and we'll do that next.
For the first time in 7 years, the Texans are headed across the pond to play a game in London. In Week 6, it'll be a division battle with the Jags at Wembley. Get your passports ready.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play.
Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I don't know if I'll ever understand this job that we do, because the things that ultimately get traction, whether it's in this room here or on our text line, 713-572-4610, are never the things that I'm anticipating. I threw in look at the school bus thing as a little fun thing, and now we're all talking about school buses. I got T-Mill texting my phone asking, wait, school buses have AC now? And I'm like, you did not go to school in the 80s, man. Why is that so foreign a concept? I know you saw a school bus with some AC before.
A lot still do not have
I don't remember riding in a school bus, like a yellow school bus with AC.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, he went to school
you
in
went
Texas.
to that rich district, man. That's why.
I went to a rich. Okay.
Did y'all have the buses with the tinted windows?
No, absolutely not. What? Did they have tinted window buses?
I be seeing them.
And then you and our program director got into a whole thing about why school buses don't have seatbelts.
Don't get me started, but you just did.
Damn it.
So I'll just say it real quick.
All right.
The
wheels on the bus go round and round.
Up. Anyway.
All right.
The most ridiculous thing in our society today, certainly one of them, you have to wear seatbelts. It is the law.
Yes.
Kids, especially toddlers into their young ages of early school age, have to be in a car seat. You can't even turn around the car seat until that kid, to face forward, till that kid weighs like 35, 40 pounds.
Yeah.
But all those kids can ride in a school bus with no seatbelts.
Dog, we used to be bouncing around, man.
What are we doing? Like, you have to be so careful. Oh, my God, I can't believe they let that kid get in that car without a seatbelt, or they're not in a booster seat or a car seat. Oh, my gosh, I'm going to call the police. And then I'm going to put my kid on this school bus that has no seatbelts. It's the most ridiculous thing in our society today. Oh, they got a little padding on the front seat. Okay, so your head bounces back and forth on that padding? What are we doing?
I never understood that either, man.
What are we doing?
I mean, I don't fully get it. Like, even the things that I try and get in my brain where it's like, all right, is it possible that, that it could be more of a hazard with all these kids trapped in there if something disastrous was to happen? But I'm like, all right, now we're just bouncing our heads around, like ping pong balls in the little lotto machine.
If that school bus has a wreck, it's going to look like a snow globe. It's just like bodies flying everywhere.
Somebody said because only short buses have AC. That's not correct. I've been and this is when I was playing sports. Like, I've very much seen the buses with the AC on them. I am surprised.
Short bus shorty.
Please no.
Unbelievable. All right, real quick. It seems like there's another leak from your man's.
There is.
NFL.
I was ranting on school buses. I missed it. You tell me.
That's right.
See, that's why you gotta pay attention, man.
Yeah.
Looks like you might have some insight into the Week 1 opener for the Houston Texans. They will be welcome in for the third straight time, but for the first time to start the season. Josh Allen and the Buffalo Bills, according to this particular report that we see from Nerding on NFL.
The full Week 1 schedule has been released.
Oh, interesting.
The
for the Texans?
Not official, but Nerding on NFL.
Just the
has
full
been
Week
reported. Has been reported. Bills at Texans, and that's a noon game. Also a regular noon
I like
game.
that.
If you're interested in the other division of teams, Browns at Jaguars, Ravens at Colts. Where are the Titans?
Oh, the Colts getting Lamar and them on week.
Yeah. Jets at Titans. Well,
I mean,
I don't know if this is
actual
home on the road.
Yeah.
I don't know if this is actually all these are at those teams, but it seems like it is. So we'll see. But Browns, Jaguars. Let's put it that way. Ravens, Colts, Jets, Titans, Bills, Texans. And the Bills are at the Texans because that's a home opponent. Yeah.
And I mean, we could go through and we know which teams are supposed to be playing on the road with some of these teams.
Yeah, we could. I'm not going to do that.
You good with this one? You like this one as your opener for the Texans?
Yeah, you get your attention real quick there, and they are quite good against the Bills at home.
Yeah, they have been.
Yeah.
This is one of those where I'm really leaning on the mysticism of it all. Although it's probably good, like you have a little bit. No, I was about to say you have a little bit more continuity than the Bills do, but they still have Joe Brady at the helm, so the offense is going to be similar. The defense is what will have some level of shift to it. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if the Texans are able to manhandle Josh Allen the same way that they have the last couple of years.
Just real quick, you tell me what the best game is week 1.
Okay.
I guess that would be Wednesday Night Football, Patriots at Seahawks, which we knew.
Yeah, we knew that one was going to start the season.
Cowboys, Giants, we knew. Sunday Night Football.
How do you like the idea of like an actual Super Bowl rematch to start?
They do it a lot. They don't do it every year, but they do it a lot. I like it. I don't mind it.
Yeah, I ain't got no problem.
I ain't got no problem. Broncos, Chiefs, Monday Night Football.
Nice.
That might be a good one.
That's a good one right there.
Justin Fields, get out here, baby.
Yeah, I was about to say, depending on the quarterback.
You said that's Sunday night, though?
That's Monday night.
There's quite a possibility that we look up and go, oh, this is not as fun as I thought it was.
Yeah. And those might be about the best in terms of headliners. Niners and Rams, we knew that's going to be the one. Where is that, in Brazil?
Yes.
Yeah, I think
no, Australia,
Melbourne. Yeah. So those, full week 1 schedule. There you go.
All right, fun. And of course, the biggest one, the one that's most important, you'll have the Buffalo Crazies here to start the season.
Oh, yeah, there is that.
But I do love that it's the home opener here, and I will enjoy that you're not waiting till week 2 for a home opener again. Like, that seems like a little bit of respect for the Texans that they're like, hey, you get to open at home. If there's a day where you might be able to combat the Buffalo Bills coming in and taking over more of these seats, it might be the home opener, right?
Yeah.
I feel like that might be an opportunity to combat some of this.
Yeah, I think you're right.
All right. Now turning to Max Crosby of the he's still of the Raiders, right? We didn't get him traded anywhere eventually.
No.
We sent him away.
Oh, he ain't with the Raiders? No, I just woke up out of coma. I thought he was with the Raiders.
No, he's still there. He's still
for
there.
the Ravens.
It went a little roundabout, but he's still in Vegas. But he does his podcast, The Rush with Max Crosby, and there were some things that he brought up that feel like they're pursuant to the Texans. One of the big ones is obviously he's talking about your presumed right tackle, Braden Smith. And he's sitting with Deion Dawkins, the left tackle for the Buffalo Bills, who you will see, assuming that this leak is correct, on week 1 at Reliant Stadium. This was them talking about Braden Smith.
And there's some random guys that nobody talks about, and you're like, that motherfucker's low-key cold.
And those are the scariest ones.
And those are the ones. Like, I'll give, what's his name? I'll give him props. Braden Smith. I've had battles with him. I've been playing him for years now. Doesn't get Pro Bowls, doesn't get a ton of recognition. He just signed with the Texans. And he was with the Colts forever. And he's a big, mean motherfucker, 6'7", huge motherfucker. He doesn't say a word. Blank. Like you're talking to a fucking wall. And a guy like that, he's one of those guys where I'm like, this is going to be a bloodbath. Yeah. We're going to go to war. And we never say a word to each other, and we're pounding, bro. Run, pass, everything. And those are those random matchups where, like, most people wouldn't bring up his name in that conversation. I think he's one of the best tackles in the league.
He likes the F-bomb. That's ridiculous.
Oh, man. You already knew that he was a little bit of I don't know, interesting eclectics to some degree. And then they got the freedom of, this is just a podcast. Yeah. We can say whatever we want. He's using the most out of that.
But, boy, does that warm the old cockles, doesn't it?
No, 100%. Because Braden Smith, we've talked about it as if it's some level of given because this is a departure from what the Texans had done at least the year prior, but it feels like just generally, it felt like they did not invest the right way in the offensive line. They were like, all right, we get some draft picks or we'll just pick up some free agents. But guys that had not at all relatively recently demonstrated themselves to be very capable at playing at a high level.
No, it is really, really encouraging in terms of the swarm that we often talk about. The nasty of changing the whole sort of vibe around this Texans offensive line, what it's been. And we also know Wyatt Teller is much more vocal and is also that kind of guy. So there's 2 right there on your free agent signings, on your acquisitions that you can feel really good about. And, of course, Keelan Rutledge as well, the rookie, is another one. That is exactly what the doctor ordered if you get more of that.
Yeah, and the reason why that matters to me, you mentioned the mentality is a huge part of this, right? This offseason on the offensive line, it feels like the idea was, let's see if we can find a way to match the defensive identity that's clearly there, that is in line with what D'Amico wants for his team, and actually bring that to the offensive side of the football. Braden Smith seems to have that. But on top of that, we've talked so much about even all of the dudes that they've acquired. We've talked about them in the context of being able to run the football, right? Go out and impose your will in the interior, and that matters because that was a weakness. But we can't ignore the outsides and like the pressure that was delivered on the outside. I think we feel pretty good about how solid Ariante Ursery was in year 1, and we hope for that development. that right tackle spot is not one to be ignored. And, having a Braden Smith there, hearing one of the best edge rushers in the league go, I think that he is quietly a dude that people don't talk about enough for that capability. Not just for the toughness, not just for being an MF-er or whatever, but for being a dude who is capable of really handling both the run, but more importantly, the pass on that side of the pass blocking on that side of your quarterback. That's part of what we're talking about here. It's not just about running the football, but it's also just giving C.J. Stroud the confidence and the comfort to stand behind that line and do what he's supposed to do without any level of fear of what's happening in front.
But that's not to shortchange what he said about the run game. He goes, run game, pass game, nose to nose, doesn't say a word. Just one nasty dude. And couple what he just said about Braden Smith with what he said about how he knows he has an offensive lineman and has their number.
We have the audio here.
I know. And let's just talk about what we've seen from this Texans offensive line last year and the year before, let's say, when C.J. Stroud gets knocked to the floor, there's a little extra action. Listen to this.
But we were talking about O-linemen, and when you know you got them is when you drop their quarterback or hit them late or do something or talk and nobody comes and does nothing. And there's a couple times this year I got a late hit or
Justin Herbert.
Yeah, like he came up and was barking in my ear after the first down or whatever. I turned around and threw his ass, and nobody touched me. And, you know what I mean? So
That's crazy.
I see the same shit in
I've never
practice.
seen that. Yeah,
there's that happens. If we're in practice, I'm pushing the O-line every day. I'm trying to hit Genome and you know what I mean. Whoever's the quarterback, I'm them because I'm trying to see who's with it. I want to see which lineman is really about that because I'm going to push you to a limit where I want you to swing on me. Because that's when you know on game day you're like, oh, we're good. We're protected. But if I watch and I go to Geno and hit him and nobody does nothing and looks at me, I'm like, we're going to get our ass whooped. You got, like you said, Myles Garrett or TJ Watt or any of them coming to town, they're going to whoop our ass.
Man, first of all, he is one bad dude. I think we've established that. But secondly, I was literally in my mind's eye envisioning how many times the lineman just didn't do that.
That feels like, especially 2 years ago, we definitely had that feel. But yeah, no, this is something that people talked about in real time. And so sometimes you wonder, is this just the thing that we on the outside talk about? This is a dude who's in the trenches, literally, talking about how this is a big part of his dynamic and his diagnostics of what I can do and what I can get away with. This matters. Like, this is a part of the game. And so I'm very happy. Can I tell you the funny thing about this, though, for me? Clearly, Braden Smith is a dude that feels like he fits in this. Trent Brown, you ain't moving him. He fits in this. Wyatt Teller seems like he has that ethos to him. This is quietly, or maybe not quietly, one of the reasons why I'm really hoping Keelan Rutledge can start and figure out this. Because he's that. He gives off that energy. Yeah. So now, if he's not, because again, there's a possibility that he just kind of talks it and doesn't walk it. That's always a possibility in life. I don't believe that that's the way that this goes, because everybody has kind of talked about, literally, anybody you ask about Keelan Rutledge, the first word that comes out of their mouth is nasty. Yeah. You know? But I would love for that to be the case, especially for him, because I believe that those other dudes are capable of doing it. He really feels like, come hell or high water, I will throw you out the paint if you touch my quarterback.
Well, you know, they're not just capable, the other guys. They have. You know, I think they have that. You just heard about him talking about Braden Smith. We know that about Wyatt Teller from examples. And Keelan Rutledge fits to that mold. And the other great part about it is he's in between those guys. Like in the room, on the offensive line, he's gonna have the best example of how you do this, and you need to do this.
Yeah, this is the iron sharpens iron that we speak of, right? The biblical concept. It feels like there's a whole bunch of dudes where, you know, when you've been in a circumstance. Lopez, you've been in some situations. Have you ever been somewhere where you see a fight maybe popping up? It's not quite there, but you're like, ooh, I'm seeing the embers of a fight. Yeah. Have you ever seen people kind of catch eyes, like we about to do this?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I think that there's some instances where you can have linemen that are the guys that are catching eyes like, I'll go if you go. Or you'll have the instances where you have the guys catching eyes like, all right, let's get it. Yeah. Are you coming, right? Because I'm going. I feel like this offensive line is so much more the latter now than
100%. 100%. And that's one of the more encouraging things, what he said about Braden Smith and the fact that you can feel it with this offensive line that we really heard this entire offseason. You know, from a guy that is a all-pro that literally said, I test them, I do it on purpose, including his own teammates. That's awesome.
Yeah, no, I'm very excited about it. So that was really encouraging to hear. It's not something that we didn't know, but sometimes, you know, We've been in that place, and again, you're a parent, so you know this. Sometimes they just got to hear from the right person.
Yes, they do.
I'm sure, because I know my mom has this. I know that she's expressed this to me, where she's like, "I told you that. You out here quoting somebody else. I've told you that a number of times,
all the time."
I feel like that kid right now that's like, "Oh man, Max Crosby told me this."
The best part is when your wife tells you, and then you go to her later and like, so and so told me that. No kidding.
Right. It's like, I told you this 7 times last week, and you weren't even listening.
No.
So, yeah, I'm excited for that possibility, seeing somebody. Now, it would be great if we never have to test this and people just don't get to C.J. Stroud ever. That feels like unlikely. But when they do, I will be looking forward to the possibility that we just get some offensive linemen turning thugs.
Yeah.
Just turn into some, okay, you think it's games, huh?
That's right.
Oh, you want to squabble, huh?
Yeah.
Like, that's what I
Turn
want to
into
see.
Aziz. Turn into Aziz.
Yes.
Just heat-seeking missile mode at that point. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we'll get to our lunchtime confessions.
Area 45 with Bijani and Sports talk around anytime, anywhere. Hear your favorite Sports Radio 610 hosts wherever you go. Live, podcasts, video. It's all at your fingertips 24/7 on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, TuneIn, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, fellas. So and ladies, I'm going to say this up front. There is going to be a but at the end of this because you'll pick up
just like I like.
You'll pick up on that.
What happened?
As I give my first confession, one of the most endearing things about one Reggie Atatula.
Oh no.
Oh no. Really, it's endearing. It's just really a good thing. He always tries to find, the whatabouts, the possibility that maybe there's another angle, the positivity in a certain,
good in something,
the good in things. It's a very endearing quality, and a lot of times he'll also do the whatabouts in terms of if you want to do something, he's like, well, I don't know because blah blah blah, and I say all that because I want to first play you this audio, and then I want to explain.
It's not what impressed the
but what were you saying?
First of all, Max Juice played great.
Okay.
I'm thinking what everybody's thinking. That's a pretty man. I don't think everybody's thinking that.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, you can.
What are you attracted to about him?
I'm not attracted to him, but I can
You said he's attractive.
He's a good-looking man.
And what are you attracted about his good looks?
His face. His face. He's a good-looking man.
Ponytail too. You like the ponytail? You like the fact that he's wearing
and the headband,
ponytail, boo-boo,
a T-shirt. I told y'all about
the T-shirt.
I told you I don't believe in the man bun thing.
But is a T-shirt?
But you're able to overlook that. In this case. Listen, man, don't be hate. That's a pretty man.
Okay, so you get the gist of it. He was talking about Max Strus.
Yes, and the Strus was loose last night.
And the Strus was loose last night. And so I thought, you know what? Believe it or not, we do some preparation before this show every day. And
what a joke.
And part of that is like, it would be a fun question of the day. Who do you think is a pretty man? Who do you think is a handsome man? And we had another option, which we used today on the question of the day. Who do you feel like punching based on Kingston Fleming's? And Reggie, right on cue, goes, well, some people in our audience might think, I don't know. Is that really a topic? It's not a topic. It was just a fun thing like Charles Barkley had said, a fun thing to do. And I said, cool. These things don't matter to me that much. You guys know that about me. So I said, cool, let's go with the other one. So I put it in What's Poppin'. Because it'll be fun to hear. That was fun to hear. And maybe we can chat about it a little bit. And I can ask you, about who do you think is a handsome man? Who's a pretty man? We didn't quite get to that on What's Poppin' either. And I see Reggie working.
Wow.
I see Reggie working. Because there might be some bozos out there like, well, that's, blah, 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 blah. No, it's not about that. It's just a fun thing to say.
I take great umbrage with this. I take great umbrage with your characterization of this conversation.
Figgy, and I hate to put you on the spot here, but how wrong am I on all that?
You laid it all out really good. I don't think you were. I just realized, I'm like, damn, we didn't play it in What's Poppin'. I ain't know Reggie intentionally skipped it.
See, that's why I take umbrage.
Twice.
That's why I take umbrage. No.
He wasn't going to bring this up for the rest of the show.
No, ever.
No.
Because, guys, there might be.
No. I said my piece when it came to question of the day.
What was the reason why you don't want?
I forgot. You act like I don't do this every day. How many times after?
I believe the word homophobic might have been mentioned 100%. At one point.
Look, I'm willing to say it. Like people could tend to be homophobic.
But
and this
it wasn't about that. Anybody with a personality would have just been out there saying, "Oh, I get it. They're just having fun. They're asking who's a handsome man."
Sure. And what did I say? After
you said,
that?
"Well, there might be some guys."
No, but what did I say after that?
What?
I've long held that while he was in the league, Larry Fitzgerald was the most attractive man in the entirety of the NFL. I'm not afraid of that. I actually would love to give that take.
I'm not picking on you. It's more about like I'm always looking for the let's make sure we're buttoned up here.
Sure.
I don't like to be buttoned up all the time.
And here's the thing. Consider that you're saying that I'm the let's make sure we're buttoned up, and this is the show that we end up with. That is actually the real issue here. Is I am trying to be buttoned up, and this is what I managed to get.
That's why I'm here.
This is that's what I'm saying. My point is, this is my attempt, and it's this poor at being buttoned up. That's why you should understand. It was not intentional that I missed it.
It's just your personality.
Oh, God. Stuff.
See, the thing is, when Reggie tries to be buttoned up, I can't speak for Lopez, but myself, I like to unbutton even more.
That's why do you think I'm doing this, Figgy?
Yeah, whenever
it makes him uncomfortable.
Whenever Reggie's uncomfortable, I like to make him even more uncomfortable.
Me too.
But here's the thing. If I could let you,
whenever
let you in.
Reggie say something about his personal life, I'm like, oh, tell us more.
Yeah. Okay, so that is the one where you actually make me uncomfortable. That I'll be entirely honest. This
Reggie say, "Oh, I got a date tonight." Oh, who you going to date with?
Yeah, where we going?
Oh, tell her what she look like.
I am actually a lot less buttoned up. Like, this is me trying to be more buttoned up because I feel like I need to be in the role that
because
I'm
I'm
in.
Here. Because I'm here.
No, because I feel like inherently the role that I serve on the show is to be buttoned up, and you know me. Like, hey man, in fact, the way that we start pretty much every segment is the antithesis of buttoned up. It's like, all right, I got to reel this in. I'm not doing my job well.
All right, so before we get to the next confession, who do you think is a handsome man? Who's a handsome man? You said Larry
just
Fitzgerald.
Generally? Yeah, Larry's been up there, although the hairline's starting to pull a little bit, if I'm being entirely honest. Let me see. Max Drew, I'm going to be entirely honest. Came to that thought before I even heard Charles Barkley say it. Like, at one point I was like, damn.
That's a handsome man right there.
I was like, I bet he be pulling.
Now, I would be a little offended because the first thing he said was, that's a pretty man.
Yeah.
Like, don't call me pretty. Like, I'm okay, handsome and all that.
He's kind of a pretty boy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, don't call me no pretty boy.
Who do you think is a handsome man?
Honestly, I'm gonna keep it local here. I think D'Amico Ryans is a handsome man.
He's a very handsome man.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean,
he got a little Morris Chestnut in him a little bit.
This is really fun when you're just like in the stands or whatever, and you hear some ladies talking.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, they like them some D'Amico.
No, the best thing is when you see a lady that have don't know anything about sports, and they see D'Amico Ryans. Ooh, what is that?
What does he do? What does he do?
Who is that man? That bald man? That chocolate bald man?
The best thing is because my wife never says anything, but she sits on the couch next to me, and I'm in my chair, and there's some guy that comes up on TV. She does this.
Oh, she sits
up in her chair. She sits up in her chair. I'm like, you don't even need to say anything. She's like, oh. She's the sit up in your chair. Like, that's all I need to see right there.
Somebody said Gronk is a handsome man.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I wouldn't put him on my list, but to each their own.
There's a particular type of handsome. Like, the problem is I keep looking at that crooked ass nose. But hey, that definitely does appeal to
Clint Stoerner is one handsome man.
100%.
Yeah, Clint Stoerner is a handsome.
He's had the ladies around in the office.
Dude,
I wasn't gonna say it,
in the door.
I used to call him Hot Fudge because ladies would walk by our window here and they would look at him like they look at Hot Fudge. Like, oh, that looks delicious.
All right. That is, I would not have imagined that characterization, but very good.
Yeah. Mission accomplished, Figgy.
These are my confessions.
Sometimes it feels like I am not honest about missteps in this segment, which I think is the point, is confessions, is allowing yourself to be vulnerable in this space. So yesterday I jumped on a podcast with Dallas, D-Magazine in Dallas, to gear up for what is going to be Astros Rangers over the weekend. And they asked me a question that I had not thought about ahead of time, which is obviously, Nolan Ryan played for both teams. Who do you think he belongs more to? And I was like, man, I don't know. I wanted to try and cop out with he belongs more to the California Angels. And I was like, all right. And I said, I think it might be the Rangers. And I'm pretty sure I'm wrong now.
Really?
Am I wrong?
I would agree with you.
Oh, what?
It hurts. It pains me to say. Because he's from Malvern, he's a Houston guy. That no hitter with the Astros. Only got two, didn't he? With the Rangers, or one for sure. But
because I went back and I hadn't looked at his page.
He should go into or went into the Hall of Fame. He should have been wearing an Angels.
Yeah, I agree.
He should, because that's where he was at his absolute best.
But he had more All-Stars in Houston. He played in Houston long before the Rangers at the end. You know where I came to as the actual answer? I feel like the Rangers do a better job of like embracing, and maybe it's because they might have less.
My thing is that's where he ended his career in the most indelible images.
Yeah,
the no hitter and the Jason Ventura.
Robin Ventura.
Ventura
was with the Astros, wasn't it?
No, he was with the Rangers when he punched.
Have I memory hold that now?
Yeah,
okay.
he was with the Rangers when he punched Ventura.
Yeah, so I was like,
I think just because of that, I think the memory is more Rangers, but the reality is Angels.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so I maybe I wasn't wrong. Let me know on the text line 713-577.
And who you think is a handsome man?
Yes, and who you think is a handsome man.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
All right, so I got to confess, I kind of been, I guess I'm getting the FOMO now with this Drake album supposed to be releasing tomorrow. He got an album called Iceman that's supposed to be released tomorrow. And yesterday he had a couple leaks.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not even sure if some of them was real or some of them was AI and all this other stuff, but a lot the timelines talk about the leaks, but my confession is I'm not sure about this album anymore, man.
Really?
For some reason, because I'm not the biggest Drake fan, but I do appreciate Drake.
Mm-hmm.
And just listening to some of the content of some of these songs, and I'll play a clip of it in the mixtape, but I'm just not sure about this album now, man. To me, it seemed like it's going to be the same old regurgitation of the whole Kendrick Lamar.
Oh,
Drake
you think
beef.
so?
I think so.
They're going to go right, and then it's going to start all over again, and he's going to get worse.
So he released a song. I think it's called 1 a.m. in Albany.
Mm-hmm.
I did see that.
And he was taking a lot of shots at a lot of people,
including LeBron James, a man who he has tatted on him. Did you know this?
I did not.
Drake has LeBron James tattooed on him.
Why does that check out?
Yeah.
Why does that check out?
Yeah. But my confession is I'm not really excited about this album now. I feel like I'm going to be a little disappointed.
To quote one Michael Irvin, now everyone is seeing what I have been seeing for the last few years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, there you go. Those are your lunchtime confessions here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. We're getting texts from all through the show. We got people talking about who they want to punch in the face. We got people talking about seatbelts on school buses.
Yeah.
We got people talking about hate watching Bryson DeChambeau. We got people talking about Nolan, and somebody said they actually have Nolan Ryan's signed picture of him with the bloody Ranger jersey.
Yeah.
So appreciate you guys getting involved on the text line. It is
somebody else texted Chris Pratt. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
And I have to agree.
And this is what I'm saying. You think this show is buttoned up. This is what we have wrought. This is what we have put together. So I apologize or thank you for rocking with us here on Sports Radio 610. All right, coming up next, it's a Thursday, so let's do our Thursday staple, buy or sell. Are you buying what these various folks in sports are trying to sell you? 713-572-4610. Play along and we'll do that next.
Sean's got a wish list. West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I don't know how we got here. There's a lot of balls being juggled in the air right now, right? So first and foremost, we had a question today of most punchable faces. Y'all are still coming strong with those on the text line. We asked who are the most handsome men.
Yeah.
And J.J. Watt is a great one that came in. Jeremy Pena coming in on the text line. So appreciate those. I think you're right in all of those regards as well. What are some of the other things?
Lewis Hamilton, the F1 driver.
Lewis Hamilton, very good shout there as well. Man. Somebody said Tyler Milliner is really cute. Shout out to T-Mill.
He's so cute.
Yeah. I don't know if that's a compliment or not, being called cute, but I see you. And then people were talking about the Nolan Ryan, making mention of not only did he have not one, but two no-hitters while with the Rangers.
I thought it was two, yeah.
So yeah, that's a good point. I
and the bloody lip.
I looked into the right answer. Yeah. Gosh. Yeah, I went and looked at the picture, and I was like, how did I think he was wearing the Tequila Sunrise joints in that? Nope, that was very much the Rangers, unfortunately.
Yeah.
And one more thing before we get to our buy or sell here. The leaks that we have gotten would put it so that, 6 games that we have credibly sourced outside of the, rather, including the one that we know for certain, which is Week 6 in London versus Jacksonville. Week 1, it seems like the Texans will open and host the Buffalo Bills. And then we have later in the season, Week 11, they will host the Colts on Thursday Night Football. Week 13 and 14, they're on the road versus the Steelers and Commanders, respectively. And then Week 16, supposed to be a Christmas Eve game versus the Eagles in Philadelphia. That's what we seem to know as of right now about the Texans season. Not all of it is going the Texans' way, at least in the way that we would determine it, but we'll talk a little bit more about that as we continue. Right now, let's do a little buy or sell. Are you buying what these folks in sports are trying to sell you? 713-572-4610.
All right, so the first one is really, I just saw it not even 5 minutes ago, but it does have something to do with the schedule release. So apparently the NFL, someone in the NFL, don't know who, told Yahoo Sports that they are not, they are not going to monitor the Vrabel and Rossini. Here it is. The NFL will not be reviewing the team's videos for jokes surrounding Patriots head coach Mike Vrabel and Diana Rossini. Actually, it was Front Office Sports that got that. You buying that?
I'm buying that.
They're just going to let him go.
That's not my business. None of my problems. I think that this would be more of a standards thing. If I'm going to bring it to like the radio world, this would not be the FCC going, hey, you can't say this. This would be like your individual company being like, hey, we don't want to be associated with that, is the way that I imagine this is going to play, which I think that there might still be some opportunities for some censorship there. Although, as I talked about, was it last week or the week prior? I don't know how much it's going to be just on the strength of, well, we don't want to make Robert Kraft mad, because then people don't seem to like him in that boys club of owners, So I think it's quite possible. In fact, I think that it would be a damn shame if at least someone like the Chargers shies away from this. And so, yeah, man. And then also, hey, man, you don't think that all those teams in the AFC East,
oh boy, Jets
are not
the Jets? I'm looking forward to the Jets. Well, they hate New England.
When was the last time the Jets were able to get off a clean shot on somebody?
Yes.
Yeah. You think they're gonna miss this opportunity?
Right.
I think they take it.
Yeah, I'm actually buying this too. I think I just think I don't know if anybody gonna say anything so bad to the point they gonna have to take it down or anything like that. I think they're gonna probably
self-police.
Yeah, I think they're gonna go towards the line. I don't think they're gonna cross the line where, lawsuits or anything going like that. I think they're going to have some fun with it. So I think the NFL just going to let it roll.
I'm buying it too, but there's one element of it that clearly is not true.
Okay.
Well, I cannot buy that they won't be reviewing them. Of course they're going to, because of what Figgy said, they're going to see just how. I mean, I think they're letting them, hey, you guys, do what you want to do, but come on, you know that if there's something out there, they're going to be reviewing that stuff.
But honestly, I don't know if they will, because I think if it get too crazy where one post, let's say the Chargers do something, and it just goes so viral where TMZ, everybody picking this up and get too loud, I think the Chargers will probably try to delete it or something.
Yeah, I
think
that
they get scared to delete it.
Sorry about that, Fig. I feel like, this is the thing where it's public by the, rather policed by the masses more than the NFL. Like, why do we have to look at it? If they do something that makes people mad enough, them as an organization will probably look at it and go, hey, we need to fix this.
Yeah, we're seeing organizations delete tweets and stuff like that when it get the block get too high.
You want a Joe Espada buy or sell or a Dana Brown buy or sell?
Yes. The answer is yes.
I'll start with Joe Espada on Tatsuya Imai. Yes, he's going to make his next start.
I'll buy it. My stance has been pretty clear on this. Like, they just don't have very many other options, if at all. I know that you don't necessarily agree with that, and that's fine. But it does feel like they have operated in such a way where they go, who else are we going to throw out there?
Yeah.
He's on the payroll. Get out there and pitch.
I'm buying it too. I think to me this sounds like a head coach that got a bad quarterback, and every week somebody from the media say, "Hey, is he starting this week?" Yep.
Yeah.
He's starting. Like, there's no quarterback check. I think that's what it is.
I'm buying it. It is a little bit interesting. It seems like they're going to give him an extra day of rest because they're going to the 6-man rotation, and they have Peter Lambert going on Sunday, which means he won't pitch till Monday at the earliest.
Yeah, because I think Kai Wei Tang has.
Because they put Kai Wei Tang in, so they're kind of giving him a little extra rest. But I don't agree with it, but I'll buy it.
The thing that I'm more interested in is when he comes back out, is he still trying to be reliever starting pitcher where he only has 2 pitches?
Yeah.
Or was I possibly right in that Joe Espada was like, all right, do it your way, and when it fails, we'll come back and we'll do it my way, where we bring in the splitter and we're bringing the changeup and we're using all of these to try and get over.
Yeah. All right, how about a Dana Brown buy or sell? Are you buying this regarding well, this was actually on Imai. It was not on his job status. This was on Imai. I am not worried one bit.
I mean, I'm selling it, but I'm buying it in the fun way because it feels very much like I know what the end point is going to be at this point, so why worry? That's the way that it sounds to me. But it would be absurd if you were not concerned about this. I think it would be malpractice if you were not concerned about this, because this is one of those, hey man, how do we get this fixed? Like, this isn't one of the easy things that the Astros have been good at, which is, okay, there's a tweak to be made in the mechanics. That's honestly easier than how do we get him comfortable? That's the difficulty, the opacity of trying to figure this out without being able to see clearly what the answer is.
Yeah.
That alone should, I imagine, scare anybody in good conscience going, how do we figure this out? Because it's not a clear path to the answer.
Figgy, Dana Brown's not worried one bit.
I'm selling it, man. Come on, man. This is, to me, he's just dug in at this point.
Yeah.
And I mean, honestly, I don't expect him to say I'm worried.
Yeah.
But it's no way from the stuff you've seen from him this season. There's no way you can say, I'm not worried at all.
I don't know what he would say.
You got to have some type of worry.
Yeah, maybe
it's not a 10.
Say it without saying it. We're working on these things or whatever. But to say I'm not worried one bit. Come on.
Yeah, no, you worried a bit.
You're worried a bit.
Maybe it's not a 10.
Yes.
But you somewhere in there, 4 or 5 or something.
Yeah. This is from earlier in the week. Anthony Edwards, after Game 4, when they won the game after Victor Wembanyama threw the elbow and was ejected, when every team is missing their best player, everybody plays free. So I think it was a lot harder on us. It was a lot harder when Victor Wembanyama went out of the game, is what he said.
Yeah, dog, I'm selling that. I can even kind of hear him on this because we've seen this happen
play harder.
Sometimes. Where, guys play harder. They recognize that there's more responsibility out there. Maybe
But it wasn't harder on you.
It's like, no, that man had 12 blocks in the game. It's just hard for me to understand. And we can see you. I hope you understand. We can view what's happening as well.
Yeah.
The way that, shots change when he is out there. Maybe you could get to the idea of, hey, we were not planning for him to not be there, so we didn't have a full accounting of how we wanted to play in that instance. But you're going to be hard-pressed to sell me on the idea that the 7'5" alien not being on the court is actually a good thing for you.
I'm
or a bad thing for you.
Yeah, I'm selling it, man. It's no way they were sitting there like, man, this is way harder. I wish we get Wemby back.
Why don't you bring Wemby back?
Yeah, we have more of a chance with Wemby. Nah, man.
That's kind of what he was saying.
Yeah, nah, I don't believe that one bit.
Yeah, I'm selling that as well. How about LeBron James? Ended the season, of course. Quote, I don't know what the future holds for me.
I'm by this.
Mm-hmm.
I buy this. You get to a certain age and you got to take a second to reflect. For one, I think a dude who has gone through this many seasons knows I don't even know exactly what I want until I got my body feeling right again. You know what I mean? Like, I think that is fair to talk about. So yeah, I think that I would buy into this with the understanding that he is, if of all the players that we see, at least currently and probably of all time, one of the most calculating. And so the idea that he won't have any idea is something I would sell. But the idea that he's not fully sure, I would definitely buy.
Yeah, I'm buying it too. I think he's at that age where he's not the superstar he was. And also he's at that age where I'm sure he want to win now. He want a chance to win right now. But I'm also sure he's at that age where he don't want to be traveling to another team, go to another team and all that.
Yeah.
I'm sure he have a lot to think about with this. If he want to stay with the Lakers, if he want to go back home to Cleveland for a third time, or just hang it up.
And maybe this is also the answer. How do you know who wants you?
True.
Because this isn't the same LeBron.
Well, it's fewer anyway.
This isn't the same LeBron of like even 5 years ago, where you could imagine that the interest is pretty robust.
Yeah, or everybody willing to give up everything to get you.
Right. Yeah, I'm buying it. I'm buying it as well. I think if nothing else, just he wants to make sure he can recover. You know, he wants to know how he feels after a while and then gauge the market, et cetera. All right, same game, post game, J.J. Redick. And I don't have the audio, but I'm sure you saw the clip where he was talking about how bothered he was by, how much it hurt him that they were eliminated and how important it was. He said, I care about this as much as anything. And he goes, no, I love my wife and kids. He kind of said it without saying it.
Yeah.
Like, I care about this more than my wife and kids. And he goes, oh, I mean, but I love my wife and kids. Does he care about his wife and kids as much as he does the basketball and that team?
No.
He doesn't. I don't think he does either.
Yeah. And I don't even say this as some level of judgment to him. I've seen it in his eyes.
Yes.
He is a crazy person in the same way that a lot of these dudes are crazy
in a good way
with competition, right?
Yeah.
It's one of the reasons why I know that even if I had been better at football or basketball or soccer, I would not have gone pro because I don't have that competitive streak that these dudes, like you talk to pros and they tell you stories about like the competitive ways that it jumps out of them. You're like, oh, okay, you're an insane person. And you can see it. And this especially the dudes that played that become coaches, it still comes. That's why Ime Udoka be over there calling people beat words.
Yeah.
He's still getting into that competitive spirit. Nah, you care about this a lot.
Figgy?
Yeah, I think his family coming in second place on this one, man. Unfortunately. It's not that bad of a thing, but I think he just loved the game that much. Where,
well, it's kind of a bad thing. It's not a little bit of a bad thing. I heard him, and you could just see the wheels turning. He goes, oh, I better say something about my wife and kids.
Yeah, but think about it, though.
No, I love him.
But think about
Nobody
it, though.
caught on to that.
This is something he probably been playing and dealing with all of his life. His basketball, so that's always going to be his first love, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, he was playing, I remember when, because I was up in Dallas at the point, I remember when he was in Dallas after he played with the Pelicans, coming back off of injuries, and I'm like, almost in the Lance McCullers type way where it's like, hey, you can hang this up if you really, like, you don't really have to keep doing this. The dudes that keep coming back even more so, I'm like, oh, yeah, you love this.
Sickos. They're sickos is what they are.
Somebody said, can LeBron James pitch? Asking as an Astros. Is it that bad?
It's worth a try. I know he played football. I don't think he played
I don't think it's that bad yet.
Okay.
Like, I would at least go to Chaz McCormick. Now, I would at least call up Chaz McCormick. It's really bad when you got to call LeBron James.
Was it banana pudding? Is that what it was?
Yeah.
We got some banana pudding in here for you, Chaz.
Oh, boy.
All right, that's another fantastic edition of Buy or Sell here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Wow. All right, it's still a schedule release Thursday here. We'll see if there's any other leaks. But also, you mentioned the Astros. I kind of want to go here because a national baseball writer said the Astros would, quote, dictate the trade deadline. Is he right? 713-572-4610. Let's do it next.
Play here, an Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Hope your Thursday is going well to this point. It is indeed a scheduled release Thursday, 6:30 is the time we're waiting for everything to be revealed. As of right now, we're dealing with some leaks that we're trying to get through. The only thing, obviously, that we know official was the international game that was announced yesterday. The Texans going week 6 on October 18th to London to play against the Jaguars. That's a home game for the Jags. Outside of that, I turn you to our NFL schedule leak correspondent, John Lopez, for the latest of what we have. And
well, I do have a question for you, and maybe we can kind of piece a couple things here together. But the ones that the Texans have been reported rather abundantly, Bills at home, week 1. That'll be fun and interesting. At Jacksonville, you just said that's the official one. Colts, week 11 at home, which is going to be interesting. At Pittsburgh, at Washington, back-to-back on the East Coast in the cold in December, presumably. And then at Philadelphia on Christmas Eve. But here's where it gets...
I think I just saw something.
You saw something pop up? Report it, man.
So the Cleveland Browns are doing the thing that the Kansas City Chiefs did a few days ago, where they presented their 2026 as no context memes.
Mm-hmm.
And so they started with week 1. I ostensibly, I imagine they do this in order, right?
Yeah.
They go Falcons, Ravens, Panthers, Bengals, and then a Beyonce picture with the Texans logo is the 5th one in. So is it possible that you have the Cleveland Browns week 5?
Well, there is an opening on week 5. That is interesting. So we'll have to find out if anybody else.
Do they have any leaks?
The Browns?
Yeah.
Yeah, the Browns.
Just try to see if it kind of add up to it.
At Jacksonville, week 1. At Tampa Bay, week 2. Week 5 at Jets.
Okay.
All their road games have been leaked.
This might not be in order then.
Okay, it might not be in order.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Because they got the Jags all the way down here.
But here's where I'm kind of feeling the Colts on the road week 2. And it's just logic, nothing that has been out there per se. No, the Colts right now, there's been a leak that they're playing at Kansas City week 2. So interesting. Maybe it'll be Texans and Titans week 2. Because here's the thing. As you well know, the NFL loves to play at least one division in the first couple of weeks. One division game, right, team. So if you're playing Buffalo week 1, maybe week 3 it'll go into there, but I'm guessing week 2 will be a division game, week 2 or week 3. And the only team that does not have a game week 2, it would be Tennessee week 2. Now, if it's week 3, it could go back to Indianapolis. So that'll be interesting. I think you're going to play the Colts or the Titans pretty early in the season.
Yeah. Someone asked, when you're giving some of these leaks, could you possibly give us networks? We don't have those except for the ones that are very clearly network tied, which is like at Pittsburgh, week 13. That is a Sunday night football game. We know Sunday night football is NBC. So that's the one that I know for certain. Outside of that, you got a couple of Thursday games. I believe those, one of them obviously we know is going to be Amazon Prime. I believe the Philadelphia one is probably that as well, the Thanksgiving Eve. I believe that they have that, but I can't remember exactly.
Christmas Eve.
Or Christmas Eve, rather. Sorry. I can't remember if that also falls in on the regular Thursday night of this all. Maybe that's the case, and that's also Prime Video. But, yeah, that's what it's looking like at this point, at this juncture. We'll see how it continues to unfurl. And, honestly, I imagine that the drive will keep you up to date, but very much so. By the time the drive is over, you're turning up to get yourself ready for the actual full schedule release that'll drop. In fact, I'm excited to see what the Texans social media has in store as well, because hopefully they'll have some good fun with it as well. But I want to talk a little bit more about the Astros. They got a victory yesterday versus the Mariners in Game 3 of a 4-game set. In fact, the getaway game is coming up like right now. They're getting ready to get going there here shortly as John Lopez reaches. Oh, I thought you were.
Yeah, I was.
You're going to change channel?
It's not till I'm waiting a few minutes because it's not.
This man is like, I got to get in
13 more minutes of golf.
I got to get 3 more minutes of golf before I
is it 110 or 120? I thought it was 120.
110.
Oh, okay.
How many 120 first pitches do you see?
I just thought it was 120.
Sorry, that was me. I apologize. I'm sorry, OG. I didn't mean to do that. But yeah, a National Baseball writer apparently said that the Astros, quote, dictate the trade deadline. How does this hit you?
Okay, I'll tell you how it hit me. It just makes so much sense. It just makes so much sense that it's And you know Dane Perry, he's been covering the MLB for CBS Sports for a long time, and he pointed out a couple of just truisms, facts, if you will. The Astros 10 games under 500, struggling with injuries, struggling with pitching, and oh by the way, and I didn't notice this, to this point they've played the weakest schedule in all of Major League Baseball. The Astros have played the easiest schedule in all of Major League Baseball based on wins and losses to this point.
Is that good?
That is not good. Okay. Well, I mean, it would be good, but it is not good when you're 10 games under 500 after playing the weakest schedule. So he points out that they currently have a 4.2% chance of making the playoffs. They are on pace to lose 101 games.
You remember that time many months ago where I asked you, is it possible that the Astros could get back to the days of the early 2010s where you're losing 100 games? I didn't think it would be like this.
No, so quickly. We thought we were like down. Do you think they would ever get to that point?
Yeah, I was like, you think they'd ever be like the Colorado Rockies?
Yeah, this year.
Can you believe it?
Yeah, this year. So what he's, basically the whole gist of it was, if they are very, very serious about getting back and getting to where they were over the last decade, it does have to be drastic. And he didn't even, everybody's talking, would you trade Jordan? Would you trade Jordan? And we've had that discussion, and we understand, the return you would get, but at the same time, it is a clear message. But the point of the story was, even if you just trade Jordan and get all these picks in Major League ready players, et cetera, that's still not enough to make the big switch that this team needs. What he's saying is, if you're serious, and Jim Crane has done this at the start of his tenure as owner, it's Jordan, and then you consider Josh Hader, Hunter Brown, and Isaac Paredes. Maybe not all four, but more than just Jordan. Because if you really want to make that transition back to big-time contention quicker, that's what you got to do. And I sat there and I'm like, boy, that really, really hurts, to start thinking about 2, maybe 3 of those guys.
It's an asinine conversation.
The conversation is not asinine. I feel as if it feels just wrong. But okay, if you really want to get back, you really want to turn it around, and you're honest with yourself about what you are, bad, 10 games under 500, all these the weak farm system, the players that are aging in particular places, players that you're going to be running out of control of, with, and all that. He basically said, if you're serious, get serious.
Yeah, and I understand but I think that this goes further than that, because I think you're right. You have to have real consideration about how much of these how many of these guys, and what they could bring you back if you were to send them on their way. I think you have to have a more full look and audit of your organization, right? Because the idea of that comes up when we go, are you going to trade Jordan? Is who's going to trade Jordan? So that's an evaluation of who's at the helm of your management. If you do decide you're going to trade Jordan or whoever of these, right? Which one of these are you going to trade?
Or more?
When how many of these guys do you anticipate are going to be here the next time, and not just be here, but be here and playing at a level where it befits the caliber of player that you believe them to be when you're ready to compete again, which means that you need to focus on what your timeline is, and maybe more importantly, whether or not you're going to be able to extend them.
That's a big factor,
right? Is this going to continue to be your MO? Are you going to continue to handicap whoever is at the decision-making helm with not going to go with certain years, not going to go to a certain amount of money, right? Because if you're not willing to do that, then you probably need to understand that some of these guys, even with the control that you still have, are not going to be able to make it all the way to the end of what you're looking at because of the timeline that you're setting up and because of your unwillingness to do some level of deal. And then I think there's also one more consideration you have to do in an audit is how serious are you about your farm system,
right?
And investing in it, because you start trading these guys, maybe you do all those things, you come to a place, we're going to tear it down, we're going to go get young cats. Are you going to be able to develop them? Even if it's the last leg, right? Even if it's, hey, we get a guy who's AAA and he's mostly there. Are you capable of doing the last leg development to get that guy up to MLB standards? Those are all questions that this team needs to answer, and they're not ready answers that are made for them yet.
When I read this, you're right, and you do have to have confidence in who's making these decisions. But when I read this, I'm like, well, Dana Brown is not making these. He's not even coming close to making these decisions. Jim Crane is going to have to make this kind of decision. So this is going to be like Dana Brown, I don't know if I can trust him. But I don't think this is his. Now, certainly you're going to have to trust people evaluating the players you get in return and all that. And maybe you can trust your scouting department to do that. But this isn't a Jim Crane decision, a Dana Brown decision by any stretch. This is a Jim Crane decision. And I think it would also take an admission. Like it would take an admission. Hey, fans, we love you. Look what we've given you. Look what worked in the past. Because you talk about the farm system, the Astros of the previous decade were built on the farm system. Every one of the stars that were built on those 100-loss seasons and the farm system and developing these guys. We all remember the Sports Illustrated cover. You know, some people hadn't even heard of those guys.
Got it at the apartment.
Yeah,
it's one of my prized possessions. Is having that 20. Here's your 2017 MLB champions, and it's like boom. I have that. It's such a great thing.
Yeah,
and you're right. Like this, the reason why they were able to call that is because smart baseball people could see the trajectory that you set up.
And they
for yourself.
admitted it. They were upfront about it. Like, hey, trust us. We're going to get there, and this is how you do it. You know, it's that thing. If you trade Jordan and get a windfall. Awesome, and that's going to hugely help. But you need more than that. You know, when you dip your toe in the water, only your toes get wet. You know, if you're gonna jump in, jump in.
No, that's a logical thought. But even then, right? You get a windfall, and we all know, and sometimes it can be a little patronizing. It can be a little paternalistic, right? Mm-hmm. We've seen people get a windfall. How many times do we hear about the stories of somebody winning the lottery and then going broke? Right? Getting a windfall in and of itself is not a solution. It's getting a windfall and knowing that you have the circumstances to be able to sustain it and build upon it. And I think that is a question that needs to be asked. Someone on the text line, I think, is basically getting to it in a different way from the 713. Here's a question. Maybe you want to trade for the future of the Astros, but if you were Jim Crane, would you trust your GM to make the right trades? We talked about that. Someone else goes, you need a new owner and a new GM. You need to lose Jose Altuve. Jose Altuve, I wonder how much is important in that from my perspective. But that new owner, I don't think you need a new dude, but you need a new perspective from your ownership.
He needs 100%. To go back to his early perspective. Yeah, he has been, whether it's pride or just it got good to him because they've been so awesome for so long. Hey, you know, as long as I'm the owner, we're not. No, he needs to be very, very transparent about, you know what? Remember that SI cover? We're going back to that, and we're going to deliver that again. You know, you need to be transparent with it.
Yeah, this is now a leadership conversation.
Yes.
Right, and I love the fellas of the drive, them talking about, hey, the Joe must go clock and countdown that they have here. I can understand getting there. For me, and not to say that I'm like so high-minded or whatever, it almost feels like that is such small potatoes to the larger scale of what's happening here is that it's clear that there's not enough of a clear decision-making context of what's happening at the highest level. That needs to become clearer. Even if you want to do this, hey, we're going to keep pushing in this space. You went into a season with both your manager and your general manager as lame ducks to the point where you put yourself in this circumstance where if this things didn't go right, now you have a conflict of interest from a dude who doesn't know if he's going to be here having to make decisions for beyond this year. These are things that happens at the ownership level. These are things that need now to be answered at the ownership level.
No, it is. This is a Jim Crane story. And I think he has to be able to give marching orders, you know, to Dana Brown to make these deals, but then also have the right people evaluating the players coming back. And I almost would do the exact same thing they did in 2014, 2015, and that is bring in a lot of lower level guys that are super talents or draft picks, you know, that are very, very high or should be high, or multiple first round draft picks, and just trust the next regime, because I don't think Dana Brown's going to be back. I don't think so either. I don't think Joe Spada's going to be back. But make those moves now, because you're just burning a year.
Yeah, and this is the thing, right? I see Rocky on the YouTube page. He doesn't have Jeff Luhnow. Someone else said, need Luhnow. Bring back Luhnow. And clear, Jeff Luhnow did a fantastic job here. The thing I will say is Jeff Luhnow ain't the only person who could build a baseball program.
Right.
But this is where your ownership needs to be, or your ownership and your executives and all the team, the highest levels of the team leadership. You need to be able to go and identify who is the next person to be at the helm of this, because the last couple of times you've done that has not been as successful as it needs to be.
Yeah, and trust me, we're getting a lot of, hey, the owner of this, the owner of that. Jim Crane, and all of that goes back to, you know, firing Jeff Luhnow. He had no choice. Like, he had to fire. I think in his heart of hearts he probably didn't want to, but he had no choice but to fire Jeff Luhnow. Jim Crane, you know, no matter what you might feel about him, and I think very, very highly of him, he's the reason they were able to get to those 10, because he publicly and clearly said, we're building from the ground up. And they paid the price early, and then they reap the rewards.
Yeah, from the 8-2. Come on, guys. But first we need to see if someone new at the helm can turn this around. We have a good team. We're missing pitching, but we're playing way below that. I can hear you on that. Like, maybe you want to do the thing where Joe Espada see if your guy Omar can get this thing going, Omar Lopez can get this thing going in the intermediate time. I think you're also seeing that the carpets are fairly bare, and we knew that was the case, and you're seeing that the chickens come home to roost on some of that. Yeah. I'm cool with it. All right, if that's what we want to see, is see if somebody can maximize what's here. I think this is a larger scale conversation that we're trying to have.
It's a huge conversation. It is changing the entire projection and course of this organization. Hey, 3-0 Mariners in the top of the first.
All right, fantastic for Mike Burrows early on. He has a couple of outs, but he's also given up 3 runs already. 20 pitches in the first inning of work already as well. Well, 18, I should say. Specifically.
I like how you tried to put the bright spot in there. He got a couple outs.
Well, no, just to make it clear that this ain't just 3 runs without without getting an out. There are a couple outs.
He got 2 outs though.
Yeah,
they gave up a 3-run home run.
Yeah. Yep. I mean, look, not advantageous. I would never cape for such a thing. Just trying to make it clear that they're 1 out away from getting out of the inning and only being down 3 runs through a half inning of work, and that is indeed where they are. The Astros in a getaway day. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. It's about that time where we hand things over to Figgy Fig for the mixtape. What you got?
Yeah, what's the most embarrassing thing or cringy thing you experienced at a funeral? I actually got somebody telling a story on something they did, which was very cringy.
Ouch.
Okay, let's get into the cringe next.
Our guy's show isn't buying the Astros' in-house positivity. After all, postgame, energized by Bay's Power on Houston Sports Leader. Sports Radio 610. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Thursday. Happy Thursday to everyone out there. So, have you guys ever been or witnessed something embarrassing or cringe-worthy at a funeral?
Yeah, a couple of times, and it's the same thing for me. Nothing like spectacular, but I hate when people take pictures of the casket.
Oh.
I'm sure you've seen that once or twice. Maybe not. I've seen it a couple of times at least.
Yikes.
It just seems
like they go up to the front and then take a picture.
It's so distasteful and it's just inappropriate. I mean, it's just, what are you going to use that picture for?
Put on Facebook.
Dude.
Yeah.
It's stupid.
Yeah, that's it, and it also just feels like it does not read the room.
Exactly
the time that we're here.
But that's about the worst.
Okay, so here's a podcast. It's a podcast called the Ordinary Legends Podcast. Before I get to that podcast, I did have a kind of a cringy moment at a funeral I went to kind of recently, back in December. So I was at a funeral. I was sitting next to my aunt and uncle. And we was at a funeral home, so a little different from a church, but a funeral home. And the guy up there was kind of preaching, and my uncle leaned over to me and said, "Hey, this is the same message I heard him preach the last time I saw him."
Oh, so he just got his funeral message.
He got a script, pretty much.
It's a rerun.
Yeah. So I guess he went to a funeral last year or something like that, and he remembered the same guy because of the story. So he was telling the story word for word how he pretty much had a brain tumor, and he did this, and got this, got that. But my uncle was sitting there like, watch, next he about to talk about this.
Oh, no.
And then what did the guy talk about? That same thing my uncle just said.
He's spoiling the funeral message?
Getting spoilers at a funeral.
Yeah, I'm like, oh, man. I'm like, so he got a script. I'm like, I wonder how many times he just does this.
Well, I mean, if it's like a preacher, man, and, an older congregation, you might need to,
You ain't switch it up.
Need some new material,
man.
Yeah,
my uncle saw
he's not a stand-up comic.
Hey, my uncle saw him last year, and a year later, you saying the exact same thing to the point he could tell you exactly what you about to say.
He needs a new hour.
He needs new material, man.
He just got switched around.
Workshop it at like a baptism or something.
Just add a different story.
Yeah.
At this point, man.
I mean, he's lived his life. What, you think he's supposed to just be making up stories now?
Brother, you ain't supposed to be saying the exact same thing every single time. The exact same thing? Like, are we supposed to get on the show and say the exact same thing every single time? We switch it up a little bit.
That's right.
We switch up topics and stuff like that.
Somebody said, shout out to Unc with a good memory.
I thought he was joking around at first. I'm like, what? He's like, yeah, I remember that dude because I remember that story. But that was kind of my awkward moment. But here is the Ordinary Legends podcast talking about the embarrassing moment that happened at a funeral service. And by the way, he's a funeral director, so he probably seen a lot of things.
There's one circumstance where I was directing a funeral, and the family wanted Somewhere Over the Rainbow played. So storm goes on and off, lights flicker on and off, whatever. As soon as we're ready to go, the priest starts to walk down the aisle. I press the CD. Ding dong, the witch is dead. True story. True story. And then I started freaking
Who put that on there? Really?
That was number one on the CD.
Oh my! The Wizard of Oz is probably on a track.
The family thought it was hilarious. You do? I freaked out.
Did you stop it?
I kept trying. No, and I couldn't get it to stop. The priest, who's a good friend of mine, he was beat red. He didn't know what to do either.
God, that's
good. Yeah, I got it. I turned it off. The family was laughing. They thought it was their mother, coming down from above.
Yeah.
God, that's great.
Thank goodness the family was laughing.
Yeah.
Oh man,
that's one of those things that could be really horrible in the moment, but at least maybe it's going to be a story that they can kind of bond over in this time of grief, and laugh over at some point.
I'm guessing, I don't know who funeral it was or anything, but I'm guessing the person might have had a sense of humor.
Yeah. They said the mom, I'm guessing this is the matriarch of the family, which I imagine hits even harder.
Oh yeah,
yeah. She probably had some type of sense of humor, so maybe they thought it's like, oh, maybe she put that on there.
I told you track 3, not track 1. Track 1 is the wrong one.
Oh, he said that preacher was beat red. But hey, salute to the family for having a sense of humor about that, because that could have went totally.
Oh yeah, especially if you the funeral director, they go come talk to you about it. Yeah. They gave you some money for this.
Yeah.
And there's no do-overs on the funeral. Got to be entirely honest about that. There's some people on here giving some of their somebody said funeral moment. They said the mistress showed up and the wife and her got into a shouting match. One to remember.
Man,
that happens a lot more frequently than we
see that at a lot of hood funerals.
Yeah,
man.
Hood funeral.
Yeah, no, 100%, man. Like somebody get killed, he got a couple side pieces.
Somebody said they picked up someone for a one-night stand at a funeral. That's just straight out of the movie, Wedding Crashers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You didn't pick somebody up. You were just offering comfort.
Okay, well.
Offering comfort to the family in a tough time.
It's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. I'm going to pull the curtain back a little bit. So you guys actually have a commercial. You got to read. I just printed it off, and so you got to read it. And actually, Clint and Seth actually have this commercial too.
Both of us together?
Yeah. Well, it's two separate ones.
Okay.
So I just printed it off, but it's an endorsement for Aria. Okay. So if you're not familiar with Aria, it's kind of like a website, subscription based, where you can kind of get a little help on spicing the bedroom up a little bit.
Yeah.
And so Clint and Seth, they got this. They've been doing this ad for a little bit.
Yeah.
And so I kind of want to go through how they did it. So do you want to hear Clint the way he did this ad?
Oh, heck yeah.
All right. So here's Clint with the Aria ad. And I did add a little music on it just to kind of make it a little better for the ears. But here's Clint Stoerner's Aria ad.
What's good, y'all? Hey, you got one of these right here in your life? Huh? Look out now. You want to show up for this right here in your life? Huh? The way she wants you to, the way she needs you to? You want to deepen your connection with your lady? This right here? Hey, you want to have a better love life? Let Aria lead the way, y'all. Aria is a personal intimacy concierge. What good woman doesn't like a concierge service? They'll text each of you about what you want, how you want it, and help you bring it to life with a monthly premium box delivered discreetly to your front door. Look, whether it's the mother of your children and you're doing it for Mother's Day, or you just need it in your life, you want to spice things up, huh? You got to give her what she wants, when she wants it, how she wants it. You know what I mean? Click on the link in the description. Take a quick quiz and get the gift that keeps on giving. That gift is Aria. Look out now.
The funny thing is, his wife, shout out to his wife, Lauren.
Yeah.
I guess they were out golfing. They was in the golf cart.
Yeah.
He panned the camera right to her like, hey, you see there right there. Hey, now.
Hey, now.
And she was just sitting there looking.
Like, probably with a look of disgust on her face.
She looked like I like Aria.
What is it? What she wants, when she wants it, how she wants it.
It's a good bar. It's a good bar.
How you feel like he did with this ad?
Oh, it was great.
I feel like he was the number one seed on the when it comes to 610 for the guys to do the Aria ad.
Yeah.
All right, so let's go to Seth real quick, man. This is Seth Payne with his Aria ad.
Hey guys, you know how we are all so famously good at figuring out what women want and how to give it to them? Yeah. There is somebody who can help you with that. It's Aria. Hey, Mother's Day is coming up. A lot of us are going to panic. Buy something out of sheer desperation. But she's not going to be all that impressed if you have to ask her what she wants before you get it for her. That's where Aria comes in. Aria helps you show up in the way that she wants you to without guessing what to do. Because when she has to tell you what she wants, not all that romantic anymore. So with Aria, you get a personal concierge texting each of you separately about what you want and how you want to go about doing it. Guided experiences with things you never knew you could do with each other. And you get a premium box delivered
discreetly to your doorstep with everything you need. So she doesn't have to plan a thing, and you don't have to figure it out on your own. Keeps working way after the holiday, and it focuses on you as a couple. More than 250,000 couples already use it. Costs less than a date night, and you can cancel anytime. Take the quiz, get started on Aria today. You can get it today and give it to her gift on Mother's Day or any other special occasion.
This is wild. This is
How
wild.
do you feel Seth did?
Absolutely good. I think Clint had the hand.
Yeah, it makes sense. Like Clint more visceral. Seth a little bit more clinical. Like, hey guys, look, you trying to make sure we get the job done, but this is a tool to get the job done. Clint's like, hey baby,
yeah,
hey, you got to make
come on now.
Help your brother. Come on now.
Come on now.
Come on now.
Come on now. What you want, when you want it, how you want it.
All right, so I just gave y'all read. So
is this real? This isn't real.
No, it's real. Yeah, I printed it off of V Creative.
Really?
Yeah. So I want you to.
I'm real skeptical right now.
I want you to give it a read. Let's start with you, Lopez. I just kind of want to see if you could beat what they did.
All right. Ready?
Yep.
Hey, baby. This is your boy. Yeah, you know which one. The OG, John Lopez. Let me ask you something. Is your love life feeling a little square? Has your lady stopped giving you that look? You know the one. Come hither, and started giving you grocery lists instead? Well, slide on over smoothly to Arya, baby. Arya helps couples bring back the romance with sexy date ideas, flirty games, and smooth, yes, I said smooth, conversation starters guaranteed to put the boom back in the boom chaka waka. Because, brother, if the only thing getting turned on in your house is the TV, we got problems. No one more than you. So don't be a jive turkey. Spice things up with Arya. Arya turning good night into good googly moogly.
That's a good job, man.
I don't even care.
Use that.
That's a good job.
I do not even care that this is clearly a bit. That was really good.
I don't know what you're talking about.
That was really good.
All right, Reggie, let's see what you got
I can't bring up the rear here. Now. Oh, man. All right. Gotta lock in. Here we go.
All right, here we go.
Baby, this is Reginald Attitude, and according to advanced analytics, your relationship is in a slump. And I'm talking 0 for 12 on date nights. 37% drop in random flirting and intimacy numbers. Brother, y'all got to get the same offensive production as a Thursday night football game in the rain. That's where Arya comes in. Arya helps couples boost chemistry with sexy date ideas, flirty conversation starters, and experiences designed to get y'all back in the rhythm. Because right now, your girl's emotional field goal percentage is low. You got to stop treating romance like load management. Light some candles, put the phone down, get out the sweatpants with the stretch waistband. Trust me. One good night, and suddenly, back to shooting 80% from the field, baby. That's Arya. Because the only thing worse than bad stats is a dry spell.
You had to bring the stats in.
Y'all did good, man.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
I think I might have to cut this right from the show. Just put it in,
of course,
in the system.
I think that'll work.
So maybe you'll be hearing that from the guys sometime soon on In the Loop as I continue on the Mixtape. In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. We actually talked about this a little bit earlier. I brought it up in the Lunchtime Confessions. Drake. So Drake, he got an album coming out tomorrow. Actually tomorrow. And it's called Iceman.
Mm-hmm.
So this had nothing to do with Caleb Williams, although I heard they was beefing a little bit over the whole Iceman thing. And I think George Gervin might have something to say to both of them.
100%.
Both of them.
Yep.
But his album's called Iceman. This is his first solo album in 3 years. So a lot of people excited about this. But one of the songs leaked last night is called 1 a.m. in Albany.
Okay.
And he took some shots at Kendrick Lamar. I think he took some shots at Joe Budden at one point. But he took some shots at LeBron James. So you want to hear it? You want to hear a little snippet of it?
Oh, darn right I do.
All right, here is 1 a.m. in Albany. This is a Drake, I guess a kind of a leak song.
Convenient amnesia from all you ballerinas. It doesn't alter what you said or how it made us see you. I shouldn't even be shocked to see you in that arena, because you always made your career off of switching teams up. Please stop asking about what's going on with 23andMe. I'm a real and he's not.
A little shot there?
Yeah. So I want to ask you, how do you feel LeBron should handle this? Do you think it's nothing to see here on this point?
How should he or how will he?
How should he address this? If he was LeBron James, would you get in the booth?
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not do that. But wasn't LeBron, he was at the Kendrick thing?
Yeah, that's
right?
what he was talking about.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I think do that again. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just.
Right?
My thing about it is, LeBron, act like you are 40-something years old and avoid all of this.
But you can show up and kind of show your support and maybe, do a couple of yes, or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that, hey, man, this is the thing, is with Drake in general, my general outlook on him is he operates way younger than his age. Like, he does not express a maturity that feels like he should at this point in his career and in his life. And so you get to be the adult in the room and be like, all right, while you over there being a child, I will continue being an adult. And that's the easiest way to play this, and I think it's the right one.
Yeah. So the album dropped tomorrow. I'll actually be breaking it down tomorrow on my podcast, Gems and Juice. So make sure you guys check it out.
All right.
Last but not least, it's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Real quick, Mike Breen, he was on the call last night for the Cavs and Pistons game. And he brought up something about referee Tony Brothers, just randomly. So I just want to salute Tony Brothers on this.
While Tony Brothers making that call, you better get used to being in front of a camera. As we said, it's his 32nd year as an NBA ref. He's going to retire soon, and he's going to run for mayor of Norfolk. He's already stated that. That's where he's from, that area. Tony Brothers is a father of 6 kids.
Salute to him.
He's going to be mayor of Norfolk?
Running for mayor in Norfolk.
I'm good with that.
Once he retired.
He's an arbiter. He plays, he knows how to do certain things to be balanced, fair and balanced.
Yeah. I guess that is kind of the idea. Tony Brothers isn't looked at as like one of the worst officials in the NBA.
Actually, the report came out this morning. I'm sure you saw it. That he's actually on the top tier.
Yeah, right. Yeah. So I wonder if that helps him at all. I mean, we see the more celebrification of what am I looking for? Politicians. So yeah, I can see it.
Yeah. So salute to Tony Brothers.
Yeah,
man.
I don't mind that.
Yeah, I don't mind it either.
All right, there you go. Another fantastic edition of the Mixtape here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. 1:20 p.m. every weekday is when you catch it. At the Figgy Fig is the social media account to hit if you see something Mixtape worthy. Let them know. All right. You're in the Loop here on Sports Radio 610. We'll keep rocking on a scheduled release Thursday and get ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive next.
Sean's got a wish list for the
Lowe's. Valid through 5/27. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii. Selection varies by location while supplies last.
Thank you, Figgy.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
It gets me every time. Been a fun show here on this Thursday, this schedule release Thursday in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Before we get back to where we are in that regard, Astros with their getaway game, trying to see if they can split the series versus the Seattle Mariners. Mike Burrow on the bump, down 3-0, and he 3-run homer in the
top of the first.
In the top of the first was where the 3 runs came from. Coming back around, man, and of course a hard hit ball by none other than Brendan Donovan, man. Is that ground rule double? Nope. But yeah, man, that's what it's felt like as he goes 3 bases here. But you look at it on the other side, Luis Castillo has not had control, not great control at least.
Well, I don't know about the control. I haven't been watching balls and strikes, but they're getting some good swings on him.
Yeah, I've been looking at it. They've had quite a few hard hit balls themselves, but this is the difference, right? The Mariners are able to get guys in scoring position and then hit a home run, actually get guys in, where the Astros have not been able to do that. And that feels very much like what the offense has been of late, right? Even when they are threatening, when they're getting guys on, even if they're getting them in scoring position, they're not getting that final punch, as Joe Espada had called it, that knockout punch of sorts when they do that.
Well, of course, they're playing good baseball, right? Just got to keep playing good baseball, man.
This team, man, I've been doing such a good job at trying to lower my
great, Julio Rodriguez
heart rate. I've been trying to do a good job of keeping myself regulated well, and the Astros have been single-handedly ruining my health over the last I don't know how long. So thanks a lot for that, but we'll keep you up to date with what's happening there, and I'm certain that the fellas of the drive, once they step in, will do that as well. But schedule release day, I have deemed you our correspondent when it comes to schedule leaks, and so where do we stand at this moment, as well as I've got people hitting my phone, not to make myself sound self-important, asking about the possibility of another game setting into the slot. Do we still just have the was it 5 or 6 games that we had a good idea on before?
On the one that we are relying on the most, we still have those. I do have a question for you in a second, but yes, we have the ones that we talked about earlier. Week 1 is going to be Buffalo at home, which, by the way, that's what I want to get to in a second. Buffalo at home is being reported. Then we have you have the rest of them in there. We have the 2 road games back-to-back on the East. We have Jaguars game in London.
Yeah, that's week 6, October 18th. Go ahead. You can go ahead and book your tickets on that one. That one's official as the NFL made that known yesterday. Then you would also go to week 11. That's the next one that we have.
Colts.
Good ideas on. That's the Colts Thursday night football game. That is the first of the 2 that we know as of right now. Then you would go to week 13, where you go on the road to Acrisure Stadium to face off against the Pittsburgh Steelers, a rematch of the wild card game. That's what we have as of right now. Then week after that, you're back on the East Coast versus the Washington Commanders. Now the Pittsburgh game is supposed to be a Sunday night football game. So again, the Texans team showing up in primetime circumstances, and that's echoed by week 16, where they should be going to Philly and on Christmas Eve on a Thursday night game. That's what we have. Although I am kind of seeing some scuttlebutt that the Texans could, week 4, face off against the Cowboys. That's when the Cowboys would be coming into town, at least according to some kind of rumors that are out there, some talk that's out there. That could be setting up.
That would be, we'll have to wait on that just a little bit. But let me ask you this.
Okay.
Is this too much? And this being, we have some reported leaks on the NFL schedule, especially week 1. We now have point spreads on the week 1 reported week 1 games.
We
have point spreads. Our guy Jimmy Shapiro did it again, but it's Bet Online. Bet Online, according to them, they have point spreads for these reported week 1 games. You want to know what it is? Bills at Texans week 1.
What is the line that they're setting right now?
Guess. Figgy, guess what the line is. Bills at Texans week 1.
I wonder how much they are taking into advisement the Texans' recent almost dominance over the Buffalo Bills when they've played not just here, or not just here, right? Because that's the last 2 years, in fact. I'm going to say Texans defense still in that place.
Yeah.
Home field advantage usually gives you what, like 2.5 points?
2.5, yeah, generally, yeah.
Texans 5? Texans -5?
Texans -5. Figgy?
Texans -3.
Texans are an underdog in their home opener right now to bet online by 2.5 points, which really is, like you said, that's a 5-point, in essence, on a neutral field spread. Isn't that something? And this is like legit. Like they are now doing point spreads on the reported games.
Problem gambling helpline.
Yes.
Yeah. Please don't start betting on these games before we even know if they're official.
I'll put less of 500 on the Texans, and then it's not even. It's like the Jaguars or something.
Problem gambling is an addiction.
I don't know.
How do they handle that, right? If they put something on the board, someone puts money up, and then all of a sudden they go, "This is not actually the game." Do they just pay? Hey, just here's your money back?
Yeah, they would probably do that.
Just refund it. Yeah, because I'm like, that is real. What does it hurt to wait the extra 4 hours?
I get, I enjoy, we've established that. I enjoy this part of it. I think a lot of people do. But you're getting point spreads? That's where I'm like, yeah, that might be a bit too much.
Problem gambling, like any other addiction, can destroy lives.
It might be a bit too much. Yeah. It's like he's sending them to someone.
Okay, yeah, so that's what we've got to this point. How would you feel if these end up being right? Buffalo week 1 we feel good about, but if you add in Cowboys week 4, I mean, early on that is a Josh Allen, that is a pretty potent Cowboys offense week 4 in there as well. Like that's really early on. You're getting really clear tests of what this team is.
Buffalo and potentially Dallas in the first 4 weeks. That's a test right there, but they are at home.
In both of those circumstances.
Both of those, they would be at home. I'm more worried about, and I say worried. I just think it's more of a challenge with Pittsburgh, Washington, late in the year, on the road, back-to-back, having to fly back if you do fly back, and then Philadelphia, Christmas Eve, short week. That's what I'm looking at more than anything. But, yeah, you can get the Cowboys into town. It's always a good thing.
Gosh,
so that would be October 4th if that one is true.
Okay. Yeah. Gosh, there's so many spreads here. I didn't see, they really have the whole first week spreads on all of them.
That is wild.
On games that have not been confirmed. Or maybe they have some level of confirmation because,
this is actually kind of a weird way to confirm it, right?
Yeah, I feel like these books would have to have some level of communication with the NFL.
Yeah.
I would hope, because this just would be odd otherwise. So, all right. Appreciation, everybody, rocking with us at this moment. The Astros still down 3-0 in their game. Mike Burrow's on the bump. We welcome in, we thank D&M Auto Leasing for the crosstalk that they give us the opportunity to have every day with the fellas of the drive. It's Clint, it's Ron. They're getting themselves together. So is Fig going to let us know for sure if that was a bit?
I just put it in the system. So y'all good to go.
We're good.
Like it's a bit.
Can't wait to hear it.
It's got to be a bit, man.
Can't wait to hear it.
Got to be. Because now, okay, I got to ask Clint this, because at first I was like, is this AI or not? But did you do a little spot for Aria?
Oh yeah. Hell yeah.
All right.
It's real.
Hell yeah. Why you want you see the link?
No, I think I'm good in that regard in this moment. But in the mixtape, Figgy Fig played.
He had us do them.
Yours and Seth's, and he had us do them on
the spot. Yes.
But of
how
course,
were they?
The term "good googly moogly" was in mine.
Yes. That was that's on brand.
And I had not one, not two, but 3 different distinct advanced metrics that I brought up in mine.
Okay, there you go.
But of course, none of them compared to yours, man. Why are you so damn good at this?
Brother? Well, you know, was it the one I did too? Was it the one on the golf course?
Yeah, that was the one in the golf course.
Well, I swinging them sticks pretty good that day. I was in a good mood.
You showed your lady in the video.
I had my lady out there. Most folks don't like playing golf with their old lady. My old lady's my best friend. I love playing golf with her. And I was in the hill country. And so, man, there was a lot to be happy about. I said, let me. And they was on me, man. Hey, man, can we get the video? Hey, we got to have the video, man. We got to get it approved. What the hell's going on here, man? We need the video. I said, instead of saying, hey, I'm on the course right now, I just said, well, hell.
Let's do it.
Hey, we got backed up a little bit on 18.
Mm-hmm.
It had a nice shade spot I stopped in. Funny thing was, my father-in-law was up in front of me, but I thought I was far enough away where he couldn't hear me.
He heard every bit.
We got done. We pulled up. He said, you back there trying to sell some porn or what, son?
Right.
I said, no. I said, why? You want me to send you the link
too? Are you?
My wife said, don't. That's my dad. Yeah, I know. He's a man too, baby.
And how you think you got here?
Yeah. I mean, God, it's gross. Don't tell my dad. I said, well, look, Aria, they'll customize it to him. They'll somehow into their I don't know, how can I say it without talking about my father-in-law? What was the phrasing I used on there? It's an intimacy, a personal intimacy concierge. They'll work in somehow outdoor kitchen and all the red meat that he eats.
Yeah.
They'll mix it into his intimacy somehow. Why not, man?
I didn't know Lo was a hater like that. That's crazy.
No, it was not a hate. It was more of that's my dad. That's gross. Don't do that. Don't say that. You're gonna make him uncomfortable. Her pops ain't the guy. He ain't one to. I mean, you start talking about taking a dump, or you talking about breaking wind, or if his old lady, women ain't supposed to talk about. He's old school tradition. If his old lady starts talking about she breaks wind every now and then, boy, he's like, come on, man, I can hear y'all. What's wrong with y'all? So he damn sure don't like to hear his son-in-law talking about personal intimacy concierge.
Fair enough.
But I said, hey, man, got to pay the bills, bub. Got to pay the bills.
And that you are doing. Appreciate you guys jumping in with us on this schedule release Tuesday. Did y'all hear what we were just talking about? The fact that there's a line already.
They now have point spreads on the reported.
Yes, on the reported.
Already?
Yes. Well, but it's only week 1, so at least they're not going as far as like, week 11, it seems like this will be the case. We don't know the teams or anything, but or the actuality of what the teams look like. How did you guys take to hearing that the Bills would be favored in this game 1, week 1 matchup where they would come to Houston after 2 straight years of Josh Allen having real troubles against this defense?
Well, I think you've got to in Vegas is obviously better than anybody in the world at it, right? But I mean, you got to take 2 things into consideration. One, the Bills have been significantly better, and Josh Allen has been significantly better for an extended period of time than anything that the Texans are bringing to the table. And then you got to obviously what you're mentioning, Reg. You got to also bring into the mix how bad Josh, because it is. Usually I'd be like, all right, come on, man, it's one game. I mean, there's enough of a sample size with Josh Allen and DeMeco and the Texans defense to where there's something there,
right?
So you got to try to figure out. I mean, it's a lot more complicated. I think dynamic when you talk about Houston and Buffalo coming together than just one team's better than the other, man. There's some factors there that I think makes it even difficult for Vegas.
This is a quarterback point spread. Clearly, the Texans are at home have an advantage. Defense has the advantage. Most recent history with Buffalo has the advantage. Literally starting the season healthy, you have the advantage. Texans have every advantage in that except one place that's still unknown.
Yeah, fair.
This is a quarterback point spread.
Yep. That's fair.
That's all it is.
One quarterback has been the best.
2.5 Buffalo. Buffalo favored by 2.5. Yeah.
So it's really a 5.5.
Yeah, or 5. Yeah, somewhere in there.
There's a couple things. We'll get into that here coming up in just a bit. But it did make me wonder, like, what does the NFL and TV partner? Are we starting to see a swing of how they view the Texans? I'm surprised. I'm a bit like this was Jordan's up out of here, by the way. This
Let's
was
go. It's been a minute.
There you go, big fella. This has been the last couple of years. The Texans were like a sexy team that's like, man, we're going to get. And I think definitely not going to go back to they were a couple of years ago where they did not have a prime time game. Right. But that was one of the real sexy teams. Texans, Bills, that was a Thursday night football game last year.
Yeah.
You look at the schedule, that's one of their better, more marquee matchups on their schedule, and it's a 12 o'clock game in week 1. I wonder how the league views the Texans now as a gotta have him on product, because there was a run there about for the last 2 years where the Texans were we want to get them on there.
Yeah,
they were in that rotation of all those teams that played on Christmas and all. They want to, and I just wonder, are we seeing a swing in that?
Well, depending on how you view the, I guess, more credible leaks that we've been working off of. There's currently 3 primetime games in 4 Island if you want to consider the
London game.
The London game. I mean, you got a Colts game. Now it's a division game. How much does that factor in on a Thursday night? You've got a Eagles game on Christmas Eve on a Thursday night, and then you've got the Pittsburgh game, which is a Sunday night game. Like there's still, and that's before we figure out what the rest of this is, with some matchups that feel like they could be in those. I feel like this might be more of, you can't put all of them in prime time, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes when we get more.
I mean, we'll see.
Well,
I'm intrigued. I'm intrigued to look at that.
No, to hell with what the schedule comes out. I mean, it generated an idea for us, right? But I mean, Ron, to your point, is just the conversation is the overall attractiveness of DeMeco Ryans and the Texans right now. Is it on with CJ? You know, that storyline being more negative than it is positive. Or is the Texans kind of more settling in and kind of on a downward trajectory. And I'm not talking about wins and losses. I'm just talking about in the appeal of the primetime appeal. I think that's a great conversation. That's a great point.
A different feel when you are led, when you're the number one story about you is this guy might be the next best quarterback in the league, and that's what the lead of the Texans were.
They loved
2 years ago,
right?
And they want to put we want to put him against Mahomes in prime time. We want to put him against Lamar. We want to put. I mean, we'll see if that Steeler game happens.
Yeah,
nobody wants to.
That looks like a prime flex candidate.
No, I mean,
the Steelers are going to suck.
Let's be honest. Does anybody want to see like a great quarterback versus our defense? I mean, in today's world of primetime match, I want to see it because. But I mean, that's
not generally the draw,
right? It's
right.
usually
I think
the two big names.
That's
right.
what you.
2 years ago, Josh Allen versus last year. Josh Allen versus C.J. Stroud
was the draw. Yeah.
Was a draw.
I think that's what they talk about as they're teasing the game. Hey, Josh Allen versus this Texans defense, but that's not what would be as you put it, the draw. That's not the marquee.
I think
that's crazy. Like Josh Allen wanted, like how big a star is he?
Mm-hmm.
Mega.
Like in terms of the league, how big? Like
he's as big as you. He's as big as you
get.
He's
a top 5 star.
Yeah, I mean he's as big as you get at that position, right?
And we'll see, but they're not putting
week one.
They're not putting him prime time against a really good opponent.
Yeah.
Against a opponent that won 12 games last year that has a young quarterback that.
Yeah.
Weird.
No, that's fair.
Well,
I'm intrigued to see what the primetime games look like and the others. Like we all know them Thursday night games.
No, especially
that's a little the lower end of
yeah.
No, that's a fair point. And honestly, I feel like that's a gift to D'Amico Ryans. If you want to put some bulletin board material up there, like, hey, look at how they're viewing you guys. Go out here. And show
he don't give a damn.
Yeah, no,
that's not bulletin board to him. He don't give a rip.
I feel you. Fellas, looking forward to the ways that you and the leaks that you're able to get leading up to the schedule release.
I think we're going to keep y'all around the whole first segment. We're just going to try to keep y'all doing an extra segment today, man. Get y'all a little overtime pay.
I think I'm good.
Somebody say overtime?
Hey, one time Lopez is settled in. Reg is trying to get up out of here. Usually Lopez has got his hand on that doorknob over there.
Hey, I'll hang around. Don't dare me. Don't tempt me.
Okay, so it's his briefcase. It is.
All right, you're listening to KLTAM, KLTFM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. Again, appreciation to D&M and Auto for the crosstalk. But right now, the drive is live.
That's right. The drive is live, and we are live here on schedule release day. To the point I was making, Clint's in the building. Tyler is. Are you shaved yet, Tyler? Or are you still letting it go?
Oh, let's see.
Nope, no, he's letting it go, man.
It's getting out of control.
Let it go. Let it go for a good year, man. Let's see if that thing gets good and woolly.
We're reaching the need for a different apparatus.
Would your marriage survive?
Oh yeah.
Oh, let that hair go, man. Let's see how woolly.
No, I don't like it, man. I'm going to Cali at the end of the month, so I'm definitely gonna manscape up before that.
Well, I mean, doesn't Cali have a lot of hippies out there? You fit right in, bub.
I think it's the hippie capital of the world.
Well, come on, let that hair out, man. They don't shave their hair, their chest, and their armpits and stuff.
Yeah, no, I just don't like it, man.
Get out there and fit in, man. Get in where you fit in, fool.
It's a shame I'm such a damn hair factory, and I don't like it.
Wouldn't that? Get in where you fit in. It's short, ain't it? That's Oakland.
Yeah, there you go.
That's West Coast.
There you go. Leho, I hear you. But no, man, it's a big day, schedule release day, and there are leaks out, and we do have several leaks here with the Texans in their games. And as you just brought about, and we talked about the Buffalo Week 1, there are others. Before we get there, an update. We'll keep you abreast on this entire Astros game as they look. There you go. They look to try to win the series. They did break up that 9-game losing streak they had to the Mariners on that walk-off. Yeah. Shout out to Zach Cole. Okay, golf clap from Tyler. They did break that up yesterday and break up their losing streak they were currently on. They are now trailing 3-1 as Mike Burrows is on the mound, and in the first inning he gave up a 3-run homer. If you want to feel a little bit better on it, as Todd Callis said, boy, if it was just over a little bit, it would have been an out.
Well, if you want to feel even better, he's tightened up since then. He's 58 pitches with 1 out in the 4th, so he looks like he's going to get. He's at least giving us a little length here. We'll see if he can hang on.
He did. He gave up a leadoff triple and was able to keep them there at third base. Got a big double play and a strikeout. So 3-1 right now. Jordan went deep. He went deep in the middle of our crosstalk. So
dead center, man.
It's been a minute. Yeah, it's been a minute. But he goes deep. 3-1. We'll keep you updated on what's going on. God. There you go, Cam. We'll keep you updated on what's going on in at the Daikin as the Astros. A little day baseball right here on the drive. But here is what we have thus far. Leaks right now. These aren't official, but these have been pretty credible sources that we've looked at. Week 1, the Texans will be hosting the Buffalo Bills. Stick a pin in that. I think there's a conversation there. We learned yesterday that they would be heading to London in Week 6 to take on the Jags. Week 7, they are at home to face the New York Giants. Week 11, Thursday night football, they will be facing the Indianapolis Colts, and that will be here at Reliance Stadium. Week 13, the Steelers will be hosting your Houston Texans Sunday night football. As of now, that could be a flex possibility with how bad I think the Steelers potentially will be. But Week 13 at Pittsburgh, Sunday night football. Then they go to Washington to take on the Commanders in Week 14. That's a road game. Week 16, Thursday night Christmas Eve game, they will face the Philadelphia Eagles in Philadelphia. So those of you all thinking about taking that trip, be safe. And
you say Philly?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's one of a few stadiums I will never take my Milner tradition of going to road games.
Oh, you got to go to Philly.
No, I really won't. I have seen actual news stories and heard too many things about how awful those Eagles fans are. I ain't going to put myself or my wife in that position.
Yes, well, to be fair, you're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Just a real quick update. Mike has not completed his time of giving up homers. He gives up a 2-run homer. It is now 5-1.
Boy, that Crawford box, that old short porch out there. I mean, that guy looked like he barely swung, man. He just poked that thing out there in the Crawford boxes. It was over.
Dana Brown somewhere slowly dying inside.
No, he's not worried, man.
Mike Burrows gives up his second
what a
3-run homer in the first, and now a 2-run bomb in the fourth. Astros trail 5-1. All right. Philly is one, man. I feel like Philly's one you just got to be smart. Philly is one you have to, I think, experience. Like it was for me, Oakland, but my mom was smart. We went in there. We just
throw batteries at you?
They, not us specifically, but they did throw a big thing of nachos on a 6-year-old kid walking up the stairs. But
kid probably deserved it.
You just got to be, he seems pretty nice. You got to just be smart, right? You don't, like Tyler, maybe you can't control yourself. You're going full-fledged jersey, everything. Me, man, we went denim shirt with a little Chief arrowhead right in the corner with a jacket over it. Like we were neutral. We were neutral with that thing.
Yeah.
And
it's kind of like what I did at Dodger Stadium.
Yeah, smart. Yeah, you wear a little neutral stuff, but I think you got to go. You got to go visit. Maybe you don't take Megan there. Maybe you don't take Megan, but maybe you take some of the fellas.
Yeah.
I tell you, I would argue that Astros fans going to L.A. is probably more dangerous than
really
Texans fans going to Philly.
Really?
Yeah. Now, if you're Giants or Cowboys or maybe even Washington going to Philly, that may be different. But yeah, I think you probably already experienced and survived the worst of the worst for a Houston sports fan.
Yeah,
I bet. I mean, the stories I've heard, that LA stuff is scary. I mean, it don't. I mean, I can handle the Philly stuff. I've been there. I played arena ball in Philly. I mean, I'm familiar. Hell, when I was with the Cowboys, we went out there, and they're rough.
That game I went to at Dodger Stadium, like I said with your recommendation, Ron, I was just wearing an Astros polo with like an Astros logo pretty small on it, but I was sporting my team. And I still got a handful of FUs, as I was passing people and stuff. So
it was pretty hot back then too, though. It was pretty hot right there.
It was still fresh.
Yeah, it was real fresh. It was real fresh. All right, let's look at this because I disagree with something I've heard Sean Pendergast say. Sean Pendergast, he wanted the Browns week 1. He wanted a rollover team. Week 1.
He did not get that.
He did not. No, he got a Super Bowl contender. Right? Buffalo's still Super Bowl contender.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I would think until we see what Joe Brady's all about, and you can't knock Josh Allen out of the mix.
Yeah, I think they got a Super Bowl contender, one of the teams that people believe has a chance to come out of the AFC, the Buffalo Bills, Week 1 at home, and I love it. I love it. I love it for it. It's even better than last year when they had to go to the Rams. I on the road, you get them at home. You could argue this is their toughest home game, right? Maybe Baltimore because of the history with Baltimore and the physicality, but I would say Baltimore, Buffalo with Dallas in there, but I would think Baltimore, Buffalo are arguably two of their two toughest home games. So you could argue Buffalo's one of them. This is probably the healthiest you're going to be going into the season off of training camp, right? And you're at home, and I would imagine if you have a chance to have the best home crowd, it is a home crowd Week 1 where everybody's hungry and everybody's excited and everybody's ready to go. Now, Buffalo fans are going to try to come down here, but this still feels like you may have the best crowd and you're ready to roll. There's no real pressure of a primetime game, although I think it should be one, but there's no pressure of a primetime game. And it'll be one of the biggest games on CBS. You might get the big guys. You might get Romo and Jim. But I like this early on, them having this challenge to kind of get this one in their toughest home game, probably playing at the healthiest they'll be. And you get DeMeco, who we've seen what he's had to do and what he's done to Josh in a week. You give DeMeco the entire offseason to get ready for Josh Allen and this crew. Even though they got a new head coach, he's kind of new. He was the OC, so you still know about what this team. I love the idea of this.
Yeah, I like this Week 1 matchup for the Texans with the Bills. You're getting them at home, and as you mentioned, I think, look, anytime you can catch Josh Allen that early in the season. You mentioned the Rams game last year. These veterans don't play a whole hell of a lot of football in the preseason, if any. And hell, as long as Joe Brady and Josh Allen have been together, there may not be any for Josh Allen in the preseason. And then he's got to come Week 1, first rattle out of the box. He's got to face DeMeco's defense, and we know how we know how he practices. Hell, I mean, that defensively, at least we know how he practices. Those guys are going to be ready to play. So not only do you have the recent history of some like crazy success against Josh Allen, but now you're catching him right out of the gate with very little preseason snaps to get prepared for the season. And I've said it before. And this is one thing, this is a hill I'll die on for quarterbacks. If I were a coach, my quarterback would play significantly more than what NFL quarterbacks play now in the preseason for this one reason. You simply cannot duplicate and replicate the speed, the power, the sound, the action around a quarterback's feet and in a quarterback's face in practice. I know DeMeco damn near tried to do it last year with versus CJ. There ain't no doubt when CJ was trying to install an offense. But at the end of the day, and a guy like Josh Allen, it may only impact him for a drive. It may only impact him for a series. It may be a quarter. I don't know how long it's going to be, but there is no doubt about it that Josh Allen Week 1 is going to be is going to be a little bit. Gun shy is not the right answer, but a little bit uncomfortable, or let's say this, not as comfortable as we typically see Josh Allen. He's not going to be seeing things as clearly from jump as we see him, middle of the season. So I'm with you, man. I like catching the Bills at home, their quarterback, their offensive-minded head coach against our defense and our defensive-minded head coach. I like this. I mean, this is, in terms of schedule placement, this is advantage Houston.
I think so. Yep. I absolutely think so. When they're because sometimes it matters when you play teams.
Yeah,
and where they are. Hell, and like I said, it's the healthiest you probably will be in the season. You remember, like, oh boy, that Baltimore game's going to be tough last year until you got about 6-7 weeks in, and Baltimore didn't have any of their meaningful players. The odds of that happening to the Texans Week 1 against Buffalo, against one of their toughest opponents, is very, very slim to none. So I enjoy your thoughts. Your thoughts about facing Buffalo first week of the season, a big-time opening matchup in the first week of the season. You like it, or you wish this was a different point? You want to ease into the season? Give us your thoughts on the text line, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch as well. Coming up, we'll keep you updated on what's going on at the Dike between the Mariners and the Astros as the Astros look to try to win this series. And what should they be doing? Where are they? Where they are right now? They won last night, but what should they be doing? Where should their mindset be in terms of how they should handle the rest of the season? We'll discuss that coming up next.
We're going to talk about the Astros here in a minute. Let's talk about you for a minute. If you're out there and you're struggling,
Radio app, tune in, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Decisions for Joe Espada to make. This ball hit well to left. Mitch Garver has just made it a 5-0 game. This one deep into the Crawford boxes. A 3-run home run by Raley snuck into the side of the Crawford boxes. That one was a no-doubter by Garver. That's his first home run of the season and just his third hit against a righty this year in 27 at-bats.
Well, TK, I'm going to guess that maybe Joe's got more decisions to make after that bomb.
And you weren't lying, man. TK must be in a bad place. He said it was 5-0 on that bomb. It's 5-1, sir.
Man, need to hell with that one, man.
Jordan had a homer, sir.
He's over that, man. Hell with it.
Like it didn't happen.
Yeah, he's not used to the one, right?
Man said 5-0 game.
Oh man, I hope they've got something really good and tasty for him and Jeff to drink up there.
Baggy?
No, Lummer. I wish I do. I hope they got something to just to kind of calm things down out there, man. I feel like there's a lot of when they send it to break. There's a lot of. Can you believe this?
Hey, there's definitely some. Man, can you believe how long this season's going to be?
There's got to.
Got to be e-socking me.
I mean, you think
I bet
Sean Pendergast and I laugh a lot about like those old days of when it was real dysfunctional around here in post games and being up late at night and having to stay in that stadium late 4 hours longer than everybody else. That was brutal. Could you imagine 162?
Come back tomorrow for it.
I mean, by the time the clouds start falling, they're going to be 80 deep. I guess.
I bet you when Shoemake decided on his own. On a ball hit right in front of him to go from second base and try to run to third, and his ass was thrown out.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but that's Little League baseball rules.
Absolutely.
If you're at second, less than 2 outs.
Yep. Lauren did it in the
ball hit in front of you.
Lauren
you do
did
not
it in
go
the
to
championship
third.
game on Saturday, and her coach Kyle ran all the way from first base. From first base, coach, she ended the inning, ran all the way from first base, and
to explain it to her.
Explain it to her. There wasn't no that. It had been explained. No, Kyle said, we talked about this. We just talked about this. We just hold. There's no reason for you to run.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that's
Shoemake did. I bet you they
got
got down, took their headsets off, and just looked at each other and said, "Can you believe that dude just ran over there?"
Hey, right. What did T. Millie say right before that?
What?
Right before that happened, when he got that hit up the middle, what did T. Millie say?
I don't remember.
Well, you can always trust an Aggie. You can always trust an Aggie. And then he runs dead into an out on literally some little a rule that Ron's, how old is she, 9?
9. Yep.
I mean Ron's 9-year-old daughter just got. And the funny
they
thing
know that
is,
on Sienna Dynamite. I tell you that much.
You know the most interesting thing is Lauren, your daughter, 9-year-old, her coach showed more disappointment in what just happened than old bottom step Espada just did.
He didn't even meet her at the numbers. He met her where she was walking too. he got her to third base.
Yeah, there's a sense of urgency with that youngsters. I love it.
But it was ridiculous. Always. What'd you say about the Aggie? You said that Aggie never what?
An Aggie never lies, cheats, or steals.
I don't know a lot, but I know.
Well,
I know that Johnny did one of those. I don't know a lot.
He did several. I bet you did every one of them.
Johnny pulled the trigger on one of those. At least. Like I know that.
Can't argue it.
Kevin Sumlin, I know that. I know he had pulled the trigger on one of those.
Yeah, Sumlin sure as hell did steal money from A&M.
One of them.
I'm just kidding, Sumlin. I love you. You brought me some good years, bub.
Well, all of that could be true.
You're right. They don't have to be mutually exclusive.
Good point. I mean, I think some of these teams earned his money.
He earned his money. The Cotton Bowl championship.
Yeah,
no, they got Johnny there.
That's
David Beatty.
I mean, that's the best year. That's the best years of A&M in a long time, ain't it?
They've had one or two better since.
The biggest. I mean, Johnny's got to be the biggest moment in A&M since old boy won that damn Heisman back in the 40s or whatever.
He took over the sports world.
Yes,
man. No doubt.
Yeah. So
Johnny
somebody did all right.
It did all right.
And then he turned around and somehow had too many 5-star quarterbacks in the locker room. That didn't work out well. Had too many of them. Arkansas, we ain't never seen one. Y'all had 2 of them fight and leave.
Damn. What's not been all right is the Astros. As they trail 5-1 currently.
That's smooth transition.
So smooth.
I've tried.
What a pro.
Guilty as charged. What should they be doing now, Clint? Okay, I know you're one of the ones who hold on the latest. It's again, we are day 4 of Joe's got to go, and he doesn't seem like he's going, but we're day 4 of that. What should be the move now moving forward here? What should be the mindset with the Astros moving forward now?
Well, I mean, I just want them to. I mean, you're at a point now where you've either got to believe that the bats and how well you're swinging the bats as a team overall. They just threw up 5 or 6 different stats, and the Astros are still first or second. I mean, they're still swinging them well, even though they have cooled off a bit. I mean, if you think that can carry you and that's real, and you're just a couple of moves in the pitching staff away, obviously guys getting healthy, but just a couple of moves away, then I think you got to be all in that way. Or if you just think that, hey, this 10 games below 500, the ship is sinking and we're just it is what it is. It's time to start this thing over. I think you got to make every move that you possibly could make to get as much in return as you can with aging players and superstar players and I guess where I'm going with it is to me you just got to. It's time to be all in either way you go. Whatever your decision is, whichever way you're leaning. I'm not saying right now is the time to pull the trigger, but whenever that trigger needs to be pulled, you got to be ready to go all in.
Yeah. God, it's just.
Or I guess is it all in or all? I guess it's all in or all out.
All out.
Yeah, one or the other.
One of them.
But whichever direction you go, be all in on that decision. Is what I'm saying.
Either all in on tearing it down, or all in on just doing what you can to really make this team as good as it can be to make a move. Someone texted in 2 back-to-back texts. Dana has to go first. Joe and Dana need to go. That's to me why. Go ahead.
Well, those things. I agree, and I think I'm stealing your line, Ron. But I agree with that too. Like if you're going to tear this thing down, and they all got to go, and I understand you've got a situation where who's going to make those decisions, but all of those are decisions that have to be made and moves that have to be made and shouldn't hold up what it is you're trying to do. So, I don't disagree with coaches and GMs and everybody in between should be included to some degree, whether you want to get rid of them or not. To some degree, they should be evaluated and decided if you want to move on from if that's the route you're going to go.
My thing is it feels like to me the situation they're in a tough situation, and I think it sucks all the way around. Clint, is like if you want them to go make a move and let's say, all right, man, what are they, 11 games under 500, right? Let's go make a move. And let's really add to this team. And so when Hunter gets back, and if Jeremy Pena can stay on his feet, and when Hader gets back, and with all these guys come back, we go and make some moves to get guys going to make a real late run. And let's do this like we did in 24. Do it like they did in 05. If you're going to do that, like for me, this team just hasn't shown me enough to just say, all right, man, I'm willing to give up assets, the few assets we have, or even whatever they have, to bring on other things, because it is hard to look at this and say, all right, this is a group that has shown me that they are going to be ready to make a run like those previous teams. And then the other thing, if you go all the way where you're tearing it down, that goes to the point of like, do you want the guy to make the decisions about this teardown that's not going to be here next year?
Yeah.
That's just the for me. Like if they're going to make a run, it's got to be with these jokers out here right now.
unless they just really go off right now up against the trade deadline, and then you could really see something. But they got to give Jim Crane a reason.
Well, the good thing is you got a little bit of a window here, and the bad thing is that we got a promo running with Patrick Creighton talking about it's asinine, and I don't think he's wrong. But I also don't think the person that is the clouds are falling, this thing's coming apart, it's time to fire the manager. I don't think they're wrong either. It's a hard one to read right now of what you should what the mindset should be.
Yeah,
like a bouse.
Thanks, PC.
Was that PC?
That was. Yeah, that was him. Still don't know.
Were you here yesterday?
Still don't know why I said that. I think that was 2 days ago. I think that was with Luke. I think that was with Luke where you start really unloading it like a boss.
I've never heard that.
It's new. It's new for sure.
It's great.
I think
that would be his dismount after his dancing with his shiny black shoes on and short pants.
I know he is. I know he's such a great
Well, not right now. His back's messed up. But when he come off that dance floor,
even if your back's messed up, it still doesn't leave you. I bet he's a great dancer.
He's twitchy though. He's going to make
really good spaghetti and meatballs for some reason. All right, maybe the Texans have found the secret weapon to this offense, a secret weapon that we're not really looking and talking about. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, look, if you're out there and you're dealing with that hair loss issue, I got.
future of Texas golf. For more information, head to texasgolfhof.org.
Like a bouse.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's one, ain't it, Ron?
Here it is, baby. It's coming closer, and it's coming closer for the Astros.
Oh, my God, you're a good one.
5-1, folks. Hadn't changed.
God, that was professional.
Mike, as I said to Clinton, the break, he's the king of the half quality start. He can get you that 6 innings portions of it.
It keeps going. Kings of Leon, you see?
It is right there, man. King of the half quality start right there. He's going to get to the 6 innings.
The showman.
3 runs or less. He might give you 6 innings and 6 runs. Might give you 6 innings and 7 runs. Oh, tap that. Yeah, it is. So, well, 5-1. Seattle still leading the Astros in this 4-game series. All right, Clint. This may be a bit of a secret weapon here. We've talked about it. It was kind of a surprise that the Texans have not done more in the offseason thus far through free agency, through trades, through the draft, of adding to that running back room outside of David Montgomery. Obviously, they got David Montgomery. We thought they may go in the draft and get another back there at least. But we heard from Woody Marks. Woody Marks was on the CBS affiliate here in Houston, and he was talking about his potential role here, his third down role for the Houston Texans, and it really kind of went further than third down. Here's Woody Marks talking about his role in the offense next year.
I'll say even if I got to go in and pass block, I say during the season it progressed. We got way better from when I started at the beginning of the season. But just split me out. Nick Cayley doing a great job right now. Put me as doing all types of the route tree, learning the route tree. Just get outside and just use me as way you can.
As he said, they're using him any way that he can. He's learning the complete route tree and not just the running back route tree, the complete route tree. And when I hear that, and he's talking about just split me out, and Nick Cayley's doing a great job and he's learning all of this, we understand in this offense and the way it looks like it's getting set up, right, this isn't going to be a down the field. This isn't going to be we're going for big shots all the time. This isn't going to be one of those type offenses. But they're going to run the ball control. But, Clint, maybe Woody Marks is that kind of secret weapon there that he is a weapon and could be the next weapon behind Nico Collins. He's a weapon that they're going to look to get involved in a lot of different ways.
Well, this is music to my ears. I mean, I think the best version of the Houston Texans running back room is Woody Marks in this role. I think the best version of Woody Marks is in that role where he's doing things like running the route tree in the offseason and hopefully we see some of that in the regular season. You always know on the back burner you've got a guy that can be your number one back. You got a guy that can pass protect, as good as anybody in the league. You know that he can be anywhere from your first and second down type workhorse to a third down back. And so you always know you have that in your back pocket. But the thought of him being a little bit more of a specialty back and being fresh in critical situations of a game, I believe is the best version of this team. You're looking at a football team that's not going to be wide open. You're looking at a football team that's going to be okay in a one-score game. You're looking at a football team that your quarterback's not going to go out there and throw for 300-plus yards. You're not going to lead the league in scoring and things of that nature. You're going to play things tight to vest, and when it's time, when you need a drive or when you need a big play, you need Woody Marks, who you mentioned behind Nico, maybe your second most versatile, most explosive athlete on the field.
At least how they may use him. Yeah. Right, to potentially use him.
Well, you need that guy to be healthy when that time comes, whether it's at the end of the first half or it's at the end of the game or it's situationally, on the 20-yard line, 25-yard line, from the 30 to the 20-yard line against this defense. We know we're going to get some kind of man or some kind of coverage where hey, Woody Marks on a backer or Woody Marks on a nickel defender is a real opportunity for us in this game. And all of a sudden, boom, you throw it out there in a critical moment and you get the matchup you want. You get Woody Marks the football, very comfortable catching out of the backfield. And then all of a sudden, you're playing the matchup game. So, yeah, I think this is one of, obviously not a story with this team because you've got too many A players out here and good and bad that are going to steal all the shine. But I think when it comes to technically playing the game, with the technical side of football and the schematics involved in the offense, I think what they do with Woody Marks is going to be is probably the top story. Maybe Jalen Noel, just because you lose Christian Kirk, you lack some of that smaller, shifty
or Tank,
speed play.
Maybe what happens there.
Yeah, Tank I think is more of a health play, but yeah, good point. I mean, like you got what they do schematically with Jalen Noel and what they do schematically with Woody Marks, I think has the potential. Assuming that potential turns into something that can really like a real skill and real production, those two guys have the potential to take this offense to another level.
To me, when I'm listening to it and I'm thinking through it, one, we have most definitely seen the running back used in a variety of ways in this offense. If we push it back to what we saw in New England, like all the way from Kevin Falk to James White. To Woodhead, we've seen that position, like the backup back, as a pass catcher, as a part.
So we've be a big time playmaker. All those guys you mentioned, like you don't close your eyes and think about those guys and think, boy, they touched it a ton of times.
Go watch the Super Bowl and the comeback against the Falcons, and see how much James White. I think he scored the game winner.
Yeah,
how much
just in moments, in big drive, like that was obviously a huge moment because they had to come back from 20-something points. Yeah. But just in those, you got to have those guys fresh. And I love Woody Marks. I agree with you, and a lot of people are on that say, well, Woody Marks could be a one. Yeah, no, I agree. But the problem is if Woody Mark, from his running style to what I believe his build, if he's your go-to back in the fourth quarter, he's not the same dude he was in the first quarter. And then later in the season, he's banged up. He's damn sure not the same guy. So if the least wear and tear you can give on that guy throughout a game and throughout the season, the better this offense is going to be when they need him the most. And I just think this is going to be a team that is going to be a little bit more calculated in how they use their explosiveness and their creatives and their moments, if you will. And I think Woody could play a big part of that.
The dream comp that I was looking at, Clint, was – you remember those Darren Sproles years, like with the Eagles and the Saints?
Absolutely.
Specifically,
Gainwell did some of that stuff with the Eagles.
But in those years, he had a run of about 5 to 6 years where, he was over 200 yards rushing and 500 yards receiving, like every year.
Yep.
Some of those touchdowns, he also did some special team stuff. But that right there, if Woody Marks is in the 200 to 300 yards, rushing, and it may be more than that because I think there's a chance they want to run the football as much as anything and use him as a secondary back. But like in this offense, the way it seems like this offense could be built, I could see him, hitting 500 yards receiving, and you get 200 to 300 yards rushing and 500 yards receiving. Now, Sproles, his ceiling, his high water mark, Clint, was 2011, and he's the backup running back. And he got him 603 yards rushing with 2 touchdowns and 86 catches for 710 yards and 7 touchdowns. We're not saying that for Woody.
That's big.
But he, like, you look at that. That's got to be one of the top 3 weapons on that team.
No question.
If you're getting that type of production. But if Woody is somewhere to 200 to 300 yards rushing and 500 yards receiving, and there's some big plays in there, that is. Like that has a chance on this team to be a top 3 to 4 weapon here.
And it's, if you want to dig even a little deeper, it is when you want to talk about having answers for pressure, whether it's literally in the moment having answers for pressure or you're just overall like, hey man, what was Nick Caley doing last year when CJ was clearly in a fog? Like this Woody Marks we're talking about helps that drastically. Right, whether he's just motioning out and taking one of the defenders out of the box that was rushing in the A gap, makes it easier on CJ. If he can obviously run routes out of the backfield and you can hit him in rhythm immediately, he changes the game for CJ. So whether you want to just talk about what fits the player Woody Marks, or you want to talk about like actually helping tough spots, rough spots, real problem areas for this offense, Woody Marks doing what he's doing right now and being that more of that back than the other is a plus.
Yeah, text line coming in, Frank. Woody gets 500 yards rushing with this offensive line easily. I think it's aggressive because I think Montgomery is going to get a lot of the carries. Now, if there's some sort of an injury or something, then I feel that. But I do think they're going to use him much more in the passing game.
Now, I'm not saying that the Texans are above telling a player one thing and doing something else. I'm not saying that at all.
That's right.
But there is. Let me put it to you like this: there is zero chance. There is zero chance that David Montgomery left Detroit because he was splitting time with the best running back in football and went to a place where the thought is, I'm gonna lose carries to Woody Marks. I mean, this is now anything can happen once the season starts, but this has to be the expectations, at least from David's perspective, has to be, I'm going to be the bell cow. Yeah. And if you look at what they're doing here with Woody Marks, it looks like you can be the bell cow. We'll have a third down back until that needs to change. And we'll see.
Yeah, that's what they're doing. All right, coming up, we'll keep you updated here what's happening with the Astros. There's been a score change. We'll let you know the latest with that. And the schedule is being leaked. We've got some of those answers, and I see some people on YouTube wondering if the schedule's released. We'll update you on the games that we know thus far, but we know the opponents. What is it about this schedule that you love, and what is it about this schedule that you're concerned about? And damn it, don't give me with that. I'm not concerned about nothing. No, you're a real fan. You're a real football person. You look at this. There are some things that you at least say, all right, I wonder what that's going to look like. What are those things? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, all my athletic directors out there, head coaches, superintendents.
West Point Lincoln and West Point Liggett of Sugarland Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Line drive to right. That's going to be down for a hit, and that'll score a run. Cutting it off, and now losing control of the ball is Cam Smith. He couldn't cut it off cleanly, and that's going to allow Garber to cross the plate. 2-run score. It's now a 7-1 game.
7-1, and that is where we currently sit, or as the Astros are trying to get something rolling here, as they've got runners on first and second. And this may get out, and it off the wall, so they will score at least one here, maybe a couple. Yeah, they will score a couple there. A 2-run double by Braden Shoemake, the Aggie.
So you're telling me there's a chance?
Hit it off the wall, almost a 3-run homer off the Crawford boxes. So it is 7-3, 7-3 currently, as the Astros trail. Trying to make a comeback today. 7-3 right now as the Astros are in the 6th inning against the Mariners. They won the game yesterday, so this would be for the series win. And we'll see if they can pull this thing off. 2 outs here. What happened?
I'm pretty sure it's a 4-game series, isn't it?
Yes.
Oh,
they can tie. They can split the series.
They dropped them first two.
Dropped them first two. That's right. They cannot win.
I know they run together, Bob. I know.
Man, this Aggie dude.
I wish I didn't know that.
I forgot about that. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's just hope he doesn't run into third base. Another out at third base on this next ground ball to shortstop, Tyler.
Very fair. Must have been working with Altuve recently on the base pass.
It could still happen.
None of them worth a damn.
It could still happen with 2 outs too, Brendan. Just want to make sure you know that.
Shoemake's been balling though, man.
He has in the field too. That just was just a tough play and tough decision there for him earlier in the game.
Losing baseball, Ron.
Huh?
It's losing baseball.
It is.
At least
they consistently do.
At least see the throw across the diamond.
Day 4. Joe's got to go. My man, dog.
Perfect timing.
My man just got up here, man. Just got up here. You would think, boy, just getting up here, got a spot up here, fundamentals, baby. I'm gonna do at least the fundamentals.
Ain't been up here long enough to get coached, man. Let me just stick to the rules that I know by heart since Little League, man.
God, we forgot to go over that with him. You'll see it. Attention to detail.
Second base, 1 out. Ball hit the shorter third. You're holding, bub.
Right in front of you. Just took off like it was a slow roller or something. Maybe he saw something different. All right, 7-3 Astros trying to make a comeback here in Houston here at the Daikin. All right, Clint, we have some leaks here with the schedule. We know that the right now unofficially, but we believe these are accurate, that they will face the Buffalo Bills week 1. They will take on the Jags in London week 2, and that is week 6, and that is a road game in London. They will face the Giants in week 7, the Colts in week 11. That is a primetime game, Thursday Night Football. Week 13, another primetime game, Sunday Night Football against the Steelers. They will continue on the road in week 14 after that Steelers Sunday night game to Washington to face Jaden Daniels and the Commanders. And then week 16 at the Eagles, Thursday Night Football Christmas Eve game. Those are the games that we have up to this point. We will let you know any further updates or any further games that we see as they are starting to come through here. But the full schedule release coming up here a little bit later. And, Clint, when you look at this, we know those games, and I think there is a big thing, and maybe a little bit later on, it's probably tomorrow when it all comes out, we will be able to dissect and look at what are the tough stretches in the season, and that may change some things. But we do know the teams, Clint. And based off knowing the teams and some of where these games will be played, what for you is something that you really like about this schedule? What is something that you feel really good about the schedule for the Texans?
Well, I mean, it's not a first place schedule. It's not as difficult right now as maybe previous years after winning the division a couple of years. So I think overall that bodes well. Now we can get into the weeds of, is Cincinnati really a sub 500 team? Is Baltimore really a sub 500 team? Where do some of these teams lie? But right now I think the strength of schedule is a huge plus. I am concerned the road games for me, when you go Philly, Washington, the Chargers, the Packers, we don't know what Indianapolis is going to be yet, depending on the health and when Daniel Jones returns. But just, those teams on the road in the second half of the season, that could be a tough stretch for the Texans. So if I like the overall strength, we're catching a ton of really good quarterbacks. As a fan, you're going to get to see a ton of really good quarterbacks at NRG Stadium. That's going to be fun. Starting off with obviously Josh Allen, but I think the road games with the four teams that I mentioned could potentially bite you in the tail if they all fall late in the season.
Yeah. All right. 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. I see Cornbread said, I'm not concerned about no team. Same concern as every year with the Texans. Can they score touchdowns instead of field goals? Some others here on the text line. I'm afraid of CJ traveling to Europe. Will he be emotionally stable? Okay. Two things. Not a fan of going up against Allen week 1. Statement game for both teams, but Allen has to have had the Texans matchup circled since the opponent's list came out. Not a fan of multiple Thursday night games either. Short weeks can wear the boys down. For me, Clint, I look at this. The thing that I like is, to me, the majority of their tough games are at home. Like if you look at it and you're like, all right, they play Baltimore at home, they play Buffalo at home, they play Dallas at home, they play Cincinnati with Joe Burrow at home, Jacksonville, obviously the division they get at home. I mean, they go to Green Bay. I think that'll be a tough one, and Philly are tough ones. The Chargers it's just not even a road like atmosphere.
Oh, the atmosphere.
The atmosphere doesn't even feel like a road game at all. It feels like the traveling Texans may find them. Like, if we talk about how annoying it is sometimes, how other teams find their way at Reliant now, over the years in Texans home games, it is 10 times worse with the Chargers. They generally are playing neutral site games. So I don't even count that one. But I do like that part of, they get Ravens, Bengals, Bills, Cowboys all at home. I like that part of the schedule. And, what I don't like is, you kind of brought it up. You thought you like it in terms of watching it. They play a lot of great offenses and they play a lot of good offenses with a lot of great quarterbacks on their schedule. Trevor Lawrence, top 5 in the MVP. I don't know that he's great, but he had a great season last year, and he seems to have really responded to the new coach. Lamar, Burrow, Josh Allen, Dak, Jayden Daniels, Herbert, Jordan Love. That is a lot of quarterbacks, and based off how the season ended, Clint, you could say that the Texans walk into 10 of the 17 games having the lesser quarterback. I think that is something that you could look at. We'll see how it shakes out. But based off how the season ended, like that is something that you could look at. And that is an interesting thing. A lot of the times games become about coach and quarterback. Now, the Texans have that weapon of their defense that can kind of make up for disadvantages a bit. But that was one of the first things that jumped off the page to me, is they probably play about 6 or 7 top 10 quarterbacks right now.
Well, there's going to be some great quarterback matchups with our defense, and in the storyline within that headline is, can C.J. Stroud outplay some of these top quarterbacks that he was once thought to stand equal to potentially? Can he outplay those guys even when those guys, the other quarterbacks, are playing against one of the best defenses in the NFL, right? I mean, it'll be set up for CJ to win that quarterback battle. Whether it's the headliner for the game or not, we're all going to be looking at C.J. Stroud versus Jordan Love, C.J. Stroud versus Trevor Lawrence, C.J. Stroud versus Dak, C.J. versus Josh right out of the gate. We're going to look at that every single game, whether it's fair or foul. Can he go out there and outplay, maybe even play with some of these quarterbacks, given the fact that they're playing against week in, week out? He's got one of the best defenses in the league on his side. One more reason why C.J. could potentially open some eyes and get back into the elite category.
Yeah, that's a good
quarterback category.
That's a good point. Like, there's a feel of like, all right, man, you're playing against Jaden Daniels. Jaden's playing against this defense.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
There should be an expectation that you outplay Jaden Daniels. Now, again, I have to also be fair with everything of, will the offense allow it? Like, will the offense and Nick Caley, will that be allowed? Because easily they could say, all right, well, Jaden Daniels is struggling with this. Yeah. Washington's struggling with this defense. We'll just go. We have no problem winning 17-3, right? But but to the point you're making, if Jaden's got to go up against the Texans defense and they got to go up against Washington's defense, you should have the quarterback advantage when it comes to that. You should outplay it.
Yep.
Jordan Love the same. Now, maybe not Lamar. Maybe not week one against Josh. Maybe not against Burrow. But you're right. Those are like Jordan Love, Daniels, Dak even, Lawrence. Like, they're going up against that defense.
That's right.
You could look at it. You should have an advantage.
Well, yeah, no, look, it's definitely a feather in the cap of C.J. Stroud of hey, even if it doesn't, I'm not even worried about the fireworks side of things. You know what I mean? The going out there and putting up big numbers. But I'm just talking about the end of the day, because the story in 2026 for C.J. Stroud, in my opinion, is going to be efficiency, right? We're gonna be in a spot where is the completion percentage through the roof, right? Are we not turning the football over, and are we playing big in the 2 or 3 big moments in a game in the red zone area particularly? I mean that's what this is going to boil down to, and it's not run around out there and make as many plays as you can. It's within the system. How efficient can you be? How often can you make the right decision? Whether it's successful or not, how often can you make the right decision? So we're going to look at it through a little different lens. But as the season goes along, can C.J. Stroud efficient his way into conversations with the best quarterbacks in the league, given that the best quarterbacks in the leagues on a head-to-head battle are going to be facing one of the best, definitely one of the most disruptive defenses that quarterbacks don't want to see, right? That's definitely a part of it, Ron, is you go and you head-to-head, you perform better. Not necessarily statistically, throw for more yards, more touchdowns, but if you go out there and you put a brand of quarterback out there that allows your team to beat top quarterbacks throughout the season, your name is going to get brought up in that conversation, period, point blank. Efficiency for C.J. Stroud is where it's at in 2026.
Text line, great call here on this one. What concerns me is the pass rushers and the pass rushes that the Texans will have to face. Yeah, there's Micah Parsons in there with Green Bay, and he elevates everybody else around him. They got Myles Garrett on that bad boy with the Browns. The Steelers, they have T.J. Watt. They have a lot of pass rushers. We saw them impact the game before. The Eagles have a lot of pass rushers over there. Jacksonville's got their share. The Giants with their added Reese to Carter and Thibodeau.
Bengals loaded up at defensive front.
Bengals loaded up. That's a really good point, because when it comes to that, I'm telling you, and I've said this here, Clint. One of my biggest concerns about the offense is what will they look like when everybody knows they got to pass.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I think that the defense and the Texans will probably be able to avoid that majority of the time. But what will it look like if they're in Green Bay and they know they got to pass, and the Packers know they got to pass? What is that? How does this offensive line hold up? And many of these teams, how do they hold up in the passing game? So that That is a really good point. There are some really good pass rushers and teams that have good pass rushes that could give this offensive line, which is probably right now you would look at is their weakness.
Yeah, well, you know what the deal is and what they're banking on, and I know you know this. The best way to cure that is run the football.
Yep. Well, they're going to do that.
The best way to slow the Micah Parsons of the world down is be super physical with their ass. Now, if you can get the hands on them, be super physical. They are setting themselves up to, if they can accomplish those things, then it's going to be a good deal. If they can't, it could be a long season.
Yeah. Yeah, so schedule's out again. We'll keep you updated on what we have right now. We do know Week 1 they got the Buffalo Bills at Reliant Stadium coming up Week 1, so that should be a fun one. That should be a big time game. All right, coming up as we continue, we'll update you. Here's the Astros continue trying to make this comeback here in the 7th. We'll let you know what's going on there. And speaking of the Astros, I know you shouldn't do this to yourselves, but I do feel like I've seen Astros Twitter, and many of you have started to do this to yourself. But boy, this is some of Dana's worst decision making that we've seen. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all. Serta Pro Painters is the way to go. I've used.
Lawyers, 281-222-2222. H-Town Postgame is live on Sports Radio 610. Join us following every weeknight baseball game with Area 45. Instant reaction, analysis, and your thoughts on the game immediately after the final out. It's H-Town Postgame, energized by base power on Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610. The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Left, all the way back, got a shot, it's off the wall, and it hits a Rosarena. He doesn't know where it is. 2 runs are going to score. 2 RBI double by Braden Shoemake, and it's now a 7-3 game. Shoemake, second hit of the day.
There it is, 7-3. Shoemake, man, he has been...
What happened to Altuve?
Oh, he grounded out to third. Altuve had a chance to get Alvarez up, and potentially the big fella who's already going deep today could have hit a 3-run homer, really make this thing interesting, but he grounded out to third base. But there, Shoemake, who has been one of the real pleasant surprises, him, Pete Lambert, Spencer Arrighetti, but really Pete Lambert and Shoemake I remember you saw that name, Shoemake, in that lineup. It was the second game of that doubleheader. And you were disgusted to see him. And he has been pretty good, to be honest with you.
He's been great.
Yeah.
2 hits today. I think he's hitting up, high 300s. Damn, he seems to be clutch.
What is his slash?
I saw his numbers up there a while ago. I think his average was 384 or something like that.
389.
There you go.
Average 389, on base percentage, 6.67 slug right now. So he has got a little power too, skinny son of a gun. Just had one mistake on the bases. Ran himself out of an inning, but that's all right.
That's on brand for the Stros. You put that uniform on, you got to do stupid stuff on the bases. I think it's just part of it.
Absolutely. Just how it runs. How it runs. All right. So that's where they are right now, 7-3, as the Astros continue to trail, heading to the eighth inning. We'll keep you updated on what's going on. By the way, another good outing for Brian Abreu. How about that last?
How about it? He walked that first one, and I was like,
he seems like he just has to get that out the way or something.
Yeah, he just feels better with somebody he can peek at over.
Yeah, he had somebody behind him.
Yeah, no, he wants to peek over the left shoulder, not the right shoulder though.
Maybe look at both.
It's the left shoulder's key. Got to balance it out, man.
Well, good for him. Another good performance.
I thought when O'Kang let it go in that ninth, I thought, oh boy, here we go. God, or was it the eighth? Whatever.
No, it was the ninth. He walked the bases loaded, the tying run in to force us the extra.
Boy, I thought here we go. It's just I hate that, but in my the feeling in my chest was just like, here we go.
It didn't feel good. No, it didn't.
But we got out of there with a dub, man. We can split this 4-game series right here if we can figure out a way to get this thing interesting in the next couple of innings, man.
Yep. 7-3. Astros continue to trail.
Big bats coming up, though.
Yeah. Delusional Dana.
That's great. That's well said.
Dana Brown, who, we call him Delusional Dana, he is somebody yesterday, 2 days ago, that just said, no worries, not worried at all about Imai. No worries. No.
Don't be a knucklehead.
Also said, hey, man, get these bats going, get some of these injured players going back, stay positive. We got a chance here.
Simple as that.
No problem at all.
Liar.
One of the things that's got to be some of his best work. Have anybody else done this to themselves? 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. I believe Tyler has, because he's got a brother that won't stop updating him on this person. Anybody else find themselves seeing what's happening with Mauricio Dubon?
Hell yeah, absolutely, 100%. Absolutely.
Did you see the dagger he threw in Atlanta? By the way, Atlanta 30 wins this season, best record in baseball. Dubon goes deep to put the dagger in the hearts of the Cubs and playing big boy baseball, and they end up winning that game 4-1 behind his eighth inning home run, in which he went deep. It hit a 2-run bomb to put that game away. But even more than that, Clint, he has been sensational and such a weapon, because he is, and I don't give a damn. And we were saying this years ago, Clint, when they were in the ALCS playing the Rangers, when Dusty said, okay, we agree with you, we're going to play him in center field every single day. This dude is a guy that can play every day. We learned when Altuve, sorry, Tyler, to bring up World Baseball Classic, but when Altuve broke his hand and had to miss the start of the year, they just threw him in the leadoff spot and at second base, and he started hitting 300 just the whole way, damn near. But he is that guy. But he is such a weapon. Clint, they've played 43 games. He has started 41 of them.
No load managing there for that guy.
He's played 41 of them, 28 starts at shortstop. There was an injury there, 11 in left field, 9 in center, and he's played a game at third base.
Dude is killing it.
41 of the 43 games, and his slash line, 263, 321, 414 slug, 3 homers, 19 runs, 25 RBIs. And that dude can play anywhere on the diamond. He can give rest, move people to the DH spot, and you still get to keep him in the lineup where you want him. And we've always said this about him, Clint. There is like, since he started playing with the Astros, there was always that dude like comes up big in big moments.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you always felt comfortable with him at the plate in big moments. And they just moved on from him. One, to me, I felt like they mishandled him to begin with while he was here anyway. Like, it felt like to me like they did the slap in the face of Jake Myers continuing to play ahead of him and other spots where he wasn't getting time. And now you see a team in Atlanta that looks at him and says, yeah, I know you won the Gold Glove for a utility player, but, man, this is a weapon that we're going to use.
Yeah.
We're going to have this joker in the lineup every day, but we're going to put him all over the place. And Dana,
it's all good.
See ya.
We got Nick Allen.
We got several utility guys that are playing every day now.
Guys,
you ain't got no choice.
He can play several positions at an above average rate. He can play third at above average. He can play all of the outfield positions above average. He can play second above average. I don't know about short, but he can obviously play 28 games for him. He can play it. Hell, he's played first.
Yep. Play 7 of the 9.
And you couldn't, and you got Jordan, who you don't want to. You got two guys in Jordan and Altuve that you don't want to play every day in the field. And you get, it's crazy that they didn't see how valuable of a player that guy is and can be. And then they just let him roll, and then you let him go to an organization like Atlanta, and he is crazy.
Well, he should be your starting center fielder. And the rest would be history. But I don't know. Personally, I keep an eye on Dubon just because I like the dude. I'm fond of the dude. I don't know that I watch him through the lens of we should have did this or we should have done that, even though I do agree. I would love for him to be an Astro. But I watch him through just more so through the lens of I'm a fan, and it's good to see him get a chance to play every single day and watch him tear it up. So I'd be lying if I said it didn't warm my heart a little bit to see him hit that bomb. Was that today? Was it a little earlier today?
That was yesterday. He hit that 2-run. How much you think he makes, Tyler?
Oh, I'm gonna tell you that the money's gonna piss you off even more.
How much you think he makes, Tyler? He's on a one-year deal.
You've already seen.
He's on a one-year deal with Atlanta.
I saw when the deal got done.
Just how much you think he makes?
I have no idea.
6.
Oh my God, I was gonna guess 11 mil.
6.
Almost double that. Wow.
I can't remember
$6 million.
What a
Ron,
deal!
I can't make. I'll make it even worse. when I saw that number, it was somebody on social media was comparing had they paid Dubon or somebody that they paid. I can't remember who it was. Maybe the Zach. What's it? Zach Allen? What is that? Is that the shortstop? Yeah. Maybe it's him. See what? Look up how much money he's making. But maybe it was him, maybe somebody else. But the point is it was one of those where boy, it made it make less sense from the get go.
Yeah, Nick Allen's making 1 year 1.4.
No, that's not who it was then, because it was a closer number to what Doobie was.
Those of you scoring at home, the Cody Bolton's giving up runs as well. It's now 8-3. They've scored another run here in the top of the 8th inning. But it's a damn shame. It's a damn shame that it's everything that the Astros want.
Yeah.
It's everything that the Astros want. It's like a player on the cheap that is, everything that he can bring to the table and a good bat and $6 million. I mean, what he's doing is worth way more than $6 million. Way more.
You would think.
Yep.
Whether he's an everyday player at center field like he should be here, or he's a super utility guy like was here, and he obviously is in Atlanta, it's worth every bit of $6 million.
They said, "Yep, we're going to use this cat as an everyday guy in the lineup, but utility, and use him all over the spot, all over the place. But he's going to be there every day." All right, it's still happening, guys. James Harden is. He's becoming a new person in the playoffs right now. I don't know what happened. His last 3 games and last night.
I think I'm gonna surprise you on this.
And last night he is rolling. Do you believe in this new James Harden, or do you believe Tyler is shaking his head? Do you believe the real James, the honey bun James, the James that gains a little weight?
Honey bun in the bag to the right to the jet, the wrapper in the private jet.
The James Harden where I believe in my heart. Boogie Cousins sees him on site. They're going, or at least Boogie is. That James. You think it's that old James, or do you think this is a new James that is going to change his playoff narrative? We'll discuss that coming up next. But before we get there, guys, you know what season it is, and the time is dwindling. It is time to protest your property tax. And I'm telling you, is it a hassle? Hell yeah. Is it a headache? It can be, but it doesn't have to be if you move to the people and own well.
That's the key.
That ass to daddy.
Work that ass for daddy.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in. Text line coming in. Just for letting Dubon go, GM should be fired. Never understood that. It's an interesting maneuver there. By the way, at the Daikin, bottom of the eighth here. This dude Alvarez, I know he was slumping there for a second. Looks like he may be out of that. Astros trail 8-3 in this game, and they are trying like hell to avoid dropping 3 or 4 at home. They've got this series, and then they've got this weekend series against the Rangers. We talked about this was a huge 7-game homestand, and you gave Emi one of the starts. But we talked about this is a huge 7-game homestand.
What a waste.
Yeah. Whatever. And they're on the verge of dropping 3 or 4 unless something crazy doesn't happen. But they're at a good start. Opened it up with Jordan of the double. By the way, Jordan 3 for 3 today with a home run and a walk as well. So he is snapped out of it or whatever he's in. Isak Paredes is walking back to the dugout with a strikeout. So
done that a couple times today, old Paredes.
That's all right. Yeah, he's giving it his best, I think. But we'll see what happens. We'll keep you updated here as the Astros are trying to get back in it, trying like hell to get back in this thing. All right, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. As I said, we will get you updated when we start to find more leaks, any new leaks to the schedule. I think the big things right now that we know at this point is Buffalo, Week 1 opponent here in Houston, and then primetime games. We know of 3 right now. Home against the Colts on Thursday Night Football, at Pittsburgh on Sunday Night Football, and then Christmas Eve, which is Thursday Night Football, will be at Philadelphia. So those are the ones we know thus far. All right. NBA playoffs are going on, and it's kind of tough because obviously the Rockets are no longer in it. They lost in that first round. But a former Rocket, and I don't care, especially in our business, this person elicits a response and a reaction and an emotion from a lot of people in this city, and that's James Harden. Whether it is you can't stand his ass, he's on your turd list, he caused you to invent a turd list because of him, Tyler, or he is somebody that you're fond of, somebody you enjoyed the years and feels like maybe he gets a bad rap.
Oh, no, hell no.
One thing we can all agree is he tends to be a different player in the regular season than he is in the postseason.
Turd Ferguson.
He tends to not show up in the big moments. Hell, sometimes he tends to just not even pull the trigger in big moments. And he was called out big time at the start of this series. At the start of this series, the Pistons kicked this thing off 2-0, and the big story was going around is how many games in his postseason career that he's had where he has had more turnovers than field goals made. And in that series, up to that point, he had more turnovers than field goals made. And he was the person that was talked about and talked about his failures. Since then, Clint, since game 2, 3 through 5, they are 3-0, the Cavs are. He is averaging 24.3 points a game, 3+ rebounds, 8 assists on 42% shooting from 3, and he's averaging 3 turnovers a night. Last night, even more, he went for 30, 8 rebounds, 6 assists, and got to the line 14 times, which is a sign of him driving and being aggressive. That's 3 games in a row. Now they got a closeout game. They got the Cavs got a chance to close them out at home and we'll see if he continues to play like this. You think we're seeing a new James Harden?
No, you're not seeing a new James Harden. No, not one bit.
No.
I mean, look, I'll be honest with you. To not close out is all you need to say.
It's different.
You know, we'll see. Well, I mean, and it's not. And for me, look, I'm not a fan of ISO ball, so I had a hard time really digging into James Harden and the way that he played. Just eat the shot clock up and then yak one up. So it wasn't James. It was just my own preference. But my problem with James is you go back and look in these types of games, it ain't just, hey man, we didn't get it done. It's my man took 5 shots. It's my man looked disinterested in winning the series. Like the put your foot on their throat and finish them off, the killer instinct from a sports perspective. There's just none of there. He struggled with that, in my opinion, and so you said it. You know, tonight is and moving forward, you got a chance to close them out. Can you put that foot on that neck and take your team to the next round? Be the reason why, or do you start deferring to everybody else in the biggest moment of the season with everything on the line? That's the key for me with James. But can I be honest with you, Ron?
Go ahead.
I'm happy for him, man.
See, this good. I wonder where – there it is. This is great. Look at you. I wonder where Houston is on this for James. I wonder because I think there's clearly –
sure as hell ain't happy for
two
him.
sides. There is Tyler, I believe –
I'm just telling you my heart. Tyler, just putting my heart out
I don't know if Tyler is in prayer, but I'm certain that Tyler is in real hope that James fails. And then I think there are other people on the – oh, stop. There are other people on the –
I don't necessarily hope. I just expect it because that's what he does, usually.
Tyler, you want him to blow it.
Well, yeah. I mean, yes. I'm not arguing that I don't, but I don't sit around just thinking about Turd Harden.
I don't think you think about it, but I mean,
I want him to fail, and I would never be happy for him because did we already forget how he left Houston?
Oh, there it is.
Did we already forget that departure and how it all went down?
There, right there. There is a difference, I believe, a tug of war of how people in the city feel. I think there are a lot of people that feel the way that Tyler is, and you're happy for him.
I'm just being. I've never had.
I can't get a beer with you.
I've never had. We can just change topics. I've never had a. Like I just don't. It's the no-show in critical moments. I mean, I never since I don't care how he left personally. It's disgrace that he came in. Hell, he showed up halftime overweight. That don't sit real well. But that's him. For me, it's just like, dude. To your point, dude takes a lot of heat.
And he deserves some of it.
Sure,
but some of it is over the top.
I mean, he deserved every tongue lashing Tyler gave him when that damn baggie full of honey buns and money came up or whatever he was doing for the baby.
Tyler, he's a great friend.
Yeah, no, I mean, like he deserves.
He's a good friend.
He deserves every bit of it. I mean, everything that comes.
Their friendship.
You're gonna show up 30 pounds heavy, looking like you got a fat suit on in critical moments. Well,
Brandon,
you deserve it.
Brandon got me queso.
Not you.
And I know, but Brandon got me queso, and he got his friend Honey Bun.
There you go.
He's a good friend, Tyler.
I think he deserves every bit of it that he's got, but I think his career. He's been a great player. I mean, he's carried organizations at times. He's taken a ton of heat, well-deserved heat, and it warms my heart to see the guy play well in a big moment and see if he can't put his team over the hump. Now, we're talking about the second round of the playoffs. We're not talking about a championship. He's got a long way to go in a short time to get there, but it warms my heart a bit to see the young fella having a little success when everybody was putting that hammer down on him.
Yeah, I thought this round was a little like Evan Mobley and Donovan Mitchell ain't over there sitting down on this team. Like, he was brought in to help them. Like,
right.
This is not the James that was in Houston or held Brooklyn.
Right.
This
is turn back the clock.
Yeah, this is turn back the clock.
Well, I don't know.
Oh my God!
It wouldn't be turning for him.
Turn black.
No, he's already black. He can't turn black.
Whoa!
Turn back the clock, James Harden.
That's what I keep saying it with it.
Almost lost the L in that clock.
Yeah.
No, that would have been bad. I was stuck on the black back part. You're on the you're on the clock part.
Yeah,
he's trying to take the L out of the clock.
Black part there. Text line coming in. We love Harden. Tyler's a hater.
Shut the hell up. You don't know everybody's opinion, clown.
There's right behind it. There's a F Harden. I didn't want to type in.
Right
they
there.
didn't type in. They typed in FAWK, but I didn't want to chance it. I've never hated him. He never had enough help, and I understood why he left.
He got everything he wanted. Any player that he wanted, anybody he wanted on the roster in Houston, he got, and he still couldn't get it done. So that is dismissed.
I think a couple ran up out of here, didn't he?
I think there's something in the middle there. I don't think he never had enough help. There's something, but I understood. Yeah, man, I'm not playing for Steven Silas.
At the very end,
I'm up out of here,
There's a few guys that did that.
I'm up out of here, man.
One old buddy didn't do it for 2 years. Did
my
he?
man, my man, sit here and he saw this team. Well, we bringing in John Wall and Boogie Cousins. That's what we about to do. That's when he went up to that podium and said, "Man, we ain't good enough." I just being honest. So I'm gonna put on this fat suit till you guys figure out what y'all want to do. But he did have guys. I mean, Dwight Howard was still a really good player when they brought him over. Chris Paul. Russ. He had some dudes. Not to mention KD and Kyrie Irving, all that. But he's had Joel Embiid. He's had some dudes. But here it is, Tyler. They're with you. Harden's a turd. He's a
turd alert.
Kind of feeling.
I don't disagree. I mean, he's a turd. He's done turdish things. I don't disagree with anything Tyler said. I just
feel
to see the guy turn the corner a little bit and be the reason that his team's got a one game lead in the series.
They definitely they would have lost this series had he not played the way he's played the last 3 games. What you got coming up?
All right, baby, we got some football horny audio, and boy, I don't want to hurt my elbow or my shoulder or anything, pat myself on the back, but I love being right. This Texans offense may spread its wings a little bit, y'all, and somebody out there got married. Somebody out there got married. An old QB got married. He trapped one down, y'all. I tell you what, we'll tell you who that is. Talk all about it next, right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, I got
Good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
West Point Lincoln and West Point Liggett of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Sturdy's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Ooh, there it is. Y'all know who that is?
I do not.
You don't know who that is?
I do not.
Come on, man. Tyler knows because I called it. Come on now.
Has to play it.
That's that damn Laney Wilson right there.
Oh, okay. All right.
That's that Laney Wilson all day long. That's my bride's favorite song right there, boys.
Oh, yeah?
That's my bride's favorite song, and guess what? We get in the car, take them girls to school in the morning, and play mommy's favorite song. This is it right here, boy. And Liv can sing it. Ooh. You know, she really struggles when she tries to sing the guitar part. I don't know why, but it
gets her.
She tries to squeal. She tries to squeal a little bit like the guitar does, and it's a rough sound. But Laney Wilson, her and I don't know how long. I don't know how long they've been together, but a long-time boyfriend here. OQB.
Oh, Duck?
You remember Duck Hodges?
Absolutely.
Pittsburgh Steelers got some run in. Devlin Hodges. I mean, I'll be honest with you. I think Dev had a better career than expected to have. Nice little college career, I believe, at Southern Miss.
He's a part of that Mike Tomlin never having a losing season.
Yeah. Came out there and did some good things. This right here. Boy, Liv has a real hard time with that one.
She doesn't quit, though. She tries.
Laney Wilson and Devlin Hodges have tied tonight. Y'all. They've been hanging around for a while. And they done tied that old knot, man. Congrats on the wedding and best of luck with your marriage, man. Lainey Wilson is one of my, as y'all know, as I've said many times, take a little flack for it. Not a big female artist fan, just in general. That not many in any genre. Not many female artists really appeal to my ear, if you will, in a sense of like playing their music a lot and just the hang with that in the background. Don't make the cut very often.
Not for you. That's not.
Lainey Wilson makes it now. Lainey Wilson, Ella Langley in the country genre. They make it, Chief. They're there. Not many though. To be honest with you, I'm pissing people off. You can have Dolly Parton.
I know Tyler.
I mean, I'll be honest with you.
Shania, right
Let's
there.
go, girls.
You can have Reba. What? Shania? I mean, I don't hate Shania, but I can't ever say that I bought her album.
Really?
Absolutely. I will download a song or two, but buy an album, no chance.
Tyler's paid good money to go to not only buy the album but see her.
I don't think I've
gone
ever
and done it.
I'm telling you. All of them. I never bought an album.
Shania is my girl, man.
Well, I'm sure she is.
Aging like a fine Merlot.
Knowing you, it's probably more about more than just about the music.
Well, no, I mean, whenever she got popular, I was real little. I was just jamming to that cassette tape my mama had in the car.
There you go. Well, congratulations, Lainey, on the marriage. Lainey and Duck, congratulations, and
that's Hodges for you.
It's Duck Hodges for you, man. I was going to say I'm sure he's pretty proud of his career, but I'll be honest with you, this is by far his best accomplishment in life is locking down Lainey, man. By the way, I don't know.
Locking down Lainey.
I don't know if I saw. I don't know if they've done it yet, but the ACMs. I think she's got Entertainer of the Year 3 straight years, or 2 straight years. If she does it a 3rd year, then it's an all-time record. Never happened before 3 straight years. I don't want to talk about it. Astros 3, Seattle Mariners 8 in Game 4 of a 4-game set. The Astros dropped 3 of 4 in a series that most folks believed was going to kind of either right the season or send it spiraling in the wrong direction. And they dropped 3 of 4, highlighted by the organization as Ron so beautifully laid out yesterday. The brass with the Astros deciding MI was good to go in the big leagues, even though he couldn't pitch worth a damn in Sugar Land. And then
no worries though.
They're going to try to ruin the kid.
Staying positive.
It's all good.
By the way, Tyler made this point earlier. I think it was last segment. With the Astros losing a game during our show, I think we've played celebration music once. Is that correct,
time.
Tyler? One time this year?
One time, yeah.
Twice on the show, but only once all 3 of us together. Yep. Damn shame.
Yeah, that's a mess, man. But so the Astros drop another one. Rangers are up next, correct? Rangers are up next tomorrow.
Yeah, start of the silver boot, baby.
No rest for the weary. Let's see if we if we can't right the ship against the Rangers. Schedule release, Texans schedule release tonight at 7 p.m., although quite a few of the games have already dropped. The big one is obviously the opening week, noon on Sunday, Buffalo Bills. Josh Allen comes to town again, so we'll continue to break that down as the show goes along. A lot of leaks out there, including there's been one leak. Stay plugged in. When does the Cowboys-Texans game drop on the schedule? Got some pretty strong feelings and some pretty strong indications that we know where that's going to be. We'll discuss that a little bit later. For now, I want to make sure we talk about these Texans. Ron, I got to stretch it a little bit because I don't want to hurt myself, pat myself on the back. But there's some audio out there of Texans running back Woody Marks. What TV station was he on, boys?
I think he's a CBS affiliate here. He was over with Jason Bristol, I believe.
There you go. Talking ball, and I'm going to tell you, when you talk about the Texans, the biggest question mark, call it a concern, call it a pressure point, call it whatever the hell you want to call it, wild card, is the offense. And when you look at the offense, there's no doubt about it. I believe there's a lack of explosion, there's a lack of twitch, there's a lack of overall speed. Now, there are guys in-house that how they use said player can increase the explosion, the twitch, and the speed on that team. One of them is Jalen Noel. Does Jalen Noel fit into that slot position where Christian Kirk was last year, and does he get more run? He is definitely one of those guys. The other one is Woody Marks. I think a fan favorite from last year. Hell, we had him on the postgame show, I think 3 times, Ron, 2 or 3 times. I mean, he was a star last year now. Made some big plays, filled in an impressive fashion when Joe Mixon never surfaced, and Nick Chubb was clearly a backup and not a starter. What would the Texans do with Woody Marks going into the 2026 season? They trade for David Montgomery, so that obviously gives you one running back ahead of Woody Marks. And I said at the time, a lot of conversations about the running back room. I just believe, and it's a hill I'm going to die on, that Woody Marks and the Texans, both the player and the team, are better off if Woody Marks is in a third down, change of pace, weapon type role in the offense and in that running back room. Now, I still don't know. I still don't know what the hell they're going to do with him, because you got David Montgomery and Woody. I mean, there's no go between. You think that there's going to be one more guy that they're probably going to sign or get or add to this running back room somewhere, some way. But what are they going to do with Woody Marks? That was and is, I think, a big question mark for this offense, or an unknown for this offense. Well, Woody Marks was on the news, and Woody Marks may have let the cat out of the bag. Here's Woody talking about what he's doing this offseason.
I'll say even if I got to go in and pass block, I say during the season it progressed. We got way better from when I started at the beginning of the season. But just split me out. Nick Cady doing a great job right now. Put me in doing all types of route tree, learning the route tree. Just get outside and just use me as way you can.
Hey, y'all. Not only is being right fun, but being a fan of the Texans and knowing they're going to maximize. At least they're going to talk about maximizing Woody Marks and what he can do. Hey, man, you brought this up earlier, Ron. Not only is Woody Marks talking about running a route tree, putting him out wide, moving him around the formation, but again, if you look at what I believe and what most believe that the Texans are doing offensively, it's closer to that old school Patriots game than it is the Rams game and what Stafford and McVay and them boys are doing on the West Coast. It's more about that old school Brady offense. And in those offenses, sure, there was always a slot that most of the time was a little white guy. There was always a couple of tight ends that could play. But, Ron, there was always a utility back. There was always a utility back that kind of throughout the game, throughout the season, was kind of just a piece, just a cog, just kind of rolling along. And then all of a sudden, in the biggest moments of the game, Kevin Falk stepped up and made monster plays. What'd you say? What's White's first name? Devin White?
James White.
James White. Devin's a linebacker, isn't he?
James White.
James White. Who's it? Woodhead.
Was in that.
There was always a utility back, a weapon, a third down back, whatever you want to call it. And those guys were integral parts of maybe not an entire season and the entire stat sheet, but when you looked at critical games, critical moments, big moments in games, they found a way for those guys to get involved, and they used those guys quite a bit. And I just can't help but think Woody Marks should be in that position. And now that we're hearing Woody Marks is out there doing what he does well and does best, and you take into account what they're really trying to replicate and duplicate, what offense it's at. Oh, and I can't help but think Woody Marks is better off in that position, Ron. The key is late in the first half, right? Or late in the football game in general. Or, hey, in the red zone in critical moments of the game, which every red zone trip is critical, but in those moments, Woody Marks is fully healthy. He didn't just run the ball downhill between the tackles 4 times, and half the time he was the hammer, the other half the time he was the nail, and he's getting up with a bad ankle. No, he's fresh. He's healthy. He's got a limited role. We know the beautiful thing about this is we know he can pass protect his ass off.
That has been a thing for him since he's got.
Come on, man. I'll argue that's what got him on the field. But you sit there and you listen to what he's saying. I got better as a season. Don't sell yourself short, Woody Marks. You were really, really good in the pass protect. In fact, I think the only time that really you could tell that there was maybe a little bit of an issue, it was just being light in the ass against a bigger player and him sitting in the quarterback's lap. You were there. You knew who you had. You put your body on the line. You just didn't have enough lead in your ass to slow that particular rusher down. I don't remember who it was. There was a couple of times like that where you go, well, he just ain't got it. It just didn't have enough. He didn't have enough pop. He got caught off guard. Other than that, man, he was absolutely tremendous in his pass protection. So I don't know, Ron. I just when I hear that, I'm going to be honest with you. I mean, short maybe Jalen Noel coming out and saying, well, they told me I'm the starting slot receiver on this team. That maybe that would turn me on a little bit more. But offensively, hearing this from Woody Marks, I think is one of the top 2 or 3 things as it pertains to the Texans offense that has a chance to, without them signing somebody else and bringing somebody else in, right? Can Keelan Rutledge play center? Game changer.
Yep.
Right? Do they move Woody Marks to a third down back and keep him healthy in critical situations? Game changer. Jalen Noel, does he have whatever held him back last year from getting on the field, mental, workload, whatever the hell it was? Can he get beyond that and be a true slot? Because we know he can play. And will they use him? I think these are real. You don't have to go sign anybody else. You don't have to move mountains. It's not rocket science. It's all obvious right there in front of you of how these guys should be used, assuming they can handle those roles. And this is just one of several. And I'd argue probably, given how much he's going to, I don't know, with David Montgomery's probably going to be the one on the field a lot of the times. But, again, it's at least a top 3, probably a top 2 offensive what if.
I did want to make a correction there. It was with Randy and Aaron Wilson on KPRC2 with that Woody Marks audio. But Clint, I'm looking at this and I could see Nick Caserio, like the way they're building this offense. I could see Nick Caserio. You brought up James White, and I just went to that. I remember him prevalent in that season they beat the Falcons for the Super Bowl. And I'm looking at this offense, Clint, and they got LeGarrette Blunt.
You got it.
LeGarrette Blunt as their bell cow, as their what feels like David Montgomery.
Yep.
He's over 1,100 yards. He had 18 touchdowns, but he's over 1,100 yards on that season. James White behind him is the next. Him and Deion Lewis are the next rushers. James ran for 166, but he had 80 targets, and he caught 60 balls for 551 yards on that season. Then you start looking at the rest of their receiving group. Now, Rob got injured, so his 540 in 8 games is a little different. But everywhere else, they got 600 from Hogan. They got 400 from Malcolm Mitchell. Right? You can tell this is exactly what they but no it is. You can see the resemblance of that team compared to the guys they have here, right there, where you could see that's potentially an offense that they're trying to build, and it looks just like that. And you could see Woody Marks, and I think Woody may have even more rushing attempts because I think he's a better runner than James White, and they would use him more, but more rushing attempts. But you can see that's exactly, they used him that way as a weapon, and it feels like that team is being created very, very similar to the one they've got right now.
I wonder how many parallels we can draw to like the years that they were winning it, and obviously Nick Caserio can look back on and say this is what we're looking to build.
Yeah, you take out the Randy years and some of those. Yes. Yeah, but like years like this, where it's like I mean they did. Obviously, Rob didn't play this year. They did this without Rob, and they.
It's just interesting that you start rattling off those receivers, the guys that are contributing. It's exactly what they want here. All guys, just be where you're supposed to be. You'll get the ball when you're open. Block. You know, there's no. Now Nico sticks out like a sore thumb because he's obviously one of the top receivers in the league. So what do you do? He ain't gonna stick around and enjoy 600, 700-yard seasons, obviously.
Yeah. Now Edelman had over 1,100 yards, so he's the Nico. Had over 1,100 yards that season receiving. He was the top threat, but. It is very similar to see how they are building this team. All right, coming up as we continue, we'll get you the final call here for the Astros as they lose 8-3, and it gets you updated on that. And we still got to look back, man. They need it yesterday. Now it sucks because you come back the next day, and before you get off work, they've lost again. But last night they needed some excitement around this city, and. What the hell's happening with the injuries when it comes to Houston now? I mean, this is getting out of control. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, I'll tell you what else gets out of control around Houston. Hurricanes.
Sports Radio 610.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's going to be a called third to end the game. Zach Cole goes down looking, and the Mariners have taken 3 out of 4 in this series and win it today by the score of 8-3.
It's all right, Todd. That was Todd Callis of Space City Home Network. The Astros, they lose 8-3, and we've seen this story before, Clint. 3-0. 3-0 before you could even get to your seat comfortably, as the Astros trailed after the first, and pretty much that was it. They had a couple of more. Mike Burrows seemed to struggle with the long ball. He gave up 7 runs, and that's a career high, which is, I'll be honest, which is surprising. I felt like he's given up 7 runs this year, but maybe not.
Unnecessary.
I'm just saying.
Kick him in when he's down.
I don't mean to. I just didn't. I was surprised. I thought he's giving up 7. Yeah, Joe's talking to the media.
I probably would have lost that bet too, Bob.
Yeah, he goes 5 2/3, 8 hits, 7 earned runs, 4 Ks, 3 walks, and he gave up 2 home runs, two big home runs, 3-run homer in the first, and then a 2-run bomb later on there in the fourth. So it was. Yeah, it was to say goodnight big time. Yordan Alvarez was great on base at least 4 times. He hit a home run, had a double. He's probably a triple away from the cycle is where he was. So, that was good. And Braden Shoemake has continued to play well. He was 7 of 17 in the series with 3 RBIs. And outside of him just making a bonehead base running decision, he was pretty good today as well. So Astros, Clint, they are now 17-28. And they get ready to invite the Rangers into town, and this is
that poor fella up there.
We're getting close, man.
JoJo,
I'm sorry, man.
Hey,
this is day 4 of Joe's got to go. We're getting close.
He's trying. He's talking. Hey, he's talking. Look, Mike Burrow's got really good stuff. He's got really good stuff. He just a couple of pitches cost him some runs today, and. We just believe that we're not going to see those kind of outings. We're going to see better from him.
Yeah,
I mean, he's trying, Bub. He is trying.
Yeah, there's a struggle, man, and this thing here also, Clint. I mean, we're getting close potentially to Joe having some real problems, and he is this is the best I can. This is right. What are they? What 1-3 on this homestand thus far, and then they've got the Rangers. If they lose this one, but God forbid they get swept in this thing and they go 1-6 on this homestand when it's supposed to be time to go, like there may be some issues brewing for him. They're 1-7 against the Mariners thus far this year. 1-7 already. Thus far this year against the Mariners. But
we did not quit. We tried to push through 9 innings.
We're staying positive.
He is. Yeah, we're staying positive. Got to help these guys through this. He is struggling.
He hit him with the we didn't quit.
A lot of looking down. A lot of reading the paper. A lot of hand talking.
Believe in this ball club, guys.
Big Joe's in a tough spot, boys.
Believe in this ball club.
Just put him out of his misery. It's about that time.
Take him out back.
I don't know about taking him out back. Just take him to an office.
We got to create consistency in quality of play every single day.
I am not for taking him out back. I'm for taking him to an office and say, "Hey, Joe, man, we're just going to go in a different direction." It's not your fault that much.
And it's a damn shame if he gets fired before Dana, in my opinion.
This is one of those.
It's going to happen.
It's going to happen.
And Dana's going to think he did it.
He's got WBC standing right next to him on that bottom step.
Dana's going to think he did it.
Well, here's the thing: is this is when Joe needs to be really tight-lipped and really short-winded. Like there's only so much Mr. Positive Players Coach that any of us want to hear at this point.
Yeah. Change it up a little bit.
I mean, I need to, even if it's just out of frustration. Like you had a perfect opportunity today to blow off some steam with Shoemake, and I know Shoe's been good, but everybody would have understood if you'd have met him at the top of them steps and gave him peace of your mind for that just bonehead.
That's not what he does.
But it's he needs to. Let me tell you what he does do is this excuse making, and people don't want to hear this. This is bad, man.
It's awful. Yeah, it's awful. He's got Spencer Getty ready to go tomorrow in the opener of that series against the Rangers. So hopefully his guy who has been his ace can get going. Because yesterday was big, man. Lance stepped up yesterday and gave them a really good outing, made Tyler some money. Lance into the sixth inning, 2 earned runs, 6 Ks. Like that's winning baseball. Right? Or at least give you a chance to win.
What is, serious question, best case scenario, everybody gets back. The pitching comes back healthy. Brian Abreu continues to get better, and things look up across the board to the pitching staff. Can they dig themselves out of this hole?
No.
Not even the wild card.
I mean, it's like possible, like technically, but hell no.
I mean, I just like right now. Again, you know how I feel about new evidence.
Yeah, when you get it, you got to change your opinion.
You're welcome to do it.
You're welcome to.
But
you don't have to.
But right now, like there is just nothing. This team, it's not just like I know it's hard to look at and see, but this is I've watched teams that play bad baseball. I really have.
They watch a lot of bad baseball in your time.
I've done it. I've seen that. I can sniff it out. I can smell it. Some of you are old enough to sniff that out with the Astros. It's been a while though. All right, I could sniff it out. I've rooted for a baseball team my lifetime. It's had about 5-6 years. I'm 42 of good baseball. I'm 42, and I can sniff it out. Like it's not just that they're losing and they're injured. Like they do stuff like Braden Shoemake did today. Like rules that they're teaching 9U, 8U softball.
Oh no! We suck again.
They do. They open like Sunday just blew me away. De La Cruz is one of the biggest base stealers in baseball for the Reds. He's standing at second base. There's not even a left-hander a right-hander in the box. Throws the pitch. Salazar raises and just fires it down there. Paredes is in his third base spot.
He ain't covering the bag.
Not moved. Got the ball on the bounce, like it was hit down the line.
Panic mode.
Salazar had that same look he had on his face when that ball hit him in his chest from Framber.
Framber crossed him up. Paredes crossed him up down there.
Like Paredes had nobody had no clue that this guy may run.
Yeah.
Just attention to detail, just shot, just the silly. It's not just the injuries. Cam Smith, as Tyler so eloquently said in my ear at one point, that guy's awful in the outfield. Dropped just a pop-up that led to multiple runs. It's rough. Now Altuve, he hasn't slowed down with his issues.
Mm-hmm.
He got picked off in that Saturday game to kick the game off. I mean, it's a rough one. It really is. All right, Texans schedule, we're seeing some more leaks come out, some more added games. We've got the Cowboy game, so you can prepare for that when they're coming into town. We have a feeling of knowing most of the primetime games. We'll discuss and let you know the latest of what we have coming up next.
All right, look, if you're looking to sell your home, or if you're even flirting with it, right? If you're flipping homes, if you're whatever it is you're doing, if you're buying and selling in any way, shape, or form, you got to learn about Orchard, man. You got to know who Orchard is. It's the way to go. It's a no-brainer. You got to check them out at orchard.com, right? And oftentimes, they're the most experienced.
Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Just in case you're missing, Astros weren't able to finish things off.
Jump like this, Ron.
I don't want to do that.
Come on, Tyler, jump like this with me.
Look like a damn kangaroo.
What the hell's wrong with him? Watch him. He's gonna break that. He's gonna break that chair.
Got some spring in these chairs, baby. Come on now.
He's gonna break that chair.
It's Thirsty Thursday at 4:40, man.
Just got in here.
Hell,
He's gonna
wake
break
y'all's
that chair.
ass up.
We are up.
You're out there driving around. Stay your ass awake too now.
Don't you driving around bounce up and down in your seat?
Yeah, hey,
That'll
right
be
now,
strange.
just bounce up and down on that thing, baby.
Look like my nephew and his, what are those called? Is it called a bouncer? I got a nephew.
The little chair he sits in and bounces around where his feet barely touch the ground. Yeah, a little walk. It's called a walker, I believe. But yeah,
Walker.
they bounce.
They're bouncing up
They
and
bounce
down.
around a little bit.
That's what you look like.
Yeah, man. I'd love to sit in one of them little walkers all day long, just bounce around and yak at you guys. It's pretty much what we do anyway, ain't it?
Just bounce up and down on them. If you missed it, Astros lose 8-3 as they lose 3 of 4 against the Mariners. They'll welcome in the Texas Rangers coming in for 3. For those of you who need positives, Yordan Alvarez went 3 for 3 with a walk, hit a solo homer or a double.
Shoemake had a couple big hits.
Yeah, I didn't want to give a whole lot of positive. I know some of those needed it. I know there's some out there who need it. But there it is. That's what it is. 8-3, and they drop further back in the West and in the AL. All right, the big thing that we'll be talking about tonight, and I'm sure you will hear a lot of that on Texans All Access after us and Area 45 as well, and we'll be talking about more of it once we have it all, is the Texans schedule release. All right, it is starting to come out. As we told you earlier, we had some we knew Buffalo would be the Week 1 opponent, which is interesting. The Jags in Week 6, the Giants coming to Houston in Week 7, a Thursday night football game against the Colts, a Sunday night football game against the Steelers, and a road game following the Steelers road game at Washington in Week 14, and then Thursday night football Christmas Eve against the Philadelphia Eagles on the road there in week 16. So that's what we had before. There are a couple of have added, Clint. I think in Week 2 we know that the Texans will host 2 straight games here at Reliant Stadium. They will host the Buffalo Bills Week 1, Clint, and they will host the Cincinnati Bengals Week 2. And then we know Week 4 they will host the Dallas Cowboys. So they will, and I'm going to assume that Week 3 is a road game. I've never seen anybody open up with 4 straight home games. Mm-hmm. But it looks like 3 of their toughest road games they play within the first 4 weeks of the season. And 3 of their high-profile games, by the way, none of them, Tyler, are standalone primetime games that I'm seeing at this point.
Disrespect.
Yep, Bills, Bengals, Cowboys. So they'll see Josh Allen, Joe Burrow back-to-back weeks, and then they'll see Dak Prescott in week 4. Your thoughts about that top 4 right there? Those guys, three out of the first 4 games are against the Bills, Bengals, and Cowboys right there.
Well, I love it. As a fan, I love it because the matchup is those quarterbacks and DeMeco Ryans' defense, and you get them in your house.
And it's here. Yeah.
I mean, you literally get Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, and Dak Prescott in those high-powered offenses in the first month of the season in your house, right? So we've already talked about Josh Allen. Getting Josh Allen, he's probably not going to play at all in the preseason. Getting Josh Allen with his style of play and kind of how they have to win. For whatever reason, the fact that I can't explain it, but the truth is DeMeco has ran circles around Josh Allen or forced Josh Allen to run circles. You get that opening week coming straight out of preseason. That's big to get him early. But man, just overall, what great matchups. Those 3 quarterbacks in the first month against this defense is going to be must-see TV. Now, the bad part of that is your offense, right? I mean, this is all. I think everybody agrees that the Texans are only going to go as far as their offense can take them. Their defense is the headliner. Their defense is going to win 10-plus games. Their defense is going to be good enough to get a first-round win in the playoffs. Can the offense be a difference maker enough in the regular season to get them in bye potential, home field potential? Are they good enough in the playoffs to get them beyond the second round of the playoffs? I think that's the big question in Houston. Well, you're going to find out. Is Joe Burrow versus the Texans defense better than C.J. Stroud versus Cincinnati's defense? Now, Cincinnati's defense is bulked up. In the past, you may look at that and go, well, yeah, it's a pretty good case. Well, Cincinnati's defense, at least on paper, has gotten significantly better this offseason, right? Is C.J. Stroud versus Buffalo's defense equal to or better than Josh Allen versus the Texans defense? And then the same thing with Dak Prescott, right? Can he run with C.J. Stroud in this offense and Nick Caley and everybody? I don't want to put it all on C.J., but that's all we care about. It's quarterback, really. Can C.J. and Nick Caley, can they keep up with Dak if Dak's got to play this defense? Right, we're going to get 3 games like that out of the gate. And who knows what you can get with the Colts. It may be similar to the Colts if Daniel Jones is healthy and he's balling early on like he was early last year. He could be another one. But those 3 games to start the season, those quarterbacks versus our defense is going to be must-see TV. And then the flip side of that is, can C.J. Stroud just be, in this offense, be good enough to beat great quarterbacks, given how good our defense is? That's going to be big.
One of the things that I think you always look at with the schedule, bye weeks, and do you have gauntlets?
Yeah.
Do you have it? That may be it coming out. That may be the toughest part of their schedule.
Well, Ron, I think coming out, it's what we just talked about. 3 of the first 4 teams you're facing. I mean, what offenses are more potent than those 3? Obviously, a Kansas City offense with that group.
Not right now, though.
But I mean, we don't know who.
Rams.
I'm saying who even can be the Rams, the Chiefs. I mean, the Ravens. Obviously, if they come out and they're rolling. But I mean, you're talking about 3 of the best offenses in all of football, including their quarterback and their play caller in all of football, that you're going to catch the first month of the season. That's the story coming out. And then I think we do already know a good chunk of the back end of the schedule, where you go to Pittsburgh in week 13, to Washington in week 14, Jags at home, to the Eagles, to the Packers. Like those winter games outside in Green Bay, Philly, and Washington, and even possibly Pittsburgh, those games.
All December and later.
And on the road, those games could be a problem.
Yeah, those are 2 separate gauntlets that we'll look at more, I'm certain, when we get it all tomorrow. But yeah, man, that is a big test there. Now, the other part is based off what they did last year, because I could see some people texting in a concern of, man, it could be a really good start, or it could be a really bad start to this thing. And the one thing is, we know they had a really bad start last year, and they started out 0-3, but they were still able to get to 12 wins. and get into the postseason. So there, the fear factor of why you say
well, I mean, this defense is going. I mean, it's almost boring. It's like I just believe if they, assuming they stay healthy, I mean, this defense, you're going to be a 10+ win team.
I think so.
With this defense, I mean, if you don't win 10+ games, Ron, the offense is either the worst we've ever seen. Like it continues to just bomb. CJ's no chance getting a contract, or Astro-like injuries.
Yeah, rash injuries. Yeah, that's important.
You know what I mean? Like that's you're going to win 10 games. I don't give a damn you're going to win 10 games. You're going to find a way to get to 10 with this defense. No question.
Someone said that those are all 3 games they can lose. I had a hard time. I don't think they're going to lose all 3 of those games at home. I think they're going to befuddle all of those. But again, if they get off to a great start, they get off to a 3-1 start or something like that at home, or you win all of them, you want to get those home games. Now they put themselves in position to what we were talking about, where, hey, bro, you got a chance to potentially host these second round games. You got a chance to potentially do that, but these are some difficult quarterbacks that they're dealing with.
Can you get off to a hot start? And can your defense carry you? We talk a lot about CJ, and I obviously have the whole segment, but the defense is going to be tested in a major way. You can't. I mean, here, let's be honest with this now. This you can't have invest the money that you invest on defense, be as good as you are on the defensive side of the football, and you go out and your top second round pick is an interior defensive lineman. You go out and you pay a safety to come in and play. And I mean, you've spent more on a defense that was already locked and loaded, right? We're going to talk a lot about C.J. Stroud before and after the game, and we're probably going to, if he don't play well, we're probably going to pin it on him. But the reality of this thing is the first month of the season, your defense better be the reason that you're at least 500, if not 3-1. Your defense better be the reason. Right? I mean, yes, we can talk about CJ, we can talk about this offense, but with Daniil and Aziz and Will and the McDonald kid in the middle now.
They should be ready to roll immediately.
Hell yeah. That's how you got to win games. Like you can't put what you put around CJ Stroud and have a second-year offensive coordinator talking about we ain't building around one guy. We're going to try to run the football and then go out there and get mad because you can't get mad at the offense because you can't beat the Cowboys or you can't beat the Bengals, or you can't beat the Bills. Like the defense has got to be the story now. The defense has got to be the reason that you win.
Yeah, this is that is a heck of the front end and the back end of this schedule. Some of the games that we are getting, as Clint said, road games in cold environments in Washington, Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, late in Green Bay, late in the season. That run and then the start of it. And you still know there's some good teams mixed in there. Like, I know there's some good football teams, but I keep looking at this and what we're seeing, especially how it's being put together. That 7th easiest schedule, that looks like that's for the birds.
Yeah, they're leaning heavily into Baltimore being sub 500, right? That's got to be completely on last year's record. The Bengals being sub 500.
Yeah, it's last year's weapon, but I'm just record. It's just you look at that thing, it don't look like it's shaking.
No,
like
it
that.
does not. No, it doesn't. It doesn't look.
I need a few more Clevelands out here.
I'd like to see a non-AFC South schedule that's in that bottom, the bottom 5 too. See and bump up again. I bet it's significantly different.
Yeah. So, this thing is starting to roll through right here. But again, if you missed it, the first 3 out of the first 4 weeks, they're all home games. So that means they got some, as we heard that back end, they're going to be playing on the road. But they are at home 3 of the first 4 weeks, which means they are taking on the Bills at home, the Bengals at home, week 1 and week 2, and then week 4 they got the Cowboys. So, this thing is getting interesting. So that is what we have now on the schedule. We'll keep you updated on what happens even more. We'll get you updated here on the Astros as they lose the series finale 8-3, and just a tough series as it has been a tough year. But Tyler alerts me, Clint, that Joe Espada had something to say in his postgame that may really eat us alive.
Oh boy!
Yeah, I know it.
I couldn't keep up and read the screen fast enough in here, but it was bad enough in there.
It's a long season,
Closed captions didn't do it no justice either.
Yeah, NBA playoffs, PGA championship. We'll look at all those things that are happening right here live on the Drive.
Mokaram Injury Lawyers, y'all. Look, whether it's
here. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, old dirty show, T-Mill and a.k.a. Psycho T with his tongue out have the latest for you. And the latest is the Astros. They played a little day baseball, and if you're wondering or scoring at home, no. Tyler did not play the celebration music.
Damn it, man. I wish I would have.
We are not accustomed to this.
Or could have.
We are not accustomed to this at all. And we're used to day games, celebration music, getting after it. And they didn't. They have now dropped 3 of 4 in this series to the Mariners. They are now, Clint, 1-7 against the Mariners this season.
It sucks to suck.
And at this point, they are 17-28 right now, and they are 6.5 back of the A's in the West right now. And so they are really fighting it and struggling right now, Clint. And I just want to hear what Joe had to say. Shout out to Yordan Alvarez. He went 3 for 3 with a walk, also a home run, had a double in there. Braden Shoemake had a good game, multiple hits, had a really good series, to be honest with you.
Big Shoe. No question goes by Big Shoe.
Big Shoe, you think so?
No question.
All right. Okay, Big Shoe. There it is. Or just Shoe.
Maybe just Shoe. But
just Shoe. Hey, Shoe. Yeah.
That's what Payne is working with?
Yep. I'm going to stop me in my tracks 14 times.
That looks like Correa's wife's maybe little sister or something.
What a good role model. Shout out to Rhode Island for you, Jeremy Pena. But just keep it to yourself. Let's just stay in here. Actually, let's let Joe, because Joe, is this his response on this being a long season?
Yeah, the question's in there too for context for you. Yeah. But buckle up because it's gonna piss you off.
It's not gonna piss me off. I won't let Joe. Joe can't piss me off.
Got me good and angry back here when I heard it.
Let's hear from the lieutenant.
You talked about how long the season is, but that length is kind of running out. I mean, you guys are getting into mid.
No, it's still a lot of baseball left. This is not the way we wanted to start it, but there's still a lot of baseball left. You know, we just got to create consistency and quality of play every single day, and then that's when you get rolling as a team.
You got to be crapping on my face.
I mean, look, the long season, that kind of bull jive right there don't cut it for me if you're leading the division.
So lazy.
Yeah. Well, it's just pissy poor. But it's how they approach baseball. Watch, we'll load manage guys in this next series.
It's bad enough to be bad and lose all these games and suck. Yeah. But then you feed me that?
Yeah.
Let it out.
Joe can get fired tonight, man. I'm done. Joe can go.
We're on day 4. Joe's got to go.
Go get you a minor league coaching job, you clown. Don't feed me lies and tell me stuff like it's a long season whenever you've done nothing good this year. I'm sorry, the first week of the season you did good.
After they lost those first couple of games, then they went on a roll against the Red Sox. Yeah.
I mean, it's insult. Astros fans should feel insulted to their intelligence with stuff like that.
It's just bad leadership. It's just piss poor leadership, and there's no other way to slice it. I mean, they need to just give Carlos Correa the head job the rest of the way. Make him the manager the rest of the way. I mean, it is absolute. The last thing your manager should be saying, as poorly as this team has played, with some of the dumbass mistakes that they make.
It's a long season, man.
That's it. That's the last thing that they should say. I mean, he should visibly be not like embarrassed or lost for words. He should visibly be angry at what they're putting out there.
Yeah. At some point you got to change it up. At some point, like, I know this is the hey man, I want to keep it steady. I don't want to make any overreact. That's I guess what his style is hey man, we're steady. I'm steady. Not going to overreact to anything.
I don't know.
But come on, man. We're at a point right now, man. Like. Hey man, we're well past. It's getting late early. Like we're in it, man. you're about to be 7 games under behind the A's when they win tonight. If they win tonight, you just at some point like there's. But I think it goes to why I've said that it is time for Joe to go, because they're not responding to that. Like, he's been saying that, and his actions have, the steady hand.
Would you respond to that?
Well, I mean, but they did in 2024.
Did they?
Yeah, they were 12 games under. They responded to that, and they talked about Joe. Like, you didn't see them waltzing around like this. You go look in their eyes, hell, there's some cats that just got up from Sugarland that look like they're despondent.
And they're making mistakes that should send them back to Sugarland.
Yes. Following the lead of all the other guys. Yeah, they're making brutal mistakes, but they are not responding to this steady hand approach thing. They're not responding to this. They need Mike Ditka to walk his ass in there. They need Jim Leland and two Marlboro, cases of Marlboro with cigarettes in there lit up, and they need something more than this. They're like, all right, Joe.
No change-ups for Joe, just like Eli.
Yeah, man. Yeah, Joe just went out there and said, hey, man, you throw the pitches you want to throw, man. I'll support you. Yeah, man. They're not responding to his style or his approach.
God, it's maddening.
Not respond to any of it.
You think this fella running the youth academy, you think he can manage?
Yes.
I'm trying to do the best I can.
Yeah, their attention to detail is poor and awful. They don't consistently do things that make sense of giving you the best chance to win, like they did the other day pitching that cat who wasn't ready. I don't know who's even making that call. I don't know. But, Joe, you're the manager, so you got to fall on it. You're allowing it. You're either making a call or allowing yourself to be punked. It's time. It is time to roll. Time to roll on. So that's the Astros 8-3. No life. Dead is just how they look, the way they're playing every day. No life at all. And their manager, we still got time. Still got time, baby. Plenty of time left. Plenty of baseball left, Clint. That's what he said.
It's a long season, y'all.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Clint. We just talked about it a little bit more, but the NFL schedule release is out. And up to this point, now we'll see if we get more understanding of it. Up to this point, it looks like that the Texans have right now, if you count the London game, which is 8:30 in the morning, they have 1, 2, 3, 4 standalone games. They've got Thursday night football, Christmas Eve against the Eagles. They've got Sunday night football against the Steelers. They've got the Colts on Thursday night football, and then that Jags game. So 2 of them division games right there. But the rest of it looks like they will be playing more games in the 12 o'clock hour like we're used to, as opposed to having that many more primetime games. So yeah, I think for you, I'm sure you're excited with the post-game show that you have to roll that. But
yeah, it looks like it's a bunch of Sunday noon games, baby. The post-game show is going to be Sunday afternoon.
It looks like it's dialed back a little bit on the primetime game.
Look, as well as it should. A quarterback drives the appeal, and the quarterback has not only backslid on the field. I think he's probably backslid, and I think it took a little while. Probably took a little longer nationally for people to realize it, but I think it's here. He's backslid a bit, and is it's no longer a marquee matchup when of quarterbacks when the best in the league has to offer come to town. So when we're talking about the Texans schedule, the defense is going to get challenged out of the gate in a major way the first month, and the team is going to get challenged down the stretch in a major way with having to play in outdoor stadiums on the road in a cold part of the year. Those are the 2 things. The middle of the schedule is pretty manageable. The beginning and the end, for those 2 reasons, I think are going to be tough. Now, good football team that is a team that has taken a step from, double-digit wins in second round of the playoffs. It's really taken that next step. They'll manage it well, and and handle their business. A team that's struggling on either side of the ball or overall, it'll show.
Yeah. So schedule out. It is an interesting schedule. Again, as we noted yesterday, the 7th easiest schedule based off last year's opponents and what they did. And as we just spoke about it does not have the feel of the 7th easiest schedule. And it didn't when you started to look at a lot of the quarterbacks and coaches they're going to face. And now when you're starting to see some of how this thing is bunched up, there are some challenging spots in this schedule that it looks like they're putting together. But we're starting to understand a little bit more of what it will look like for the Texans. More of that coming on after we get finished here with Texans All Access and with Area 45. But it is a big day on the NFL calendar. We're starting to see these games and matchups, and a lot of fans are starting to see where they're going to head off to.
5 o'clock fire.
Tyler's going to London, by the way, I think.
Righto.
I would say Philadelphia, but Tyler wants no parts of Philadelphia. That would have been a great choice. You really would have gotten to see it. Ooh, you got it in the cold, too? It would have been good.
I don't do well with stadiums full of turds.
It's Christmas
London
Eve. You weren't going to do that.
I think London is the way, Tyler. The Texans in London, Jersey in London, Wembley,
Red, white, and blue
Field.
running through my veins.
Oh, come on, man. That's there's no doubt. That's you.
I'd have thought Cleveland, too.
What is that, week what?
6.
6? Oh, yeah. That's UT.
You sound like you're from London.
That's UT. Yep.
Oh, I don't like that.
Well, that was well played. Well played. That was a good pickup.
That is UT. All right, NBA playoffs. There's a break in the action tonight. There will be 2 games tomorrow, both game 6s. The Cavs have a chance to close out, and the Spurs have a chance to close out. The Cavs, Clint, they got a chance to close out at home because they were able to win that game. They were down 15 in that game, and behind, guess who? James Harden, and they won that game 117-113. Game 5 last night, James Harden, 30 points, 8 rebounds, and 6 assists. Got to the line 14 times, and he was the biggest reason why the Cleveland Cavaliers were able to pull that dub out. And really, his last 3 games, the first 2 games, as Clint, you said earlier, he was getting crushed, and his play was poor, but he was getting crushed. And in these last 3 games, games 3, 4, and 5, which they've won them all. They've won 3 straight. They got a chance to win 4 in a row on the number 1 seed Pistons to close them out and get ready for the Knicks. He is 24.3 points a game, 3+ rebounds, 8 assists a game, 42% shooting from 3 with 3 turnovers a game. He has changed how he has played, and this may be one of the best runs in the postseason we've seen from James.
I'm happy for him.
That's good, man.
I'm happy for him, man. Look, I have.
Why wouldn't you be?
Look, I've beat him down for all the right reasons with all his antics and the shrinking in the big moments and all that job that we talked about. Yeah, I mean, I've beat the guy down, and everybody's beat him down for the lack of success in the playoffs, if you will, and the big moments kind of shrinking. I mean, look, I'm not just completely cold-hearted. I like to see the guy have a little bit of success. Now, we'll see if he can do what everybody thinks he's incapable of doing, which is a closeout game tonight, and then moving forward in the playoffs, can he continue to do this, what he's been doing here in the last couple of games? We'll see that. But I don't know, man. All I can do is tell you where my heart's at, man. And when I saw James Harden balling out a little bit, man, I'm gonna tell you, it made me feel good for him, man. Be honest with you.
I did too, and I think it's not a surprise with this, Clint. I think honestly, it seems to be a mixed feeling from Houston Rockets fans and just Houston sports fans on how they feel for James, because James was an asshat at times.
Fair.
And he was at times hard to cheer for. Some people hard to cheer for with his game, and some people hard to cheer for with all the other stuff.
Mm-hmm. A little bit of both for me.
The ladies at Onyx loved him. and other places.
Well, we heard it wasn't Onyx. What was
Treasures.
No, it's not
we
Treasures.
heard it.
They're at the place where he got his jersey retired. But if you're crazy as hell if you think he ain't made a trip.
Oh, he's
the
made
Gentleman's Club of
He's
Houston.
made them all. But no, I think a lot of people have mixed feelings for him. But there is something to a player that's as great as he is, like that just being around his neck all the time.
Yeah.
And again, I'm not saying it's his fault, but it's like we're seeing it. Like they do this to Charles Barkley his entire that is around his neck, that he couldn't win a title and he couldn't do those things. And just to think of this dude is one of the best offensive players we have ever seen really in the game, and change some of the things, and change some of the rules of how they're going about things. And to just see the disparity be so different when the game's on the line, that game 3 where they had to have it down 2-0, and he comes down, and in the final 2 minutes, he goes 3 straight possessions where he scores.
Yeah,
1-on-1, hits jump shots and hits a 3 to put a dagger up one like that. That was like, damn, okay, James, all right. Now he lied. He lied to us and said, "No, I didn't hear any chatter about me going into the game. I didn't hear any." Yeah, my ass, James. You heard about that.
Hey, he's back.
He's something.
A little throwback.
There's something about there. Yeah, James is back. We'll see. Again, you'll see if he closes it out. Like some of these closeout games in the past, James has just really not been interested in shooting in general. But we'll see what he does coming up against Detroit at home with their chance to close it out. All right, T-Mill's best bets. Boy, he came from the end of the line. I'm talking about like that Kentucky Derby race where that horse came from the back and won that race. Tyler came from the back last night and got himself into the green thanks to the Toronto Blue Jays. But another green day, as now he is 5 for 9 on the week. Two of the 3 days he's been in the green. He'll try to do it again tonight. T-Mill's best bets, moving to baseball again, so stay tuned for that. And we watched the Astros. We watched them lose again. We're hearing from the manager say, the manager and the general manager acting like, oh, no reason to worry. There's plenty of time. What should be the mindset right now with the Astros? What should they be doing? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, look, I don't know. Not be honest with you, I'm not real sure about the Astros mindset, but I know if you're out there and you're dealing with chronic joint pain, I know what your mindset should be. Let's get this thing right so I can get back on my feet and get active again. It's that easy. I don't care how old you are. I don't care where your chronic joint pain is stemming from. Bottom line is this. QC Kinetics is an option, and if you have not called QC Kinetics yet and you're dealing with chronic joint pain, whether you're just trying to deal with it and make the best of it, or maybe you've been told by a doctor somewhere that you need joint replacement surgery at the very worst, right? Maybe you got the worst news. Bottom line is stop what you're doing. Stop what you're doing right now and understand that QC Kinetics is an option, right? The science is real, y'all. The treatments are natural. Your body already knows how to heal. QC Kinetics just finally gives it the right tools and puts everything in position to let it heal, right? We're not talking about no operating room, no.
Postgame is live on Sports Radio 610. Join us following every weeknight baseball game with Area 45. Instant reaction, analysis, and your thoughts on the game immediately after the final out. It's H-Town Postgame, energized by Bay's Power on Houston Sports Leader. Sports Radio 610. The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
T-Mill's best bets coming up here in just a bit. As I said on the other side, he was 2 for 3 last night in the green, and with a major comeback. I think he had just accepted that it was going to be a red day.
I had, honestly. I had actually already marked it up and put it in our document as I went 1 for 3, and then Canada, baby. Oh, Canada.
Yeah, you run them down as much as anybody. You talk about Canada so bad.
Well, yeah, they're America's top hat. But shout out for last night. Thank you, Canada.
What did they go into? They went into the bottom of the 9th. I know they are in the
the top of the 10th. Who were they playing?
They were playing the Rays.
The Rays scored 3 runs in the top of the 10th to take a 3-run lead. Bottom of the 10th, the Blue Jays came out and scored 4 and won that thing.
4-piece, yeah.
Let's go!
Yeah. Yeah, a grand slam. A granny.
I didn't know that. Wow.
Yeah, it was a grand slam that got you in there. They got you in there. Well, anyway, that was able to get Tyler a big dub, get him in the green, along with Lance McCullers, who pitched his heart out yesterday, giving him 4.5 strikeouts or more. He got 6 last night and made him a winner. So he'll do that coming up here in just a bit, see if he can make some more cash. All right, Clint, as we talked about Lance, they got a big win yesterday. Zach Cole with a walk-off in extra innings as they pulled that one out. But they lose today 8-3 as we talked about earlier in 5 o'clock fire. Just at this point where they are, and we're hearing it feels like delusions from the general manager and the manager. And at this point, as I've said, a lot of those guys lie to us on purpose. But, boy, those two are talking and saying it so much, it almost feels like, well, maybe this is what they really think. But from your standpoint, where they are, as they sit here just struggling big time, 17-28 right now, 6.5 back of the A's. Your thoughts on potentially the moves they should make and what they should be doing and what their mindset should be right now?
Well, I think it's more about just a mindset. I do care because I want them to keep everybody together and go try to win games. I mean, as a fan, that's the last thing you want to see is the Astros becoming the seller at the deadline, right? I mean, the Astros are the team that at the deadline everybody's going to be paying attention to, whether they're buying or selling. And if they are selling, you've got one of the best lineups in baseball to date and at least one of the most productive. And so you're going to have guys – you're going to have big-time trade pieces that contenders are looking for. And you know, there's some obvious ones in – you mentioned it earlier, like Christian Walker and possibly Josh Hader, all the way down to some of the ones that the Astros – all Astros fans, including myself, would hate to see play in a different uniform, and Yordan Alvarez and, you know, guys like that. I mean, so unfortunately we're in a position where I do think that the talk that I'm hearing is that the thought is that the Astros are going to be the one team that's a big focal point at the trade deadline, one way or the other. Now the question is, where are the Astros at? Good thing is you got a little bit of room here. You got a little bit of runway here to see kind of how things actually unfold. Right now, it looks obviously really bad,
but not a lot of time, like Joe said. You know.
Well, no, I'm just talking. I mean, Joe's talking like
they got plenty of time. You're saying
he's talking about job security and whether I'm talking about what this organization decides to do.
Yeah, they got a little runway before that comes up.
That's what I'm saying. Like you got a little bit of a runway before you have to make a decision. Are you firing? Who's going to make? Who is Dana Brown going to make the decisions? Whether you're bringing in talent that you think is going to get this season right and give this team a chance, or Dana Brown Is he going to make the decisions that's trading key players and starting the rebuild of this organization? I mean, I think that's unfortunately where the Astros are at is what side of that coin are you going to be on? Those decisions are going to have to be made sooner rather than later. And hopefully the play over the next few weeks makes it obvious which direction to go.
Yeah, it's the Astros are in such a tough spot with this because, there are changes that need to be made, and there is a legit, I think, argument to make both ways. Should the Astros just tear this thing down and just say, hey, man, we've been watching this. We went from being in Game 7 of the ALCS where Tyler showed up and they got blown out by the Rangers. We went from there to now moving on from our manager and now having Joe Espada lead us to getting swept by the Tigers in the wild card round to then just completely missing the playoffs for the first time in years altogether last year to now sitting here at April 14th, one of the worst teams in baseball, and 6+ games. Now, I think the A's just lost, so 6 games back of the Sacramento A's. There is an argument of, hey, man, like this is, we need to go back to the drawing board. We gotta replenish our farm system. We got to start over. And then I think there is also an argument, Clint, of you got Jordan, you got Hunter Brown, you got Paredes, you've got Pena, you've got Spencer Arrighetti is showing some signs. Before Cam Smith fell off a cliff a month ago, he was showing some signs. There's some young pieces there that you can bring together and then add some other pieces like you have done before. Like there's an argument there to be made, but the big problem is the biggest changes that you got to make are the decision makers.
At the top, yeah.
The biggest changes that you have to make, and somebody's got to come in and make the decision of, do we just pull this thing down and try to find our next Altuves and Bregmans and Springers and Correas? Like, do we do that? Or do we keep this thing moving? And the person that probably makes that call, well, Jim Crane can make that call, for starters. He obviously can. But if he puts baseball people in charge of that, those people aren't here yet. Right. And that's the real issue that they have. As someone just texted in, Dana Brown needs to go before Joe. Whoever it is, but those guys are the decision makers to make you go one way or the other. And do you want them making those decisions if they're not going to be here after this? So that's the quandary that they're in right now.
Well, they're in a lot worse place than just that, because it's a lot of folks would say, well, the injuries are the problem, and there are, rightfully so. There's some injuries, but I mean, as you've mentioned, I mean, it seems like you got a bunch of guys that they lack focus, the discipline, the just basic baseball 101 base path running stuff is awful. So I mean, it's not just the injuries, and there's a lot going on, and boy, you go in the wrong direction. If this was the series that you hoped you righted the ship, boy, dropping 3 of the 4 to the Seattle Mariners is not ideal.
Yeah, no, it's not. And we'll see where they go, but there's going to be some decisions made. We'll see if Dana Brown is allowed to make a big trade, and there's a big trade, whether they're going for it or not. I think that's probably an indication that guy's probably going to be here a little bit.
Probably going to stick around, yeah.
And I guess we'll learn from that. All right, Tyler, what's T-Mill's best bets? Remember, you can find those at T-Mill Real Deal, where he has those posted. What you got tonight?
3 more baseball picks, 3 more running it back after last night's luck with O Canada. By the way, I'm an idiot. I kept thinking about it. I should have known it was a walk-off grand slam. How else is the home team going to win by 4 in the bottom half of an inning?
That's right.
That's my bad. I'm an idiot on that.
Doesn't matter. All that matters is you won.
That's true. I was just seeing money signs.
You ain't no idiot. You should over counting money. You ain't no idiot.
That's right. My maroon money runs
Let
deep.
Text line go to hell.
3 picks around Major League Baseball. First, the Red Sox money line. Red Sox to win it tonight, hosting the Philadelphia Phillies. Second bet tonight, Same game, Phillies at Red Sox, over 7 runs between the two teams tonight up in Boston. And then your third and final best bet on a Thursday is Ron's Royals. The Royals money line is they are going to be in Chicago taking on the White Sox tonight. Those are your 3 best bets. Let's ride.
There you go. Okay.
Dangerous.
Thanks, Russ. Let's ride. All right, check him out at T-Mill Real Deal. See if he can get another day in the green, as he has had 2 days in the green. Let's see if he can get a third one on a Thursday. All right, coming up, we will start to really dive in tomorrow on the show, the ins and outs of the schedule, probably way too early, how many wins and things there is. But we've got a kind of a clue of what the schedule will look like, and at least the teams, and if they're teams on the road or at home. What is it? We'll look at it. What is it that you really like about this schedule for the Texans, and what things concern you about this schedule? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, I tell you what, I don't know exactly the entire schedule yet. We're still waiting on it. But I know this. We know who's going to be on it. We know who we're playing at home. We know who we're playing away, right? It's kind of like Texas weather. You don't know exactly when it's coming and how it's coming, but you know if you've been around these parts long enough, Texas weather is going to hit you dead in the face. Whether it's a drought, on population and power consumption. Grid failures and outages, they're going to happen, folks. Take control of your power today with Generator Supercenter of Houston, 281-251-6100. That's 281-251-6100, or check them out online at generatorsupercenter.com.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Some days self-care starts with Nature-Made gummy vitamins, a deep breath, and a little encouragement.
Mom, I'm really nervous.
Me too, honey, but we've got this. Repeat after me. I'm gonna have a good day.
I'm going to have a good day.
I choose joy no matter what comes my way.
I bring joy wherever I go.
Quality gummy vitamins from Nature-Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we're live here on The Drive. And coming up behind us, I see them in the building. I see them in the building as Texans All Access. I just saw Mark Vandermeer wave walk by, and I just saw Johnny Harris getting himself he's getting himself to that place. Just saw him in there. Is that a Mox? Is that a
Friday Night Lights jersey? Is that Friday Night Lights?
No,
or
that's
Varsity
Blues. Man, we lost him.
R.I.P.
Yeah, we lost James Vanderbeek. There you go, Mox right there. So they're in the building, so they'll be taking over right after us, and they will have the entirety of the schedule at 6:30 right there on Texans All Access. And then Area 45, as the fellas, they will also be looking at the Texans' schedule release as the fellas. Colin, I've already seen him, who holds it down, runs the
Big C,
runs the thing there on the 1s and 2s. Medium C, Colin, in there. He's not a big C.
Oh, it's mid C.
Yeah, that's sea bass, guys.
No, that's just.
Oh, is he in there with you, T?
Yeah, that's mid C.
Oh, he ain't in here, but his nickname is Sea Bass.
I think it's a little C.
That's mid C all day right there.
Kick his ass, Sea Bass.
There's an opportunity for him to get to
was
Big
that
C.
you?
That sounded like it was Tyler.
Kick his ass, Seabass!
Yeah, I made that for old Seabass last night. Area 45 was having fun with it.
No, there you go. There it is. There it is. See, there it is. Big C right there coming through. But they got it. Yeah, Patrick Creighton, another C, mid C, and Sean Bijani. So they will hold it down. A lot going on with this schedule release, and I'm sure we'll have more to discuss about it tomorrow, Clint. But we are seeing that gauntlet. It looks like there's a potential gauntlet early. And it feels like you feel pretty good about the early one because the likelihood of injury risk at that time may not be as strong as maybe later on in the season. So that front 3 out of the first 4 games, they're all at home. That is the really good part of it. But 3 out of the first 4 games, home Bills, home Bengals in weeks 1 and 2, and then week 4, home to the Cowboys. Teams that all have playoff aspirations and teams that all have big-time offenses. And we see those quarterbacks and teams right now that you would all say clearly have the quarterback advantage walking into that game against the Texans with C.J. Stroud. But, Clint, you start to look at everything and we know who their home opponents are going to be, their road opponents are going to be, starting to see where some may land. What is it that you think is a good thing that you like for the Texans in this schedule?
Well, I tell you touched on something there that I think is maybe overlooked from what we watched last year and how good this team was. The injuries and how healthy they stayed, or the lack thereof, how healthy they stayed on the defensive side of the football in particular last year was wild. right? So the season's going to be dictated based on health. If they can stay healthy again, they're going to be an absolute problem. You end up having one of these runs of injuries to key players. It could change the season in a big way for the Texans. But as it pertains to the schedule itself, look, I think the first month of the season is going to be a big-time challenge. You got 3 of the top NFL offenses that are coming to town in your own backyard, all 3 of them in your own backyard. Great offenses versus your great defense. We're going to find out how good this defense is. We're going to find out just how good this defense is, and we're going to find out if the offense can be complementary enough against the best the NFL has to offer to win games, right? You got Josh Allen, you got Joe Burrow, you got Dak Prescott coming in the first month of the season. That is as big a challenge as any defense is going to see from a quarterback perspective. All those offenses have weapons. All those offenses are really, 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 really good at what they do independently. From an identity perspective. And so the defense is going to get a major challenge out of the gate 3 of the first 4 weeks. And let's be honest, if Daniel Jones is playing the way that Daniel Jones played last year early, that 4th game in that first month could be a tough one as well for the defense. So I think that's that. When I look at the schedule, what we do know so far, it looks like that first month is going to be a bear in the sense of you're going to face some really good offenses, and we'll see if our defense can stand up to it. And then I think down the stretch, what it looks like, the way this thing is going to unfold, Ron, it really looks like there's going to be a bunch of games on the road, and there's going to be a bunch of games in outdoor stadiums in cold environments, which this team hasn't always responded well to, right? And so whether it's I think, who is it down the stretch, Ron? It's Pittsburgh, Philly, Washington,
all road games.
There's somebody else in there. Green Bay. So I mean, those are going to be. It's going to be a tough end. You better take care of your business throughout the season, so that you're not needing to go on a undefeated run on the road late, because that's going to be a tough run. So offenses, quarterbacks, the first month. And then I think location, outdoors, potential cold, good versus good teams late in the season. I think those are the 2 things for me that stick out with this schedule.
Yeah, for me, the thing that I really like is it seems like the bulk, if you just look at it like they're tough games. Baltimore, Cincinnati. When I look at it, Baltimore, Cincinnati, Buffalo, those immediately jump off as their toughest games. I think Philly's probably in there, but they're going to look different. A.J. Brown is not going to be there. There's some other things. They're going to potentially look different. But Philly you may throw in there, and then maybe we'll see how good the Chargers are, but maybe you throw them in there. But it feels like the bulk of their tough games, I throw the Cowboys in there, are going to be at home. And I love that part of it, right? Their defense will get to feed off of this crowd a little bit more, and they'll be at home and don't have to go on the road and don't have to go to the potential cold of Baltimore, potential cold of Buffalo, potential cold of Cincinnati, and play on the road. Not to say that they're scared to play there. They've won in Cincinnati, right? They've won on the road. They won in Kansas City in the cold last year. They won in Pittsburgh in the playoff game. But when you start talking about seeding, you start talking about different things, I think that many of us believe Baltimore in their division, they're going to be in it when it comes to the top 2 seeds in the conference. Buffalo in their division's going to be in it when it comes to the top 2 seeds. I think Cincinnati's probably there too. You get those teams at home. You get those games at home, which I think is good. If it's a gauntlet, boy, if you got to go to. Like last year, we looked at that schedule. Now, it turned out to be different because of injuries and things like that. We looked at that schedule and said, boy, they got to go to Baltimore, to Kansas City, right? Those were their 2 toughest games. They had to go on the road with them, and they get to play them at home. So that is, I think, a real positive for them.
Yeah, the other positive is catching the Buffalo Bills right out of the gate. As we know, in 2026, quarterbacks don't play much at all in the preseason. And so as if it's not enough that DeMeco Ryans and this defense has Josh Allen's number in a major, major way, in an inexplainable way, if we're being honest. If that's not enough, all of a sudden you're going to catch him with little to no reps in the preseason. You're going to catch him week one before he gets rolling. We all watched it last year. I don't think anybody would argue with you that the Rams were a different team by week 4 or 5 than they were week one after Matthew Stafford not playing in the preseason, dealing with a